Parents with kids in sports goes, there's no more weekend, no more free weekends. I don't mind that out. I wouldn't want to spend it any other place. We're good, but it's picking up. Baseball, football, kids are popping, man. So we're off and running. We are off and running. Got the lifts up here at the studio finally, the backpack lifts, these lifts, and then you don't realize everything that goes into it. It's like you installed the lifts and you're up and cooking and working on cars, and that's not the case. You need an air compressor, you need the right electricity, and it's in a hot second. We're up and running, baby. We're up and running. So I can't wait. And then this is the last freaking, dude, I think we got 2 days before the TRX giveaway ends. This bad boy ends soon. This week it ends. I think we got 2 days. We got 2 days. Did they send that to you? Yes. Very well. Really? There's less than 4 days left on the badass TRX. Overhead Drive Fast all cast. You enter your email and phone number. Eventually load your account with a special discount. Every purchase gets you 25 times bonus entries. So get yourself this badass rig. I will miss it when I get it away, but it's time. Yes, it ends in 3 days. I'm a party day, maybe. Entry for a long one. This is a special one, so hopefully whoever wins it loves it. I'm going to give away my baby. So go to tryfastallgas.com. This is my favorite hat we've ever made. I'm rocking right now this white Try Fast All Gas race team. We have a bunch of stuff on there. The Q-Tech collab, the Breaking King Shocks collab. Yeah. Bunch of stuff. Get yourself Diesel Dad, Methane Blue, Superfood Greens on there. We got it all. Get yourself, man. Get the Diesel Dad package. We got everything on there, man. So enjoy, kiddos. Get yourself FastLGas.com. Let's get to it. Bit of a slower week in fighting, but there is some gossip going around the water coolers, or like we call it the Real Housewives of the UFC. Really, it's the Real Housewives of MMA. So there was a fight night this weekend in China, and I think it started at 4 a.m. here. The main card was at 5 a.m. here, Texas time. And I woke up, my crazy ass woke up to watch it all. I don't know if it's in China or what, but nobody looked great. No one like blew your hair back. Charles Johnson, right, MVP. But still, no one really blew your hair back. The Sergey Pavlovich and Waldo, whatever. You're just like, okay, not much going on there. Aljo Brian Ortega. Brian Ortega has some soul searching to do. I love him like a brother. I've known him for a hot second. Obviously, Henner, really close friend, long-time coach. Yeah, got my brown belt. I've been with Henner and Heron forever, right? When I came to LA. So those are my guys. I met Brian Ortega before he was in the UFC. Cornered him his last fight before he got to the UFC. Big fan of Brian Ortega. He's one of my favorite people. The issue is for Brian Ortega is when you're at his level, when you're a veteran of this magnitude and you're missing weight, it's usually a bad sign. It's a really bad sign. And he's kind of at a crossroads, right? And the other thing is there's nothing worse in the eyes of the UFC brass than missing weight. There's literally nothing more you can do to hurt your career. It's the worst offense because they can't trust you. You're not reliable. So then they're sure as hell not going to put you in main events anymore. It makes your life so much difficult in already a difficult career when you miss weight. They just released Homeboy Brian Battle. He's a good fighter, man. But, constantly missing weight, it's a real issue. It's a real issue. So they let him go. Brian Ortega's, contender. He's had some great wins. Obviously, his fight against Volkanovski, he almost pulled it off. But, so for Brian Ortega at his level to miss weight, it's just really disappointing. It's really disappointing. And then here's the thing. So remember Hamzat, he missed weight, right? That dude, catch weight. and that's when he fought Kevin Holland on like a 2-minute notice. But here's the thing: if you miss weight and then you go out there and you put on a helmet and just ball the wall and put on a great performance, they're a little more lenient. Like, all right, man, they're still going to be dicks to you, but they're like, all right, but you did your job. The worst thing you can do in professional fighting is miss weight and then lay a goose egg. That's the worst thing you can do. Because they go, hold up. Not only were you unprofessional and we can't trust you and you miss weight, but then you shit the bed and give a boring performance? Like, dude. Now you're checking all the boxes to... He's not going to get cut, but there's going to be some real issues for him. So whenever I see a veteran of Brian's status, and part of me that bothers me, he's not taking accountability. He was like, well, we're supposed to fight this guy. I don't want to say his name because UFC legend, and we have back and forth. We're supposed to be at 55, and then we're supposed to do this, and we're supposed to do this. So, it's up and down, and then, and then China, coming over here, I'm just like, whoa. I see no accountability. The best thing you do, even if that's the case where it's, they're giving you this matchup, it falls out, you're waiting on this, all I can say is, man, I thought we had it. It's on me. I messed up. It's not on the team. It's not anybody else. Just take accountability. At least the UFC sees that you're taking accountability and you're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. The worst thing you can do when you miss weight is put on a bad performance. He would have been better off freaking going out on a shield and getting finished in the first round than losing a boring 3-round decision where his pace sucked. And he's fallen to the same trap a lot of guys are. What makes Brian Ortega an outlaw, what makes Brian Ortega so good is his jiu-jitsu, his threat on the ground. That's what makes him an outlaw. Yes, he has knockouts. Frankie Edgar and stuff like that. He's had some great finishes with his hands and knees and all that shit. What makes Brian Ortega a top 5 talent is not his striking. It's not his footwork. It is his jiu-jitsu. He's so dangerous on the ground. But for whatever reason, these guys get a certain level, like Bo Nickel, I gave you a ton of other examples, where they go away from what makes them special because, and it's not a knock on Brian Ortega, there's a ton of guys in the UFC like this. Brian Ortega is not an elite level striker. He hasn't been doing it long enough to be considered elite. And you say, well, he knocked out Frankie Edgar, he knocked out this, and that's fine. There's an older Frankie, but we can argue that. Again, what makes him very special is his jiu-jitsu. So when he beat Yair Rodriguez, who's a phenomenal striker, did he beat him with combinations and leg kicks? No. He submitted him. Whenever he doesn't have the ability to create scrambles or to create guard play, he's usually get beat by the better strikers. He just is. Diego Lopez, Aljo's a better striker. Diego Lopez is a better striker. Yair Rodriguez, that TKO shoulder injury, that was dicey. Volkanovski, right? And he almost pulled that off. Max Holloway. These guys are better strikers. He's not an elite level striker, but you get a big win over Frankie Edgar, you get some stuff going, and all of a sudden, you're like, I'm just keep it on the feet. Because that's actually easier to do inside the octagon. It's easier cardio-wise, pressure-wise, just to keep it on the feet. Because you're going to be draining your energy tank, you're going to be getting tired, and it's scary for guys to do. So I think Brian knows I love him, Heather knows I love both of them dearly. I think they need to have some soul searching. Okay, how are we going to get back on the right path? Because now you've lost 4 out of your last 5. And your last one, you missed weight. What are we going to do? What are we going to do where our jiu-jitsu is priority? Whether it's jumping to half guard, mixing it up, working more on takedowns. I'm not seeing a lot of evolution in this wrestling and this jiu-jitsu. I'm seeing mainly a lot of pad work. So that makes me question, not Henry, he's a jiu-jitsu coach. He has nothing to do with that. Makes me question his camp. I think it's a fair question. It's a fair question, even with Aaron Pico, to go, he's been great with Greg Jackson. He's been great. He's been on this great run. But is someone in that camp trying to manage his aggression? at a high level, that aggression is going to be used against you. So if your cam's not telling you the right things, Jamal Hill, there's certain guys that you're like, dude, if your camp's not telling you this stuff, you should probably find a different camp. If Bo Nickel's team is having them work on fucking combination leg kicks as I'm talking right now, and you're listening to this, you need to go to another team. There's not enough hours in the day for Brian Ortega, Bo Nickel, these two outliers as far as grappling goes. There's not enough fucking hours in the day for you to catch up, to be competitive in the fucking UFC in order for you to get to a title shot. It's never happening. Yet y'all want to do that. I don't understand it. I just don't. I just don't. I have no idea. It's like you got a drag car that's it's the fastest in the world, it's the very best in the world, like going fucking straight in a quarter mile, and you want to take it off road. The fuck? That's not what it does. It's made to go straight and as fast as possible, as slicks on. Yeah, but we're just gonna, instead of preparing and getting it prepped for the track, we're just gonna keep taking it off road. But you keep losing the races. Then you keep doing off road. Get the fuck on the blacktop. And for them, get the fuck on the mat. I don't get it. I do not get it. I will never understand it. For Aljo, probably his easiest one is grip. By far. I'll just throw some leg kicks and I'll shoot maybe twice, and I'll just stay behind this jab. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm Aljo. I'm a former champ. Yeah, this is an easy win. I bet that if you ask Aljo, he's like, that was one of the easiest fights I've ever had. That should not be the case, man. That should not be the case.
Only the primary like another example, because I remember at least Matt Serra used to train, or kind of still does train.
Yeah. Ray Longo and those boys?
Yeah, those guys, that team. They're saying, oh, this is going to be a grappler. They're both great grapplers. You know that we're not saying that. They're just kind of striking and vice versa.
Another example.
There's not a worse product that the UFC can, and it's not the UFC matchmakers, because they're thinking in their minds, like, Aljo, Brian Ortega, can't wait to see this. Bo Nickel, Mercer, oh my God. RDR, Bo Nickel, oh my God, here we go. And then they go, we keep it on the feet. I'm not paying for amateur boxing.
Find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory.
If I want to see like sloppy damage done and guys just let it all hang out, I watch BKFC, I watch BYB, I can get my rocks off watching that if I just like pure
the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like
it doesn't make sense. I don't understand.
Very concerted
The easiest
effort
path
to
to
try and
victory
assimilate their local
that you're good at,
population
that makes you an
in the
outlier,
case of the
is for Brian Ortega is jiu-jitsu. How can we get this to the fucking mat? If you're on bottom or on top, that's your best chance of winning. Yeah, but I had that flying against Frank Frank
in the military service.
Okay. Oh, you're striking now? Oh, you're fucking busy? Oh, you're Alex now? Okay. Y'all ain't John Jones where you can dictate
a little bit different because
both those guys are outliers at one thing.
Earlier.
So John's good at everything. So if he's fighting just straight grappler, he's cool. Keep on the feet.
Have a similar
he's fighting a straight striker, zero confidence. It's cool. Harder than that. But y'all ain't John Jones. You're not allowed it enough. He's been doing that from the jump. And he has a very extensive background with fucking Juco.
Basically, they're written with a very similar.
I don't get it.
Like
Aljo, I get it. Aljo's going, wait, hold on.
Very similar.
You're not really sure? You just want to leave us on the feet? Oh, we can't strike. I'm just going to lower my level and stick behind the jab. It's going to be 50-45 across the board.
What they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's text, but it's something like,
worse you can do,
and Yiddish speakers, or maybe
one thing you can do worse that's going to
a little
affect
bit
it
further
even more.
apart, Spanish and
Lay a
Italian
fucking
speakers.
after you miss whole action,
Maybe
not think it would be
someone like with a very
That's
strong
why I don't say
cross
that's why I go, red flags.
from Paris. That's maybe a little
There's a red flag when guys just wait and don't take accountability. When they're younger, shit happens. When you're on your way to be professional.
Sometimes very coercive, sometimes very
It's personal life.
suggestive.
Can't figure that out. That's a
Try
huge
to
red flag. There's
get
two red flags in my
Ukrainians to
book.
think of themselves as the little brothers of Russia. In fact,
That's like a fucking veteran quarterback for you to play
for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians, and the Russian people were called
There's guys that
Russians,
miss weight,
big
and
Russians.
then there's also
The idea
another red flag is when guys are doing movies.
Ukrainians are sort of the little brothers of
Whenever I see a guy doing a movie, means he took his eye off the prize. And he's not in the training room, and somebody got in his ear, and it's very short-sighted.
the end of the 19th century,
I see a guy
censoring
in a movie set,
Ukrainian language
or I see
publications,
a guy missing weight,
and other
red flags.
groups to try and make Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russian.
Yeah, but you wake up at
More in
5
mind
a.m.
that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to
I was like, silent.
articulate
Fuck yeah.
their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really
You just
been
pissed me off
defined
there.
as such.
You know, it's like, come on,
Era
boys.
in the late
Come on,
19th
boys.
century, when all the
Come on
peoples
now.
of Eastern Europe,
One of the
the
12
Jews,
tribes.
are beginning to explore the idea of their
That made cars.
self-determination
It just
and
wasn't
their
right.
national
Alright, guys, let's get up right back in this juicy ass episode, because I'm here to talk to you about
Yiddish language that is known for the Yiddish literature,
about the hangover.
standardization of
Cool.
Yiddish,
This is an incredible functional beverage brand, revolutionizing how we drink centuries to feel good times of perfect alcohol alternatives. No effect, you actually feel. There's a small amount of THC and CBD,
also
mushrooms to create
the
a great effect without all the weird downsides of alcohol. No, these aren't like your typical edible.
and should
None of how edibles are there in the Wild West. You feel each blend in 10 minutes, right? Within 10 minutes, the effect will last about an hour and a half. Similar to cocktails, small enough for your mom. This is try, but stackable if you want to dial it up, fellers. They ship it all across the United States, so head on over to beautifulbreeze.com/shop. SHAP. There's a code SHOP for $5 credit and free shipping on your first.
This map here,
That's all the physician before use if you're a permanent nursing or have any known suspected allergies or medical conditions or taking any medication. FDA is not evaluating these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 plus.
the Jewish population is
Sterling and Ortega was actually 5 rounds, and then Algermain was on, I think it was every Friday on my
but a significant amount of it spills over
it's 5 rounds.
into the
We're
neighboring
not going to pay
Austria
5 round fight.
Romania.
It's minor taking
This is of course very heavily and these cultural boundaries, linguistic and religious boundaries are often much more significant.
How do you not negotiate? Why would you do the
So
same
during the
around
Revolutionary era,
So if you're
leading
working
up
a
to
9 to
World
5,
War I, and then
just to
especially
give you an example, that would be like
1917 when the Russian
so
Empire
you're
collapsed,
40 hours.
a lot
But
of
this
people
week you're gonna work 60 hours. And your mom is going, oh cool, thanks for working 60 hours.
actually
We're gonna pay you like you
establish some
worked 40.
kind of
There you go.
independence
Okay.
from the Russian
Is that
Empire.
not fucking
At
free?
first, it's envisioned in the form of a
The whole
federated
Fire
Russian
your
state
manager.
that would
Here's the
stand
thing,
up
figure it out,
to
dude.
nationality.
You, first of all, you miss weight.
Like
You fucking land goose egg.
heavyweight champion
You
who was
compete
kind
for
of
5 rounds.
moderated
You beat the exact same like it's fucking
international
And
expression.
then
It's this
you
national
decide
history
you're fucking a glory world championship boxer. It's Aljo because you're worried about his wrestling.
organization Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council,
It was Monday, so if
with
Monday
the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many
we gotta get on with the great fucking call here.
minorities, but also the significant national
You're not
minorities.
giving your 10% of this fight, dude.
Jews, the
You
Poles,
made me
the
fight 2
Germans, the
extra
Russians,
fucking
of
rounds
course,
in the calling
all had different ideas
in
about
China.
how to shape the
China, I flew across the
post-World
fucking
War
world. I got picked the
Unfortunately,
exact same.
years after World War I,
And you also represent
by
my own.
violence,
And
as
as
civil war erupted,
So you fight
many
the
internal
And doesn't he
external
want to make more
forces
money?
active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically
managers
by
are so, I'm not a manager,
inheritor
managers
of
are so
the
scared
Rada, the director, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority.
to say,
This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged by political violence at the time, in particular, there
It's,
were
please explain to me why you let these guys do this.
concentrated here 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the reported
TG's my boy.
were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petliura, who had a minister of Jewish affairs.
Was this very come off as a surprise to you that you had to be filed out? Because no, they told us during
Ultimately,
contract.
Soviets were able to seize control over most of the territory, and they established a new country.
You guys ever sit here with me?
USSR
Goes up and goes,
Soviet
hey man, I know
Socialist
you
Republic.
should work 40
Here
hours.
on this map,
Let's wrap it up to 60 hours this week. You're oh, cool. I'm going to pay overtime.
the white line that is faint
In what other line of work do you just go?
outside
Okay,
temporary
that tracks.
boundaries.
That
But
makes
what
sense.
significantly is
And
that
then you actually send that 5-year-old back to the office and you go,
SSR.
here's the other thing. You know how
The
you
blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not in the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar boundaries. And once again, you see that picture where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the
I don't know. What are you into? What are you
Socialist
into?
Republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine.
John Walker, dude, I thought
Again,
for
whether they
sure
like it or
that's
not,
saying meaning. Yeah, he's
Poland,
never been out first round. John Walker's had some issues with his chin. He gets clipped. I'm like, oh,
notice that it's not just
I love Johnny's why he did that warm again.
sort of yellow circles that have the number 3
You know
all
what it is?
represent
This includes me.
Jewish
Fighters,
population.
including myself, we're just
As
as
we saw in earlier maps, there's a
You know what
high
that is?
density
That's what it boils down to. We didn't start fighting because we're fucking
and
trying to
especially
cure cancer, or we're gonna fucking figure
which at
out
this point
a
is
global war. That's just
there's a
not.
lot to say
It's not our
about
thing.
the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine.
Johnny Walker, he starts doing the war. I'm like, no. That's a rule trick. Johnny Walker's a guy who changed camps.
Artificial
He
terror
needed this one.
orchestrated by Stalin
Yeah, but same
and
thing.
bombings of Ukraine.
Yeah, because you have somebody who's doing really well. And China, that crowd's going nuts. When we get starched
Against the Russian communists.
Tough one. I'm
Very
trying to give
high,
some breasts to
particularly this accelerated and level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion
To all stars in China, that's just so much money.
that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind obviously much more to say about this complex period.
The craziest thing in the news right now is Rampage Jackson's son, who's been on.
What ends up happening in World War II
yes,
is that
You know his son?
Russia is
yeah.
temporarily
Jackson, so he
divided
was doing some. He went to an event,
Stalin
wrestling event, one of his buddies invited him.
known as the Molotov
For whatever reason, one of the wrestlers.
Stalin and Hitler
You know, I think it's
agreed
best if I
to
just put this
physically
So his
divide
buddy invited him to this wrestling event. This is what happened.
the South side on hand and the North side on the other, very much like the cynical relations of Poland 2 centuries earlier.
and I'll be
And so
transparent. I like
part
John.
of the Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under control of Soviets.
It's just by nature. My initial thought was
Years,
when I heard about
Soviets
this.
subjected
When
Western
I heard about this, I'm like,
Ukraine
how
to
can I do that?
rapid process of
You can ask Mayor Jackson. You can ask Rampage. How can I defend? Everyone's
seizure
coming
of intellectuals, of intelligentsia, various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks, and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But
So
what
I
happens
look into
in
it. I'll come up with something.
Operation
I think we'll
Barbarossa,
come up with it.
which is June
So I look at all the videos.
1941,
I look
is
at
that
all the
Hitler
videos.
double-crosses
I watch the full live stream and all that.
invades the Soviet off guard, and I can see this fact
Can't defend this.
into
I can.
Russian
It's
SSR.
hard to defend
And
with
taking over almost all
I can
of
tell you how I
Ukrainian
led to this. So
territory.
for those of you
Ukrainian
that
SSR
don't
is
know,
almost
and it's everywhere, I think it's
help
based on
the Nazis.
So Rabbi Jackson's son
For our purposes, is that Hitler sends out 4
wrestling
local
event, like
squads.
lower levels, not WWE, but same wrestling.
Lowest one to
It's not even called fake wrestling because guys get fucked up, but it's
which for
choreographed wrestling, right? I think it's probably like
off the
so he
countryside,
gets there.
rounding up
There's an older dude who's a veteran, but he's an old, scrappy
political
vet of that
figures,
wrestling world.
Jehovah's Witnesses,
And he takes an empty can. It's a guy like an empty can. It's empty with smaller things. Takes it out or whatever. Yeah. And he shoves it against his head. Pretty cool. I think he was aware of it. As far as I know, and this is right when he walks in, as far as I know, this was planned. He does that. Raja feels disrespected, but this guy apologized. He said, well, dude, because Raja was like trying to fight right there. And he keeps saying, like, y'all go learn, I know, bitch. So there's literally some insecurity on Raja's part, right? Big time. So he can climb or he can. I'm too old, I don't know how to kick words. I know it's live streaming and stuff like that.
Now,
And here's the issue.
Ukrainians who were on the west side.
That happens, everyone sees it, right? There's another wrestler that I saw a video of who's also involved with this organization. Dude, we fucked them up. Maybe get yours. And if you don't worry about going too hard on Richard, get yours, I got your back. Right?
Primarily because they had a
That guy's not your friend. And nor was he the other wrestler. He has a D6 now.
Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of
Division 6.
that pertain right up until
So he hypes Raja, right? And how was
Gorbachev
Raja?
has been widespread protests particularly by
So Raja's sitting
and they're breaking away from
ringside.
Ukraine,
And he's on
Baltic
Kick.
states,
And on Kick, there's a ton of comments out there that are hyping him up.
And it is during this period, particularly from
Kind of
1960
egging him
onward,
on,
that you
egging him
begin to
on.
see
And Raja's reading those and what dude, he didn't say, he would say it to my face. Like, he would say it to my face. So there's a lot of negativity on it. It's very toxic, right? They're hyping Raja up. He's a young man.
notable figures that have emerged from
This is one of the reasons you should read comments, especially on a live stream. Because those people making comments, they don't give a flying fuck about what happens. When they tell you to do something, say, you won't do this, you know, you a bitch, you got a parachute gang, whatever they're calling him, that there's an insecurity in Russia. You can see, because after this event, we'll get to after this event, he's like, I'm sick of it, man, sick of being treated like a bitch, I ain't no punk. It's like, whoa, young man. What in the world gives you that impression? People think you're a bitch, you're soft, you're a beta,
Here's a
you're
map
some
of
cock.
what
Where
things
are
are
you
like
getting this from?
today.
It's not from his dad.
As you can see,
It's not from his training partners. He has some heavyweight fights. It's not from his family. It's definitely not from his friends. It's from these trolls online who are egging you on to do bad things. None of them are bailing you out now, but so he got caught in this whirlwind, and there's no excuses. His ego got involved.
Perhaps
Clearly, some backed up anger from someone going, I don't know what it's from. I don't know him that well. I know Randy very well. But I don't know his son that well. Met him once, twice. So there seems to be some pent up anger, but it came out as this on a live stream, which it could be worse. So
However, it's very clear
so you see this gentleman who's in the hospital. They have several face fractures, concussion.
as well.
Here's the other thing. You're going to hear people go, that dude who got the pro wrestler that messed up, he should sue Raja.
Perhaps most ironically, the current
So just so you guys know the way these lawsuits work,
is in fact Jewish
I
himself.
would go on a limb here and say neither of them have
The
one.
secret of
I know
this
for a fact Raja doesn't have one. He's a young kid trying to find his way. He hasn't made money fighting. And you're going to say, well, he's Rampage's son. That doesn't mean shit. Rampage is successful, but he's a grown man. So
have
that doesn't mean if you sue Raja, you get to Rampage's money. It doesn't work like that. So just so you guys know, they'll keep saying, oh, sue Raja. That dude, that wrestler, you're going to get nothing. You're dealing with a very young kid who has no savings, no endorsement deals, that doesn't have a fucking goose egg of money stored away. He's a young kid trying to find his way in this world, so the lawsuit's going to go nowhere. It's going to go nowhere. That's going to go nowhere. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You guys are thinking because he's rapacious son, he has money. That's not how this works. So that narrative isn't going to, it's just not a way out to fix how this has happened. You're going to see a lot of that online, oh, there's a lawsuit coming. Sure. We assume his 1994 Civic SI. Where do you come from? The only time suing makes sense is if someone with money did you wrong. That's it. That's why when you see two big dogs going at it, that makes sense. If one has money, one's broke, it never makes sense.
Hello, fellow students.
Play the video. It's tough to see. Like I said, my initial response before I saw the video was, how can I defend Rampage? He's in a tough spot. And they all told me, that says anyway, good luck. So Roger's 25 years old.
Today, what I'd
That's one
like
thing.
to
The most recent reporter heard about that guy, the wrestler. He was stable but critical leadership. So it's like super surgery on what we have
is,
without
because there are
exception.
literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous
Low cost, low Hebrew Protestant equals you shall be. They prefer to make it connected.
So Roger even says, that didn't hurt at all, right? These guys do this all the time as professionals. They didn't hurt at all. It's just disrespect. It's like, no, buddy. You showed up to an event to take part in it. You're in their world. You're in their culture.
kind of surprised that I
Low
would
You get offended. It's just a young kid full of piss and vinegar. He doesn't have anywhere to get his aggression out. That's what this is. They listen to people online, so I bet you won't. They start sub-farming, going, whatever, if I get 50 subscribers, how the fuck it works, I'll slam them and knock them out. So this is the issue. The issue, and this is why you can't defend it. The issue is he's on the live stream ringside saying what he's going to do. It's premeditated. The whole time he's talking about it, he gets hyped up from this other wrestler who's clearly not his friend. Whatever, don't worry about going too hard, I got your back. Have you heard from that guy now? Does he have his back? No, of course not. The streamers who egged him on are like, oh, I'll subscribe if you not this dude out. He's bad. So it's premeditated, and that's all on record. It's all online. So you're fucking there. If it was a lawsuit, but the issue is going to be pro wrestling decides to press charges. So y'all are thinking about money. The biggest thing is the actual legal side of things. That's the issue, because it could be looked at as attempted murder or premeditated attempted murder. You're dealing with some real shit. It just so it also depends on the pro wrestler how far he wants to take it. Now, if he goes, pro wrestler's been around a long time. If he goes, just young kid, he's learned his lesson, I'm not pressing charges, then there's not much here. Or if he goes, man, this whole thing was a bit. This whole thing was a work. I told him what I was going to do. He told me he was going to fuck me up inside the ring. It just got out of hand. So if he says it's a work, there's not much he can do. So it depends. This is all predicated on how that veteran wrestler goes about it. So play the video. The guy's kind of, see the guy's in on it. He goes, whoa. He's yelling. He's knocked out there. If only he had the same aggression. And he shoves it against his head.
The 12th century
Pretty normal. I think he was aware of it. As far as I
of the Tosafists. These are very, very important thinkers who
right, how could I defend Raj?
commentaries on the
All the
Talmud.
You can ask Mira Jackson, you can ask Rampage. What?
Jewish Hebrew equals 46.
One of the most famous of this school of
Dumbasses.
scholars.
You know what that is?
Logic requires
That's what it
that
boils down
certain
to.
store and study.
We didn't start fighting because we're fucking
Sometimes,
gonna cure cancer
Isaac,
or we're gonna fucking figure out
All and rephrase the great
it's just
law.
not, it's not our thing.
Refers to the mixed of the four species as a whole.
Johnny went going to he starts doing the worm. I'm like, oh no. Dude, it definitely ruined your career.
Specifically,
Johnny Walker's a
logic
guy
means
who
regarding
changed
the
games.
He needed this
Devastating for your boy Ming Yang.
Yeah, because he was killing it. He was doing really well.
And it's in China. That guy's doing enough for him to get started.
logically as stewardship
Tough one.
obligations.
I'm sure the UFC brass is too like,
Yeah, they're all,
Low
because Johnny, you know, those boys, he's like hit or miss, you know?
The logic
You know,
principle.
he's like,
Your law is
to build
interpreted
stars
by
in China,
earthly
that's just
figures,
so much
not by
fun.
miraculous
Yeah, it's a
signs.
problem for them. Not good anymore.
all right, what else you got, Jim?
Low plug era daily Kedra principle, meaning do not
The
distinguish.
craziest thing in the news right now
The
is
logic
Rampage
rules
Jackson's
may
son
be
has
used
been
for
on
application of laws without
for drug
exceptions.
judge, right?
Yeah, Rampage.
He brought his son.
Raja.
Low plug
Raja,
that Hebrew low
Raja Jackson.
equals
So
not,
he
called
was
that
doing
equals
some.
you shall
He
live.
went to an event, a wrestling event. One of his buddies invited him, and for whatever reason, one of the wrestlers.
You shall not
You know what? I think it's best if I just play this clip. So
Play
his
this
buddy invited him to this wrestling event. This is what happened afterward. This is outside.
You said the day lawyer before. You said the day lawyer. So, and I'll be transparent. I like Raja, and I adore Rampage. Rampage have a great relationship. I love Rampage. That's just by nature. My initial thought was when I heard about this, I spoke to Rampage. When I heard about this, I went, how can I defend Raja? You can ask Mira Jackson, you can ask Rampage. How can I defend? And everyone's coming for his note. How can I defend? And they're kind of like, oh my God. There's nothing coming up with it. So let me look into it. I'll come up with something. That's my thing. Let me come up with it. So I look at all the videos. I look at all the videos. I watch the full live stream and all that. I had nothing. You can't defend this. I can. There's no defense with this. I can tell you how it led to this. So, for those of you that don't know, it's everywhere. That's what the biggest news MMA. So, Rampage Jackson's son was at this wrestling event, like lower levels, not WWE, but same wrestling, right? It's not even fair to call it fake wrestling because you guys get fucked up, but it's choreographed wrestling, right? I think you should call it wrestling, right? It's like WWE, but at a lower level. So he gets there, there's an older dude who's a veteran, but he's an old scrappy vet of that wrestling world, and he takes an empty can, cafe, like my ring can, it's empty but small, just a little bit of fluid or whatever. Yeah, and he shoves it against his head. Pretty normal. I think he was aware of it. As far as I know, and this is right where he walks up. As far as I know, all this was planned. He does that. Raja feels disrespected, but this guy apologized. He's like, "Oh, dude," because Raja was like trying to find him right there, and he keeps saying, "Like, yo, come on, I know, bitch." So there's already some insecurity on Raja's part, right? Yes, big time. So he goes live on Kick. I'm too old. I don't know really how Kick works. I know it's live stream and stuff like that. And here's the issue. That happens. Everyone Kick sees it, right? There's another wrestler that I saw a video of who's also involved with this organization going, dude, fuck them up. You're going to get yours. And if you don't worry about going too hard on me, make sure you get yours. I got your back. Right? That guy's not your friend. And nor is he another wrestler friend. He is a D6. So let's go. Yeah, 6. So, So he hypes Raja.
During
Right? And remember, how old Raja? Yes, maybe he's early 20s. He's a young kid. So Raja's sitting, and he's on Kick. And on Kick, there's a ton of comments out there that are hyping him up, going, "Oh, you a bitch," blah blah blah, kind of egging him on. And Raja's reading those, and one dude, he can even say, he goes, "You wouldn't say it to my face, motherfucker. Like, good luck. You wouldn't say it to my face." So there's a lot of negativity on this, very toxic, right? They're hyping Raja up. He's like, man. This is one reason you should make comments, especially on a live stream. Because those people making comments, they don't give a flying fuck about what happens. When they tell you to do something, say you won't do this, you a bitch, you got embarrassed, you're gay, whatever they're calling him. There's an insecurity in Raja. You can see, because after this event, we'll get to after this event, he's like, I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of being treated like a bitch. I ain't no punk. It's like, well, young man. What gives you that impression? People think you're a bitch, you're soft, you're a beta, you're some cock. Where are you getting this from? It's not from his dad. It's not from his training partners because he has some MMA fights. It's not from his family. It's definitely not from his friends. It's from these trolls online who are egging you on to do bad things. And none of them are bailing you out now, but so he got caught in this whirlwind, and there's no excuses. And his ego got involved, where there's some pent up anger from something going. I don't know what it's from. I don't know him that well. I know Rampage very well, but I don't know his son that well. Once, twice. So there seems to be some pent up anger, and it came out in this on a live stream, which it couldn't be worse. So you can play the video, then we can talk about it. So you'll see this gentleman who's in the hospital now, several face fractures, concussion, and here's the other thing. You're going to hear people go, that dude who got, the pro wrestler who got messed up, he should sue Raja. Right. So just so you guys know the way these lawsuits work, I'm going to go on a limb here and say neither of them have money. I know for a fact Raja doesn't have money. He's trying to find his way. He hasn't made money fighting. And you're going to say, well, he's Rampage's son. That doesn't mean shit. Rampage, yes, is successful, but he's a grown man. So that doesn't mean if you sue Raja, you get to Rampage's money. It doesn't work like that. So just so you guys know, you keep saying, oh, sue Raja. That dude, that wrestler, you're going to get nothing. You're dealing with a very young kid who has no savings, no endorsement deals, that doesn't have no fucking goose egg or money stored away. He's a young kid trying to find his way in this world. So the lawsuit's going to go nowhere. It's going to go nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. You guys are thinking because he's Rampage's son, he has money. That's not how this works. So that narrative isn't going to, it's just not a way out to fix how this has happened. You're going to see a lot of online, lawsuit coming, sure. What are you suing for? His 1994 Civic SI? What do you come for? The only time suing makes sense is if someone with money did you wrong. That's it. That's why when you see two big dogs, going at it, that makes sense. One has money, one's broke, it never makes sense. Play the video. It's tough to see. Like I said, my initial response before I saw the video was, how can I defend Rampage? He's in a tough spot. And they both told me, that says it all. My good luck.
So Raja's 25 years old. That's one thing. And the most recent report I heard about that guy, the wrestler, he was in stable medical condition. It's like super serious. I got one up with it.
Equals rest refers to combat rest. Somewhere around the 10th century,
so Raja even says that didn't hurt at all, right? These guys just all talking as professionals. It didn't hurt at all. It's just disrespect. It's like, no, buddy. You showed up to an event to take part in it. You're in their world, you're in their culture. And you get offended. It's just a young kid full of piss and vinegar, doesn't have anywhere to get his aggression out. That's what this is. This is people online, it's his picture wall. They start sub-farming, they go, whatever, if I get 50 subscribers, I don't know fuck kid words, I'll slam them and knock them out. So this is the issue. The issue, and this one can't defend it. The issue is he's on the live stream ringside saying what he's going to do. So it's premeditated. The whole time he's talking about it, he gets hyped up from this other wrestler who's clearly not his friend. Who's doing whatever, don't worry about going too hard, I got your back. Ever feel like that now? Does he have his back? No, of course not. The streamers who add him on, are like, oh, I'll subscribe if you knock this dude out, you're bad. So it's premeditated, and that's all on record. It's all online, so you're fucked there. If it was a lawsuit, but the issue is going to be if this pro wrestler decides to press charges. So y'all are thinking about money, but the biggest thing is the actual legal side of the criminal. That's the issue, because it could be looked at as attempted murder, premeditated attempted murder. That you're dealing with some real shit, which isn't fault. So it also depends on the pro wrestler how far he wants to take it. Now, if he goes, pro wrestler's been around a long time. If he goes, I'll show you, kid. They learned his lesson. I'm not pressing charges. There's not much here. Or if he goes, man, this whole thing was a bit. This whole thing was a work. I told him what I was going to do. He told me he was going to fuck me up inside the ring, and it just got out of hand. So if he says it's a work, there's not much he can do. So it depends. This was all predicated on how that veteran wrestler goes about it. So play the video. So you can tell he doesn't really know what's going on. The guy's kind of, see the guy's in on it. He goes, whoa. He's yelling. He's not down there. Big gap. Only have the same aggression as actual that takes 4 wrestlers There's something else going on. He's living in that world. He just read the comics. That's his own thing. It's not real. Has anyone ever done that to your face? If anyone called you a bitch or gay or this or soft, no, dude. So all right, they're going to say whatever they can to get a reaction out of you. And this young man, this is an issue for a ton of young people. They don't know how to deal with it. Because to him, that's his life. Right now, stream, he's trying to get into the spotlight. His dad's this fucking UFC pride legend, and his dad's huge. His dad has taken his career from fighting, he got into entertainment, streaming, and he's with Jackson, and his dad's leveled up, right? So, and his dad's trying to give his son shine and stuff like that. and he's getting shot for the first time, kind of, right? He's building up, his dad's helping him. He's ready to come. And it's manifesting. So, dude, come to this freaking wrestling match. It was cool, man. That disrespect that he felt online, that disrespect that he felt online comes out. And now you're looking at jail time.
It's considered widely to be a very unreliable.
That one's so out of hand. There's no, I mean, honestly, there's no way. This is the most alarming thing. So he does that. His first reaction is, I ain't no bitch. Y'all gonna quit fucking Raja. Who's fucking with you? Comments? I don't know anybody that doesn't deal with shit online. Everybody. Drake goes a song, there's a ton of toxic shit. Izzy goes a video, one of the greatest of all time, there's a ton of bullshit. It's just how it goes, dude. It's the world we live in. He's a young kid. They don't have the frontal lobes have to develop to do irrational shit. And he's thinking, oh my, the entire world thinks I'm a bitch, I'm some cunt, I'm gay, or whatever the fuck he says. And then this happens. And it couldn't have been a more perfect storm. You're on a live fucking stream. They kicked him out of that, so that's gone. You're on a live stream. You finally get a little short of your dad help you, trying to help you out, to give you some direction. And you completely sabotage it because of dumbasses online. You'll learn, and now hopefully, for the younger kids out there that see this, go, oh shit, man. Yeah, dude, that's how this goes. The internet won you. Those comments, those trolls, they would. Bet you won't. Bet you won't. I bet you if you went to those trolls' house and went, you do it. They go, oh my god, no, I would never. I want to see them do it. That's why they're bitches. That's why they write nasty stuff. They're all bitches. Those are the bitches, dude. Not you, Bubba. Be smarter than that. I see this, it's so sad. And he was just getting started, and that all goes away. If this veteran pro wrestler decides to wrestle this, that pro wrestler knows this was a bed or this was a work, and he just thought that's how it works. I'm not pressing charges. Roger's still going to take a lot of heat online, but you're not doing jail time. Then we can figure it out. If that dude wakes up and somebody's in his ear, he goes, dude, you gotta make this dude pay. He has to learn a lesson, he presses charges. It's a tough. Attempted murder. Shut up. I can't So Rampage always, jokes around with him constantly. That's what a loving father does with their kids. So I wonder if he takes it to the that's building up stuff he's reading. The issue is so Rampage probably, does his thing. Rampage is hilarious and constantly poking. And that's your dad. That's what he does. He probably grew up around it. He might not like it. And it just multiplies because they raise the comments. They're like, oh yeah, you a bitch. Oh, your dad's right. Oh, you're gay. So he's like, oh, I'm going to show you I'm not gay. It's like, no, your anger and aggression is in such the wrong place, dude. One or two parents.
Let's go, Roger. Let's go. Roger, let's go. Roger, I'm telling you, let's go. Listen to me, Roger. Listen to me right now, Roger. Let's go. Oh, you ever saw us go like a shit? Let's go. You ain't gonna do shit to me, bro.
No one's trying to fuck with you, dude. No one's trying to fuck with you. This was gonna be a fun thing for you.
Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities.
Yeah, and there's stuff earlier on too where he's talking about his, he got knocked out, or not knocked out, sorry, he got chased by a scoring session of one of his spinning kick and sparring, which Rampage got pissed off about it. He was like, you don't do that, don't spar.
More or less
So there's I want to clear up the misinformation about myself, Raj. I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Sky Stu, is awake and stable. Raja was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head by him moments before Smith's match. Raja was told that he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show. I think it was, but Raja just took it to another level. It was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, has no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring with me 2 days ago. I have no business to anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and I care for the situation. Yeah. What can you say? It's just a young kid full of piss and vinegar and the comments egg him on, and now he's realizing that that's probably not the way to go. Based on what I've heard, the spot with Roger Jackson at Knox Pro Wrestling was planned. However, Roger Jackson knocked the person out, renamed Skyo Stu, and followed up with a lot of heavy punches. Skyo Stu, Psycho. That's just a funny, weird way of doing it. Okay, Psycho Stu, which were not planned. Damage to was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. We were working to find out more of Stu and our thoughts. This guy hasn't been wrestling before. Is there any update? That's what I found out like 2 hours ago or something. It was stable, but stable, but critical condition. This is from the actual promotion. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with our brother, Mr. Stewart, Psycho Stu, as he remains a priority for monitoring his well-being. What was supposed to be a planned agreed upon wrestling spot turned to a selfish, irresponsible act of violence. This act is reprehensible and never should have occurred. In 17 years of operating Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything heinous take place like this, and we apologize. Yeah, there's just a bunch of different. It took him a while to even get up, but at least he got up there. Yeah, from what I saw, he clearly concussed and has fractures in his face. You just gotta hope there's not some internal bleed or something like that. I mean, if he's right now in critical condition, I mean, anything could happen at this point. This is from TMZ. So LAPD wants to launch an investigation. One little stupid mistake like that. If it should be done since Psycho Stu, the hospital where the inside goes, he was fine and recovering. Keep going down. Sources close to Vid tell TMZ can guarantee Roger will never be allowed at the pro wrestling match again. Yeah, no shit.
There is a
reference back as those diplomatic discussions of regional interconsideration.
Yeah, I think he just took it too far. He just snapped all the shit talking, people egging him on. You're at school, you know, the school, they're like, fight. That's the internet. So those kids on the sidelines, you know, fight. They know there's no repercussions for saying fight. They're not taking punches, they're not throwing punches. They have no skin in the game. They don't care what happens to them. They want chaos. They want to be entertained. It's no different with Raja on those live kick comments. They go, bet you won't, you're a bitch, I can do shit. Yes, I am. So now, these people that will never you don't know. They're probably young kids or not doing anything that you condone. Or they're not going to be anything you advise. You care about what they think. You're trying to impress them. Here's for everybody. You're never going to impress them. Those people will always be negative and toxic. There's nothing Roger can do to please that crowd. It's so stupid and just uncalled for.
Nevertheless, we do have to.
Alright, kiddos, let's take a little break here because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies, see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop in some details by yourself, see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policy. The process only takes minutes. It could mean hundreds more in your pocket. Visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, potential savings will vary, not available in all states. Psychosteer's brother released a statement. He's currently stable but in critical care.
Oh, so that's different than critical care. He's stable but critical concern.
He's stable but in critical care. So that means
That ain't good.
No. Why they were in critical care? Anyways.
Parnassa equals livelihood appears in selected to surgical context regarding learning and supporting young
I
families.
wonder what could happen to him too. Like,
Aramaic Hebrew.
Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin
Again, it's all
of
brachiology and story.
let's go straight to Khazarian. What exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazarian region?
no, this is like when you show you're the one that showed me
The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about
The initial
the way
reaction
it
is
has
just
been
how I
received
operate. I was
by.
like, I defend these kids to get so much shit
This
on.
is what the German historians call Geschichte, history of the
People are saying, oh, that Stuart's got
ideas, forms, and
things
development
developed.
yeah, but when I first saw the video, I thought it was watermelon, and it was a can, and then when it was a can, I was like, oh shit, I want to fight this guy back. And then with the video again, if you notice it, he puts his hand on his head, and then kind of like, basically,
Yeah, but let's say I called you. That's actually a story. So pro wrestling match goes down, and we'll have you involved.
great poet,
Cool. I'll give you details on our way there. I'll pick you up on the same Friday night
The
next
story
Friday.
goes like this.
Pick you up on
There is this
You're gonna do the thing. How do we get there?
somewhere around
Some
the year
wrestlers
730
do something
is
pitch off, right?
like
Like
over
a
spiritual
something like that,
ritual,
and then that will build into the real practice of taking it and make that people. And you have and then he does it, and all that stuff. That would be like going to the schoolyard
bilateral debate.
There's no consequences. They just want as much chaos as possible. Your expense is jail.
All of his poets notice that there is a 500-year difference between setting up the story and the authorship of the story. A lot of time. We have to understand that specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Rothschild essentially
Touch on his face.
stories of Khazars as a kind of literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative
So when I
merits
fight Chris
of
Tucker
Christianity and
and
Islam.
I'm knocking out like a minute,
By doing so,
I'm so afraid he's gonna take me down. I won't be able to use my elbows.
That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and there's actual historical element of the version of the Khazars.
He has like I had a legit seat up on my fucking elbow. And I was so worried. I was like, oh my god, when he takes down, I can't use my elbow. I was like talking to Greg. I was literally 5 minutes before the fight, I was taking a stretch and draining, or just come back. Just keep going. Keep using my stretch myself. Yeah, I just keep draining it, kept coming back. Nothing I could do. I had a legit seat cup titty on my elbow.
So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Jackson and Shepard. We're still at 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating, very important source, which was exceptionally important for Galevi's work as well. Custodian and Shepard, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures on the book on the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin and was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish people? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speak with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from Joseph. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of Ulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarian Judaism, all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided these letters to the messengers of Custodian and Shepard were essentially some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Do they exist? Are they authentic? Are they actual letters from Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism. But nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we will see, many skeptics will say that the plural anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will not go into what that is lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval scroll of documents which were literally thrown away, but were basically preserved. So they were and in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone in Jewish communities today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a ketzak, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this contact, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or may come from the originating community like Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they go back and watch. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. This is not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Kiev argued that Kiev may have been founded by At any rate, the letter specifically describes how the person has fallen out of line, amazingly at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, I have better, or we have better. Fascinating, that indicates that there was evidently people who probably this is the signature of someone who was important to the Jewish community, like a rabbi or a Hana, which was the president of the and he obviously is literate to write very unusual, unless there was a we have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Caesarea as well. Perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describes the origin of the Kiev Rus, population which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine, was also shared with the Russian Empire and so on. It's also called the Povest Ramenia, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Vladimir to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Khazari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And it's absolutely fascinating that not only do we wrestle with a story that is essentially told in the letters of Joseph, they actually report the same kind of story. Of course, it ends up that Vladimir decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Obviously, chose is going to be Jewish. He very clearly did, by the way. This is, one of those data points that you can't ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community. And it's going to be this month at the time. And finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this appearance we found in the Tiger Kingdom as part of the so-called spilling cord. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time. 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islam and faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There's not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from Khazar archaeological is especially cool. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly did happen? Let's have a look at that. If you ask Professor Shaul Stout, who we met in the last lecture, we were talking about DNA, Dr. Stanford is definitely one of the skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, when we still have all these little bits of data, we have the letter, the spilling towards the coin, and things like that, what does all that mean? So, trying to put together, one of the biggest questions we have is if they did convert to Judaism. I tend to believe something happened there because of the conversion. Why did they convert? It doesn't seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai Shapur, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long, I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with they did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine and then Kiev in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potential neutral position. Perhaps they hope to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Coptic Czar earlier, and Christian lands so that they witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the Mexican Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia and the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active Babylon in Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they moved. Secondly, how Jewish was this nation, both in terms of qualities and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these authors were rabbinic orientation or Karaite orientation. The documents like the key of the letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen in hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they took on. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion? Like see, for example, with Helena of Abiabenet, who changed to Judaism for her husband, Jewish. Is it possibly similar to a conversion into Simeon in the Peninsula? We simply don't know how many Jews converted to Judaism. It could be that this was simply a local conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. Thirdly, perhaps contributing to ongoing history of the Khazars.
There's more video. It's just
they go. That the empire lost its political position in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev was destroyed from the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations like in the Caucasus, like the Mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about content. Sometimes I have to actually shut off these comments because they just get way out of hand. You might wonder if this is your first time encountering these questions. Why do people care? What is the big deal on some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who is an Israeli historian, who's written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish, which essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews,
Ashkenazi do have a problem with house lawn. They'll do it on the south lawn, but they have some weight issues. The octagon is 25,000 pounds. They'll fly out there with 28 people, all the work. It's going to be a great job.
which has such a profound impact
1,000
on
pounds.
Yeah, they're good.
modern politics in particular since the 19th century in particular. They're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now this has a
I
lot of
think you have
appeal
3
to
days
people
left. I
who
repeat,
wish to
3
see
days left to
modern
enter to
Jews
win.
take
This is the
down
last week that it's officially
maybe
over.
for religious reasons that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I don't think I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers, who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. Sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? As we discussed, when we look at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not
in Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic, Genghis Khan and the Making of the Muslim World, and he has written many other books, including
So a lot of
Emperor of the
anti-Semites
Seas,
do
Kublai
like
Khan and the
Professor
Making of
Ari's
China,
hypothesis.
Genghis Khan and the Quest for
People like
God,
Professor
the
Zahn, they also
history
see
of the
kind of like
Mongol
a
queens,
liberal
and
approach
other
to this
books.
as well. The
I'm
right
going to
wing
know
may
Jack
see it
more
as
after this
a
conversation,
traditional
and I cannot speak
the
highly
left
enough
wing,
about
as
him.
we see
He's
Professor
a truly
Zahn,
brilliant,
he wishes to
thoughtful,
disassociate himself specifically
This
with
was a huge honor and pleasure.
Jewish claim
This
to the land of
Select
Israel.
Treatment podcast
If Ashkenazi
check our
Jews, the
sponsors
argument
in the
goes,
description,
are not
and consider
really
subscribing
Jewish,
to this channel.
and
now
Israel is to be a
Here's
homeland
Jack
for Jews,
Weatherford.
that
Genghis
therefore,
Khan, born
where
in
the argument goes, invalidates the
1962,
Ashkenazi
became
claim
the
to
conqueror
the
of
land
the
of
largest
Israel
contiguous
as
empire
their
in history. But
And
before
that's a
that,
pretty strong thing to
he
say
was a
politically.
boy named
That's why,
Temujin,
ironically,
who
we
at 9
sometimes
years
find
old
the Khazarian
lost everything.
hypothesis
His
to be
father
read
was tried
by
living
those
in
who
poverty,
have issued
adapted
the
to
Jewish
the
code
harshness
right,
of the
and
Mongolian steppe.
left.
From a
That's
boy
why the
with
situation
nothing
seems to
to
have
the
so much
conqueror of
traction,
the
even
world.
in the
So
21st century.
tell me about this boy.
But in
His
terms of
childhood
the overall
and
Jewish
Mongolian
history,
steppe,
it's
she came
a
from.
fascinating
The story of Genghis
story.
Khan, like the story I think of all of
But
us,
we're going to move on from this
doesn't
now.
begin in
We're going to look at
birth.
a much more
It's
significant
the
topic.
beginning of life. The story begins long
Middle Eastern
before.
Jewry.
Sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes very shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called gears, tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke look at your father, Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols are very clear. He looked down and he saw a glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came raced down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart. where his wife was when he was murdered. And Erlon had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, "You must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and take me. If you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulla after my name. And you remember me when you're with her." It's a very dramatic poem. And he rode away, and he looked back and forth, and said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were moving back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. The three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took her. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, "Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again." That was the moment. Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story, his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. Will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. See this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth brought at his point, the child's father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born. But all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who's being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochik. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, it wasn't even there when Temujin was born. It was all fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One was named Temujin, which is sort of a person of iron. He's from the Turkic, today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him,
After the man he killed.
after the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, his second wife, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife, and he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not an auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. Father and mother moved camp one time. He was quite young, and somehow overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but he was 4 or 5 maybe. And he was left behind, and it turned out some other people, the Taichu, found him. And then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding life in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to them, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he could marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife back to keeping him. There was something about Timuchin having been lost once and found by the Kaichud and reunited with the family. And now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to his family, but he never made it. He jumped with another family until like the first family came across. And so much of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. We saw a girl burst who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so left him there with that family.
There's also
On the way home,
economic incentives
the
drawing
father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figured out who everybody is. So they figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now,
of course, there are some
Timuchin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person, comes to get him and take him back. And they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Erla now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp, the winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started a ceremony when they did not tell Erlu.
Early modern period.
And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. Oh, you're the one from whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come. We do not have to take care of you as a captive woman. She was not a real wife. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, and at that moment she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner husband and she raced around people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Timuchin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe, 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigel, the other woman with her, all left there on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die. How do they make it? Mother Earl, being aware of the secret history, she pulled her hand down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet on her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at his young age, Timuchin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get some fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved everyone, the children.
So, Timuchin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment,
and struggle.
Also to South
Yes,
Africa.
he was kidnapped.
Sent away on nephew
One
birth
point,
before
by
taking
Tai
it.
Chi people.
from
In
Europe.
which community
He was
Hebrew.
kidnapped,
So if
and we would say, I think the correct word would be
Water drawing
enslaved.
temple,
They
water
put him
light
to
is rich in Allah
a yoke,
this
like
map
an
is
ox would wear. And so his two arms are in it, and his head
or
is
serving
in
unsafe
it.
to learn
And he's
Allah's
trapped in this
application.
thing. Every night he would be taken to a different by their family. One night there was a little celebration, so most of the people were drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart.
Galactic variant.
And Temujin managed to take the cake, the wood yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those were the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a cake on him. He's still trapped under it. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape.
To look at the origins of Polish
The next day he knew one family.
the origins of
He
the
thought he
entire
could go to.
Eastern European Jewish
He was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. And they, in fact, were a captive family.
And for those of you who took a time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope
Managed
that
to
you
saw
come to us
off the
refreshed
tank
and
and then
relaxed.
burn it in
And
their
for all of
fire.
us, I wish you
And
all
they gave him
a
food
wonderful
to escape.
year of blessings.
And then he had to go find his
Now
family.
where this is the year
So this is the kind of life
5782
that this boy Temujin had.
traditional count. Now that
So
we're
he
past
fires, the neck is trapped, and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word.
word.
They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped.
You never eat more
From
calories
all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
He says, thank God,
Running around.
right?
Deeply alone.
Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my
Yes.
humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about
And he
the
has to go
origins
find
of Polish
wherever his
people. When
family
I say
is.
Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat foundationally because
Of his breaking
the
local
nation
tradition
as a
and
whole
kinship
was
is
dominated by
the most
something called
important thing above all else.
Lithuanian
Because here's
the
one story where he's
which has
abandoned
the
over and over and
borders
over.
of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618,
See, the
but
men who
superimposed on
kidnapped her,
contemporary
they had
political
an
boundaries
obligation
in a sense of what it
under
was.
Mongol
This is
laws
massive territory.
marry her
Poland
when
was
her
half
husband
sort of like the southwest core of it, but after
They
the
should take care of
dynastic
her and her children.
Lithuania,
Because her
it
children
spread
are the children of their brother. They got the
almost
sons of
stretched
the clan. They should. No, they had all deserted. All
well
deserted.
into
He learned very
Europe,
early
Russia, down
we cannot trust
into Central Europe.
You mentioned that
And
Genghis
so
Khan's childhood
the material that I'm discussing today does not really
was
apply
marked by
strictly
extreme
speaking
tribal
to Poland
violence.
as we
Can you
understand it
describe
by 21st century boundaries,
the
but
state
a
of
larger
affairs in the
entity,
steppe?
which
How much
includes
violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
Lithuania, where
The
there's very,
story
very large.
of Temujin is not a
The southern
unique
part of
story for
Latvia is
that
also
time.
very important because it was part
Now,
of
as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids
which
of the
became
people
the
around them.
dominant
But
center
they are
of
constantly raiding in the
world
winter
Jewish
and
population.
for women and for horses and for
So
kind of
there is
valuables
a
that they
small
can find.
migration now.
It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. The
first century
raid the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or
And these are metals that come from
Mongols produce nothing.
and
They
make their way
produce
through the
felt to
Khazari
make their
Empire
tents.
as well.
But they were not
The
Christian.
extent
And so
of
they had to
Khazari
get these
influence
items
is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears
Even
throughout
in the genealogy,
there are occasional references.
generation
to
after
Khazari
generation.
Jews, for example,
women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child.
It's not
It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Tsar, he will realize that the Jewish source of most of the feuding
and
is
they
that
left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures,
and later he will
Khazaria,
outlaw
they left behind very, very
kidnap
little
women and
of
the slaves
presence
with their part, not only because
cultural
of what happened
aspects,
to his
literary
mother,
aspects and so on. We don't really know
but
a
what
lot
happened
about
to him next
how
in his
extensive
life.
this penetration
And
was
this is
and
one of the
how
things
it
we talk
affected
about.
the
This,
later dominance
in some ways, the love story.
really big
His wife was,
migrations into
her
poor
kidnapping was the defining
wealth, and especially after the
one
16th
place
century. And they're
James
coming
the
to that.
Conqueror was created.
They're coming primarily from
That
Germany,
point is what he
through
described.
Austria,
First of all, his
places
love
like that.
for
But that's
this
really
woman,
where
what
you
that
have
means,
the
and what the kidnapping of her meant.
there you see lots of traces of her. Lots of very
Girl he had met when he was 8 years old,
cultures
that
that
she was
started
She's now 17.
Rhineland and then
she
made
and
their
her
way
mother
to the east.
come.
Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming language of the Jews.
It's hard to imagine
Basically,
what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly,
so
here
we
is
begin to
the
see
love of his life.
some legendary
living with him,
evidence of
making him
their
happy.
appearance in the
He has
region
somebody
as
who
early as
loves
the
him.
8th and
Not
9th
just his
century,
mother
but
running around
begin
getting food,
to
trying to feed
coalesce
the 5
around
children
the
he
10th
lost,
and 11th
the
century.
other
One of the
two
things he's
children.
doing, for example, really
He
good,
has somebody
is
who
that
loves
these
him.
are certain kind of
It's
royal
all the
instincts
excitement that you can
nature.
imagine with the
Money,
fire in
have a
the
look
eyes,
at these
excitement in
literally making money,
last
not
a few months.
things to be used as money,
So
not
there they
necessarily
are.
making money for themselves,
And
which
there's
I'm
a
sure
lady
goes hand in
missing
hand with
that
it.
we don't know exactly who she is.
The
What was they
earliest
called her
coins
grandmother?
posted in
Fanny
color
Coloction is
actually
there.
written
Fanny Coloction is sleeping
with characters
on the floor of the gear.
stencils of several of them. And here's
Early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in her earth.
Moshka Karo, or Moshka Karo, which is
She
clearly
rouses the family.
the phrase for King
But Mother
Yeshua,
Erlund is in
a
charge.
12th century
Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though
highlights
is now married.
She
She puts all her children on a horse.
Why would
She takes the baby girl to put it in her own lap.
make coins with Hebrew letters?
She has one
Most
extra
likely
horse.
to widespread illiteracy, which was partial to the region, and
She
the
knows
fact that
just who the men are. She has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming
working
for
with
a woman.
money.
They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts is a
Rather,
girl. They
we'll have a
know
lot more to say about this in
that they're coming.
introduction. We'll talk a little bit
So
about
she
the
leaves
economic
she goes
basis of
the other one.
Jewry, but
She leaves this
essentially,
old lady,
this is just
Fanny
some of the
Coloction, that she has her own
archaeological
cart.
evidence that proves
And she
that
leaves first.
from about the
They
10th
pile
century
into Granny's cart.
when we look at why migrated to
Attackers get down.
Lithuanian
Mother
colonies,
Erlund is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain,
and
to
coal
the
factories,
mountainside, away from
factors
them,
which
because the men are so focused on
out
this
of
cart,
Western Europe
finding out
and
how
there
many
are
women
factories
are in
which
there and who they are.
into Eastern
So
Europe.
Mother
Eastern
Erlund
Europe was definitely
saved her
a
family.
place of refuge for Jews. See their subtle representation by
And Luther realizes he's
representation
obeyed his
as
mother,
who is
but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I
protection,
do think this is the
so much
defining
so that
moment
you
of
see
his
some of
life.
the great scholars like
The story began back when his mother was kidnapped.
Militia,
Now the kidnapping of his wife.
kind of like etymology.
What should he do? What can he do?
Told
Is he going to just
here,
resign himself to it?
here we will find refuge.
And is he
So,
going to go
in
out
terms
for
of the
another
push
life?
factors, what was driving
And he decides that
out
life is not worth living.
the first marked
He has
thrust
found something
that
within
goes
his
to
life. And he has to die
to
trying to get her back.
eastern part
He
of
will
Europe,
die trying to get her
crusade
back.
massacres of 10
And this is the early steps of the military genius,
primarily in
because in order to get her back
that seem to be
requires
outside of the
an actual organization of troops.
legitimate state
He
authorities.
needs allies.
And
Jews
were very
A man who ruled the Karya
as a
people in central
minority,
Mongolia
are always
and
vulnerable to
over
mob
where the
violence.
capital of
They
Ulaanbaatar is.
rely on the
He
legitimate
goes there
authorities
because
to
that
maintain
Wang Han is his name,
a society.
He goes there because Wang Han had
As we've discussed
been the
in
lord
previous
over
lectures,
his father at
Jews
one
are
point, and his father had gone
typically
on rage
very
with him.
happy to live
So he went there.
in
And actually, it's a
environments
good
where
gift.
there is
That's
some
because
minor
Washington's mother had
discrimination
bought
against
a sable
degree
coat
of endemic
as a gift
anti-Semitism,
for Mother
but only
Erlund.
if the rule of God is protected. Meaning,
Marriage.
perhaps there would be an
So he took
English
the coat,
college that Jews will not be allowed
and
to
he took
enter
it with he gave it as a gift to Ron Hahn and asked for his help.
Tax breaks, they're not allowed to take advantage of whatever it is, as long as they know that someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they will go to police will investigate it, we can't cover the things, and we'll have a proper criminal trial. So Jews fear mob violence, like any minority. You had
the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning oil and years for central not of his camp.
More of the ragtag followers
becomes his
and that they broke their authorities, including the church.
loyal as you've described.
When there's an
The best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. Who was John?
a series of
Shamakel
expulsions.
was a boy
France
about the same age.
expulsions to Virginia.
And his family at winter camp close to where Mother Uru was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations
Now there's
earlier,
also
or 5,
the
the
Polish
high
economy
woman
was actually
herself
having
was
a very difficult
kidnapped.
time.
And actually, John was the descendant of Ur, from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then the Muji is descended from her through the new economy.
As we saw earlier,
Is it almost the same from the same group? They come from the same
they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to
their eyes were similar in that both lost their fathers very early.
how the understanding
John also lost a mother. So he grew up in the
and so
household of his
the
grandfather.
local Polish
He had no
leaders were actually
siblings.
complaining
Unlike
and saying,
Jerusalem with
please
a
come to
household
our area.
of siblings.
Are
He grew up with
literate
his grandfather. His grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of
concentrated
old women,
areas
which
and
makes it
advantage
an
of
influence on his life. The Jews
they
speak.
also
So they come from the background. And John does not as deprived by
created
any means
something
as the
called
life of
a
the Muslim. He has a certain
West
emotional deprivation.
not the
Having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old
It's
people.
basically like a
The two
medieval
boys meet. They become good friends, playing on the
specific
so they're playing on the ice,
that
and then
community made
very early on, I think when they're
Although
about
some of
10
these
or
charters
11
were
years old,
actually written much
they
later
decide to make a
and designed
pact.
to look
It's
like
called
they were
being
written earlier, they
Unda.
nevertheless did
Unda is
reflect
more than a friend. A friend is
long-standing
the root
agreements
in the language. And there are several different types of friendship.
disabilities
Unda
of the Jews in
is a
particular
friendship
regions.
that's beyond a friendship. It's
Right of
something for life.
settlement, and the right
They swore
to
that they
control
would
their
be there
fields,
forever,
the right
to
to
protect each other, to
indicate
help each other in every moment.
when
And
foreign
they
Jews
exchanged
moved in and set up
So
dispute.
each one of them had the
And
knuckle
what
bone of
monopolies Jews would have, we'll get some more about this when we get to
knuckle bones are
the
used in these games and play. It's also used to
often
forecast the future. You can
monopolies.
roll them
For
around.
example,
It's very strange. On the ice, I will say,
distribution of alcohol.
in wintertime in
So
Monrovia,
many
it
Jewish
can be
hotels
up
and
to 50
people
degrees
you have
below zero.
Jewish
It doesn't really matter up there.
Jewish
Probably
kids,
it's
because that was
Fahrenheit or what it is.
Prayer.
Bear in
Slide
mind also
something
that
across the ice and it's just
corporate environment
absolutely smooth
where
like
it's not
silk
like
and it goes on
individuals
for
who
a
say,
long
no, I
way.
think I'd like to go
And
to
if you
the
put your
Krakow,
ear
and
down
go
to
to
the
the
ice,
Krakow, and they find
you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound.
people lived within
It's just like the angels are singing out of their hearts. So once there's one relationship of Unda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. So there's very specific
Polish
that
leaders
Jalka
were very
took the
enthusiastic
father
about
off of a 2-year-old
so
calf
extended to them a series
and
of rights
he
that
whittled it
guaranteed,
down,
above all,
and he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow.
rights to live, which is used like that.
For several
And also
purposes,
economic
one was that
privileges
Jews
that allow them to fly
for
very
signals from one thing,
There'd
from
be a
one
lot
person
more to
to
say about
another.
this.
Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling
But
arrow
for the time
in the
being,
opposite direction to
First
make the animal.
Crusade
And a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. I told them they had been close friends. And on the hunt, said, okay, Jalka should raise some troops to go with you.
these things are actually set down right in
So the three set out. Some troops from Valhalla. He himself did not go to his temple, but he sent some troops,
You shall spread verse
and
4.
his troops, and then basically just and his family, he just had his brothers. That's all. They set off
And just to
to
give
find
you
the
a sense
American
of
people
what that
of
looks
the
like, here's a
Slave
map
River,
that
which
shows
moves
the
into Siberia
relative
and all these little
concentration
like
within the boundaries
they have to go through some extremely rough territory.
as of 1764.
You see in this
See that
episode,
the
though,
yellow
John
means
Carter
less than
is
about
a little bit fierce,
the deep red is
not necessarily thinking it through carefully.
Because it's where the
He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the working people. They're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the air. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Von Hansby came late and he gave a long lecture about we are almost. And if we give our word is our promise forever. And read or bleed or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive. So these troops that move in on the Merkin camp, they also come in at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because they're out hunting sables on the Merkin bed. So they race back to the camp and they tell the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marshall has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be
but
kidnapped
also
again.
self-regulated by
So she and
these
the
municipalities
coalition
basically
again,
very
and so they're looking
what
into the
happens
clock
in
to go
Poland,
away.
they
So
take the
Temujin
terms and
comes
they
in and there's a full at night so they can see what they're doing. He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to
national
that.
organization.
And he's calling for her,
Twice a year,
and she hears his voice.
and they
She
would make
knows who it
decisions
is.
that would affect
Jumps
all
off the cart
Jews
and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabbed her. And then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else."
Of the
He was
council
very
lands.
clear about that.
They had to, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities, they worked very closely with the state and the
Yes,
Polish state,
aside from the things, yes, his
Lithuanian
first
state,
full
particularly
now,
at first,
along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors,
social functions
he
that
had
they
killed
wanted
his
to
own
route
brother.
out. But once they realized that it was more efficient to collect taxes directly from it rather than
was that
council
you
lands
explain
involved, that
in Mongol society
led to the revolution of the council lands in particular.
the power struggle
That is
there,
why open
and
elected.
you know, not
But the
demoralized,
times
there's
they
also
dealt with were really quite significant.
you know
And
the ethical foundation behind the
the
murder.
way in which
The
Jews
killing
lived,
of Victor, that's one of the things that's totally unknown
was really one of the
outside.
high points of
None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this. History was decided to say Victor was the older child
comparable
of
in
such
many ways to what we see
and his son,
happening.
the older brother has complete authority over the younger siblings.
It would result in a kind of
They
a
have to
Polish
refer to him
Jewish
with a special
synthesis,
pronoun all
very
the
similar in
time.
many ways to the German
And he
Jewish
refers to them
synthesis of
as
the
chief.
19th
It's
century.
like
But of course,
formality.
then again, in the 20th
His word
century, all
goes.
on
He is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's
For the time being,
might come
I hope you enjoyed this lecture.
if a man dies and his brothers either has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow. If he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Baxter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry or early. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that.
Hello and welcome to
Already,
another
Victor was ordering him around so he would take things like
Today I'd like
fish
to
or
begin
bird.
with a discussion of the 17th century.
That's
We're going
perfectly
to look at the
acceptable.
Magnitsky uprising.
Also hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish,
Ukrainian leader will I'll show you a picture one shortly, and it's sometimes recorded Roman characters with the spelling.
Anything to do for
Malniki.
just take
It's actually pronounced Malniki with the letter O at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, and a very large loss of life and a significant disruption. There was a very rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is very important artists in Europe. And it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place where the Ukrainian Cossacks gather. Cossack, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 19th century, so sometimes it's applied in a very sometimes used as a military designation, Russian army and so on. That's actually Cossack were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs, and they used pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the Rapids on the Potomac. And there they engaged in some kind of venture with the workforce, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like an transformation. This is before the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, a Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism, which we'll get to that in a second. And regarded themselves as being some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. Its relationship between these groups is very significant, and the Russians in particular were trying to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malo-Russians or little Russians, meaning they were younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this day that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenaz heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, especially accelerating into the 18th century, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to just about this look at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic ultimately undefined themselves separate from Poles and Russian rebels. But for the time being, they were still under control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was also discussed tonight. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Crimea, and it is along this river that we have some Cossacks in our house, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive landholdings in this region, very fertile
It's a huge
because of
issue.
chairmanism, it's black soil. This is the
It's one of those things that to
red
this
basket
day
of
behind
housing.
it's
And these Polish landlords were, very keen
he
on
says much later
hiring
in
the
life,
Jews to manage
his
these
own sons are
massive
building
estates
this town.
while they
They call
lived
that
in
first
West
child
Harbor,
market
to the
bastard.
north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a naive pattern, would undertake these arrendators. The arrenda is essentially a type of
You did
tax
not see
farm.
the sky
We've seen
turn
that before
around. You did
in
not see
medieval
the stars
periods, where
falling. You did not see
the
the
authority
over.
would
You
actually
don't know
own
what was happening.
not
And if
only
I say
the
he is
land,
my
but
son,
on
he
the
is
town.
my son, or you
You know,
will
the
say
red
otherwise.
the
You were not there. You come to the same
all
Lord
kinds of things.
if
They
your mother
would
could hear your
lease
words,
the
her
entire territory to
would
the
turn
Jews
to
and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews
We go back to the
to
beginning. She's
act as
pregnant.
a community
There's
to
a
essentially
lot of valley.
tax the local peasants
And
in
he
whatever
and
way
Jonah
would be
decided
effective
to
at
renew
raising
their
the amount
vows
of
of
money
being
that was contracted.
each other.
This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable
It's
way
more
of
serious.
running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily,
We
particularly
can't say tribe.
if
It's
the
not
Polish
even a different
government say,
tribe.
you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that and the difference between what they have to charge noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative
It was unusual bear who had a little
if the Roman get greedy and demand more, the Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to
It
get
has
that
meaning,
tax
but I
on the
don't know all
peasants.
the meanings.
So that tax could have been developed into a variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce, it could be a work tax, like the corvée, which is called Rothschild at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folk tales, use of the church. For example, if the Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge Jews the keys to get into the church. This is widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants especially resent the Jews as the leading edge of the Polish authority and Polish demands on their The Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, and it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce, things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the Latifonia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping. So you see in this remarkable
sometimes we can't quite understand.
the so-called Kretschheim, or the inn, which was typically manned by Jewish families. Was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propenatio. And so the Jews could control this entire industry, can tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish nobles. And this was one of those moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society, providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is, conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly success, and also the use of credit for the consumption is something that we certainly want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why the resentment could easily build up against Jews because of their role in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe.
They had just separated
Jews as being more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the countryside are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music and business. At any rate, there was an environment that was ripe for an intellectual conversation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their servant owners and so on. And he gathered together and wrote a nationalist movement that led them in massive attacks against Catholic and their Jewish daughters. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it incorrectly as a moment of religious repression as well, because the Poles are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact creating a church there that was kind of a compromise between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, in which, for example, the rights were allowed to remain, Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacked Polish nobles, and actually attacked the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shop builders, and he has actually title from his people in LA, small businesses and so on. Even though they may not have been the architects of any kind of anti-African oppression, they nevertheless
That's not a title that anyone had ever held. Jesus directly.
So the Hebrew in this particular period, the year 1648-49, over more years, is called the Xeras Tachat, which in something very negative. And words with Jewish literature,
meanings a word has, the more power that word has. There's a different meaning in different languages. Mongolian, it sounds like strong.
for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are
many
recorded
Turkic people,
several
including
chronicles,
themselves,
the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is the Hebrew.
So it's exciting to them. There's a double meaning.
Psalms translated, I think,
the double meaning plays with each other.
and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated, and others accounts yet calculate the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of languages tend to adopt without question
So I think Genghis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things.
Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stamper in
He was ruling
particular
over him, and
have
so
proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence of the fight was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge devastating attack on the Jewish population. There was devastating attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. There's many accounts from Glickala Hamon to the important commentators, Shah, who all write about those experiences at this time. But the numbers that are commonly viewed out are probably large. It's probably tens of thousands of horrific number.
Very quickly also defeated.
Anyway, what ends up happening to this uprising is that he decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to Russia, which initiates a long association with frequent difficulty between Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that 20th century. However, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and runs through the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the one may argue, the signs of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Muslim coexistence, there was also a Philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures. But for now, Knowledge emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is terrific for Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. One more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nationalist in Kyiv today, monument to Bogdan and it was constructed in the 19th century. It shows famously pointing north to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsar's days, which really like to play up the fact that it's decided to ally with the Russians. The original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft, actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is one picture I can find out on the web, but in the original draft, it's a casting of it. Behind his horse, there's a falling pole that was knocked down by his passage in Congress, which explicitly stated in the draft that the final version he succeeded by being killed and the Jews. And it's a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians that was not conducive to a wrestling power. In fact, it would only come until the early 20th century, which will have about it at a lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could actually interfere with peaceful existence had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Hellenistic rising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing. And to know there are a lot of people out there
that was just a formality that he would
Jewish history.
or maybe when Jamaika offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty
Yes.
for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, there's the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was my hero. She was positive in every regard. Of course, we know forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Judaism, it was just a little too headed for me, evaluation of these things like, oh, we're going to come down and work and we're going to go through the so we'll kill everybody and all.
Traditionalist kind of
He had flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Gucci.
Judaism.
Also, he explained himself in the outlaw. And he said, we both lost our father. I also lost my mother. And you had a strong brother to raise you. I did not. He said you had Bershta. You have a very strong wife to help you. My wife is, and just used the word like prattler, like she just plays and prattles along. So we did not have a relationship. Something about that rings true. There were some elements of that that were true. But Jonathan certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, the artists, especially.
Knowledge story in this regard.
Yeah, there's in that relationship there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the sake of power. So it was very practical. What is the way to maximize the success of this operation?
Yes, he was the one. What happened to Gold Belt? Their gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened? So he just said because Djibouti was never a material place. As Genghis Khan was the ruler, in some ways he became the richest man in the world because he controlled most of the world through him. But he always dressed simply, he always lived in a tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat, I dress the way my soldiers dress, I live the way my soldiers live. So he had no interest in well life.
In fact, the large chunk of
Khan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade, wealthier people and all, but
who
just didn't have the temperament, I think, that would help the largest or Genghis Khan's continued rise.
Russia
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
was actually
Absolutely nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, comes and
all of a sudden
by the riches.
oh my God,
He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value.
he dealt with it
He changed and matured in various ways over life as we all do.
kind of strange.
But he
Term
never
basically means
became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He
were
was
allowed
never twisted. He
to
had
add
the
some
simple life.
changes to the
Part
borderlands.
of the simple life for him
Certain areas like
meant that
Kiev
no one
were
was allowed
actually
to write about him.
for some time.
No one was allowed to
Interior
make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no
Could get
tomb,
permission to
no
live
temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, as simple as a gravestone.
It's fascinating that a boy that doesn't know the world
This is the
would
region,
have the intelligence to
particularly
understand
in the
the
southern area
that is.
of
Somebody builds a statue
where Hasid is
that's like a
especially
slippery slope
with the
towards
exception of
becoming
Chabad,
not seeing the world clearly, not seeing yourself as fans that don't tell you the right the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. It's interesting that he had that foresight of scripture. Don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for the
It's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power.
facts and so on. Overturns
and
that
yet
a couple of
he maintained this very
where
fierce
there is
attitude
pressure
towards all his relationship with people around
one of
him.
the ways in which they
Regard
react
mostly the
is by
his
developing
private
The
part
Herald
of
like that
the
Hebrew for the
simple
what exactly is the
that was his relationship, his family. He had
her
no wives.
is actually
This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until
basically
1278.
someone
Well, by then he already been dead for 50 years. And then no statue
is understood to be someone who goes beyond what is naturally required.
Just incredible. But let's go to
in all kinds of
you've referenced several times, the
secret
secret history.
Secret history is a very unusual document.
Like
And I have to love it very much.
those are kind of like
I said, Chickasaw will have nothing to be written about him. With his life, people, even the army was the heat. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet. It was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read. And I didn't. Some
what attaches to God through
some did. One of the things he did was every campaign, even the one in the market when he rescued others,
they all adopted a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine.
and that child became a full member of the organization in his household. His mother raised her. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a tar boy who turned out not to be great as a soldier. But he could read and write. He was the best. And later he became a supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course.
This is something that really appealed
Genghis Khan died. He recognized that it was important just to write down the law. Genghis Khan allowed
educational centers that were
nothing about him.
also
Campaigns
or
military
charismatic
dynasties
of leaders, which were
realized that this was going to be lost. This is a great thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, people contributed to it. It's a little bit unclear.
This was part of the
They don't specify that. They always say exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the it was 1228. Genghis Khan died in 1227. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the very
followers were not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were sincere, and
they look at me, I asked them about this, I said, what?
much more passionate
His name
and more secret.
she was named here, they married.
Somewhat desiccated version
Practical
focused
about
on
it.
the
I think they're real
archetypes
people,
that
maybe they were
more
or
associated with
but so this earlier history is the
one of the most
genealogy
prominent
is
leaders of that time
it should be.
was Israel ben
But it's also in there, like Bonajar, they call it Bonajar, the ancestor of he's cast out because he's just so dark, the rest of the family doesn't have.
after his
His
lifetime.
father is determined who he was. He kidnapped a Khanhai. She has his father
There
who
were
comes in and says to him,
people who were wandering around the southern part of
confusing
the
mess, but I think
violation
it's probably accurate. There's a lot of
masters
information.
of
And by the time you
the
get
name
to the
of
life of the reason we know these intimate things because that person, he was there, sleeping in the same bed with the people. So we even see in there, people record instances where Martha sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You can't do this anymore, you can't think of it. I mean, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate
library there.
This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's mission because
People like Hillel
all
Bali,
the information
who were
about
like,
them. So it was secret for a very long time.
Hasidic leaders,
So much so that the scholars began to think
creating
it
amulets
exists.
for them.
And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic
Not
was
all of
working
these
in
amulet makers were especially
China,
reputable. Some of them were Charlotte.
he delivered a manuscript, which was very, very odd.
Gathered
People
the
don't think anything because it's all Chinese.
miracle
it
worker,
makes no
but
sense
also
in Chinese.
very insightful.
But he recognized that if you read it,
connected with
pronounce
regular
it,
people and so on,
it makes sense in Mongolian.
associated with
So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
the other
They're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They used
The fact
Chinese
that we only have
characters
sources
to record sound.
followed it quite a bit
So it's
later,
problematic.
does not diminish the fact
There's
that it was an
one
actual
exactly
source
sure
that
what
has
the
been
baby is.
researched and identified
It was a
exhaustively
very
by
unusual document.
my colleague, my senior
Then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that. And that was very helpful to me. Some of the Persians trust very much like their work.
tax records
And
that
so
specifically
some of
refer
it
to
had already existed, and all of it. Some of it existed in Mongolia, other Mongolian sources, and other things later. Some of it
as well,
just
incorporated.
so it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't
So,
100%
get this
pure.
idea the writings and followers and
Things that could stick here and there, and a few shades. And sometimes for too much, and they call them cheers at the hot end. And sometimes they call them hot, which is like cheer, and other times hot, which is empty. And so there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why. But it's a document, but I have great faith that it was not published in English until 1911. But Francis Woodman believes at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation, the second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes.
Hello, welcome to another episode of
19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
A little bit about what
Yes, that was translated and published by Harvard, but the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaver. Those were his notes, not the Mongolian notes. There were Chinese notes that went with it. Rabbis of Chinese had trouble understanding our notes. And they also they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often
they were
wearing
actually
their
specialists.
stuff.
They
It just did not
really
match Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that they tried to skip around.
that
But so it's interesting just to read the
revolution.
Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it.
Hasidism,
But
they would
all
sell.
the notes to
But
each
what's fascinating is
It's
they
just
were also
so
defined
important.
by
For
the
me,
Hasidism.
it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided
So,
by anything
let's
else.
just try to understand what are the
Everything else I would correlate, fill in blanks, and get
there's
more
a lot to say
information.
about the fashion.
Went to Mongolia, traveled around to those places because they were so exacted there, and you feel it. And it's so
5%
important, I think,
of the issues
because
are
it's not like
exactly
history does not
that's
have
why
or
they
even
fall
libraries.
within the same
It's not just
category
I
of
need them,
orthodox.
people on board.
Let's try to
History
understand
lives in the people.
Look at some of the most
History lives in the
powerful
memory of the people and the culture. And
practice
for
of
example,
theology.
the episode with the kidnapping of worship was I went to that place,
Practices
and
far
I
more
didn't know
significant
when it
for
happened.
Jewish
What
culture.
season it happened.
There are, let's say, four
really
really
came
big
afterwards and other
First of
events
all,
that were being
613
correlated. Very important to me. And Tony was
that
talking
refers
to
to
the
the number of
people who live in that
commandments
valley, the nomads
traditionally
there.
counted.
They said,
I say 613 in this context.
clear. It was the winter.
Do you believe
Where did you read that?
God
So
gave
no,
the
Betty
Torah
Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration.
Sinai?
She said, look, this is
that
summertime now.
rabbis who
You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so
Muhammad
soft.
and later authorities are
I believe
authoritatively
little
interpreting
Peace
these
that is searching for just came together from some
So
nomad
that's a really bright line
sitting there
between Orthodox Jews or
next to
Jews
his horse.
Orthodox and Jews who don't call
And he was
themselves
absolutely right. You could only happen
They'll
in
call
the
themselves
winter, and then
Israelites.
that correlates with the time
And
reading.
evolved over time.
Correlates with the historic factors.
These are things
That
that are
that gave me
happening.
the time basis for figuring out a lot of
Ask the question,
history lives in
613.
Just only go
Not the
that
and
far.
the both
You've
agree,
visited
unequivocally, yes.
different places.
And
and
drill
more
down
into
to
the story
the
of
three
Genghis Khan.
areas where Jewish life
Feel like, what are some
most
things
in terms of the daily experience of
just the
Judaism.
experience of standing
Observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis.
Really, so we'll
Yes.
visit the cities he
Kosher,
conquered. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known, whatever the chroniclers recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, I spent much time there, I didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. In Mongolia, I would go to these places.
For example,
If Genghis Khan came back today, I would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no
when exactly does
power
Shabbat
line
begin?
going.
They don't disagree about the
Just to
nature
smell
of
it,
actually the general
to feel it.
one has
To see the animals, just to what kind of animals live, what kind
There
of
is a Shabbat
plants are
that
growing here.
has prohibited
You
work
begin
on
to
and
get
so on.
a
But the
feeling for how
nature is very
and then you
but
begin to see,
95% of things there
I know which direction they came from.
So
The only
what
direction
is
they
it
could
that
come
they
from was
really
that way.
disagree about?
You begin to
So
see
let's
it, and his
understand
life
this
starts
in
to
the context of
unfold
development of
in a very dramatic
again,
way.
in its earliest origins, it was not in any way
The text itself has no scenery, no props. It's nothing that kind of like a well-understood style. They like to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces when the sun. They know all these. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. There were at this time, they were amazed. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed. Following the secret history that became the key to writing what I marked. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But there's a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written literature.
the Maggid Mesrich
And I think it's
away,
very important
and
how
opposition began to
people
define. It's fascinating that, anyway, Nazi themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic. So this highest but they began to define themselves in
being the
opposition.
destiny
And the Hasidim themselves also define themselves
who was married to the
Torah.
Torah,
What is it that they're interested in? That's possibly
came
different.
from the Great Sea to live in
The
the
most
Great
significant
Sea.
of the Mishnah, although he did not necessarily
integrating
charge
the
the
spiritual elements of nature.
divine
You can see this
expositor
kind of just like a deep
will
connection to nature that they have.
was none other than
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world.
What were the charges against them?
Certainly not
What
for
were
America. Just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely
basically eight
different
major charges?
people,
The source is
languages,
very
everything.
good. First of
But you
all,
can't say it
the
for
argument
one
was
member
the
of Moscow
were
or
separatists.
Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world. Space. With
Genuine
there's no
other
repeat
hand
about today, 300 million.
and cares
And
about
they're
you
spread out.
as a parishioner.
They live in their environment in such an intimate way.
Secondly, they
Important for learning
word mandate
about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're
Judaism
still living.
has
What's the
one of the first
as we return to
any
the
subject. What is the
Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since this time?
how
First
big
thing I
is
feel
it?
about this step is that
How long
you
is
can
it?
see forever
When exactly?
in
It's
every
almost like
direction.
measuring things.
There's no building, nothing does not fly by you.
Rural version.
Now, it's not
It's
to
like
say
being in
that
the
the
ocean.
Double
And then
lactate
you
recorded version.
so you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it.
intention,
But it's
nevertheless,
extremely
there's a
fresh.
fresh
It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of
would
Arctic.
say,
It sweeps
so
down
why are you
across
locking
Mongolia.
yourself into
The cold
really
is
restricted
It's
times?
always
Start
fresh.
by particular times and by a particular time in order for it to be counted
Coming
as
in.
a morning
Yeah,
prayer.
the smell of
When
the
we
wind.
go to
Also,
prayer
then
with the
there's
proper intention.
grass.
Maybe that means you
Smell
do a
of
little more
grass.
sleep
That's
before
very
you
important.
like this.
Now,
There's much more to
because
say
of
about it,
a
but I'm just kind of lost.
particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then they may drop the next year another area. So you don't always know if it's not grass, it's dust. And dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good.
They maintain a separate kosher slaughter.
Just one more part of it.
Judge the knives should be sharper
The waters are
or
mostly
duller.
pure.
Sharper knives are more
Unfortunately, there has been
pollution. Duller knives require more pressure. Both of these things could have
several
an impact
areas.
whether or not an animal is slaughtered.
Even when I was
All
there,
of these things, by the way,
today
clearly
we go to some place
indicate
called
separation of the
so it's a place of pure water. And that's how the Mongolians define their world is by the water.
the debate
They don't, Chicken Kong does not give lands to
well,
his
especially
sons to
when it
rule.
comes to the
He gives
collection of
waters,
taxes.
they do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as
like
like
that
ocean.
to create a different
sea.
revenue stream.
So water is very important.
Learn
the rules about water.
Lithuanians, the Stocking
If you kept on water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it by sitting on their back, maybe again, our water turns out to kill them,
things like that. They're not
You take
sitting
the
out on
animals
the
to
Talmud
the
property.
river
Talmud is really what
to
we
drink, and then you take them away.
and more than that, oh my gosh, and I'm studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have
And you pay for it,
for decades and already completed their Talmud. They've already done
rules
that.
are very strict, very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan.
Some Hasidic groups
About
were
how
so
to deal with it. But also, these dangers are in place. There was a flash floods in the summertime. You could suddenly have it.
maybe I'll have more intention if I turn
If your camp is right there by the
maybe
water.
I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray.
They live that nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world.
And finally,
Even
the
today, with the
accusation
changes
that
with the cell phone,
some of these things
with the solar panels, and they can get
involve
TV
their
out
observable
out there.
Jewish
Still,
law.
they're living a similar life.
By the end,
The young people, of course, will
Capitalistic
drive a
concept
motorbike, but
references
they're still herding cows and yak and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
Sabbatean movement,
How
and
has
it's
the
really
Hebrew for
Go to the
now before it further
Attention
affected Jewish
by
life.
Genghis Khan.
Now,
Another component
these charges first came out the altar revenue
highlighted
of
the
the
relationship with
relationship
Texas
with
contract
to give
on
himself
Congress.
instead.
went to the Vilna saying,
From a young age,
the audience would try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. They were unsuccessful.
riding horses,
Answered an audience.
as you write,
In fact,
while standing on the horse.
counterreacted by
Calls up to the
bans
front
on
and to elevate the consensual
When
means
standing on the
that
horse,
cause.
they often jostled one another.
this is actually kind of about the other
Information
associated with
symbolizing
the
how
Their legs
control
grew
is
long
toward
enough to
motion.
use the stirrups.
unfortunately,
They were also taught to shoot arrows
to have such
This
lots
chapter
of
belongs
about
to
the writings of other
making
Jews
targets
that
out of wood approaches so that they would dangle from poles.
But by the way, that only ends up making the books
The youngsters practiced hitting the
popular.
targets
So
on horseback
anyone
at varying
watching
distances
this
and
video
speeds.
wants to ban
Skills
my
which
book.
played proved invaluable to horse pushers later in life.
Anyway, Kachida, they issued counterbands against the Stockton
All of that horse
Special ban was applied in 1781 and in 1794 when
I said,
a
don't love
rabbi
our horse, they live together, they know each
not
other.
the rabbi lost his job,
They smell.
Civic candidate,
Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting or anything,
Ours
but
government
they have that deep
always
intimacy. They
look
just
out
do know their
for
owner from the smell.
possible
This is very important. It's also important for horses because they made the flags,
all the
the
revenue
postal
where the horse
hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very prime purpose. And that is, the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag.
Besides the tremendous
other members of
bitter
their own
and
herd.
rancor.
So language is
The
never ever
also
mastered
thinking about
all
okay,
the words,
how do
just
we
for
react
the
to
colors of
this?
horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember, I'll go ahead being out there in the countryside, they said, oh,
it's
the
not
muscular
an
English.
articulation of
Okay,
the
yeah, that's nice.
did.
You teach me
It's
some
also to be expressed in
Go ahead,
things
teach
like
me what color is that horse? I say brown. They would say
Bastion.
brown. I say yes. What color is that horse?
Emotional resonance.
And it's when you said this color was brown, what color is this?
Would expand along the crest. But it's not good to say, hey,
It's just amazing. I mean,
them say we're attached to text. Absolutely,
the color, I guess,
even
the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them back together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown. The words for horses by
detail
horse by sex.
study.
And then they have three of those that are guilty.
Let's not forget that
By age, whether or not they reproduce in the case of the female, all these things
vision was that it
parts
was
of
really
the horse. The
horse
horse,
already mastered
a few years ago, the presidential candidate ran under
United States Torah, Mister, the hidden Torah,
raised the dust
kind of like watered down versions of Sedum.
It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit.
So
The dust itself, they don't wipe the sweat and the dust off the horses.
of the Zohar,
Wipe it onto their own forehead.
which we're already studying the cortex, but we
Where the
did not
dust
believe
resides. This is how intimate the relationship is.
But one of the disciples of
They have a guard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard.
essentially a response
Horses
to
are
Tanya
also trained for that.
called Nefesh
They
HaChaim,
use a very small
soul of life.
It's a little bit like a stick with a,
Essentially,
it's like when they hit the top of the horse.
It is, by the way,
Everything they're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and this
to a colleague and friend, Rabbi
to harm the horse in the stomach.
guide
And to harm the head of a horse.
she was studying.
They say it's a capital crime. No doubt about it whatsoever.
Okay, I'm enjoying
You
yeshiva.
never
You
ever
know, I'm going to yeshiva in
harm
the morning.
a horse's
We
head.
look at it. This horse has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home
Even
and I say,
religiously important with the making of the
sometimes
fermented
it felt sort of
water every morning, and she throws soap to each of the four directions. Start the day. They use it for every
for dinner. Right? So he said, okay,
You know, some things puzzled me that
Nefesh HaChaim.
watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. To be on a gilding day when they were on their gilding.
So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim. And I used to get on the bus and read it
One
on
of
the bus.
this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only together one or two girls, boys, and fun boys. One was maybe
I'd already got
11 years old.
past my
He fell from the horse.
and I
I could
was
see
like,
it.
way
He
inside,
fell for the horse. Stick it up.
because I had got so lost.
They all kind of turned the kids away. And I thought,
Really
what am I supposed to
changed
say?
the way
This
that I
boy fell down. Somebody go get him.
This is really important. You gotta study this right now and know what it is because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle.
So
It's
his
life
little
itself.
brother went out to help him come
So,
down.
I mean, that's probably
Here, and they sat down.
Finally,
How
you
on
know,
earth
one of the
could this
criticisms
is
of
a child, this is your child.
the had was that the
2 weeks later, by chance,
venerated their leader,
another boy who was
Tzaddik Bevy,
annual
to
racist, like this boy
an
had been doing.
appropriate extent.
He was off in an area where he close to the forest.
Regarded Bevy as sort of like
The horse bolted,
before
come
God.
off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him, the boy became lost.
So they
The boy was 12 years old.
not certainly criticize this idea of like having an intermediary
Died in 48 hours.
to
He
regard.
lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was
But they
cold.
nevertheless
Even though this was
elevated their
summertime.
leaders, especially to the
He sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat.
later with the term
And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water.
a misguided reflection of
And I realized I falls to a horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that.
Okay,
It's probably hard for her
while
to
the Hasidim and
to
the
see her
Tzaddik
boy suffer.
were fighting bitterly,
She
and
knows.
the 18th and beginning of the 19th
Just a
century,
small
there would be a
tangent.
major challenge
There's
to
a
them
wrestler
to
named
discuss
recall that. He tells a story about mental toughness that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a return. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower. When the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. But the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. For example, often in that time is still today, some people think they have privacy to do it. The men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for coming winter. And probably where I live, the rest of the wrestlers come there to train in summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the Pacific. And every day, there's a ring that go down, they take one, and they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water, and they pour the cold water over themselves. Yes, it's refreshing. It's refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses, the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war,
For example,
the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more, while riding fast up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour I read out. So, there's a lot of force outdoors, like and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all the feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. There's technology of the composite bow. There's also a crossbows. Later in the technology, there's a particular kind of draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Kind of up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for
traditional Jewish texts? There's
riding
also kind of
horses
like a
and
looking out force as well, that wax different periods of the Haskalah,
The horse and the bow were a perfect combination. It was a world they fit within our moves of the world for all modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of absolutely first to be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding on the When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. There was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old. At that time, and so you had somebody 3 years old racing. It's absolutely kind of coincidence. At that age, they can't even have a saddle, but they can't even use. So they're just, all they're doing is stay on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on. By staying on it, they learn the horse to one. And not just one horse, but one rider. One rider with several horses. Usually, that's the number that you should have for you when you go off the trail. And this ability to shoot after the figure.
Outside society had jumpstart
in some areas that were even tigers.
Because
Other animals that would come in, you had to be able to shoot and defend it against other people who might be raiding.
and had to maintain that kind of
So
dual
they get
identity of
excellent
their Jewish and
They had a composite bows that were very powerful.
Christian
more powerful
passports
than
into the
those
rest
of
of
us
the world.
cemetery.
And many of them
So I
spread
say
from
all of that
Europe
is very
to
important.
the location where a lot of
Those
these
are all
but
nomadic
also into the future,
traits
as
of
we
the great
discussed
step.
as well. The
Anyway,
Portuguese Jews
I mean, in
had
the
a
earlier
very
version, you
special
had the
approach
Huns who
to
came out of
the
Mongolia.
outside
And
world
Hun
that
made
them especially effective
to this day, that's what they say, for human being. So they came out of Mongolia. And we call it early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia. They had this similar skills. You have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it,
not only
organize it, use
philosophical work,
and this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, the genius of Genghis Humphrey and other people had been very good in earlier times, a number of tribal leaders, and also largely even until
religious purposes, prayer,
in the West.
and Aramaic, which was
But they were charismatic, they were very dramatic.
but they were vernacular.
It wasn't that they were supposed to say their
medieval
strategy. They were very good in warfare. And that carried kind of like Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small.
French to
He never got probably above 100,000. Most were under 10,000.
While the
That is
French,
when you're going against China,
French, they're
that's millions just in the army.
So it was like very
Very
similar in
You're going against Russia,
vocabulary.
you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan. And these areas,
to German
the whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse.
So
That's the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
So
Yeah, when you have a small army,
developed tremendous facility with spoken and he was kind of like a constant
Right in the stadium today,
Wow.
America.
Here is a Jew. No, by the way, still
so
very
there's
observant.
extreme
Efficient.
coordination.
He nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest level, high
No
society and culture and
And
so
he had
on.
no baggage train, he had no backup commissary,
And so he was like
no engineer corps later on
because
that.
it's a culture rover, no, all the outside world,
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry.
value. They should not
Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you
so he
delegate
was someone who's not only
Judaism to the degree there's commands,
to the
they
outside
must
world.
be
He
followed
also
strictly.
communicated his back.
So from extremely efficient, accurate
promoted the study of
precise
language, culture,
deployment of these
traditional observant
troops on the battlefield and the dynamic deployment of the troops,
other
including all the
examples
interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really good communication and coordination. That orders must be followed.
is enlightenment must be
Is there something to speak to that, like how do you run this kind of system where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first one is extreme loyalty to the people of Genghis Khan. These kinsmen that had deserted him, his Honda,
that's hilarious
his relationship,
an autobiography.
all the others that they found, just common
Each
people,
describes his
murders of hunters and everything, and they were loyal to him and never revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty.
Even visited
As you mentioned, he organized his decimal system, so the unit of the army was the
comes to
tent. The squad of 10
particular
men.
and he encounters
They
German
were put
culture.
together, and then the head of that squad,
He had a
General
social
Total,
identity
and
and
they were going to protect each other, and they had to
German
come
philosophy,
back
German thought, things like that.
with every
So,
member,
Whereas
every
Moses
one.
Mendelssohn
You don't leave
articulated
anyone
that the
behind.
mind of
This
Haskalah
was extremely
that
important. So if you submit to the orders of
others
the
like
man in
Solomon
charge,
Mine
you know
no,
that he's risking his own life
get
for
rid of
you
it,
also.
move straight into the
And
mainstream.
you know that your brother has been on the front is risking his life.
Hasidim,
The army
not
was
organized
organized
into
with 5 forces each man.
like how
They
sharp
had their
knives should
bow and they had a lot of
slaughter
arrows.
what
But
time to show
they
up
also
for midnight.
retrieved arrows
They
and had them there.
facing Haskalah
And
and
they
say,
also would retrieve the enemy's arrows. This was a great
go
advantage
to
of
Midian. Why don't
whenever
we
they
just
hit
move
Russia.
the Sabbath
Because
to
the Russians
Sunday?
could not use loaded arrows. They could not bring their actual bow.
But it's
But the Mongols the Jews
real
Russian perspective.
blessing.
growth
So all these little things
happened actually in the
It's not even
context
just the
of
arrow. Also, they have to
controversy
carry
over the false
Bring
burial
the
needle and thread.
in 1772.
every soldier had to
Seems like the 18th century,
finding the
and
child.
sometimes it could be a dark garment.
of
It could
people
be a
being
piece of
declared
skin
dead
or
and actually
just something
buried.
bad.
Yiddish
It's a
orthodox
very
Muslim.
odd thing when you go to the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any
So
kind
among the ways in
of
which
and then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread.
designed
In order to just so work.
if you happen to wake up,
They also
not
carry
in fact dead,
dried
that
dairy
you could like,
bottles.
squeeze a bulb and that will lift up a flag or ring a bell.
They can keep it for
Well, years in your belly.
You dry it and then when you need it, you put it in a flask
And
of
so
water. You ride all day and chop
or
it.
shell
It turns into kind of thick protein.
buried.
It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food.
And this was
So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well at the highest level.
emphasizes the importance of
Loyalty
loyalty
had
burial.
been to
In
him,
fact,
and it went all the way down.
accelerated
Loyalty was
decomposition
extremely
of flesh
They organized the army into left wing, or east and west. Mongols were
this was created a whole hullabaloo because of, really,
west.
secular
Those 2 wings, and then in the
stepped on
middle was
Jewish values.
the center.
And,
This moving
On the
center
one hand, there were
is
traditionalists said, hey,
This
we can't
is
this is not a shame, and you have protest.
then you say they
Bury
have
our dead
that
right away.
rear
It's
guard.
a great sacrilege to leave a dead
I
body
don't know
around.
how much
And on the other hand, there were
to
Jews
clear
who
the
said,
land,
well,
run the people away, scare them,
this is
make them go
horrible
away,
if there
so
is
that the
such
just left
people being
there for
buried
the army
prematurely.
moves through.
Maybe we should
And they never
adopt
marched
this
the way other armies do in a line.
Also refers
close
One
to
following the other. They always go in long lines spread out.
articulate a statement.
Horses on its own.
This
You can
just open
put
the
all the
way
barrel
of
together.
many issues
So they had
where
very precise ways
science
of doing
and
it.
tradition, and also the relationship of
This
Jews
was
to
saying
society
that
to negotiate.
he,
By the way,
these
forget that
people,
this is happening in a political environment
he also
in which the question
he was
of
willing
Jewish
to treat them as much as possible. He never punished them.
of equal rights on Jews.
No, Shiki
He
Hoto, for
also
example,
find
the
his
Supreme
expression.
Judge.
We'll
He
discuss
was
that
a man one
a
time
little bit later with the
celebrating
Bible.
the dedication of the
The idea that Jews
and
might
he lost
actually
the battle. This is very, very
that had a lot to do
So
with
Genghis Khan
how
went out with him. And okay,
behaved
let's
in
go to
general
the
society
field
and how they were
together
perceived.
and look it over. And you explain to me what you did.
So some must feel like David Friedlander, who was
In the way that he was training the people around him.
you know,
And they knew
said
they were
the only way we're going to deal with this
general
is by
gets executed.
We're
No,
John
John
Knox,
every general is going to try to
felt that this was
if they retreat,
valuable
fine.
on the religious
Saving
level,
Mongol
but
lives,
you know, he
they
says
know
we
what
should
to
just
do.
adopt this to go along so that we
So
can
all
get
these
a great
things like that
society.
fit together.
Essentially capitulating
But I think
Jewish religious
part of
values
it that was important for him.
desires of
So he had
emancipation.
this base from
Proposed this as a so-called
the
dry
horse,
baptism.
the archery,
No water is involved. It's not a real baptism.
was
It's just a
very
pro forma thing, you know.
quick
And in fact,
to embrace any
although
kind
it's
of
not
other
an accepted
technology.
community at all,
refers to
although
social
Friedlander
services
suggestions
was
was
considered
considered
civilization. We get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. So we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set
for
way
example,
of
the
thinking.
great poet.
And when he encountered the first walled city in
Marx
March 1209, after the founding of the
Children
nation in
baptized
1206,
is very common.
he went out on these raids. And I really think the raids are wars at
dates
first.
back to
So he went into Tanga territory,
Others, like
what's now northwestern China, in the upper reaches. So he went there, and of course the cities are walls.
Not by
This man has never encountered a wall in his life.
so he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements.
just imagine
of
what's
one
like
end,
the
fragile
Jewish,
without sacrificing
how you come from that rebellion that where there's very few
By
natural
the way,
things.
Karl Hirsch was
Well, they have like wall cliffs in some places that are big that they can climb that. They don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But on the- So he looked at everything around him and he saw, okay, they have this river and they have all these channels and they're always moving water around.
West Europe had a much smaller Jewish population than
Anything that
population.
moves
much more defined
your
and open to the
anything
idea
that
of
refers to a devoted follower of the
got
Rebbe.
moving
greater
water,
numbers,
got a
greater
standing,
population, and
For
much
Catholic
greater, the
so he's
endemic Jewish culture.
the men
So
are
one of
gonna
the
take
big differences is that
channel,
Western
and they're gonna
Europe,
bring down
particularly
all
Germany,
of
took
the
a heavy lean towards assimilation.
they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out small
Adaptation to culture,
that happened. We learned that lesson.
appearance within
So we're
culture.
gonna improve it.
And
That
some
became
of
a
the ways in
strategy
which
that
they
actually worked
allow
for
us to express this
specifically
for the next 50
let's
years,
do
all the way to
different
Baghdad.
Jewish
They were able to use it
rather
when they
than
called it
citing
Baghdad in
plans for
1258.
someone devoted daily to this learning.
So
This is
rather
really
than, let's say,
see
abandoning
things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a
Russia,
better
Polish,
all we
let's
learn from our
instead
mistakes.
that
We all
develop
learn,
Yiddish.
yeah,
Which was at this time not a very language, very limited literature, for
I think it's just
example.
a
Let's
Well,
promote
it didn't
Yiddish
work the first 8 times. So I'm gonna do one time. I think it's gonna work. I know I'm gonna win the lottery this time
spectrum of
because I got the right
experience.
experience. That's how we think.
Or
But he
let's
had
adopt
that real
political
ability
orientation, such as Zionism.
First of all, to be humble before
as well.
some of the things he didn't know about.
So
How was he to understand that he didn't understand?
Had been much more of a
He could understand it in his own way.
Outside the
And he
veil.
did over and over
abandonment
and
of Jewish ideals and assimilation.
and putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
Not necessarily very
Rapid and
some of the most interesting examples of the cultural pearl. Big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement.
you have to say,
Who also argue that, what we should do is we should advance our education there. That we should include much more secular studies
the
within
innovative
the
approach
education
to the military
something which
is
is hostility
it just feeds on
from
itself
many other groups.
because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are
Finally, let us remember that
positions
all
of
of
power
this
that they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, each iteration more creates a more and more
Russian Empire by demanding that they
And then they were able to do that for 3 generations to create an army that was expanding,
noting that
never
by the time
changing its tactics and its technology.
they had already been
got
well
worse at it.
into
But
the
Genghis Khan was
the
one
values of
innovative.
Judaism.
He was the best
Maybe
for
they were
that.
already married and things like
He used
that.
to throw his
He actually
lifetime,
lowered
and he
the
was getting better
well.
over his lifetime, using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas.
Jewish boys, sometimes much
He just had
younger,
a genius for that.
illegally, but never would happen to the
go back to the horses, which every soldier had 5 horses. That is the horses get tired.
military values and
And so
also
you can cover
in
a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way that rotation the horse, the horse would usually ride all day and then rest for the next 4 to 5
very, very
days.
terrible.
And another horse
The alternative that is the
One
first
way to
offer
measure it is
was
later the conflict and the word went from Mongolia to Hungary
that had some
6 weeks.
of Jewish leaders
Going
like
into
Machiavelli
6 weeks. So it's just imagine a song that's able to move more than such high speed. It does not need to follow roads
populations.
because it's used to riding the open steppe. So you can get all kinds of dynamic movement and circling.
Yes.
And then also one of the other famous Hasidics continues to explain how that worked.
Mongols did not fight
reflecting on this in
the way we often think of
Eliezer
brave
Decided
soldiers, Achilles, they fought for victory.
in which he
That was
wrote
the
the
one
following.
thing. So
God
to
saw
retreat,
3 shepherds
to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan
To
basically
safeguard the
he
Torah,
himself
purify its
fought
and to oversee its logic and its
he thought he could lose on every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general.
Hasidic
Yes, he said for Genghis
partial
Khan,
devotion.
but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting the enemy. However, that's also becomes distracting. And then they send in a small group of
The great
soldiers,
sage
which
of
are
our people,
the Mongols were able to fire a horse going forward on the horse. They were able to
of
then
course, was self-observed.
act like they were
and calls it to place the cradle of enlightenment
but they can still
in the
fire
lap of
He
liberty.
defends for someone
Of
to
course,
tell
not as
us
unusual,
how far
not
Brendan
totally
travels
unique,
to go.
unusual to fire from
The
that horse.
around the
But the
airport
Mongols also
For
could
Italy
lean down
shepherds,
and fire under the neck of the horse, so they were protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going.
like anointed by God.
Usually the soldiers who were against them would
So
break
I'm going to
range
leave
to
that
chase
to
them. They want to go,
debate.
they want to get their
But
weapons,
it's
they want
worthy
to
of
kill
note
the Mongols.
that today,
And if they did not
couple of centuries later,
Mongols would
Mongols
often start throwing things out like food someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. Then come chasing out after the Mongols,
exist with each other,
always
kind of
shows
a
hell,
up
hell,
at
every
house
different
for free
direction.
So
event.
what?
And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind
Okay, I
them,
hope you
two
enjoyed
hills.
this lecture. I
Shabbat
have
likes
fun
playing.
thinking about it and talking about it with you.
Connected to Shabbat,
If
but
you are
not
so
over
inclined,
over
please
this
do
town.
share this
It's
video.
under the water. I'm thinking,
Because
the people,
one of my
how can they not know this is what the
pleasures
Mongols are
with
doing?
doing
How can they
lectures
not
out there is
Human
seeing
nature,
other
there's
people
something
hit that
that
subscribe button
forces
and
are retreating.
increase
You want to follow
your
universal?
ownership of both what
Yeah,
is studying
yeah, yeah.
Confucius.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe
Thank you
the
very
most
much
thing,
for
but take that
reciting
with the ability at high speed Mongols to encircle and attack flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you read about it in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the retreat and attacking flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by the Nigerians.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, you know, they didn't like roads. You know, they just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is such a beautiful, wonderful city and great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert.
Also a very multi
Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see another story. They think, oh, caravan, they don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction, there was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking.
smaller
To
countries
be able
and
to
actually resulted in a tremendous
When
amount
you
of
begin
dissatisfaction.
felt like
Primarily
have
located
this
in those
Mongol armada of
these
horses,
the titular national
the ground was shaking. You have all that many horses.
in all
It feels like to the town
there were a lot of
when
winners on
Genghis
the
Khan
other
is
hand
approaching.
in the post-war
I think the terror
they actually got
was one of the great weapons that he had.
most significantly
He cultivated this reputation of
prior
ferocity.
to the late 18th century,
But
but
he had a lot of people write about him, but he encouraged refugees who would come to the city. He always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken the food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people in the hills. The millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel children and all that's unencouraged it.
now they're
You know,
reduced
this
to
is
nine
public, it's terrorism
It's
of
so ironic, for
mental sort.
example,
And we
Hungary,
can the end
later on in the
until
20th century,
we can hear.
by Admiral,
And if you know they're coming, you see that dozens of years
is landlocked.
kind of war that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly
Yugoslavia is
terrifying.
created from the remnants
Psychological
of much
warfare.
Hungary and so on. Significantly for Germany in particular, the country of Czechoslovakia now
one of the top
divided into
territories being
Czechoslovakia and
attacked.
Slovakia, but back
For
then
them
one
to
country.
surrender
Hitler
peacefully
used to refer
without the
to it
loss
as a dagger
and the
So you have a
alternative
lot of
the
states
near complete loss.
are very much
If you speak to them,
advising.
The Genghis had a precise system.
They want to go back and
He
wipe
sent in
out some of
envoys
these
first to
gains
explain
of
to people a little bit about the Mongols.
countries.
Already was
And they wanted to
know,
regain some of
but to
the
explain to
benefits.
them
The
if
Russian
they
Empire, of
surrendered,
course,
all the lives
collapses, and
would
we're
be
going to spend
spared,
most of our time
and they
today
could
talking
continue
about
in
that.
their
but it's
Professions,
divided
the system
into
now, the
several
rulers would be the
countries. There
model.
is
They would have to pay
Russia
taxes that
proper,
usually be the same
which
taxes.
basically pushed back
Now they would go to the
towards the
locals.
east
Those
because
are the
of
general
where
system.
the
And because
front
you only have
lines of
100,000
the German army
soldiers, you
were
can't
in
pay
World
the
War
tax
I.
there.
And west
So
of
you
those
could
front
leave the
lines,
local
you
people
have
in charge
the
of their country.
Belarus, for
City or
example,
area.
the Baltic
The way they
states,
have not passed.
Lithuania,
He was
Latvia,
absolutely faithful to them.
Ukraine
In one
is
episode
created
in the
within
north
the
of Georgia,
state in the
wanted around
second,
his
but
son
it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side
were
of
stealing and looting
the
from the
World War
people
I treaty,
who
and there are Ukrainians who are on the
Talk
side of the World War I treaty, and they
and
find
he
themselves
stripped
in
him of
the
his
center.
right. And he
So
said,
there's a tremendous amount of
go
dissatisfaction among the
as a
leaders of
common
World
soldier.
War
And of course, he was
I,
killed.
who are unhappy with
I don't know the name of the elder, unfortunately. But anyway, he was a close relative to him. And
So
he
it's extremely complicated this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible.
So
The
then,
first thing
if
to
the city
realize is that there were actually two
they did not kill him. What
revolutions
they
in
did
Russia,
was they killed all
separated
the
by
leaders.
fronts. They both
They
occurred
felt like the
in the
elite
year
had not served well.
1970.
And they usually
Although
killed
the
the
month
army
in which they
because they
occurred
couldn't go
depends
back
on
to
where
the
you're standing at the time.
The army had failed.
The reason why this
The
is
one
so
thing
is
that they
because
valued
it
was
was only in
all the
1918
artists.
that
Everybody who had skill,
officially
had skill
adopted
could be making a
authority
pot. It
account
could be
that
hammering
is
out
how
a metal plate.
Western
It could be
Europe,
weaving
and so on.
carpets. It could be
Prior to that,
translating
they
or
were
just
using
reading
the
and writing.
Julie account.
Every person with a
Not
skill
have
was
a
here.
calculation of leap days.
So
February
killing of the people who
So
were
that
defeated
meant
wasn't
that
so
quite
severe.
literally Russia's 11 days
If you surrender,
behind the West in
many
their
of them
count.
did.
So if you look
Probably
at
hard to harm.
the Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time,
And
they
all
refer to
forget about the
February
word,
Revolution
the
because
concept
Russia
word that we're
was
supposed to say. So
February.
we
Now we're standing in New York City when the
forget
revolution
about the
occurred.
word. They're far away.
So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd.
And he killed it.
More than people's got stories and stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and crazy everything was at the time. This city called Petrograd, which means Peter City,
As it turned out, I'd say it was more than
Russian
he's the one that
name
called it
of the city that was founded by Peter the Great
where these were
100 years ago.
cases.
That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German.
Take over in an unfortunate way.
So the
He had
city
a
of
grandson who
Peter, they wanted to have a Russian sound, but they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd.
he had a
Then,
happy
when
childhood.
the communists came to power, they renamed it again because
And I
they
think
didn't
Genghis
want
Khan
to
just
after the
loved
Tsar.
that.
They renamed it
But in
Leningrad.
Afghanistan, he was sent off
And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century,
he was
it was
sent to
renamed back to
Babylon.
its original name of St.
It says
Petersburg.
in Persian
Which
history,
is all very simple. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important
on one.
day that
None of his sons,
commemorates
none of his
this
grandsons
day.
in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have.
It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day, which is other countries. What's important for us right now is that there's a huge march and protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to afford their food supplies. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine?
No one was allowed to move.
And when you fire, you're not actually
No one was allowed to do
get very
anything.
close to them. And they have machine guns and things like that, so it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd,
He
and
came down
according to some news account, a woman brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this moved by it sort of expanded, took on political overtones, and ultimately, in a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun, the Tsar and his family were arrested,
That's the only time I
assassinated
know
later,
that he really
and
lost control of his
the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell.
Maybe we can all understand, but his response was
What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right now. Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government. The whole idea that was that they established a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have cast elections all over the nation, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the native pale settlement. Here you can see a map of the pale settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the pale settlement if necessary. Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction act. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers have considered the massive ghetto
differently than other
so Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication
to prevent all
that ended up
we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan of the
by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example,
people are
should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants?
in the name of
Their
peace, or in
lands?
the
And
name
what
of
about the
God,
urban
or
workers?
in the name of
And they basically
always reasons
until they had the
the
constitution.
United States
And
is
by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, these communists were able to take advantage. And ultimately,
fighting
the genius behind it was
very
so
it's always,
who
we're
was
doing
really quite a
Afghanistan.
destabilizing
We brought a
force
hell of a lot of
during
democracy
those
to
months
Afghanistan.
between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which was
And
really
even look back at
the
World War
revolution
II, our great
of
moment of
October, November
democracy and bringing
1970.
freedom and democracy.
Here's a
Germans
piece of propaganda from the era that shows Gavada then and combat at the top there with his characteristic soft cap. He's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see there is, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you see also what looks like a monopoly land. This is the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. They recognize that you can have typically a waistcoat or usually a bag of money. Quite often, not this particular example, but quite often, capitalist is
we tend to do
so
we, especially barbarian people,
Jewish
Jewish
capitalists.
we tend to demonize them. Or any
Communists,
enemy
however,
we have,
were
we tend to
unusually
demonize
strong
them.
on
There's a lot of interesting methods there. So
especially
one,
in comparison to their rivals,
the very nature of
the white Russian
war is how
monarchist movement and some of the anarchists.
then sometimes things like dropping the
But anyway,
atomic bomb.
over the course of the
Which
months
is
of 1917, Lenin was able
such
to really
terror
mobilize a wide
in the
range
same
of
style as
network of
Genghis Khan.
Soviets, which is basically
in an attempt
councils,
to
and
prevent
these
further
are like sort of local
It's a justification. People
leaders
always
who
fight
are
for peace.
motivated
Always
by
fighting for peace.
socialist ideology who want to take over the production
In World
themselves.
War II,
And you have Soviets, factories, Soviets, municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the
always fighting for
Union of
peace.
Soviet
I'm not
Socialist Republics,
I am not.
USSR. That's
I surrounded with
what
soldiers, and I'm
occurred
not a
in
pacifist.
October
But I am
of
trying to be a realist.
1914 in Russia, and
All nations deal with
it
happens everywhere.
Now,
Can we
just to give you a
universally
sense of
also then,
the kind of tension,
way
here's a
passionately
piece of
criticize
white Russian
the 20th century,
propaganda that
and
gives
also
you a sense of
criticize
some of
Genghis
the
Khan and
opposition to
Alexander
this
the Great, and the
the
wars
white
fought by
Russians,
Caesar and
those
others in the
who were
Roman
very
Empire.
much
And
against
they're
this
essentially
phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less
and in some
hostile to the provisional
way
government,
were not
but they were
necessary.
definitely
Or
hostile
was
to
to be
soldiers.
defensive.
And some of them
They're
really
just part
wanted
of
to
this
bring back the
human
monarchy.
drive to
Others wanted perhaps a
expand, to
more
explore,
gradual
to
approach to
accumulate
capitalist
power.
Russia. At any rate, this
This
mostly
also
refers to
talk about
the death of
something that we spent a
international,
lot,
which is
Dick
essentially
Carlin
a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin is shown here as some kind of weird Aztec dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron,
He had a lot of these ideas there. One of them, he presented an idea of historical
the head of the Red Army, of course, a very
referring figures who call for this
not
destruction, but also
at all. But
to
nevertheless, widely perceived for his brutality. And they are about to
making this
slaughter the
complicated
Russian
case
monarchy.
that
They're
destruction
representing
often in
Russia
history
on the
makes
altar
sense.
of a statue of Karl Marx.
Creative destruction that certainly works in some aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, and sometimes
arrayed around him
or we
with
can destroy
the
relationships that we're in
reference
in order to create new ones
is shown with his
when you
hands
start
outstretched.
applying it to world history, it does
There's
become
like all of these
difficult.
people who are involved
I
in
certainly think
that.
that
And
these
there's this
episodes
interesting figure
create
here.
great changes. You can see
Better.
great
This
changes
is
that happen because
clearly
of the
a
Mongol Empire.
secularized Jew.
You know,
The
whether or not
stereotypical
that's a
ugly
good reason the Mongol Empire had to have like
but in
seems
case
like
we
a
missed
bit of a
it,
stretch.
he's also got payers. He's also got warlocks there to
The
indicate
Mongols helped
he,
to unify
like
many
many
countries.
communist Jews of
You can
that
think
era,
Korea,
dedicated his Jewish identity
kingdoms,
to
push them together. Everything that you see in China today
So
was
he's
from
holding
the
on to a
Mongol
bag.
Empire. They put together North China,
Has
South China,
number 30.
Tibet,
I'm not
Manchuria.
positive. I think that this
It was a little bit larger under the Mongols.
30
Even Russia,
pieces
with so many
of
little
gold,
kingdoms,
Jews,
duchies, and dukedoms,
to trade
and the center had been into Ukraine.
overlaying here.
And then they shifted focus out of Ukraine and more to what we call Russia now. And they began the process of unification and had a great impact on
At any
it.
rate,
So,
in
in a way, it's a new
fall
creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the
the
destruction.
Russian
But also, I
Empire
think we need to look where does the destruction come from? It comes because
by
the powers around it have been so debilitated
become
and so
officially
corrupted
communist,
and so decayed
hit the entire region.
lack of moral fiber. It was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering the decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed
Hello and welcome to
institution.
another installment of the
No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think there are times and people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we can tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through. There's no question about that. But they overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for the 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before they were fighting against Russia. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jaffa clan. It's descended from Jaffa family.
And then at the bottom,
From his clan.
the upper
This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us.
Yiddish was
We don't even see it.
official language
When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last
We'll have
time
to see
in
what
Iraq
exactly happened there.
with
The
his
reason
people,
why I mentioned actually no
he said the Mongols,
was a
the Mongols have returned. The
did a
Mongols
ridiculous
have
amount
returned.
of primary
He said the
research,
Americans are just the new
several
Mongols.
archives around the world, and several of them
I can see it. I don't accept that.
eventually came out with this
But I can
book,
see
which
how people,
I'm proud to say still has
if we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our
and
own
is
lies about
translated as well.
ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with
And there's effects
So
that you
we're
talk
curious to
about
get it.
the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very
At any
important
rate,
step in
what
the
I
history
put
of China.
was this
That previous time
which
to
there
today.
was a remarkable
And then there's a
revolution
lot else that we'll talk
is
about that
a
is
coming
religious freedom.
together
Also, that work
of
that trade
populations that
routes,
had lived
all this,
kind of
there's a lot of
progressive
progressive consequences
difficult
of the Mongol
symbiosis for a very long time.
Causing the
Everything
vocal
revolves around
we'll talk
5
about that, but let's
feet.
go on the heavier topic.
It's a very, very
Over the
different
period
population.
that
We're
refers to
talking
all
about
the
Dan
the
Carl.
rabbi heard all the
Culturally,
Critical
in villages,
of
towns,
your
and
work
cities.
a little bit, showing it respect, but also
Very
critical
dominant
as
population,
being
large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers.
emphasizing and focusing
Highly literate,
a lot of the positive impacts
long,
correctly and
oppressed,
accurately,
and restricted
but
by
not
Russian
giving enough
authorities.
airtime
But now looking for
describing
opportunity to
the
express themselves.
brutality,
And because
killing,
of
the hell
the
that is
empire that
So
suddenly became
can you
possible.
understand this
So under
question?
the period of the provisional government,
Still had it.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously.
some kind of
He's right.
society together.
That is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the
Previous lecture,
It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. That's what we need to say.
Very, very uncomfortable. But there are a lot of Jewish
How the wall
organizations
was broken
that
down.
felt much
Now
more
this
at home
unit
with
was
the Ukrainians
defeated.
than they did with the Russians.
No, it's what comes afterwards.
Setting,
Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born. The story of our life was on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million
this is,
people
by the way, a very old
that you are
phenomenon where
ruling
minorities
over
tend to ally
hundreds
themselves
of millions of
with
people,
power rather than allying themselves with
China,
parts of
the
the
Middle
society,
East,
because
you do not
obviously
do
as a
that
minority
through
it's
warfare.
dangerous.
You conquer them and initiate through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've
So
got to be offering
they ended
something
up
that they
aligning
want,
themselves with
something that
Ukrainians
they
as
like.
a
All the things you mentioned from the system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the right to women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. So the world benefited tremendously
would have
from
significant
the life of Genghis Khan.
and it
What
began
we
to
want to talk about,
total
and I don't deny it, is the conquest
definitely a
war.
big break.
Okay, that's 20 years.
And so during this period of time, there's actually a remarkable effervescence of the spirit of cooperation
And
between the Ukrainians
there is a
and Jews.
point that you correctly
It
identified
was
in
extremely
Native
important
Americans
because
and
Jews
so on.
were,
That history does seem to be divided among barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. Barbarians are not these crude,
and you can see here the
brutal,
tremendous
plain, simple
concentration
people.
where
That there is a sophisticated, deep culture
territory
within them.
the
There's
blue
all the
border,
different
Jews,
kinds of people that came
parts
in.
of the population.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the
Very,
history
very
of the
heavy
world.
Jewish
We
population.
tend to have two
So this
categories of
idea
them.
of
There are barbarians who kill people and eat one
was
another.
very much
They're
appreciated by
victims, and we should feel sorry for them.
more
They're nostalgic
literate Jews,
about everything about
perhaps
them.
less
They
so
wear
by
some
the
of their
wider
beads or some
population,
of their
but
clothing
nevertheless,
to show how
there's a certain
much
amount.
we sympathize with their suffering.
You know, this
That's
is
the
a
two
long
rights for
time.
tribal people.
This is
I'm
all
trying to
happening
show
at
them
the
in a
very
different
end of
light
World War
that
I.
they
There are German
conquered,
troops
yes,
that
they
are
were
mobilizing.
They also created great things in the history of the
Germany
world.
is selling their
The Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together their story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that.
There are
Who created this idea that there could be one world,
and there's
in which there would be one set of supreme law, but people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey the great ethics of the sky.
Before that, let's just look at
Things
this
like that
document
about
to
his
a sense
vision.
of how tenuous
And
this
I think very few
Raphael
people
Schmuck
in history
is.
had.
This is a document that I found in the
When I
archives.
look around the world today,
Typical of countries in
in my lifetime,
this period here, and it's actually a document related to a particular security, and
I see lots of slogans, lots of law, policy paper, gotta be able to produce it.
on the left of the page.
Where's the vision?
The typewriter that
So
was
it's,
used
we're
to
gonna
type
have peace, we're gonna have a
was a
better life,
Russian
and,
typewriter.
vote
So
for me or vote for my
there's
party.
half a dozen
We're
odd
really
letters
for the
in
people,
the
and we're,
Ukrainian alphabet that the
what the heck
Russians
are you talking about?
And so whenever they
There's
had the
no
letter
vision.
I,
So what is this country? What should
first
this
line of
country
text,
be? What is this group?
the
How should
typist
it
had to
be?
actually leave
No
a
vision.
blank space,
Well, those
and
things, I mean,
afterwards actually
they were
physically write in longhand the letter I. And the typewriter was tolerated Ukrainian. is
Person
just
that is alienated.
Capitalist imagination, vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things
you have to write it exactly the way it turns
have
out
the
the first
mental
time.
fortitude not to
To
be
make it into
corrupted
a hard
by
copy,
success
along
along the way,
do
all
it.
of those things.
And
That's very, very
the technology is.
So when they come
And then on
along
the
and
right,
change the direction,
you see they've added a Yiddish translation of the same
world
doctrine.
defining
There's no Yiddish
religious
translation,
freedom.
so the whole thing has to be written in by hand.
Yes,
But it
it's
just
just
gives you a sense of
surprising
how, they're trying to piece
that
these
Genghis
things
Khan
together
was able
without the
to
right equipment, even to
enforce
type up their orders,
inspire
but nevertheless,
the value of religious freedom throughout all his
that in
disparate
many ways
lands from religion was a very
emblematic
powerful
of
force.
the best that
So to speak to that,
Fortunately,
All
all
the
collapsed,
rules have been
terrible
tolerant of
violence.
their scripture.
Primarily
Rome,
because
to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of
that
different
were
sects and
especially bad
religions, not
in
the Christians, but
there are many, many
what
forces
happened with
that
Genghis
were
Khan,
active in
the first campaign he had
Western
outside of
territory
Mongolia
that was
was for
perpetrated
the Uyghur people who lived in Western
the
China.
white
They
Russians
at that time were
being
being ruled
ruled
by,
lecture
let's say we mentioned before,
monarchist anti-communist Russians who wanted
his son
to either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not,
no
at
good
least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the
Let's
communist.
look at fled to
Very
what is today the area around
there were a number of foreign armies, the Polish army was there,
for the Uyghur people.
and there were also bands of Russian
They
anarchists
converted to Buddhism. Well, their subjects were
like
Muslims.
Mustafa
They
Kemal,
outlawed the Muslim religion.
attacks
And
on
they made all kinds of things.
not only
So the
Jews,
Uyghurs sent a
Mennonites, for
delegation to
example,
Genghis
suffered.
Khan.
Poles also
This time,
suffered
they got away from China were too weak to protect them. So they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him.
numbers
And
and
he did.
deaths
He
were
sent
very,
no
very
detachment. He didn't actually go himself.
but
He sent
certainly
detachment down there. They drove goods from power, goods would fly down towards Pakistan. They
several times.
caught up with him,
And
they
really,
killed him.
if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only
And
10
then
years,
Genghis
this
made
would
the
be
first
one
law
of
that
the
he ever
greatest
made for people
periods of
outside.
violence perpetrated
Up to this point, it's been tried.
since temple times.
And
It's
he
definitely much
saw,
worse.
as we mentioned
Say,
before,
it's
the
arguably
fighting
much worse than the
the
massacres
kidnapping
of
of
the
women,
17th
the
century.
outlaw sale of
And
women, and
nevertheless,
cut down
because
on
the
a lot of
Holocaust and its
But
much
he
greater
saw that
violence
since
overshadowed this period, we tend to
fought a lot of
forget
religion.
that. When I did my
And
research back in 1980s, 1990s, I really had these archival
But
sources,
these are the very
secondary
interesting.
sources.
Talk about religious freedom.
But my colleague Jeffrey Weidinger has written a remarkable book called
Institutions
Civilized Europe, which
do what
was
they want. So we're gonna
1918,
allow
1921, which really treats the violence
the
this period
Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims to do what they want, and the organized churches that they have.
because it's
Islam was not that.
But anyway,
It was
let's go back to
about
from the
that.
point of
But he
view
said
of
every
Jewish
person
relations,
has the right to choose
specifically
their
with
religion.
regard to
No one can
the
stop them.
remarkable period that they
No one can
described
force
is
them.
that one of the most
The
tragic
idea that it was
is that
individual choice, no one in history had ever thought that.
that were
That it
recorded
belonged to the person.
attributed to
I mean, that's a
Ukrainian
really
direct
powerful
forces under
that
control
alone, I
of
mean,
this
that's why he talks about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis
You
Khan.
have to place this in a lot of context.
Religious freedom, yes,
former
but
German,
it's like
early on,
such a
career
powerful
actually exhibited some
illustration,
violence,
manifestation, just individual freedom, period.
about Jews and so on.
If you,
But as the leader of
in the
this
world,
very tenuous
in history, are allowed to
which
practice any religion
maybe
you want,
100,000 troops at its disposal
That's,
at the beginning of
I
1990,
mean, that
found
is one
himself
of
the
the
leader
biggest ways to say
attack
the individual
by forces
fundamentally
from
involved in
outside.
this society.
Not only the Soviets, but
It was
also
a
the
great source
whites
of power for him
and so
also.
on.
I
And his
don't say
government
that
at
he
one
did
point
this because of
literally
some ideological reason.
to operate
Just
out
like
of
he
train
didn't
cars,
want the
moving
kidnapping
from
of
station
women
to
for
station,
ideological reasons. He
trying
didn't
to
come to it
towards
through
the
studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through
and
practical experience of life. His mother was
rapidly
kidnapped.
diminished
His wife was
down to
kidnapped. He knew that
16,000
that was a crime
within the
against
space of
every
months
ethic
as
that
they
you can
marched
think of,
to
every form of morality.
training
That's why
cars.
he did it. For
Nevertheless,
ideological reasons.
there was a period of time,
It
particularly in the
hurt
spring of
people. It hurt
1919,
people. It was the
there
same
were
with
a lot of
religion.
pogroms happening.
Keep this right to
Yeah.
everybody because it was going to be
forcefully
personal right to keep them from being hurt.
Inspiration and
and
joy.
And then
that
that gave
violence
them
against
tremendous support.
Later,
Minorities
towards the summer,
many
he
times.
issued some very strong
So they fought
condemnations of violence
minorities
against
after
Jews
that.
and so on.
This was a minority
Many
effort.
critics
The
feel
Muslim
that
leaders
these later
and
statements were
many
largely
people flocked to
created
him
for
for the
public
same reason, for that
consumption
kind of religious
to
freedom.
try and bolster
That religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable
But unlike the
society
Soviets,
that
who were
allows
much more effective in controlling
with
the
a small
violence
army
directed
to
against Jews,
administer a large empire.
Europe was
There
rather
was a
silent for a
1994,
period of several
practical political
years.
He recognized the power
Many
of
scholars,
having a
myself
balance of
included,
power,
hold that
like
he has a great
Syrians,
responsibility
for the emotional
without
part
really
equal
having
equal rights.
Hebrews for
One is
example,
the
also
Gospel
the letter of the
and
Hebrew
Christians and
alphabet.
Jews.
by many of these
They
forces
all have,
and many
well,
locations are
Symbolism
actually
keeps
mobilized
the
several
society from
times.
fragmenting
They
against him
recognize
or uniting
that
against him.
Jewish
There's a kind
Red
of
Army leader,
fragmentation
Leon Trotsky,
that he's taken
was
advantage
much
of.
more
I
effective
don't think that was his
in
main
controlling
reason,
his troops.
but I do
That
think he
the
was
Red
quite
Army
clear
is associated
that you give every
not
religion the
one
right.
hundred percent completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish
The
communities.
only religion
And
he
so
didn't
there is a
recognize as a
surge
religion was
in
Confucianism.
for the
He said,
communists
what do they
in general
do?
and for the Red Army in
The
particular.
Taoists
So
they do
much so
magic on the
that
earth and they can
the Red Army
give
had to
people
set up
magic
special
formulas
training
and
programs
carry it
for
over. They have
these
militia and
militias.
stuff going
Some
on.
of them
Well,
were
what did the
literally carried
Confucians do?
out of yeshivas
Some
in
people
order
would
to
pick
pick
up
up
their
a gun
shoes,
that they
that was
never
okay.
touched one
But he
before in
didn't
their life
expend
in order to
all the
defend their
tax-free
communities, and
rights.
they do
So
so.
that was another thing. He dropped all
Will
taxes on
continue with
religious
what
institutions,
happens
all
in
kinds.
the next lecture, but for now, let us
Because the
just
Confucianists
jump
were
ahead a
not
little bit to
necessarily But then, of
1926.
course, eventually there
The
was
Ukrainian movement, of
there
course,
was abuse so
failed
much because the religions were then
Slot,
asking
and with
everybody
the
to
exception
donate
of
property.
the
You
hard
can still
time
use it. You can still
Ukrainian
formula
ethnic
it. It's
territory
ours.
that has
And now you don't have to pay
been absorbed
taxes on it.
by
You just give
Poland.
us some money.
Most
Got
Ukrainians
abused, but it started off as a good idea.
Ukrainian Soviet
And genuinely, as I understand it,
dominated by Moscow.
of course, there's the
Petliura and
practical
some of his close
aspect of
associates
those
flee,
policies
and they make their
he
way to
himself is
Paris,
just
where one
curious
day
about the different
they're walking
religions as
out of
well.
a cafe.
As I understand,
Petliura
he
runs
never
into an unfamiliar
chose any
figure,
religion
Sheldon
except
Schwartz, shown here in this
came, I guess, a
photograph.
bit described
Schwarzbard was in Paris,
believed
says
spiritual
him,
It's interesting, you know, always that
Petliura
after the
and
death of Syrian explains how they
and
brought me out.
Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him
He
in the
went through a new
spot.
phase in which he
He
saw
was immediately arrested,
religious
taken
scholars of all sorts, famous
assassinating
John
someone right
Jacob
there.
from China despised,
But
but anyway,
his defense
came
was
with all his magic
mobilized by a
and then a
fascinating
bunch of
outcome of
various
successful
Muslim leaders came.
They
So
claim that
Genghis Khan was
Schwarzbard was
exploring all
acting
these
out
different
of
religions,
revenge
but not just
for
in
the
a simple way. He had
that
organized
occurred
public
under
lectures for
Petliura's
these people,
watch,
and public debates,
and the trial ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood out in the street of Paris.
hated each other, would
Ultimately
never
became a
discuss
trial
anything.
about
And suddenly this
Petliura's guilt
powerful
or
man
innocence
summons him,
in
and he has to
the
say, okay, well,
early
explain
period
your religion,
of this
explain yours. And
state.
even if sometimes
The,
you
the
can't
French
just explain it in terms of your own
trial, the embarrassment
What do you
of
say
the
to people who
trial
believe in
earlier,
no, he never changed. He was an animist. We would say
ordering him to
that's
pay
the
1
only
franc
term
in
we know.
damages, very insulting
Early in life, he worshipped the mountain where he took
allowed
refuge
him to go
several times.
This was like a huge Jews
Was the
around
great
the world
refuge of his
who
life.
regarded
He would go to the
Schwarzbard
top.
as
He
an
would
event
pray.
of
He would take off his hat, take off his belt.
According to my research, and I've
Before the
read
skull pray.
look at my books,
So later on, they'd say this became rather dramatic. He
it's very
would
difficult to
sometimes go away
understand
and
what let's say an architect
to all
some kind of
subjects are ready to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain.
At the same
So
time,
there
there
was
was
like
that
that.
period
He
of
was very
separation
sincere.
where he
But I think
made
what
a
happened,
statement. But I would argue that
so many spirits in the water, the mountains,
he
everything
had no
around him.
way of
And
controlling
you
his
have to
troops.
know
He had no resources
And
to
the stars
provide
know
for
what
them, to
they
feed them,
like
and so
and
on.
don't like.
And if he were to
Should you
limit
sing to
their
them or should
violent
you offer
activities,
some
it might be
products or
faster than
what
the
do you do?
ultimate
You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia. This was a problem in China.
That
They
I
didn't
think is
know the
probably
spirits.
more
This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan,
Thank you very much for watching.
he kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language,
celebrated with
the word for sky, and the word for air, God, and the word for weather, are all the same.
As we discussed there,
Particularly in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky.
of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the form of Caleb settlements. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over
And so
the
then the
entire
sky
region,
could
they began
embrace
to
all
oppose
religions,
the
all
very
religions,
different
and all people were
philosophy
trying to
and
attain
political
the
system
same
that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last years of the Civil War, right up until World War II.
themselves. They didn't have to just be
Spans
taught
some time in some ways and restrictive in others. Let's begin with the discussion of the sects. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Еврейский section, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Wittgenstein, a communist who actually was a Chabad rabbi, was thoroughly defrocked as it was. His religious order is now frequently happened to Jews.
Yes,
associated
military
themselves with communism in the early
genius.
period. Wittgenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this
to understand the value of
very
religious freedom.
traditional
I mean, there
population,
is a cynical way to
traditional specifically
all these things.
when you get outside of the large
Only
cities
a lot
where
of things
much
that
less
look like he's a
secularism, much
feminist.
more old,
And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is well, he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they created a more stable society.
into this
And
radically
the reality is,
totally different
there's a lot of things that
economic
look
system.
awfully progressive.
Forcing them to while at the same time successfully
we get 1 million people, you've got to use every one. The men are fighting, and so 11
great
women
challenge,
to
and
administer a
they
lot of
evoked
things
some
inside
really
the country, the
strategies
economy
to
in
try and do
particular.
it.
And then
In the general
some of the
political
ancillary
environment,
Turkic
the
kingdoms
period
around
especially dire,
such as the
the period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism.
administered by his
During this
daughters
period of war communism,
and to
when
his
the
wives
Civil
were
War
in
was still
charge of
being
administering the
prosecuted,
land of
and
himself,
there were still,
handling the economy.
numerous
So
forces,
he was using the women
particularly the Ukrainian
in a
Directory,
very practical way,
Makhno, and the
but it wasn't
anarchists,
necessarily
and
the hour
the
you
white
way.
Russian forces that
I
used
think it's the
the
same way
Russians
in Ireland.
wanted to bring back some
I'm not
form
trying
of
to
the
say he was
monarchy
in
for
fire.
get rid of the communists, establish
But he
some
passed very strict laws
capitalist
about the
society
use of
in his
water.
place.
And also
So the
about
communists were still
using
fighting
water.
this
That you
war
couldn't move
real
water
time,
into an
and
area to
war
irrigate
communism
it.
as a
That was
kind of
violating
like
the
a temporary period
water.
characterized their
A lot of the
attempt
historians, they think long as they let the irrigation system be destroyed.
into
No,
the
it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system
policies
than
of
it does to
communism
create it.
as a whole.
They destroyed
Things like
those systems
you know,
policy.
confiscation
That
of
was-
land,
this is an return
collectivization
to
of
pasture
farming,
land.
bringing individual farmers together
This
into a
last
larger
Philip Conn
collective.
was the one
This
that
would
changed that
ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism.
things. But
You know, the
changes
outlawing of all
we can't
kinds of
use
forms
these
of
modern
commerce,
terms of
you know, shutting down
human
those
rights
enterprises,
crusader, all the
very, very
activities
aggressively
that the iron
attacking
center,
religious behavior and so on. This went on for about 2 years. Confiscation of tourist groups and
he
persecution
said
that was
every
across the
envoy,
board,
every
not just
ambassador,
Jews,
every
obviously.
messenger
Any religious
is
individual
protected from
in
arrest,
this
from
newly
torture, and from
atheistic
killing.
society
And
felt
if
definitely
you
very
kill
out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NET,
This is after
which was
Genghis
another
Khan.
acronym in English for the new economic program. This was what was generally perceived as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 10 steps forward.
For the military part, he was the greatest strategist for organizing everything.
Phenomenal
The military
energy
part
of
was Subadar.
standing,
Subadar
confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time,
Some
especially
of the Western
exhausted after
sources
the
say
years
daughter
before,
of
which
Genghis
you
Khan.
will recall, followed after World War I, right? World War I
Maybe she was
November
kidnapped.
1918.
Some say
The
she was the
economic
daughter of
policy
Genghis
is
Khan.
kind of like
Others say she was a witch.
relaxing some of these controls a
People
little
of
bit
Kiev decided she
and
was a witch and
allowing the
killed her.
economy to develop again slightly. Ultimately, it would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, till about 1924,
The envoy's
that began
method
to
of communication
take
in
the
diplomacy.
off the neck of
So
the
if you
larger
destroy that method
population.
of communication
And,
or disrespect it
so
or in any way,
in
and that
terms
sends a
of
signal
the
to
leadership,
everybody else.
let's just
Send
recall
it
that
up
there is a
boy,
triumvirate that are especially important at this time.
These
There are other figures that are
make it
also
the one
important. The
Part
foreigners
of the
that
idea
don't
is
have a
that we
triumvirate,
accept
but
the
there is, of
idea, we
course,
don't
Dan
do it.
Edwards is the
All of us
first
think
leader
they
of the Soviet Union.
diplomats are
He
killed
has a
around the world.
stroke in 19
Accept the idea of female equality
that
and
renders him
education. When
incapacitated.
in fact they're
And he
enslaved
lived
in
for a
big
couple
parts
more
of the
years,
world.
but during that time, which was during the
We
period
accept
of
the
theft,
idea of
there
religious
was a
freedom.
big
Oh,
question
but not
as to
those
who
people.
was going to
That's not
be his successor.
Theirs isn't
There
good.
are some
Their
who
religion
favored
is
Steve,
but our religion, we will
leader
tolerate
of the
them
Red
when
Army,
they're going to be
showing
like them.
tremendous
No.
skill
We
at
only say these things, but the world
expanding
still
the
hasn't
control
achieved.
of the
So,
Soviet
and he
Union.
did
But
achieve these
others
in his
favored
empire
Stalin,
in his
much more
time.
brutal
He
individual
achieved
coming
those.
from Georgia.
One of the
He
things
was
we
an expert on
mentioned,
nationalities question.
I think it's really fascinating, maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And, you could say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing trade network.
Very cleverly
Spanned,
maneuvering himself around
many
Trotsky
thousands.
and ultimately
And there's a lot of interesting
leader
things
in the
that were
30s
done to
that were
enable
dominated
that
by
trade.
Stalin right up
One is
until
providing
the early
safety and security.
So back to where we are.
Not just the envoys,
Liebenstein was
mentioned
placed in
communication,
charge of the Jewish section of the
military
Communist Party.
context, but
And
the
this was
merchants.
initially during the
Can you
period
speak
of
to
war communism, but during the period
Genghis
of time,
Khan
he
did for
saw
the
that
trade
he had
network
quite a bit more
connected to the
freedom
Silk Road?
to
No
explore
legends general are very interested
the
in trade.
methodology of
Our
bringing
history,
the
they have been the traders who carried the
Let
goods.
us recall that
One city
although
to
there was
another,
a
one oasis to
disproportionate
another.
number of
And so the Mongols
Jews
were
in the
also
Communist Party
extremely
for
interested and
their
extremely
population,
dependent. They could create very little
especially
in their
as
own
we
country. They
move
couldn't
up
grow
towards
hardly
the
anything.
leadership of the
They
Soviet
didn't have
Union.
the technological skills for
Sometimes
most
a
of the
third
tribes.
of governing
very
bodies
dependent on
were
trade.
dominated by Jews. There used to be
Well,
a
they
joke
raised
in
the
Yiddish
status of
that
merchants very high.
there was an
But this was
sick
particularly
for
opposed to the Chinese world. It wasn't so much
all
of the Christian
Russian
or
central
the
committees,
Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered
Yiddish,
extremely
they
low.
would say
And
that
all of a sudden,
what's
he
the
raised
Russian
them
acronym?
up
The
above
Yiddish acronym
scholars.
for
They got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed
that was
one
not
time.
true.
Whatever the national taxes, and
You
then
never had a
not taxed
majority
every
of
time
Jews
they
anywhere
stop
in
in some
any
town.
town.
He said he created a
But
set
there
of
were very important
what we
influential
would call
Jews
rest
in
houses,
proportion to their size of the
and
population.
corporation
That
centers
said,
where they could
the
get fresh
proportion
horses,
of Jews who
they
became
could
Muslims
vote,
was
they
tiny.
could deposit their money,
vast majority of
they
Jews
get
were
paper receipts that could be used
hostile to
anywhere in the
communism,
empire.
seeing it as a
They were
threat to
guaranteed
their
protection
national
if they
way
had
of
to pass
life,
through an
especially
area where
those
it
who were
might be
religiously
dangerous.
oriented
Then
who recognized the
a
threat
small
of
group
the
of
clerical nature of the Soviet Union.
horses would go
So
with them.
it's a
So
great
trade was
complex
extremely
issue.
important. And then
The
the
thing that
Mongols,
made the Soviet
also-
Union very
they
popular
supported
in the
trade
Civil
in a
War
very
period,
odd
as we
way.
discussed in the previous
And that is, the
was
merchants
the
would
fact
come
that
in and they would ask for
Trotsky's
an
Red
out.
Army
What is
forces
the price for some
were
goods?
far less
Than
likely
they should
to
get.
get
Waiting for the
drugs
Mongols to
than the
market
other
them
forces
down.
that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially
There's these
early
grants and ours.
1920s
I couldn't help but
towards the
ask,
Soviet Union.
why do
But
you
as
do
we
that?
shall
You
see,
gotta
it
stop doing
rapidly
it. This was
declined.
a
The policy
Muslim
that Liebenstein
financial
was
advisor. He called in and told him he's gonna stop paying more
generally
than people ask.
pushed during the
And
more
look at
liberal
these-
period of the 1920s
where's the money
for
gonna
all
go?
of the non-Russian
It's
actors
still in my
was
empire.
a
It's gonna
policy
come
that
back
went by the name
eventually.
of Korenizacja.
So they had a much different attitude with great respect.
Translated to
I
English.
think
The word
Koren
Koren I mean like
is in the
a
time
root.
of Kublai Khan when we said
So
his uncle and father went to China and came back to China. And then they
translated
all
as
went to China and
indigenization.
back. They were
Which
safe
sounds
the
like
whole
was
way. Their
a
goods were
way of
safe. They came
thinking
back
about
with
the
tremendous
general
amount of wealth.
society
They were never
and
harassed.
identifying
They
those
could
elements
just
of
2 years.
the
But in
indigenous
fact, they
culture
could cross the
which
whole
were compatible
continent
with communism and
safely
actively
and come back.
encouraging those those
there was a
The
precedent.
slogan of
We
the
really
era
don't have any
was
well documented.
nationalist
Anybody say from
informed,
China
but
visiting
socialist
Europe, you're
inclined.
visiting China
Meaning
before tomorrow.
they could wear their
Since
national
Genghis Khan,
costumes, they
there's
could
never
eat
been a
their
year
national foods,
without
they could
contact
speak their
between
national
these
language, as
was
long as
once he
none of the
created
things that were did or said
I don't think it's possible to
challenged
measure
the
positive and negative.
economic and
Because it wasn't
political
just trade
ideology of
goods.
communism. Right?
It was also
Nationalist form
exchange.
okay, but
Explicit
socialism
or
not.
implicit along the way,
They
exchange of
got into
ideas.
things like,
Whether that's exchange of technologies,
ethnocentrism,
exchange
that
of
was definitely not
philosophical
socialist concept.
ideas,
If they
scientific
wanted to
ideas,
defend their national religion,
technical
definitely
mathematical
not
ideas,
socialist
all of
concept.
this.
So this idea of colonization
It's
is kind of
constantly
reaching into the
circulating.
roots with this kind of like,
Maybe
you know,
speak to
theory
that.
operating that
there was
communism
exchange
was
of
the true
ideas
form
on
of
ideas,
human
technology,
organization. And if you
ideologies, beliefs,
below the
scientific
treated
information,
layers
everything was
of
being
corruption
exchanged,
and
including
bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just sit and hang out, like,
part of his
happily
genius
wearing
of organization was
dresses
knowing
or
what skilled
gowns of
people
Hora,
had that would contribute towards his
or whether
For example, the Muslims were very
hey,
good
and it would be
little empire of Judaism, which we get the word
so that's a policy for his
because it was a
what he
mathematician
did was
invented
he
algorithm.
took that material and said,
Judaism
let
long been
us
conquered and
go
very
to the
eventually,
Jewish
no
people
problem.
with
But it belonged to
the
him.
authentic element of
Muslims were using the
their
zero.
cultures.
Muslims were absolutely impressed about
There were a few challenges, one of which was really
zero.
huge, was this idea
Muslims were very
of
impressed
atheism,
because
because
herders
are
numbers are important to
united
them for
by
keeping up
their
with the
religion,
animals.
even when they're rebelling against their
They
religion, they still regard
they
themselves as
reduce
some
all
kind of
animals to the number of horses. You can have some
tribal,
many
familial
animals can have a
affiliation
nation,
that
but
is
for it
rooted
to
in
horses,
as
that doesn't mean they have
and
100
this was
horses.
anathema
It's going to be
the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union
5
stood up
cows
in the
count as 4
1920s
horses.
was an institution
5
called
sheep or
the
5
League
goats count as
of
1 horse.
Military. Sounds almost funny, actually.
4
And
camels
this
count as
was
5 horses.
targeting
So they
all
reduce it all
religions,
down
of
like
course,
that.
not just
Muslims
Judaism.
take a census
They
of
published
everything.
this
That's one
magazine
of the
here.
first things
This
Genghis
is
Khan did.
called
That was he made of every place he went. Is a complete
And,
census of
in
your
this
people.
particular
Every house had to
image,
post
showing
how many people, how many
obviously
animals,
Jesus
they do,
getting
the
all the
occupations,
various
all this
followers young to the point
So they
and
good
really trying to illustrate
mathematics with
Marx's
this.
idea
The
of
Muslims provided.
religion
So
being
they took the
obligated
Muslims
to
to China,
masses, that
these
religion
Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately,
high,
they were rather
unable
ruthless
to
sometimes when
appreciate
it came
the
to
true
implementing the
class
tax
enemies
policies.
and things like
But they
that.
became the
So there was a
financial
Yiddish
advisors.
Guardian, and there were tremendous amounts of effort
Other
placed
groups of
trying to
people
like do
had
that.
other roles like that in US,
The
moving them
Haggadah,
around
and rewrite
constantly.
the Passover liturgy.
And
They
so
wrote
you had
a
a
red Haggadah
combination.
that
He
celebrated
himself had this
Stalin
genius for
and Marx
combining
instead of
new
Moses,
bits
that
of technology.
Pharaoh was
But it
portrayed as
created
the
a new
Tsar
kind
and all
of
kinds of
cultural
things like this.
spirit
And
in which
they
other
used
people also
Yiddish
combined
language in
technology
particular
and
to
other
try and
be
get
encouraged.
this
It was no longer
Yiddish
heresy or the devil's work to bring in
considered
this
the
thing.
true
So
folk
we had to
language
spread
of
it
the
to
Jewish
we
people.
had a partial
Even
spread
though
of
it's
something
essentially
like
medieval
this.
German
Print
written
money.
in Hebrew, therefore. But that was the
We had
native tongue
almanacs
of like
being created
97,
now through printing
98%
that
of the
combined
Jewish
different
people at
calendars
the
and
end of
different
the 19th
information
century lived
was
in
coming along.
the Russian Empire. So they said, we'll
Simple
speak
but
to them and
lethal
we'll write
form
to
of
them in
technology
their
was,
Yiddish
for
language.
example, Chinese had
And so
gunpowder.
there was just a flourishing or attention lavish on anything in
And then
Yiddish,
sometimes
which
warfare was used for
would be
primitive
considered
hand grenade
compatible
or
with
primitive
Soviet culture.
with the
A
trebuchet.
lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry.
Middle Eastern
You
Muslims
actually
they had
have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous culture fluorescence. And in fact, in the 1920s,
Europeans did
very
not excel very
Yiddish would have a tremendous hate.
They were
Now,
behind in
it was
almost
not
everything.
a
But
normal Yiddish. I have to say, the more they poked around with it, the more they
okay, let's
used it.
take that bell.
Yiddish
We're gonna turn
is,
it on
as
its
I
side.
mentioned, written in Hebrew characters,
And we're
and
gonna
it
use
is
the
heavily
principle of the
populated by
flamethrower.
Hebraic
And
terms
we're
and
gonna
Aramaic
use
terms as well.
gunpowder from
And
China.
Hebrew
We've
was
got a cannon.
considered outside of the
Even
Pale
early
because
on,
that
by
was
the time they
too
got to the siege of
associated
Baghdad,
with
not, I
religion.
think in the time of
And
Genghis
also
Khan,
in modern
soon
Hebrew,
thereafter,
it's
his
associated with
sons and
Zionism.
grandsons.
Also,
They were using some
not
very primitive forms of cannon.
So,
And
what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like for example, chaver, which is translated to Russian as divided,
it's a combination
how do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the So, like you say, okay, you use the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with
technological developments that
for
Genghis
those
Khan
who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in
kind of
Hebrew
were using. So
Yiddish
how much
is
gunpowder were they using?
Reich.
In general, what was their approach to
But
the
in
siege
Yiddish,
warfare?
the Soviet trade was written
What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grand sound,
which is 6 letters, and if you didn't know what you're looking at, you'd be totally
first of all,
confused.
he changed
So
a
many
lot of the
words were written
strategies.
like this. And
They
by
were
the
no
way,
longer
once
working.
again,
All the system
the
worked
Soviets
on the grass
assumed
land.
all of the
By the time you
nationalities.
get to Hungary, the grass
Turkey,
land,
for example,
by
had
the time
a
you get to
letter
Poland,
G,
it's so many farms, it's hard
which
for horses
is
to get to the
distinct
farms.
from the
They don't
Russian
want to go
letter
on the road.
G.
By the time you get to the
And so
Indus
they
River,
actually made the Ukrainian
it's
letter
too hot,
G
too humid, the
illegal.
roads are beginning to wilt.
The letter G,
The
rather
horses
than
are
the letter
exhausted.
that looked like the letter H,
So
and
to conquer
pronounced it
South
like
China,
the Russian
Kublai
letter
Khan had
H.
to come up with
He sent this out. Here's something I find really
South
amazing.
Chinese.
This is the
It's called the Great
Russian
Wall of the Sea.
translation of the
This is
Hebrew
before
prayer
the wall that we
sea,
know as the
which
Great
of
Wall,
course would have been
which is really
totally
the
off
big
limits to these very atheist
big
Russians.
Dutch.
And
The
you
Great
see
Wall of the
in
Sea.
Cyrillic
They
letters,
used
it
it
has
as
the
a
word
defensive
largely
name. And the lawyers say they didn't
prayer
know
wall.
it was
And then
defensive.
underneath you see
And
it
it
has
was
the
literally
word
defensive. And then
Ilat
when it came time
Hashem,
for
which
warfare,
means
they would chain the
the
ships
songs
together
of God or
across
the
the mouth of a
songs of
harbor to
God.
protect the city.
And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H.
So
But there is no letter H
Kublai
in the
Khan,
Russian
who
alphabet.
was he?
So in order
And
to
what was the
indicate
state of
that
China
it should be
at that
pronounced
time?
as an H, they
That
took
kind
the
of
letter
set up
G
this idea
in the second word there,
of
and
ships.
they added a small
Siege
accent
warfare.
mark on the
In
top.
1215,
know
Genghis
Genghis
Khan
Khan
conquered the city we now know as
It's really
Rich, the
right,
capital of the
because
Jin
one of the
dynasty
things
of
that
northern
Yevsektia did
But at that time,
was they looked
southern China
at
was
5
the
letters
south
of the Hebrew alphabet
They
from
were using all
Malkash
the stuff.
that
He
are
had already
written
conquered
differently
the
at the
Shishia
end of a
kingdom
word
of the
than
Takun
if they're
people.
written at the beginning of the
And
word.
so
And they
most
said
of
those letters are
northern China
illegal.
was
You
under the
can't use
control
those
of
5
the
letters,
from about
they're essentially like
1215.
capital letters.
Called
Because
the
it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletariat,
It's
it's
just
a simple
called the
language,
middle.
a
It's
simple
Kublai
alphabet.
Khan was
So they tried to take away the 5 letters
Kublai
of
Khan
the
was
Yiddish
born that
alphabet.
year,
They took right
about 3
away
months after
G
the
from the Ukrainian
capture of
alphabet.
Beijing.
And so in return, we forced the new
He
letter
was
on
the
them.
second son of
The
the
word
fourth son of
Hashem,
Genghis Khan.
that H
Well, he's
is
got lots of
actually
cousins out
positioned
there.
into the
They've been
Russian
riding
alphabet
around. They've
in order to
conquered Russia.
accommodate the Hebrew.
But they've already burned down Kiev. They've
So
conquered
back
different
to where we are.
places. They're
So during the 1920s,
That's their whole life.
explosion of Yiddish activity
He doesn't
under
Genghis Khan was about 7
Yevsektia.
years old.
And one last detail that's actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating.
And Genghis Khan came back.
At one point, the Soviets even experimented with creating a kind of alternative
He looks like his mother's people.
They
His mother was
created
a
the
Polish
homeland
He was actually a royal family of the Merkin
called Birobidja,
He conquered some kind of
way
area.
out in
It looks like his mother's people. It was
the border with China,
almost
4,000 miles away
very
from
right.
where Jews were actually living.
She
And the idea was to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to
for
Israel.
whatever
You
reason,
have your
his
own
mother, I think,
in Birobidja.
she recognized
It's kind of
the
an
difference and
interesting
treated
thing.
him differently.
Yiddish was
Her
the
oldest
official
was
language of Birobidjan and stuff like that, but they had very few
She
Jews
wanted
that
him to
actually
become,
lived there,
even though
primarily because Stalin wanted a lot of the migration there, exactly when the Jews At any rate, to
she
sum
took
up the
over northern China,
period of
and she went
incredibly,
there, and she wanted her
although
son
very
to become the
atheistic,
great emperor of the
huge surge of popularity of Yiddish
This wasn't
language
his line. This wasn't going to happen. Because he's the
This
fourth
came
son out of
crashing
three.
to a halt
There's
in
way
the
of life made a whole
1930s.
emperor.
This man just
She calls the revolution. She
Stalin was
She
able by
put
the
her
end of the
son in
1920s to firmly consolidate his
He became
control
great
over
Khan.
the entire region.
He
And he
only
had very
lived
little
to
patience
be
with all of
50
these
dollars.
international
Something like
social
Colorado.
and content experiments.
The different
He shut
stories
down
that
the
I
FCCF.
have.
Instead, he had another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the
Up to
Communist
this
Party
point,
that had exactly
Khan
the
had
same rights
not been
as
distinguished
the
himself.
section.
His
And
mother
Stalin
was,
said,
she was a Christian
focus
woman,
ourselves
but
on
she had a Buddhist
industrialization.
nurse for him, and she had
network
Chinese
of
scholars
5-year
come in to
plans,
tutor him.
which were designed
Had a
to
very
rapidly
good
propel
education
the
for him.
into the
And I think that she
by
planned
building
that he was going to be a great
massive, like, huge
administrator under his
hydroelectric
older brother.
dams,
And he was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff.
he created
The
an
brother,
environment
he
where
insisted
people
on
were
sending him out
desperately
campaign.
pressured
Oh, but he was
to report
overweight, he was
results.
fat, he had
What ended
gout,
up happening
he
was
needed to go
that
ranch,
they
he
were
was always
faking the
selling
results
something.
rather
And the
than,
brother was
telling
assigning
the
people
truth
for
for power
power.
and say,
So
hey,
he
you
sort
can't
of Subadai, the great general, he used to teach him warfare.
or we can't possibly harvest
He
that
was
much
really,
grain.
he really was.
One of the most
He was very
terrifying,
smart.
awful results
And at
of
first a little
the
bit
5-year
lazy,
plan
like talking about the religion,
was
sitting
the
around going hunting.
massive
He
terror
was all busy with it,
nuclear
do the shooting,
training.
and then prepare the food.
1933, a huge number of
his
people, it's very difficult to
territory
get
north of China
exactly how
was
many.
just
Reasonable
being
estimates
run in
are
the dirt
around
by some administrators. The Mongols had gone
huge
in.
number of people.
They were just
There are
overtaxing the people, cheating the
as well.
people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his
Artificial
She said,
famine.
"Your land, this is your land. You
It's
have to
larger
administer
result
this
of
land.
the
You go there, you live there, you
economic
take
plan
charge."
of Stalin and his
And everybody was terrified of him.
And
So he
And
ran off
in
to China and he
context,
started
with
administering his
all
land and he
these
started learning how
other
to do it.
related
But when
factors,
his brother died in 1259,
purges
he
began.
was down on the Yellow River, Yangtze River, on a campaign.
As
He was supported by his brother. He
began
was
to
having no
see
success.
the
But he
glorious
thought, okay, the
reports
brother's
of
dead, I should
Soviet
finish the
productivity
campaign.
were
Meanwhile, his youngest brother,
evident
Ronnie
in reality,
was another
rather than say, wait a
like their
second,
father.
maybe people are exaggerating or finding
He was back in
how much they're able
Mongolia,
to produce.
and his
Instead,
tolerance
they
for
blamed
religion.
this
He
non-existent
was
saboteur
overseas the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists.
who were somehow,
The Mongols thought the Taoists were
decided to
overtaxing
stand in the
everybody.
way of progress for the Soviet
So he
Union.
had to oversee it. He
People
got
were
mad and he picked up a
identified,
statue of the Buddha
tortured,
and
and
beat him
forced to
down.
divulge the names of other
But
saboteurs.
he just
This
wasn't
created
for
an
moderating
ecosystem of
debates.
purges that was
So
not at all
he was
unlike
going
the
to be the
Spanish
great
Inquisition,
Khan.
in which heresy
So
was
he was
hunted out
declared the great
everywhere.
Khan.
People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even a person who wasn't a heretic or didn't know any heretics,
His wife,
they would
Johnny,
nevertheless under the pain of
sent him
torture
some
give up all
coded
kinds of
messages.
names. This initiated
Basically telling
a
you,
horrific cycle
forget about
of
Southern
arrest,
China.
torture,
Let's go all the way
repression,
there and
arrest,
conquer that some
torture,
other time.
repression
Right
that
now, your
resulted
brother
in
is taking over the
millions of
empire.
people
You should be
scaled
the emperor. You are the next
exiled
son.
to Gulag, out of Siberia, or even executed. And this
And
really
somehow she
sealed the
invigorated
Soviet
him.
Union in the
And he
later
came back, and even though he
1930s.
didn't have all the
And at
military
this
strategy,
point,
he had
the
northern
Jewish
China,
enthusiasm
the
for
resources
Soviet
were immense. He could cut off Mongolia.
prominent Jews were
was very
purged
dependent on
early
northern
on
China for
in
food.
this period of
All
Stalin's
Mongols supported him.
of the
All the
party
ones in
and
Central
later
Asia,
society.
all
And
of them were
Jews,
supporting
with a
him.
few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich,
He
who was
went to get
involved
food from
in
them,
Ukraine during the years of the
and then
Holodomor.
they didn't want to give up the food.
With the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership
We're not giving up our
was
food.
purged
So
of
he
its
was basically kind of
membership,
starved into
and the kind
submission.
of like
In
popularity
1262,
at
he
the
was taken prisoner
1990s
into
was
China,
nowhere to
and
be
then
seen
he
as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood
passed
for.
away.
So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what
Big
was
case was
once
being brought
more
against him
significant
for trial,
participation of
but he
some
never made
Jews
it
in
to
the Communist
trial.
Party was
He was
reduced to tiny, tiny
Republican.
remnants. And this
But not really distinguished himself very
look at
much.
Holocaust, because remember,
He didn't have the genius of his
participation
grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood most of what most Chinese did. So the great thing left, that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting.
in order to understand properly.
So he had one of his very smart generals named Archer, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think and innovate. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father, Rabbi
Who
on the
were
conquest
by
of
girls who
Red
made
River
no
experience, particularly
Vietnam
during
against
the
the Dark Viet
1939 to 1941.
Just
They
not
went
like
down
I
the river.
explained. Yes, she did
They were
trade
trying to
not
surround
ladies
us
such
with
as
Chinese
we had custom.
territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and
Outbreak
from the
of the
south.
war in
So
September
they went down the
1939.
Red River.
Slang was around me,
Took
but
over
better
Darien.
you can see
Davia
Shiva.
moved
Did
their
I
army
know
up
it
on the
was
other
on
side
the
by
people
boat.
just
And they had a whole
All
column of
the people
elephants.
overseas.
They had Mongols on one side of the river,
This map
the
shows
Davia forces on the other
Send
side.
those
But Yankadayo was a smart man, not a genius, but smart.
that
He
basically
already knew from campaigns in Bardock that the only way to rout the elephants
Empire
was with flaming arrows to
the
the feet.
Hungarian Empire and
That was it.
the
But he recognized that they came up on the
slight shading in this map.
Mongols did not. They just they crossed the river on goatskin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going to a floating cart. I'm going to ride across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats.
These are all
Guys escaped when we brought the elephants.
Also slang.
Well, the war
The
battle,
talent
I mean,
will
got
provide
started. Elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on.
Charles Whitman
The
needed
group that sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols.
himself
They want to go to war. They might burn a bunch of weapons on us. It's just not, funny. So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle. The Darien forces got the boats and sailed back to Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the delta. Mongols arrived in Concord, Hanoi, the capital city, and they have nothing.
United
They
States
won
of
every
America.
battle, and they lost them.
Clearly, one
They
country,
retreated.
one federal
Hanju
government
was the
made
son
up of
of Hankadai, and he saw all this happen,
states.
and he recognized the importance of water and boats,
Degree of autonomy of the republic.
and he spent his time studying the Yangtze River around it in the cities.
America.
There was something he saw. The cities are heavily fortified on the land side. Invasion comes from the land. They expect this little wild boats to protect the water, and so the city walls are weak. The defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how?
Also
They set off down Khan, Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews. So they sent over engineers to build special kind of catapult, and they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat because they were usually made for stable ground. Well, they adapted it for boat, for rowing, and also for some incendiary bombs. They developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult
Right on ship.
Catapult on the ship, but it's a
This is an engineering
And they
solution
end up dividing the territory
for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Here's a clear map that shows what ended up happening.
Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's cart. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So they hit them hard on the walls to the weak side. This way there's no army protection.
Yes.
They
They
were
conquered their way down
in
to Hangzhou,
amazingly,
the capital of the southern side.
election, they all voted to join
They've been in power for all times in 970, but now we're already into the 1270.
Estonia, and
That's a
Lithuania.
long
These
time.
are the so-called
They're dissipated, they had child, they had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command.
Ukraine as well.
Kublai makes a very strange move.
These regions
He says, okay, let's invade Japan now.
What exactly is so
Most people describe it to all kinds of things, but I'd say I think great logic. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase to the Jews or their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy clause, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, but be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in, and because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests of who could sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars called it. They were being scholars. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China where they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are basically great on the river, and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. The Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with the trebuchet, you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses. Well, you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were more prepared. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed.
So we should say that this is the time for samurai, right? In Japan. So there was never a real test of like
So there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had a spiritualized language. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story from genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this wasn't no territory. And the weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships on the beach?
But they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes,
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
They could do their usual Mongol thing.
Right. Well, see, they don't have enough forces for there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
He has failed to conquer. It's thinking like a Mongol that you ruled those waters and lands, but he ruled the ocean. Stopped the trade, stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He lost, but he did not objective of cutting off southern Japan. Also, it gave the Navy some experience with the ocean. Now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in. Haji was in command. The command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised over in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. I bet he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came over commanded the army, he was very cosmopolitan, intelligent. Haji should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that he and Haji worked together very well. Haji knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things in the capital city and handle things. So Lion is in command.
erupted in
And so the generals are deserting the south zone right now. The artisans are all coming up to join. Mongols are paid. Generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt
Soviets under
cowards.
and this was all during
The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady, she had no children. She was her name, the Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Lion said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Lion came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no,
a whole group of
I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to go with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her and respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, there, they take everything in their existence at force. Take their archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, and she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick and took her longer time, and they surrender again, the ceremony bowing to Rubicon. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title, Equination, to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely. But the Navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to what was his name? They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing there was also more city after city. The Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, the Chinese Muslims, they're still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols. They just freed up the thing, and because they were merchants and their status would be raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places, but they dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. No, fortunately, they had one more 7-year-old child. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, I was not talking about the airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, and they had a big coronation ceremony, and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't they sailed out farther south to another island. They took it over, and of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. The Mongols are chasing you, you're going to stop it. Build a palace.
These are like the remains of
It was the generals, the army and the navy. And there was a real confidence in this. So they're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chain together the moons across the and they put the palace on which to the generals didn't trust their soldiers enough. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the Mongols arrived over and over and over. They asked them to surrender.
longer
You won't be harmed, all
Self
this other
directed
stuff.
table, they no longer
And the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all
but
around
they
them, and
worked
they had the
on
land.
their skyscrapers and on their very
Once the
documented
fighting started, they could just ship them from the highland right onto the
but for a
ships. And
capitalist,
they cut
would
the
also
ships off with a fresh supply of wood and water.
so you have
So they can't boil rice, they have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out
as
there.
long as it is in conformity with their anti-religious
The leaders
values
refused
and
to
other
surrender.
communist values.
The little boy is their 7-year-old emperor.
They also, one
With his
final
pet
note,
parrot.
was that
That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet
created
parrot.
as an attempt
And then
to
the
try
Mongols,
and compete
they
with
offered
Zionism.
opportunity.
They actually created a small Jewish
Prime Minister, so
autonomous
coward that he is, he's treated as a hero
way
today
out
in
in
China.
the
Throughout history,
of the
coward that he was.
Siberia bordering
He said,
China. They called
"Don't
it
disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor." So
So
first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown.
Yiddish letters because
And then he took
the
the emperor and held him. 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer is a child murderer to do that. Somehow, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too.
by this time
So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments in world history.
Kickstart the entire
With
economy.
this coward killing a child,
Very
his
hard.
pet parrot,
The Soviet reality.
that was betrayed by this
Passed away in the
the
early
man
70s.
lost the war.
His
man
idea
lost
of what
Who's to
was
blame?
all about
An old one-eyed lady.
right through
Empress
Well, the bigger picture there is probably the institutions became corrupt, stale, the army weakened, the politician class probably
somehow able
lost skill and confidence and ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate.
I mean, everybody has their perspective, maybe. The way you told the story has a very kind of objective
sacrifice basic
way of revealing the absurdity, the cowardice of it. But you know, there's probably a Chinese perspective that they tell the story is like maintain the honor to the last moment.
Very often, Empress Yu is the traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for another 45 years.
famine that was highly
And
artificial.
she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, killed young
There was
Ming.
literally starvation.
So, what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had to go in China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Nigeria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagade, second son of Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongols.
Sons of Genghis Khan. The Ilkhanate was still loyal to him, but they're so far away. But now he has a name.
This is, I mean, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, even the pieces are gigantic. So, I mean, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen or princess to become queen in the Ilkhanate to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all that area.
For teacher,
So
especially
he
in China.
said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai was about to die. In fact, you land all over left. And they wanted to get the riches out before they didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation. And they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there'd been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. The second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge solo army, but now he has to do it like doesn't slaughter. So he's got what's he going to do? It's not reliable and unsafe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, which is down the Russian Far East, right? We call it English, but Russian Far East. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring the functions of there, but there was enough room or enough agricultural area for him to use their colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song Dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hose and it was formed. He wanted to create, obviously, an agricultural, military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. It was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost.
The secret police
They didn't have it, and part of the reason is that the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. This didn't work in sync. Because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it Jewel. The center. He has the center in command. No, he sent two without clearance. They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, once again, they have the same problems, even though they come lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of that day. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for the victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies. All the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows, and the ships set them on fire. And they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off. It was his deliberate plan. The problem was solved. This is one of the ironies of history. It's hard to understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They were ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, Princess Huxjin, to go to and so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died. Soon after that, his grandson, who's not so well respected in history, was often called a drunk, but his name was Timur and Gentle. He wasn't drunk when he was young. But his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he knew reassemble the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. All declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to conquest. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. Bring it to trade. He instituted it was short, unfortunately, did last forever. We should go to it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth. All the way to Africa, across our Hormuz. They have a connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time. I'm not sure, but very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, although actually the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and they had to be independent, but they were loyal to him, and they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China.
They were the ones who had
They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service to get to like you have to literally deliver the letter?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying. They were allowed to intermarry. Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world wanted one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this now famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess one of the primary documentaries of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that, but I also needed other sources, so I thought if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else, a Persian, to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but
this invasion
he's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Rothschild, dictated in Persian in general.
Here's a map.
In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Williams. That was both a play on what he was called El Million, because he had talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He didn't publish his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. So Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not in his words, but in his basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess looks and says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And then in the play, Ion, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, "Look, these people are dangerous from the west. We should go conquer them now while they're here." Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, "They are not worth conquering, and if we conquer them, we will become like them." And he said, "Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands." For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world. Symbolically, with Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. It's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rivalry and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. Which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic. For me, it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, we delved a lot more in China because it's about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one's just a villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong, I don't understand their history," and that's probably right, it's quite possible. But it's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. And there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything and love the members of your own family. I do hope that to understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance. They are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO that can teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinance to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not as superior races.
Beautiful. How
Usually
did the
Central
Mongol
Shabbat
Empire come
like
to an
teaching.
end? How did it fall?
Rabbi Hebrew
we
for
see
people.
very clear evidence that
Slang.
resistance on the part
Despite
of
the
the
fact that
Altas group
Timur
was
Ojetuhan
not very
had
common, but
united
And some
the
Rabbi
empire
always looking
symbolically,
for
all of it,
spiritual
got away
growth.
and they had the
Another
trade
way,
Then
going
the
on.
Altas
report
group
invited
simply say, you know what, I
Mongols
can't take this
referred to
never
anymore.
foreign
adapt
countries for
at will,
And say, I just can't
and they
gun
began having
down
problems in different
people
areas.
day in,
So
day
in
out.
some areas of
What
the
would
world,
typically happen
they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world, broke away from the
fatherland and so on.
example
Rather
of
with a
reform.
classy selection of
Russia
the
lingered on longer under Mongol domination,
Or going out
but it got
for
weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River.
not at all a
They
case
weakened
where
to the point that they just became
would be shot.
a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left as the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear any more than they want to hear me criticize their Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system. That's the that is used today in Russia and many, many other things in Russia. So even Malchin is a herder.
Authority.
Well, it's a person, it's an animal, and Chin is a person takes an animal. To all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. There's always a great
What is clear, however,
strand of
by the time they got to
research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. Stoltenberg is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his art. I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up and went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did throughout the whole thing. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. And the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So they had to give the first back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for Mongols. But some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath it. Sometimes we're just good. But this great system that united, it was called the Yam or that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, that it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses.
Work together.
The empire just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran, Afghanistan, the Hazara people, and Russia, some of them stayed. But then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. They'd been there for hundreds of years. And then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols, they were still moving despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the ocean.
Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return back to Genghis Khan,
directly into the
we talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that
murder of
Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, like, there's several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan, the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons, can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Oh, I think there's a very good lesson. And the Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. The Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases 2 years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in and conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the city center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols are very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it, tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe.
As
we dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever.
Middle
You could kill the people, and they did. You could use chemical warfare, and they did.
Let us contrast what happened.
And you could still go into the eastern part of Cambodia,
They
and
got those Hebrew for stars.
The conquered nations.
you could go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing
in the physical
because of
world.
their chemical warfare
Not
in
the
America.
Hebrew for stars of godliness.
Directly
So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, we could support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy. We're going to free the women. There's absolute sheer insanity in the things that we did. And we killed people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease.
Typically involved a lot more.
Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't need to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal,
Whether or not to preserve one's
and
own
we just paper over it sometimes. It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy.
One other really important factor.
Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, is now resting in hell. That's exactly where he belongs. For what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliate it, which means they wiped out the crops, or people were starving, literally in the case of Cambodia, starving. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own. So yeah, warfare.
Collaboration was
I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by a friendly fire in American war.
It seems that
Jews are especially
what people mean when they say that war is hell, in some deep sense, everybody loses no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations. But more control than is better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, the brutality and all of that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's a barbarian on horseback killing people, raping people all the time. The other image is Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him, in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia.
a large
And to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of Mongolian Parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln, and they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And The truth is somewhere in between.
Sometimes
Well,
along with
depending on where you are and how you want to see it,
Yeah.
there are many things
we're
that
all dressed up.
happen that were
The
terrible
long
and
for
horrible.
world.
And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
In Kabbalah refers to levels of
Let's
morality,
return back to
animosity,
Genghis Khan's
philosophy,
life and the end of it.
etc. The long
How
for
and where did
for
he
world
die?
to come.
Willingness to hand over
After conquering the Hellenism Empire in Central Asia,
Spiritual reward
Genghis Khan
after
returned,
resurrection.
and then they had a great, lot of great celebrations that went on for a whole summer just about. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody used to be given all kinds of things, for what they have done, and including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank and the ox yoke. They were rewarded with, everybody was rewarded. It was a great time.
Mr. Calvin said that the
The
unlimited
first place he
divine realm,
attacked outside
the
was
long
the
path of the
Tangut
Hebrew for
nation.
world of chaos.
They had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops.
A primordial state of divine
He
life
didn't
before
forget that. He's
rectification.
going back to the
The long
Tangut
path of
nation,
the Hebrew
and he's
for
going
world
to
of
conquer them
rectification.
again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes him
The
a
balanced
while,
state where
and
divine
in
life is
crossing the
organized.
Gobi, he saw it was distracted a little bit by hunting the Human, which is the wild, we say the wild ass. I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. But the Hulan, to say Hulan up the Gobi, fell hunting the Hulan horse. And he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point. And it took some number of months before August of 1227. He was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific. But the truth is, we don't know exactly which day he died at that time. Because one of his wives was running the camp. And they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the
looking at
Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, except nothing. And then when they surrendered, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that
Poland,
the idea that
divided in
they were
half.
Buddhist people.
Western
The
half
Tanguts were Buddhists. And the idea was you say you could be reborn into your own
the
family.
Baltic states to the north.
But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn.
Things that we'll be discussing in this brief video also apply
He died
to
there.
military
How was he successor chosen?
so we couldn't
Succession issue
further
was always difficult.
So
He did not have the right to appoint a successor. It was not the Mongol way.
here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how
Before he set
Nazis
off for the Middle Eastern
essentially
campaign,
double-crossed Stalin
one of his wives
and
said to him,
Soviet allies,
even the biggest tree falls.
really make a deep penetration
You've got to make a plan
coming to
to
the very
talk to your
gates of
sons
Leningrad
about the future.
and Moscow.
So he did. He called his sons together. So this is Zuch. The oldest boy was born while the father was allied with his Anga Domok.
And here is the church which we saw in the previous video,
And then the next one was Chagadai.
exactly how these populations
And the next one was Kugade.
the
And
region
the next one was Talak, the father of Kuragan, but he was still alive at this point.
directly
So all four of them came.
but it has
So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said,
Belarus
Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always like that. So he called first on the Zuch. He said, going to use it. Genghis Khan's favorite Zuch.
So
This is the one that was
the
vegetable fraternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Kugade was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all. But he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more peaceful, good warrior, peaceful person. But he called him Zuch, my son speak. Chagade. The second one, the one that Mongol lost,
This was
he jumped up.
quite surprising. This is with the Nazis and
He was a small time How can you call on this market bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine what kind of scene. Genghis son is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history flicks it up like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly, and let somebody else say their form, have a spokesperson. Anyway, I think it was his words, but I think he said them one day. That's what I did. On this business, you do not know you are not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loves you. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just
So it's a major turnaround for Nazi
ideology.
ideology.
Really high integrity, really respectable
Military units, but it's not actually that surprising.
and honor his wife in this way,
especially
and his son in this way.
this reversal of belief that we're experiencing.
I don't know if she was alive at this time. We do not have the death record. Those are not valid record of death.
Together,
They usually just say somebody finished their age or some youth of his. I should speak to another side. It's a God they had to
therefore, the
said
adoption
yes.
of these military units was on the one hand a wise military tactic, but on the other hand a step back from racial ideology. Now, when we think about these units, normally the term SS immediately implies
We're betting out, you sluts. All right, girls. Round the clock. So
But can we say this about these very hastily put together?
we had since Joe Burrow, Mike Evans, Kyron Williams, Chase Brown, Alvin Kamara, Luke McConkey,
We could assume that they harbored many of the same
Dog,
attitudes we've seen of hostility
with Tyreek Hill.
because of the perception that they were allies.
This is a no-brainer to
But
me.
that's really the key point, understanding these groups. Were they considering themselves fighting
Cheetah, baby.
for Germany, i.e.
This is gonna be an exciting year.
collaborationist model, or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced.
Who we taking next?
in 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communism.
If George Kittle's available, which it there's a high probability that he is. That's our boy. We got Tyreek Hill and George Kittle. This game is over. They shouldn't even play it. This team might be as good as last year's. Well, you know, they might frame it. Shit. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Allegedly.
So a lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent and immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic toward the German cause, rather than
That's how you sluts.
as
Hey, girl.
avengers of their local
Round the
But indeed, when you look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the great communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they view themselves.
We had since Joe Burrow, Mike Evans, Kyron Williams, Chase Brown, Alvin Kamara, Luke McConkey,
Militia division, for example, considered itself the first Ukrainian army.
Tyreek Hill.
They view themselves as one day establishing some kind of national statehood. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Shane Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the militia division and found no reason to qualify them as blanket order as war criminals. And this was just an illustration of the notion that the militia division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of the local population rather than a pro-Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very
Sacrificial meat is
significant to
validated
note
by
the
proper
awkward and
intention.
complicated role of the church in many of these endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the USSR was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the Galician division, is Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jewish children and returning them after the war to their families. So remarkable individual, and nevertheless his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and pro-Jewish figure that he was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, of economic advancement, that they have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage murderous activities. Perhaps one of the most important things to understand is that, many peoples from the bloodlines all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and the Lithuanians and the Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way that the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets, not necessarily to the same degree of genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. You see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same happened to Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics and shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles or Ukrainians or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards racial purity. So a lot of the local populations viewed themselves as victims as well as the Jews, and saw their actions as entirely justified within the larger complex of values. This topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of that terrible era. On the one hand, when one sees an active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to label that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to some degree as self-preservation, as an attempt for economic advancement. And one wonders where exactly do we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness. These are very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity.
Sometimes meaning college style of chastity. Polish longer Yiddish slang for a yeshiva student from a college style Hasidic background. Polish chassid Yiddish slang for non-Lubavitch chassid, often contrasted with Shabbat. Kozak Yiddish pronunciation of
Thank you
Kozak,
very much,
galactic
Mr.
authority.
I appreciate offer from Dr. Kadish
Polish Farbrennen slang for non-Shabbat, Farbrennen style lost
your
option,
audience
less memory.
on this
Polish
occasion
or Yiddish for
prior to the
Polish,
holiday Passover.
often used for
And
use of
I
Polish
have to say
origin
that
or
I
style.
put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my
Plain Yiddish for
main area of
faces,
specialization is
sometimes
history.
slang for appearance
I'm
or
much more
look.
comfortable
Kaddish
dealing with
Kaddish
things that
Aramaic
have
for
already
holy.
happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over
Central
the past
prayer
6
said by
weeks, it
mourners
has
and
been
in services,
impossible for me to
sanctifying God
concentrate
as
on the
name.
past because I keep being drawn into the future and into,
Capital
unfortunately, the
Hebrew
present,
for
which
assembly,
is so terrible
congregation.
in Ukraine.
Refers to a
So
Jewish
my
community
goal
or
for
communal
today
body.
is to speak
Cal
about
Batchover Hebrew for
Passover
light and
and
heavy.
speak specifically about the refugee experience connected
A
specifically
logical
to
method of
Ukraine.
Calvinic reasoning.
This talk may
If
be a
the
little
lighter
bit more
case applies,
personal
then
than
certainly the
most of
heavier
my
one does.
talks, for reasons
Can
which
a
I hope
Hebrew
to
for
make
read?
clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly
Influenza
about.
refers to a measuring
So
rod or
let
a
me
stock.
begin by looking at
Also
something
part of
from
the
a
menorah
tradition. I
as
was asked to say
design.
something relevant to the
Cash
holiday of
Hebrew
Passover, and of
for
course
fitness,
this
properness.
holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the Jews
Used
from
to
Egypt
describe
from
food that
servitude.
meets kosher
And one
standards.
of the
Cash Hebrew
concepts
for
that is
line.
repeated so many times in Jewish thought, it is
Kabbalah
noted
refers
no
to the
less
divine
than
line of life,
36
drawn
times
into
in the
creation.
Bible, according to some counts,
Sabu in Hebrew
far
for fixed,
more than
established.
36 counts. But basically
Influenza
a
about
demand
6
that the
locations,
Jews
4 times.
recognize the suffering of the stranger. Here's just one example of
Kariah
the
3
many
on Hebrew
verses
for carry.
that underline
Halachic
that
practice of
particular
rending
concept.
garments during mourning.
Let me read it in Hebrew and then we'll look at it in English.
Public reading of the Torah scroll in synagogue.
You shall not
Kariah
oppress a
Shema Hebrew
stranger,
for recitation of
for you
Shema.
know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the
Central
land of
daily
Egypt.
mitzvah of
Now, the
declaring God
term
as
for
unity.
stranger that's used
Carry
here has
Hebrew for
multiple
impurity
meanings.
or
It
nocturnal
is
emission in
related to
halachic
the
text.
word lagur, which means to dwell or reside.
Kiddush
And
Hebrew for
sometimes this term is
sanctification.
used to refer
Blessing
to,
recited
as
over
it
wine
applies
to
here, a
sanctify
stranger, a
Shabbat and
foreigner. Sometimes
festivals.
it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who is converted to
Kiddush
Judaism.
Hebrew for
Sometimes it's referring to
sanctification
a
of the name.
resident alien.
Act that honors
And
God
depending
publicly,
on the
even
context,
martyrdom.
that's a different translation that will be used by the commentators. But if we look at this one,
Kedushin
a
Hebrew
very
for
important
Chapal.
commentator, very popular,
First stage of Jewish marriage, creating halachic law.
wrote in the 19th century.
Kiddush Ariga
And he
Aramaic for great
clarifies that for
sanctification.
him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to
Nickname
Judaism.
for Kiddush on
The verse
Shabbat morning.
refers to a person in
Kind
a
of Hebrew
foreign
for
land
lamentation.
without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low
Refers to
and whose
elegies
heart is
recited on
broken
Tisha
and
B'Av
crushed.
and their fast.
One must have mercy and draw this
Sola
person
Hebrew for
close, be a
Ecclesiastes.
friend and a neighbor, and
Lucas
provide as
10 as
much
attributed to
support
King
as you
Solomon.
can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously,
All
in
Hebrew
the
for
context of the Passover
Appears in
Seder,
halachic
as
discussions
Jews
about
around the
shofar
world
and
will
prayer.
gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning
All
of
Nigrei Aramaic
displacement,
oral vows.
hopefully
Opening prayer of
identify
Yom Kippur
with
and doing
displaced
festival
brothers.
vows.
That is, according to Rabbi
Important
Papa
Hebrew
of the
for offering,
Peleioids,
sacrifice.
how they will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our
Central
specific
temple
moment,
service
we're
term.
not talking just
Important
about
Chesed
Jewish
Hebrew for
refugees, of which
Passover
there are
offering.
many from
The lamb
Ukraine.
offering brought
There
before
are
Chesed
a
in
lot of
temple
different
times.
counts of how many Jews live there. A conservative count says there are about
Important Hebrew for
40,000 Jews who
sacrifices.
self-identify
General
as
category of
such.
temple offerings,
About
also part of daily
90,000
sitter
Jews in
section.
Ukraine who are not necessarily connected to that core
For
population,
Hebrews
but
often
nevertheless are,
rebel leader in the
if you were
desert
to ask
against
them,
Moshe.
they would then see that
Sometimes slang for
they would say that
troublemaker.
they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who
Uriah
are
Megillah
fringes
Hebrew
of
for
the
reading of
Jewish
the scroll.
community, but
Refers to the
partial
public
Jewish
reading of
lineage,
Megillah's
but
Esther
married
on
to
Torah.
Jews. But we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is
for
not
reading and
the
writing.
Jewish refugees,
Biblical
but a far
phenomenon where the
larger
text is written one way but read differently.
This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises
Hebrew
in
name of
history.
the letter
You have a
Tav.
look, for example, at this
Used
report
in
that just came
Gematria
out
and
recently
halachic
from
abbreviation
the
lists.
United Nations
You
report on
write out
migration.
Yiddish for note.
There are about, as of April 1st, 7 million
A
who are
petitionary note
internally
written so
displaced
Rita,
within
office
Ukraine,
placed
meaning
at a
they have
grade
not
site like the
left
uncle.
their country, they have left
Do
their
not
homes
Hebrew
for
for
other
honor.
regions of Ukraine, particularly towards the west, where there is less shelling and less danger.
Common in phrases like
And there are
Chaos or honor
11
of
million
Rabbi.
who are total
Do not
displaced,
Hebrew
which means they've
for
actually
honor of
left the
heaven.
country. That means there are
Refers to
about
glorification of
4.1
God as name.
billion Ukrainians. Roughly 1/4 of the entire
Do not
population
utter a Hebrew for honor of the Torah.
out of its boundaries
Scholastic principle
because of the
requiring
fear of
respect
the
for
war.
Torah and
It's
scholars.
absolutely mind-boggling number. If we try to put that number into some
Written in
context,
Aramaic for the
really
rabbis.
think about what William Faulkner
Refers to
said.
Talmud and sages
He
collectively.
said, the past
Rabbinic
is
Hebrew
never
for
dead,
rabbinate.
it's not even past. Meaning, people like to
Refers
say
to
that
the
history
official
repeats
rabbinical
itself. Some
authority,
people
especially in Israel.
work with another
Rabbi
quotation
Hebrew
that
for our
it doesn't
teacher.
repeat itself, but it
Title
rhymes.
for major
But we
sages
are
E.G.
still
Rabbi
living
Tab.
in an extended 20th century of egregious
Rabbi
refugee
Hakad
crisis.
Hebrew for our holy
For
teacher.
example,
Title
let's
for
just think
Rabbi
about what this
Yehuda
means in
Hanasi,
context.
compiler
The
of the
estimated
Mishnah.
number of international refugees after 6 years of World
Rabbi
War
Tam
II
Evil
is
Friend
40 million.
Sakis.
That's a conservative
Also
estimate.
refers
Liberal
to his
estimates go all
unique
the way up to
petulant
60
style.
million.
Rabbi Hebrew
Ukrainian
for my
refugees
teacher.
have reached 4 million
Title for
after
ordained
only
as scholar.
6 weeks.
Read
An
a
absolutely
Yiddish for master
stunning
teacher.
number of people
His
displaced.
Tacitus, the
Tremendous
Thesatic and
human
spiritual
suffering
guide
as
of
a
the
result.
Chassidic
This is the
dynasty.
8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately
Rabbi
the 3rd
Cyril of
largest in
Riga.
the 21st century.
Refers to
When we look
successive
at these
leaders,
numbers in one
especially
other
Shabbat.
way, look at the scope and speed of it. If you were to
Read
calculate
a
the
modern
number of
acronym for
refugees
Rabbi S.A.
per the month
Pearson,
of
the fourth
conflict,
Lubavitcher
you're
Riga.
just 6 weeks
Read
into
a Rashov
this
acronym
war,
for Rabbi
and
Shalom
you see that
Dr. Pearson,
Ukrainian
the fifth
refugees
Riga.
are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced
Read
in
a
a
rich
far
acronym
shorter
for
period
Rabbi
of time
Yosef
than
Yitzchak
even in
Pearson,
World
the
War
sixth
II
Riga.
or the partition of India, which was also a
Read
tremendous
Yiddish for
crisis in
Mr. or
1947.
respectful titles,
So we are
not
dealing with
necessarily
a colossal
indicating a rabbi.
crisis that
Read
boggles the
Yiddish
mind
Hebrew
and
for
demands
Rabbi,
a
as
response.
wife, often respected as a
What I would
leader
like to
herself.
do over the next 40 minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically
Red Nachman
Jewish
refers to read the
aspect
Nachman
of
of Breath Law.
the experience
Red
of
essay
Ukraine,
rules, red
and to
mental,
understand a little
etc.
bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to
Yiddish way of
fulfill
referring
that
respectfully
commandment,
to people by
how
first name.
Jews might fulfill
Red
that commandment
Yiddish for
of
Jewish fellow.
considering the stranger. But I want to get personal for a few
Red
minutes.
Shlomo
Just tell you a
colloquial
little bit
for
about
Red
my
Shlomo
own
Carly
connection to
Boxinger
Ukraine,
and Rabbi.
because I think it's
Rav
relevant
Shamim
for
Hebrew for mercy,
giving you a
compassion.
sense of how strongly I feel
Often
about
used in
this.
prayers.
This is a photograph of my father's parents, my grandparents,
Rachman is Rachman
Holly and
Yiddish for
Alex
compassion
Abrams.
or pity.
It's dated
Also
circa
slang for kappa,
1932.
kappa heart.
They lived in northern Ontario, Canada. This
Rakmi
quirky
Iraqi
individual
Hebrew
at the
praise
bottom here
merciful
is my
children and
father.
merciful
One of the
parents.
things that my father always
Describes
used to
Jewish
tell me
character.
about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted
Common
brother.
acronym for Rabbi Abraham
Right
Ben
after
David
World
of
War
Koskiers,
II,
critic
there
of
was a tremendous
Rambam.
refugee crisis
Rambam
of
acronym for
Jewish
Rabbi
Muslims,
Moshe Ben
and
Maimon
they were
Maimonides.
displaced among about 300,000 other Jews to
Rambam
these
acronym
camps
for
that
Rabbi Moshe
dotted
Ben
the
Nachman
Eastern
Nachmanides.
Europe and Italy. And my grandparents of blessed memory
Rima
took
acronym for
in
Rabbi Moshe
an
Israel,
orphan
acting
child
with Galactic
as a
authority.
refugee to live
Lisan in Hebrew
with
for early
them
authority.
in northern Ontario,
Medieval
Canada.
Galactic
And so he
sages.
was the same age as my father, and they grew up together. He was his adopted brother.
Written Levian
So
Hebrew
the
title for
experience of
Sephardic
being
Chief
directly
Rabbi of
connected
Israel.
with the
Rivka
refugee
acronym for
population
Rabbi
and the
Yaakov Ben
refugee
Avraham
experience is something
Ishbili,
that
medieval
I
commentator.
contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own
Rit
childhood.
acronym for
I know
Rabbi
lots
Yitzchak
about
Al
think
Kasi,
about what
early
he
Galactic
and especially
codifier.
his parents had sacrificed in order to help out an orphan from the war.
Roten Rabbi
And I
Elazar
have
Roki
a more
Ash, Sibbolist
specific
and Colossus.
connection with Ukraine.
Rashbi acronym for Rabbi
This is a
Shimon Bar
photograph of
Yochai,
a
attributed
typical
author of the Zohar.
5-story walk-up in Ukraine. It's called a Khrushchev because they had
Rational
two
acronym
different
for
kinds
Rabbi
of
S.A.
major
Shmuel
buildings. They
Ben
had the
Meir,
Brezhnevs, which
commentator
are
and
much
Status.
higher, more modern buildings, and they had these Khrushchevs, which were
Rashka
smaller
acronym for
and somewhat
Rabbi
more
Shlomo Ben
decrepit.
Aderet Galactic authority.
I spent several
Rav Hebrew
months
for
living
Hem.
in this Khrushchev. Let me
Refers
tell
to
you the
Rabbi
story.
Asher Ben
I
Yechiel or
first
leader of
visited
a
Ukraine
yeshiva.
as part of my graduate education. My first
Rav
degree was
Joseph
actually not in
Hebrew for
history, it was in
Newman.
philosophy.
marked by
I
special
realized I
prayers.
wasn't going to be able to make much of a
Rosh
living as a
Hashanah Hebrew
philosopher.
for Head of
So
the
when I
Year.
was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my
Jewish New Year,
father-in-law
Day
was
of
very
Judgment.
enamored of
Rosh
Ukrainian history,
Yeshiva
in
Hebrew
particular
for Head
how
of
his
a
family is
Yeshiva.
from Ukraine. And so I thought I would try and knock off two
Spiritual
birds
leader
with
of
one
Torah
stone. I would
Academy.
impress my father-in-law,
Raw
and I
Yiddish
would
for Rabbi
find a
or
way to make a
Galactic
living as a
Authority.
historian if I studied
Raw
Ukrainian
Power
history.
Hebrew
It
Yiddish
turns
mix.
out that I really liked
Rabbi
it,
of the
and so I
city.
studied more and more. When I first went to Ukraine in
Raw
1989,
New Vineyard
it was still
Galactic
under the
Principle.
Soviet Union, but it was
Majority
beginning
by
to
vote
liberalize
number and
significantly.
stature.
And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take
Raw and
a
Peppers to
large
become
supply
multitude
of
of people
insulin
bespeaking
to
God's glory.
a diabetic
Used to
Ukrainian
justify
Jew
public
who
mystery
lived in
gathering.
this building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989.
Raw
You had to put it
Cosmic
in the
Hebrew for
freezer and things
majority
like
of
that
galactic
in the plane, and
visitors.
we got it to Ukraine.
Raw Great
And
Aramaic for
then
majority of the
I managed
rabbis.
to get a taxi and
Hebrew for
find my
them.
way over to Left Bank Cave and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them, and then I went home.
We see them through of
And then, this was
Yiddish
still under
for
the Soviet Empire, so
spirituality.
I could not get
Opposite of
into the
Japanese
archives that I
physicality.
really wanted to, but I did do some useful research there.
Ruth
However, I was
Yiddish for
denied
spiritual minded.
access to the more
Ruach
serious
Hebrew for
secret
spirit
archives
wind.
like the Communist Party of Ukraine.
Ruach
Then,
Yiddish
when
ever for
the
Holy Spirit.
Soviet Union fell and Ukraine
Divine
declared
inspiration.
independence,
Below
I was
prophecy.
invited back,
Ruach
this
Raha
time
Hebrew for
by
evil
a
spirit.
much more
Associated
open
with ritual
and
impurity.
Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or free
Rimani
from much
Hebrew
of
for
Moscow's influence,
conversates.
to come back and
Silver
look at those
adornments
archives. So
for
I said,
Torah
absolutely
scrolls.
fantastic. They said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of. And
Rahabad
it
Rabbi
sounds like it was
Abraham
pretty
and David,
fantastic.
medieval Galactus.
When I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kiev, everything had
Rashi
fallen through.
acronym for Rabbi Shlomo
Nobody knew who I
Yitzchaki,
was.
famed biblical and
The
Talmudic
people who were in
commentator.
charge had fled
Rashash Rabbi
for various
Shalom Shahami,
reasons,
Yemenite
and I was
Kabbalist.
completely alone
Rab
in
Hebrew
a
for
strange
Rabbi
city
Master.
with a pocket full of Canadian cash,
Often
and
refers to
I had
leading
no idea
sages.
where I was going to spend the night.
Rab
I didn't have a
Hebrew
hotel
honorific.
reservation. I was supposed to be a
Rabbi.
guest of the Academia Naut.
Rab Desire Hebrew for
I
young
really didn't know what
rabbis.
to do. The sun was setting, and there was a lot
Rab
of
Hakalo Hebrew.
road criminality
Community
going
rabbi.
on. The mafia was
Rab
very
slang
strong
in
in those
Yeshiva
early
world for
months
rabbinic
after
mentor.
the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I got in a taxi.
Rabbi
I
Aramaic
knew that this
Peppercorn
building,
used in
this was the only
Talmud for
person I
rabbi.
really knew in
Rabbi
Kiev at the
Akiva
time.
famous Tana, martyr,
I knew
teacher
this
of
building
Torah.
was somewhere in the left bank of the Dnipro River. I
Rabbi
said,
Bir
take me
Tana
to
known for
that
galactic
region.
ruling.
We drove around for about half
Rabbi
an hour.
Yochanan
I thought
Hammer
I
recited
recognized this.
extensively in
And
Talmud.
sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the
Rabbi
right door. I
Tarkin
thought it was. And in fact, when I
Rabbi
knocked on it,
Shimon often
Yevgeny
refers to Rabbi
Antonovsky
Shimon
answered
Bar
the door.
Yachai.
He was home. It was, thank God, the
Rabbi
same place
Yehuda
that I
Pan as the
visited
pillar of
originally.
Mishnah.
And I ended
Rabbana
up staying
Aramaic
there
for the
for
merciful
several
one,
months.
i.e. God.
Even after we were able to work out where I was supposed to be,
Rabbana Litzlan
what
Aramaic.
my living conditions were
May
supposed
the
to be,
merciful one save us.
I simply asked
Used
that
when
all the
discussing
funds that the
tragedy.
Canadian government had
Rabbana Litzlan
allocated
Aramaic.
for my trip be directed to the Antonovskis,
The merciful
and
one
so they were
decides
able
the
to get
heart.
a
Used
windfall,
in
but I
justice
lived in
for
their tiny
sincerity in
two-room
mitzvah.
apartment for several months
Raw
as I did my
Hebrew for
research.
noise.
Here's a picture of me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I'm the
Mystical
guy in the
text
back
refers
there
to
with
spiritual
the
tremor
dark
or
hair and dark
excitement.
beard. And
Rita
you'll
S.
see that
United
we're looking
Shabbat
at
slang.
some beautiful
The Rita
19th
S.
century
for
Talmuds.
special focus.
Yevgeny's grandfather was the shamus of
Rita
a
S.
shul.
Pop
He
Yiddish
was
Shabbat slang.
sort of like the
The
sexton
Rita
of the
S.
synagogue.
passion for what he
And when the
emphasized strongly.
communists came in 1917, 1918, he
Red
hid
is a
all
Yiddish
of
slang.
the holy
A
books,
Rita story,
and
usually
he
miraculous.
preserved them
Red
until
in
his father,
Yiddish slang.
until Yevgeny could
Matters
take care of
related
them.
to
So their
the
house
Rita.
was filled with a remarkable collection of 19th century imprints.
Rita S. Barbaric Shabbat slang for gatherings with the Rita.
So I
Rosh
got to
Hashanah
see
Hebrew
from
for head
the
of the
perspective
community.
of regular Soviet Jews what it's like to live under those conditions.
Rosh
Here's
Mezuzah
another
Hebrew for head
photograph
of a
with
Mezuzah.
Gemma,
Middle time
his
Yeshiva
wife,
knee.
and
Rosh
also on the
Hashanah
right,
Hebrew
those
for
of you
general
who are
principle.
students of Ukrainian Jewish history, or those of you who are fans of art,
Talmud of praising.
you might recognize, or even if
Latin
you're fans
Hebrew
of
for
music
will.
literature, you may
In
recognize
Tacitus, the
the
divine
young
will
man
that
on the
underlies
right, who
creation.
is my good friend that I met in Kiev at that time. None other than
Randall
Professor
Eshach
Yochanan
ever praised
Berkowski
from
Stern at
Ezekiel,
Northwestern.
Ronnie Henry Kearney.
Here's a picture of what he
In
looks
Kabbalah
like now.
Tacitus
He's kind of
refers
mastered
to
the
spiritual
sculpture
yearning followed by surrounding.
But our first associations were in the Vernadsky
Latin
Latin.
and
So
Hebrew for
I had the
supreme will.
experience of what it was like,
God S.
however
ultimate iron in
attenuated,
Kabbalah.
to be a
Latin
stranger in a
Protestant
strange
Hebrew
land,
for
and
lower
not
will.
know where I was going to sleep that night. Nothing compared to the actual suffering
Human will aligned with material
current
drives.
Ukrainian refugees. But
Latin
nevertheless, I had a
passion
little
Hebrew
taste
for
of it.
God S.
And
will.
thank God, by dint of
Galactic
the
ideals.
kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very safe place.
Rational Hebrew for running,
So,
yearning.
by the way, my
Spiritual
research
striving
resulted.
upward.
This is a book that I wrote about that. The topic that I was studying,
Riva
which
S.
is the
Sichos
revolutionary
Yiddish
period.
Hebrew slang for
It's no
Terai
longer
S. thoughts.
available in print, but
Riva
the
S. Hebrew
Ukrainian
Shabbat
translation
slang for the
was
Riva
now
S.
available,
letters,
and
often
there's
used as
second
spiritual
edition
guidance.
too. That will go into some of the things that I'm going to talk about a little more detail.
Riva S. Zettel Yiddish slang for
So
notes
what I'd
submitted
like
to
to
the
do now
Riva
is
requesting
give you
blessings.
some kind of personal background, personal introduction to this story. Let me talk to you a little bit about
Riva S. Zaga Aheber for the Riva S. Old
specifically and how that
Testament.
relates to the
Roti
refugees.
X medieval Kabbalist
So
Galactic.
we should certainly
Raw
bear in mind
Galactic
that
principle.
Jewish history goes back a very long way.
Majority. Raw
It goes
Raw
back at
Calvinic
least
phrase.
a millennium of
Double
recorded
majority.
history, and
Raw
there's
Hatsiber
further
Hebrews.
back evidence of Jewish settlement at the
Majority of
fringes
the
of the
community.
Ukrainian ethnographic territory.
Important for
If you have a
Galactic
look at this
ruling.
map,
Rag
which
Muslim Yiddish
is part of an
slang.
atlas written by my teacher,
Typical or
Professor
pathetic.
Paul Robert Lavachi. You see the blue
Raw
line
Crafting Hebrew for
outlines
factor
the
headings.
contemporary
Recent
boundaries
Hebrew
of
for first.
Ukraine.
Also
Obviously,
refers to the first
not
of the
referring to
Risonic
contested
authorities.
areas and Crimea being annexed by
Risonic
Russia
Hebrew phrase.
in the 21st century.
Early authorities and later
You see
authorities.
the extent of the
Galactic
Jewish population
categorization.
by the
Seder
heavy
Hebrew for order.
shading, in which Jews were more than 15%.
Most
of
famously, the
region
past
to the
governor,
west,
also
that
used
is
for
the
structured
right
study
bank
time.
of the Dnieper River,
Seder
the
Ishkol
Dnieper
Shelis
River.
Shabbat Kabbalah.
But even on the left bank, you see Poltava, Gubernia,
Chain
you
of
have
descent of divinity
3.9%,
from infinite
and
God to
Enoslav
physical world.
4.7%, still
Seder
very
Nikunim
significant
Shabbat.
percentage of
An
Jews.
ordered set of
Way
Hebrews
higher
some
than
that are far
Jews
breaded.
are in almost all parts of the United States. New York City,
Seder
of course,
Covenant
being a
Hebrew
major
for order of
exception.
service.
So Jews have a
Refers
very
to Yom
rich,
Kippur temple
long
service for spiritual
population
discipline.
history in Ukraine particularly. If you have a look at this
Sefer
map, you
Hebrew
see
for both, usually Torah
the
text.
origins of
Sefer Hashim
Ukraine
at medieval
in
galactic
a
work
kind of
received
medieval city
613
called
Mitzvah.
Cave in the Roots, which existed from
Sefer
about the
Marine
10th
collection of
century
Shabbat
to
Rabbi
about the
Mass
13th
discourses.
century. This
Sefer
sort
Hosiko's
of
compilation of
group of
Shabbat Riva as
principalities,
thoughts.
which were headed up from the city of Kiev,
Sefer Torah
formed
scroll
the kind
handwritten
of
on
core
parchment.
culture, the original
Sefer Tanya
political,
Tanya
social,
foundational Shabbat text by the
religious
Alter
culture
Riva.
of three contemporary countries, Ukraine,
Sefer Habits
Belarus,
book by
and
Randall
Russia.
enumerating the
Now it
613
happens that the
commandments.
center of this was in Kiev, and
Sefer
so
Hazomer classic
Ukrainians
Kabbalah
claim
word,
that
attributed
essentially
to
they
Rashi.
are the
Sefer
geographic
Kalachos generic
inheritors
phrase
of
for a
Kiev,
galactic code.
as well as
Sefer Keeper
political,
shortened galactic
religious,
guide
cultural
EG.
inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have their roots in this region.
Sefer Likitai for a
Now,
Shabbat
Jews
collection of memories
live
by the
in
Alter
this
Riva.
region easily from the 10th century
Sedula
on. There
Hebrew
are
for
plenty of
spiritual remedy
references
or
to Jews
practice
in
believed to draw
several
divine favor.
historical chronicles
Selitos
that we have
penitential
of the
prayers
era,
recited before
including
the
the
high
Post of
holidays.
which is one of the most
Seneca
important
rabbinic
documents that
ordination.
describes this early
Super
period,
Jews
so-called
from Spain,
Chronicle
Middle
of
East,
Bygone
and North
Years.
Africa.
But we also have some archaeological evidence that suggests that they even lived
Sephardic plural of
on
Sefer,
the Black
Sephardic
Sea
Jews.
coast as far back
Sephardic
as
Muslim prayer
antiquity.
rite of
That
Sephardic
Jews were
tradition.
involved in a lot
Sharp
of
Hebrew
trade
ordained.
in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports in Crimea, for
Mystical
example.
texts as sections.
We have
Shar
in
habitats on
the
gate of
13th
trust in
century, a little
Chavos
bit earlier,
Selenos,
even
often studied
members
in
of the
Shabbat.
Bale Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud.
Shar
There's
gate of unity.
Moses of Kiev
Section of Tanya on
and
divine
Isaac of
unity.
Chernihiv that show up in various
Shar
writings.
Hakavanos mystical
So
work by
Jews
Rabbi
are
Chaim
there
Reynolds.
right at the very beginning
Shabbos Yiddish
of
for Sabbath, day
Ukrainian
of rest.
self-determined
Shabbos
statehood.
Kodesh Hebrew for holy Sabbath.
They begin, however, to emerge in much larger
Shabbos
numbers
Devachim
in
Shabbat
the
when the
late
new month
11th
is blessed.
century and onward.
Shabbos
That's the era
Hagadol,
when
great
the
Sabbath
Crusades
before
begin, as you
Passover.
can see from this map, which outlines the
Shabbos
various
Shiva
routes
Sabbath
of
of
several
return, between
crusades
Rosh
from
Hashanah and Yom
Western
Kippur.
Europe into the land of Israel. And
Shabbos
the predominant
Beth
number of the
Sabbath of
stars of
comfort
David,
after
which
Tisha
represents
B'Av.
Jewish communities in the
Shabbos
12th
Bit
century
Yiddish.
and onwards, they're
Sabbath
much more
stable, where I we believe
less.
singing and Torah.
The central heartland of what would be called
Shabbos
Ashkenazi
night Yiddish slang.
located primarily
Shabbos
in
light
Rhineland,
atmosphere.
which would be in
Shali
north
Hebrew
of
for
Germany,
emissary.
south of France. And what's going to end up happening
Shabbat
is
tomorrow is the descendant spread to the Jewish world of Shali.
why people are being forced eastward by
Position of the Shabbat emissary.
for example,
Hebrew
the
greeting.
noxious development of
Peace
the
unto
blood
you.
libel that
Response.
Jews somehow
Aleichem Shalom.
to consume the blood of Christian children.
Shalom Patty's
Absolutely
Hebrew for
ridiculous
peace in the home.
concept that has no basis in
Shema
reality
Hebrew for heaven.
whatsoever. But once the idea began to take
Just
hold in the
acronym
12th
for
century,
Tishrei centering
it spread
6 orders
rapidly.
of Mishnah,
People
or
like to believe
colloquial,
it in
or
a kind of a
Talmud.
QAnon way,
Shastic
which
Yiddish
actually we may
slang.
reflect on that a little
One
later
who
in the
studies
section
the
we talk
Talmud.
about contemporary propaganda. This is
Shatnez
actually
biblical
a
prohibition.
document.
Mixing
It's
wool
actually
and linen.
German currency from
Sheshinah
the
divine
20th
presence dwelling
century
among people.
that commemorates a
Those sacred
post-desecration
names oft not
case
forewarned out holy
Sternberg,
books
in
needing
which
burial.
Jews were accused
Shidal was
not
born by
of
married
murdering
women in
Christians
observance
in
and modesty.
but by doing something that was a related charge
Shema Central
of
Jewish prayer.
capturing
Hear,
the
O Israel.
so-called
Shemin is
popes
sabbatical
and
year.
torturing them
Farmland
instead.
rests.
And although that's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination,
Shemina Esri
nevertheless,
18
Jews
blessings.
were frequently
Central and
charged with
prayer.
this heinous
Shem
activity,
Hashem in
and
name
they
of
were
God.
frequently judged,
Refers
guilty, and
reverentially to
burned
God
at the
as
stake,
name.
as you see in this rather grotesque image. So from Western Europe,
Babies.
starting with the
the
Crusades
ineffable
of
explicit
1096
name
and
of God.
onward, there is
Shem Shina
increasing
name of
pressure
Chill.
on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the East,
Refers to
there's
God in
actually
indirect
an
speech.
economic vacuum
Shem
that's
Tov Baal
drawing
Shem Tov,
Jews
founder
in.
of Chassidus,
At this
Rabbi
time,
Gabriel Baal Shem
Ukraine
Tov.
was under control of the Poles as
Shidduch
part of
Math
the very
making
large
process in
Polish
traditional
Lithuanian
Jewish
commonwealth.
communities.
And there was
Shidduch
a
prices
tremendous
slang.
need for people to act as middlemen, as
Difficulty single
leaseholders,
space
to
finding
help
partners
manage
in
these
Orthodox
large
world.
landed estates,
Shikr
in
Yiddish slang.
which there
Drum.
tended to be an ethnic
Shikr had
division
a hard run in
Babies.
Shabbat slang.
lords who were Polish
All right, girls.
Catholics for the most part,
One who
and
agree
the,
don't
Can-
Shabbat liquor.
farmers, the
Are you
peasants,
sure you're gonna
who
take
were
what's his name?
Attraction of Yasher Cook.
Orthodox,
Good
of
job,
course,
well
not
done.
in the Jewish use of that term,
No,
but
actually,
in
Yiddish
Christian
slang.
denomination,
Sloppy, poorly dressed.
as opposed to Catholic.
SH Matt
And the
forced
Jews were an
conversion or
excellent
persecution
choice to
of
bring
Jews.
in to manage these
SH
states,
Matt Yiddish
both
slang.
because of their developed skills in
Rat,
literacy
also used
and
for old clothes.
numeracy, but also because they
Casual
were
talk
not
or
dude, you could take
especially
Marvin Harrison.
didn't show allegiances to the local population.
And just a tight end on the fly.
Because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole bunch of activities that were associated with Jews this
One
point
who
because
answers
the
halachic
nobility
questions.
could literally
Shomer
give
Hebrew
them
for guardian.
monopolies in things
Shomer
like the
Shabbos,
production
one
of
who strictly
alcohol, something
observes
called
Sabbath.
Or
provenantia.
the tight end on
And so
the
that's why so many
stream of
Jews,
tight ends.
One who avoids physical contact with opposite gender outside
the
marriage.
distillation and distribution of alcohol.
I don't know
This
why
was
Marvin
a
Harrison's so far back.
rather exploitative
Shomer
economic
MC
system,
Hebrew
as
for
I've
guardian
discussed
of
in
faith.
other videos, of course.
Mystical word.
Or
Have a look on my channel.
we take George Kittle.
Jorashi Hebrew for
Dude, I think we take George Kittle.
foundational principles.
But nevertheless, what ends up
Shomer
happening
the
is
acronym from Torah portions.
the pressures
Season of
pushing
spiritual
Jews out of the
repair.
Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic
SH
ideas,
Kalake Lechem Tilosh offered his temple on Shavuot.
and combine that with the economic
SH Kalai
opportunities
Sudo's requirement to eat the meals on Shavuot early free.
you begin to see
SH
Yeah,
from
let's do it.
the 12th through the 17th
All
century,
Jewish towns
very
insert
large
urine.
movement of Jews
SH
into
Are you
devoted for
serious?
little room.
If you take George Kittle,
All informal
then
SH Kegel is plural of SH Kegel.
there are a lot of good players you could take instead of him. Yeah, but he might be the best guy in the game. Okay, here we go.
SH vinyl fur hat worn by simplicity.
George Kittle. There we go.
SH term Shabbat slang.
All right.
Spiritual enthusiasm, storming with energy.
I don't want to hear it.
Formal discourse by Ariga.
You happy with that move?
Sitchos plural of Sitcha. Sitchat, the
I think
Riga
so.
as public talks. Consider Jewish prayer book.
And then just wide receivers and running backs come out.
Shabbat Gemara about
Go
Shabbat
fuck
prayer.
yourself.
to study,
Simcha Hebrew
to
for joy.
develop some remarkable religious innovations.
Simcha's Torah festival celebrating the Torah
For the
and
most part, for 1,000
Simcha for
years,
its better Shabbat Yiddish phrase.
lived together in peace.
Joy breaks
Does not
barriers.
mean that they joined together in everything,
Simcha's
but there was a
hospitality
level
joy of thrive
of
and groove.
cross-cultural
Simcha's Yom holiday joy.
of cross-fertilization where
By completion of
ways
a
of looking
day
at the
for
world
major
in
Torah studies.
Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a
By
little introduction,
Parambam Shabbat
jumping into the
celebration
20th
of
century,
finishing
this
Rambam
image we're
Past
looking at
Minute
right now
Torah.
is Ukrainian
By
history,
Pasha's
the
completion of
very
full Talmud study
brief
cycle.
period of Ukrainian independence
S.K.
between
Ver
the
Hasidic
collapse
dynasty
of the
centered
Russian
in New
Empire
Square
in
Night.
1917
S.K. Ver,
and
follower
the
of S.K. Ver
imposition of
Hasidic
Soviet
dynasties.
rule under the communists shortly thereafter.
Via rapid
During that
coordination
time,
called spelling and
remarkably,
Seneca.
Jews and
Sovereign
Ukrainians
scribes
strove
write
to
Torah,
officially
Catholic,
work together
Methodist,
to create a new
Sufic Dalit
state,
Kulacha.
and it ended in various
Array
reasons,
sent out
including
regarding Torah law striction.
violence.
Sufic given out in rabbinic
But
law
nevertheless,
Indian.
for that brief period of time, it hinted at what would
Sufic
be
Satan Hebrew
possible
foreign
for
for saying.
As you
User
can see,
faithful in
it's
Jewish
got
thought.
it's a
Sufic
100
biblical
on its bill.
section on
It has
suspected
top
adultery.
the
Also a
denomination
Calvin
listed
casting.
in service, but on the bottom, right under the number
Sukkot for
100, you
Sukkot's
see
holiday.
Yiddish. The
Sukkot's
words
festival of
under
peace.
cover one says,
Sukkot
because
is not
Yiddish
Shabbat
was
Yiddish
actually
term.
an official language of this very brief-lived
Sukkot with intense spiritual joy.
so it was,
Sue
we're basically
Lamplatter.
talking about 1,000
Title of
years
Kabbalah
of
commentary
tremendous
on
cultural
Zohar.
crosses of fertilization. You see it in
Star
terms of
logic for
linguistics.
reasoning in galactic debate.
Some of the most
Star
intimate
and clear
terms
logical
that
reasoning.
enter the Yiddish language
Sephira counting,
are
especially the
essentially
Kabbalistic
Ukrainian
Sephirim.
or Proto-Slavic language terms. Like, for
Sephiros
example,
10 divine emanations
the
in
word
Kabbalah.
for father.
Sephira K over counting the over between
Hebrew,
Pesach
the
and
word for
Shavuot.
is av, the very common Aramaic term is abba.
Sephardi
This
uses
is like
prayer
an
rite of
ancient term
Sephardic
that
Jews.
Jews have used for a very long time.
Sephori Yiddish
Then when they
plural
were
of
in
seven
Germany,
holy books.
they picked up
Sephori
Yiddish, which is
Chassidish
essentially
slang.
kind of medieval German, and they
Chassidic books.
used Vater. But when they
Sephori
came
store
to
slang
Ukraine,
for
they
Jewish
switched
bookshop.
over to Tati.
SH Tart
Tati
Yiddish
is
slang.
clearly derived from the Ukrainian tato,
Strong,
and you
intense,
can say this
religiously
about
serious.
hundreds of words in
SH Tart Fokker
Yiddish
slang.
language. There are
Serious
culinary
teaching of
things where
students.
Jews and
SH
Ukrainians
Tart
are
equality
almost
of meaning
identical
devout,
in
zealous.
their choice of diet. In
And
fact,
its
in some
Hebrew
places
fast
in
day
Western Ukraine,
refers to public
the
fasts
filter
like
fish is
fish of
considered
the
a
etc.
Jewish fish because there is so much
And its
overlap.
Beckeros fast off first word before
Right?
Passover.
Say we're doing German
And its
food,
Esther
Russian
fast
sausage,
day before Purim.
Boloki, which is cabbage
And
rolls.
its
Right? These
Hebrew
are all
public fast
Ukrainian
day,
foods that
decreed
make
for
their way
communal
into the
revel.
Jewish tradition as well.
And its Yom
And
individual
folklore is
voluntary
some areas in which they are
tonic
similar.
pleasure,
Let me just show you
spiritual
one
delight.
example. In the Chabad Hasidic
Tonic
movement,
fats mean essential
there is
pleasure.
a very popular song
Shabbat thought,
that is
soul that
Yiddish
deepest
roots
delight.
in
The desire or
Ukrainian,
lust, often
and
material.
this is much easier, of course, when
Passion
Hasidim
and
lived in Eastern
supplicatory,
Europe, but even
prayers
in
said
America
after
today, they're
omitted
memorizing
on
these
festive
words
days.
in Ukrainian.
Passion
It's a rather
civil
amusing
supplications
song
in
that
prayer.
the text of the lyrics is basically, don't worry boys, we're going to
Purpose,
get to our
ultimate
destination,
point,
and there will
bottom
be
line.
vodka there. Here is, I'll play for you a very short
Top Hebrew for
recording
ornament
of
for
that,
decoration, Alpha slang for sweet tarts.
in the interest of copyright
Top
protection, I'm not
slang.
going to include this,
A
but
Jew who has the real gem, wonderful person.
in the recording, but I will include the links in the
Tactic
information
role,
box. So
duty,
just put
or
them down
mission.
there, and you can
Copying
enjoy them.
small crown like
You
strokes
get a
on
sense
certain
of
Torah
what
letters.
that might be in terms
Top
of
are a ritual
cultural
purity.
overlap that would happen over the 1,000 years of
Al Salish
many
preparing
other
of deceased
folkloric
body
elements
for
of
burial.
like the
Topper is
photograph.
havage kitchen family purity
Let's
lost in
provide
good usage.
happier times listening, right? And he's being breathed
Tapper
when
pure,
so,
ritually
which
or
is also a
spiritually.
very common Jewish
Calvin
welcome
student or disciple.
Yes, not so much here in America, but throughout Eastern Europe, very common.
Calvin Chapin for all
Cultural
solar.
appropriation. I don't
Calvin
know.
and I have all Shamto, early disciples of the Baal Shamto.
I'm going to show you one last little bit of audio visual.
Calvin rabbinic work of law, commentary, and discussion. Calvin Babylonian Calvin.
This is one of the
Calvin Air Jerusalem Calvin. Calvin Torres and
Yiddish,
also a Jewish religious school. Tamu Hebrew month in the summer. Cham symbol or pole. In the Haggadah, the symbols of Cham being complete and finished, said after completing a work. Commune pole, complete, symbol. In Shabbat, students of Tom Tevin Tam seem to restrict, contract, conceal. Divine contraction seasons
Get a sense of
Kanye Foundational Shabbat Philosophy book by the Alter Riga. Catholic Apple.
when it was best. We will have plenty of time to talk
In mystical texts, symbolizes sweetness and divine fragrance. Part of Aramaic translation of the Torah. Teriyagnitzko 613 Commandments.
idealized portrait of a drinking
Acronym Order Yag. Tashlik Rosh Hashan a custom of casting sin symbolic into water.
What I especially like about that clip is how
Tashmish Kiddush sacred objects connected to holiness tefillin, and scrolls.
rather suspicious of each other, particularly the Jews are concerned with other
Tashmish mitzvah items used for mitzvahs but not inherently holy lillah, sukkah. House mistake. Galactic error.
The trajectories of their lives are parallel in many ways.
Tad Yiddish for father also affectionate term for God in prayer. Tad in Himmel Father in heaven. Yiddish prayer phrase. Tad Riga affectionate Shabbat slang for the Riga. Tad Brahman merciful father. Yiddish prayer expression. Ted short for Triata. Classic galactic commentary. Tefillah prayers. Tefillah BT Republic communal prayers. Tefillah El Sheh specific psalm prayer, also name of Shabbat Sefer. Tefillah phylacteries worn during weekday morning prayers. Tefillah Shel Rosh Head Tefillah. Tefillah Shel Yad Arm Tefillah. Tefillah Dirafu Tam secondary. Tefillah configuration worn by sub. Tikaya Shofar blast. Technico solstice segnoxus. Also for seasonal points in Pelagia. Heaviness, innocence, sincerity. Temimine students voted at Yeshiva Tom Temimine. To name the drop all agreement before marriage. Penalty conditions stipulated in Pelagic contracts. Terrorize the non-kosher animal due to defect. Teshuva repentance, return to God.
That was why, by the way,
Teshuva ila higher repentance out of love. Teshuva tana on lower repentance out of fear.
because Rabbi was buried there, but Rabbi
Teshuvah Numeko given out at a wedding or celebration fest. In Shabbat. Teshuvah booklet of teachings, stories, and blessings at a Shabbat wedding. Take to Talmudic phrase. Let it stand, unresolved question. Tabula ritual immersion. Tabulous Ezra immersion enacted by Ezra for certain cases. Tabulous Elam immersion of vessels in Mikvah before. Tabula B Mikvah immersion in a ritual bath. Base Hebrew on Tebet. Elam Tetelim Psalms, often recited daily or in times of need. Ticket spiritual rectification. Ticket hollow of carrying the world through mitzvahs and holiness.
These were staffed by German military.
Ticket shadows midnight lamentation for the destroyed Yet temple. Ticket wheel shadows all night Torah Stevan Shavuos. Ticket offerings revow corrections, traditions, and Tanakh. Ticket along the Malchus Shaddai Kabbalistic expression.
Accomplices to assist them on this. There's a very
Preparing the
large
world under divine
backstory to
kingship.
this that deserves
Tish
more
Riga
attention.
as festive gathering with singing and Torah words.
An estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed by the Axis movement.
Tish Rai on the fatty deer. Contains raw sugar, sucrose, sinistora.
The background of my father's parents.
Tisha have 9 fast day for destruction often temples.
They're buried
Tishrei begun classic Shabbat begun some in Tishrei. Tishrei Tabelos when Chassidim gathered in Crown Heights for the Riva. Tiskable end of Kaddish prayer. May it be accepted.
So, all told, we have 1,000 years.
Tini Kiddush informal Shabbat Kiddush gathering.
Lots of
Tish Torah said that the Riva as table.
probably involved a lot of women because many of the kinds of things that we see.
Tish Dashmi physical nature in contrast to spiritual. Tish spiritual nature. Teal outing, trim, excursion.
But they are punctuated by an accelerating amount of violence
Cha-cha review.
for reasons which
Also section the Torah with verses. Cha-cha muster words of ethical
and
review.
they are clearly mirrored by what we're seeing.
Taco K borrow inner litter, integrity. Taco
Mass
chaos.
graves that are
In Kabbalah, primordial world of unbalanced divine life.
horrific. They look exactly to me like movies.
Taco Diatu formless and void, Genesis description of chaos. Token stray, intensity. Token Kedusha awesome sanctity, as in Paranasana Tokyo. Tom Kennedy Shabbat Central Yeshiva Network, founded by the Rita Rashaw.
Reality within the Russian solar reality, because
Token singular student of Tom Kennedy.
today,
Torah the divine teaching.
we're not in
Written and oral.
destiny. Besides the cave and Rus period,
Torah or Shabbat Sefer Openary by the altar Rita. Torah Lishma study of Torah for its own sake.
Ukrainians did not have
Torah and Al oral Torah.
as
Torah
Ukraine,
Shek
with the
Pesach
exception
written
of the
Torah.
period after the Protestants were the 7th century. They lived
Torah or light of Torah, Sefer of Shabbat memory.
Tatar Mongol
Torah
rule,
Testament Torah commentary linking verses with Calvin.
duration of this
Secret Show is coming back to the Comedy Store. One night only, one show only. Tuesday, October 18th. I'm bringing a bunch of Austin and Kill Tony comedians, and I'm mixing it in with some Los Angeles comics, and we're going to have a crazy show. Get your tickets right now at desquad.tv.
I believe that it is
Because Calvinist commentary by medieval rabbis in France, Germany.
Russian.
Costco's Yeshmi additional
It's coming back to the Comedy Store. One night only, one show only. Tuesday, October 18th. I'm bringing a bunch of Austin and Kill Tony comedians, and I'm mixing it in with some Los Angeles comics, and we're going to have a crazy show. Get your tickets right now at desquad.tv.
So made in generous kind, benevolence.
State the Russian
So
Empire.
El Photos good to give thanks.
She
From Saul.
was instrumental in forcing her will upon the Ukrainians, and
So the past
Secret Show is coming back to the Comedy Store. One night only, one show only. Tuesday, October 18th. I'm bringing a bunch of Austin and Kill Tony comedians, and I'm mixing it in with some Los Angeles comics, and we're going to have a crazy show. Get your tickets right now at desquad.tv.
You happy with your squad? Yeah. Green.
Here in Austin, Texas. A brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on Sunday. You guys ready for the best goddamn comedy show to ever happen on planet Earth? Yeah, make some noise for Ryan Redman. Hey, everybody. We invented podcasting. We're going to do one here tonight. It's a Skill Tony
County, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth are here in Austin, Texas. Also, Deep Betty Vodka, another amazing Austin brand for those of you drinking vodka out there. Order Deep Betty because they're the best in the world. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Come on, you heard it. You know what the fuck's going on. This is the live music capital of the world. And it's the Phil Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's Paul Deemer on the horn right there. And muling on the electric guitar. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And that's that right there. That's our friend D. Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. It's happening. This is it. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight for you here right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets. I used to open up. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Every single week, I have a couple of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week, we have three for you. Three of the best guests in the show's history are all here at once. Make some noise for David Tell, Greg Fitzsimmons, and Ian Fight. Ian Fitzsimmons, and one of the greatest of all time, David Tell. Yeah! Come on in here, Dave. We're doing the damn thing tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The Rookie of the Year panelist, Ian Fidance, is here, and two of the greatest guests in the history of the show, Greg Fitzsimmons and David Tell, are both here. Dave has a question. Yes.
Talk about a bucket list. I mean, am I right, guys? Or what? How many people saw me almost get penetrated by the trombone?
I would not be happier that you heard DavidTell.com for tour dates. Greg Fitzsimmons going to New Orleans, Chicago, San Francisco, and Fort Worth. Catch all those dates at Fitzdog.com and, of course, Fitzdog Radio. And Ian Fidance has B&E and Bye Guides, both very, very fun podcasts. I'm excited you guys have all been on the show before. You know how it works. We watch stand-up comedians do 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we find out about their lives and we talk to them during an interview portion, which is completely improvised. We literally have no idea anybody could have signed up. Maybe it's a weary traveler, maybe it's a local legend. Anything can happen. We're going to get through it together. You know, the uninterrupted 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. You guys get it? You ready to start this fucking show? Chaos will ensue tonight, I promise. A lot of special treats, and we're going to start with one of them right now. We have three regulars on the show. This guy going first is one of them. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. We watched him living in his van a year ago. Now he opens up in arenas all around the world, jetting around. He's rich now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim.
It's going to be here in Texas. It's kind of scary taking the public transportation here because if you're not paying attention, you might end up in a plane to Martha's Vineyard. this vineyard, not a real vineyard. I don't know why we sent all the Mexicans over there. The only fruit to pick there are the queers. I'm dating someone, I'm dating a white woman, which is weird because I'm an Asian man. It's a reverse Yoko Ono. I'm trying to get her to start a band. We recently had period sex, which is funny because she's a white girl. You know, she looked like a Japanese flag with nipples on it. Thank you.
Wow, Hans Kim coming out, guns a-blazing, making it look easy. Talking about your real life, talking about what's going on. Very fun stuff, Hans.
Thank you, Tony.
What was the joke at the end? It looks like a what type of Japanese what?
Japanese flag.
Oh, got it. Yeah, now I picture it. Yep, I know what that is. Indeed. That was Greg Fitzsimmons, not me, everybody. Racist Asians. I love it, Hans. You're absolutely killing it. Things are going good with this new girlfriend of yours.
Yeah, she's great. We have a lot of phone sex together.
Right, and she lives in San Antonio, so you could just drive an hour. You guys can almost have a tin can on a string sex with one another. It's interesting that you're sticking with the phone. Easier than making the hour-long drive?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's very dangerous Hans to drive, though, right? That is dangerous. I love it. Dave, this is your first time seeing Hans, right?
First of all, I don't think you can put a price on that banter. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
It comes from week in and week out, just owning it.
no, it was my first time seeing you, and I'm sorry I was in and out. I was too busy protecting my data. And but I thought he had some solid stuff. I was very impressed.
Thank you, Dave.
It was funny.
Thank you, Dave.
Protecting your data is important. ExpressVPN promo code KillTony. 20% off your first month. Great. Have you seen Hans Kim before?
I haven't seen him tonight because I'm sitting between these two chain-smoking fucking lunatics. I haven't seen anything. I feel like I'm in a dream sequence right now. But it sounded good. It sounded good. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Yeah.
Greg was here when I had sex with a woman in a broom closet.
Yeah. He did a set, and then some woman, and she was not attractive per se, but she did have sex with him in a closet. Leave her in the closet.
Yeah, she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend wanted to watch, but I was not in game for that.
Any incidents you've seen Hans before? I have, yes.
Showed yesterday.
Yeah. Hans racing on stage. Fucking problem. There you go. Hell yeah, that's one way to avoid a V2 is just make a show about it. I love it. Hans, you are a legend here. You write and perform a brand new minute. You make it look so easy week in, week out. You get the thing started. We love you here. How about one more time for Hans Kim, everybody? There you go. Let's get this fucking thing going. We're going to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where anything can happen, and we all meet a human being together at once. Pretty crazy shit. Only show to do it. Tonight we will start with an uninterrupted 60 seconds by Isabella Carrozza. Isabella Carrozza. Here she is, everybody. One more time for Isabella.
How's it going? I think we need to legalize weed in Texas. I'm tired of having to deal with drug dealers. It's very annoying. They always make you go to them. It ends up being more expensive. So you have to leave, go to the store, buy Plan B. I have a conspiracy theory that Plan B is the one behind all these abortion laws, right? Because when they passed that law, right? Because when they passed that law here in Texas, my roommates and I treated Plan B the way white people treated toilet paper during the pandemic. Until the stores and stocked up. I know we weren't the only ones, because by the time we got to Walmart, there were a lot of Plan B. They only had guns left. Labeled Plan C. I got cheated on by a guy that I pegged. What's in your suicide note? That's why you have to date older men. Older men treat you so much better than their wives. Do you notice that whenever an old man has a super young girlfriend, it's like a symbol of status, which makes sense because we live.
There you go. That's a minute 18 seconds. That bear is aggressive. Trying to squeeze it in there. That's what happens. Isabella, welcome. You've been on this show before. And what did we find out about you last time you were here?
I don't know. I work here. I just moved here like a year ago. It's been like a year since I've been on the show.
Okay. And where were you a year ago? Where did you live before this?
In Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. All right. Very, very good. And how's stand-up comedy going for you?
I like it. Yeah, I work at East Austin Comedy Club now, so that's cool. Get up a lot.
You really nailed that sound effect, because I've never heard of that comedy club. And I live in Austin, and I go to the east side quite a bit. So that's pretty incredible. Is it just you over there?
It's free wine. It's like a hole in the wall, but it's stage time. So.
All right. If it's a hole in the wall, I bet I know what you're doing on the other end of that hole. Isabella Carrozza spent 50 seconds talking about Plan B. Wow. So, what are we talking about here? How many times have you had Plan B?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you just take it just in case. Especially like, have you seen like the men here in Austin? You gotta be careful.
Hey, I just got here.
So, give us a ballpark. Like, what are we talking about? Is that like once a year you do that?
Maybe once every 4 months.
Oh, once every 4 months, just chilling, coming up the cycle and everything.
Yeah.
Messing things because it messes with your body a little bit, right?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't even know. You can't even tell. You live such a garbage life. You can't even tell whether or not it's.
This is a critique for the audition for The Handmaid's Tale, all right? She likes the party. Deal with it.
I think you found your older man today. That's it. The Plan D tonight. I love it. So, Isabella, how do you make money working at this comedy club that nobody's ever
I like barely do. I dance at the Red Rose.
Oh, okay. The truth comes out. Wow. How long have you been doing that for?
Like 6 months. I've been there.
Okay, very good. What's your stage name?
Isabella. I don't.
Wow, you kept it the same. No double life there. Huh? Give out your real phone number and shit too. That's incredible. That is absolutely amazing. Come to the stage for me, everybody. Here we go. Pop those pills. There we go. Wow, very interesting. Do you have any like special moves or things? Because you seem like you'd have to be charismatic because you're like a certain height. You're a little bit. You're like a type.
I mean, I don't know. I'm funny. Like they love that.
Here she comes, world's funniest stripper, everybody. Kiss your boner goodbye. Here she comes with some jokes, everyone. Nothing better than a funny stripper. Here we go. Whoa.
That's so funny.
Do you open mic lap dances? It's a real hole in the wall, isn't it? Do you try to be funny sometimes?
I mean, I kind of just like, I don't really know how to like flirt. I'm not a very flirtatious person, so
There's this guy, she's doing jokes. Guys are just taking ones back.
Leave the mask on.
Incredible. Anything crazy ever happen at the strip club? We know that
anything crazy ever happened? I don't know.
the place is run unbelievably well.
It really
It
is.
is our longest sponsor here in Austin, Texas. So I got to tell you, it's clean. The hamburgers are unbelievable. I mean, it's just everything about it is amazing.
The most beautiful woman.
And Isabella works there. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. She's got a good sense of humor. Look at her. She's like a fucking little Italian Cabbage Patch doll or something like that.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like an insane time of my life to go from stand-up comedy to the strip club. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. Then like the customers can get kind of wild. I do sometimes like if a customer gets too handsy, I'll fart on them.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna get fired. They're gonna fire me. Where are they?
She works at the red rose, the yellow rose, and the brown rose. Very good.
Taking risks.
Wow, blame it on the hamburger.
Oh my goodness.
What's the longest set you've ever done?
15.
I'd love to have you open up the secret shift.
Red band.
Wow. I wonder why he asked.
It was the farting, wasn't it?
Any other smallest dreams coming true here tonight? I'm just gonna say this right now. Your stuff was good. You're fucking awesome up here in a town of singers, songwriters. For someone to fucking come up here after we working the shift tonight.
Maybe, and
I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Either way, we've all done things to get by in comedy, so obviously don't let them fucking put you down for it.
You're goddamn right. Isabella Carrozza just got booked on the Thursday Secret Show. She just got a real comedy gig out of her performance here on Kiltony. Amazing. Back to the bucket we go. Great.
It was like if Janine Garofalo was doing Game of Thrones.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Cody Green, everyone. 1 minute uninterrupted. Going to Cody Green. Here he comes. One more time for Cody Green, everyone.
All right. So when I was 16, my dad got a DUI and he lost his driver's license, which basically just means he lost all parental authority. Right? Like, how are you supposed to discipline your kid when you know you're going to be bumming rides off him? He tried once. He's like, Cody, you keep it up, you're going to be grounded. It's like, Dad, if you keep it up, you're going to fucking wipe the liquor store. I'm telling you guys, you haven't lived until you've gotten to watch a grown man angrily strap on a helmet. Every now and again, he just put this double chin. Fuck!
My topic for today is
Like, Cody, the fucking thing's too tight. Like, no, you got a nutsack growing out of your throat.
That's it. All right, Cody Green coming in, laying it down. How long you been on stand-up, Cody?
About like 3.5 years.
3.5 years from here in Austin.
No, I'm from Boston.
Oh, okay. All right. Wow.
The fuck said that?
Yeah. You'll show them, Cody.
Yeah. What part of Boston are you from? Specifically, Wakefield. Isn't that where Tanya Harding is from?
I think it's still a discussion. No question. All right, maybe it's I don't follow figure skating. I'm sorry.
You don't? You look like a guy that would.
Historically, this guy is definitely professional BMX. Am I right or no? Either way, I think your scooter is the one I tripped on outside. You've been doing this how long?
Like 3.5 years.
Awesome, man. That's fucking yeah.
You spent the whole set shitting in your dad. Is it going to be awkward when you have to go back to your space to sleep tonight? On a scooter? It's a forgiving guy. Have you considered stripping?
You could do that.
All you gotta do is fart and shake your ass and you're in.
Cody, what do you do for a living?
United States Postal Service.
Awesome. Wow. Postman.
You're a mailman? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yes. Wow. Let me see your calves. Pull up your pants. Let me see your calves.
Whoa, he's wearing the postman tights underneath. Oh, shit.
Why do you have tights? It's the athletic tights. It helps, all right?
Now, the Postal Service has a bunch of weird quirks like that, right? What other things do you have on you? Insurance.
He's the only guy in this room with health insurance.
Insurance. What else? What else do you have? We weren't even expecting those tights. You're a true postman.
I got out off work earlier. Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're delivering mail here now?
In Austin, yeah. I live in Austin now. I'm sorry, I better clarify.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you're an official Austin postman. What area are you? What area are you in?
787-58-787-2778.
All right. That's enough.
Stop activating your autism.
Yeah. You just made Hans get hard as a rock. Just like absolutely incredible. Let me ask you this: you're out there delivering mail all around the city. Have you ever heard of the East Austin Comedy Club before?
Not once.
You ever get bit by any dogs?
Not yet.
But some have attacked.
The Chihuahuas chasing me.
Okay. All right. Enough about the Mexican ladies in the city. Let me ask you this: do you ever have any ladies say like, "Hey, Mr. Postman, want to come on inside?" Yeah, there you go, Red. Very good. Great, nailed it.
The only women that are like interested in postmen are like way too old. They're like 60.
All right.
Okay. Red man. There's more people on the panel.
Have you ever paid for fun with stamps?
What do you do for fun? What is a postman that's been doing stand-up for 3.5 years? What are you into, like hobby-wise or anything like that?
So last time we did go into this musician, and I played the drums. We had a drum on. We're not going to go into that again. But we did that 2 weeks ago. This time.
Okay. Yeah. Madness didn't see it. That's a different guy. All right, Cody. Anything else crazy we didn't find out about you last time that we should know about you before we let you go? Any fun facts about Cody Green that
I'm a teenage drug addict.
His name's Cody.
What drugs were you on?
It was like
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What was your lowest low? Like what was bottom for you?
This. One time I went door to door. I made up a punching can, and I went door to door collecting money from my high school marching band.
Oh my God.
And it was just for your own drugs. Yeah. Holy shit. I knew it. Holy shit. But it led to one day becoming a postal delivery man. Yeah, that's incredible. Wow. Honey, I just gave some 22-year-old high schooler some money for his marching band. He was weirdly wearing compression pants. Wow. I got caught though, because I stuck in my, I didn't think it was going to work, and I stuck in my neighborhood, and then like the whole next week, people kept talking to me. They were like, hey, they can't do a nice thing and just shut the fuck up about it. Right. They kept telling her that they gave me money, and she's like, you want the marching band? She lands at Cody. You should have given those pain pills too. Tanya Harding. She needed them. She had a.
Well, Cody, congratulations on getting pulled out of the bucket once again. Did you get a joke book last time you were here?
I did.
You got a little one. I didn't get a little one. I got a little one. Yeah, you got a big one last time. Here you go. Catch this. This is an official Kill Tony jump book. There you go. It's Cody Green, everybody. All right. Let's keep this fun train moving along here. All right, back to the bucket we go. All right, everybody, make some noise for Gary Falcon, everyone. Gary Falcon. There we go. Oh, here he comes over here. It's Gary Falcon. He's over here. Gary Falcon, everybody. Put your hands together for Gary Falcon.
What's going on? It's good to be here on the Real Housewives of Kiev. Anyway, I just got back from the doctor. What they say is you know what kind of a man you are, how soon you pull your dick out when you walk into a urinal. For me, it's a block away. Thank you for having me.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is our first time ever having Gary Falcon on this show before. You might be one of the best brand spanking new comedians we've ever seen.
Thank you so much, Tony, for having me. Tony, I love your jacket. You would get gay babs at a Coldplay concert.
You got me good there, Gary. My goodness, guys, have you ever seen anybody quite as make a debut quite as strong as Gary Falcon? Might be amazing.
I've never seen a missing children poster that could talk. I've never seen Elf's grandfather.
Tony, watch out. This teddy bear's got teeth.
God bless. Now, I didn't know Cody had a brother. I didn't know Santa had aunts.
Wow. Shit.
On the other side of this building is Gary.
Cody,
This side offers
God bless us all. Wow. I'm not going to take it from No, you did an awesome job there.
Are you in a rush to get back to the pickup basketball game? I'll be picturing
Yes, that's true. The Irish Falcon, fucking Down syndrome family. Nice. I grasp my straws. This Falcon's got talent. It's weird to run into the guy who hands out the prizes at Dave and Buster's. But, it's also impressive to meet Gandalf's sponsor. And also the guy next to him, House of Back Pain. God bless him. Good Lord.
This is really cutting into your time picking up and recharging bird scooters, isn't it?
Is it horrible here and awesome when you're dressed like a victim? I mean, is it hard when you're out as the ghost of Boston? Hey, listen, I'm pretty well known over at the shelter, all right? Is it hard sitting next to the Notre Dame vomiting Irish?
That's racist. That's racist.
I'm gonna go get drunk. These are my friends. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna let him do whatever he wants. No doubt about it. And you know what? We never do this anymore, but that was such an amazing performance from a brand new comedian. I think he deserves the Kiltony Golden Ticket, don't you? Yeah, I agree. Anytime he wants, he gets to perform on the show. That was incredible. Gary Falcon. Wow. A star is born. A star is born. Back to the bucket we go. Obviously, anything can happen here tonight. Wow, the place is in chaos.
The way him and Dave were going at it, I thought Gary was going to pull out his slingshot.
It's your next comedian, Casey Deans, everyone. Casey is next here, live, Kiltony, Austin, Texas. Here comes Casey Deans, everyone. One more time for Casey, everybody.
Yes, I am Casey Deans, and there's been a lot of news about the Russians lately. They are fleeing their country as fast as they can. Every newscast is so sympathetic to these Russian wussies. Big bad Mother Russia. Big bad Mother Russia. Come on, we like to eat. We want to do more. Let's take come on. Big bad Mother Russia. So tough. So tough. Called to mobilize. Doing some tiny stuff. Here's the Thank you very much. My name is Casey Deans.
Wow, 43 seconds in and out with his trademark wussies line. The Kiltony debut of Casey Deans. David, tell what do you think about this?
The one thing I love is a political wizard. You know, he just doesn't live in the world of magic. He knows what's going on for the mortals. Don't turn me into anything. All right.
Wow. I mean, you look great for Rasputin's granddaughter. I think that was just fantastic. Thanks, Fox News. That was great.
That is absolutely incredible. This is your Kiltony debut, correct?
Greatest day of my life, Tony.
Absolutely, I know. It's been a long way since you were the bad guy in Superman 4. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Don't throw your ass at me.
1 year. 1 year. And where have you been doing it at?
I did about 10 mics in Utah. Wise Guys show. Wise Guys, great club. Moved to Austin in March.
Nice. Right. To Austin in March. What made you move to Austin in March?
Heeded the call.
heeded the call.
What call are you talking about? Were you watching InfoWars or something? What the fuck are you talking about? Heated what call?
It was a call and not an Amber Alert.
I would like you to manage my dog's thoughts.
I don't want to go into too much detail and bore you to death, but I applied to UCLA grad school and I didn't get in. It was the best thing that ever happened to me because I was going to go to LA in 2020 to be a stand-up comedian. Then I chilled out the pandemic and when I finally got the gumption to do it, this was the place to do it. It's the comedy center of the world.
Hard to get into UCLA when you're not alive within 100 feet of a school. That is true. Deans, what do you do for a living?
I do lift.
You what?
I'm a lift driver.
Oh, wow, one of the world's scariest lift drivers. Very exciting. What kind of car?
I drive a Kona, Hyundai Kona EV.
So, oh my God, that's if your face in that car pops up, I'm just like, cancel. Does anybody have Uber? Let's acting a fool. Hyundai Kona. Oh my God. Shit, man. What's your Lyft rating?
Oh, I'm a 5-star.
Really?
Customers get the best rides.
Oh my God.
It's terrifying. Some of them even leave them with their skin.
Has anyone ever gotten out of your car? Because I've been around you for 5 minutes. I'm ready to leave the club.
Everybody gives you 5 stars when you take their phone afterwards.
Fuck all of you. This guy's a Waco 7. Look at him. He's inching closer to us. Notice? I am. The only thing that's here this guy is his cult. I mean, really.
Yeah. On a stopped comedy show like this, it's good to have the craziest version of Jim Carrey.
If you guys don't like this beard, I'll shave it like that. That's wrong. No, you won't. I will shave it right now.
No, you won't.
You do look like a guy that keeps a razor on the bit all the time.
It's like Duncan Trussell's stalker.
I did have a crazy plan about challenging Mr. William Montgomery to a shave off, but I don't want to.
That is a crazy plan. What other plans did you have?
To survive this,
Are you planning on cleaning the drain in your shower at some point?
No, come on. They don't have showers in tents.
What is your living situation? Let's get to the bottom of this. You're driving live, you're in the arts. We know the struggle is real, especially for guys with beards like that. What is your living situation?
I live in the great town of San Marcos.
So you must have a 5-bedroom house.
I've got a modest 1-bedroom. I got 2 cats. And I was thinking,
That's sweet. I kind of like you now all of a sudden. Yeah. What are your cats' names?
Yakko and Wendell. They're twins. Oh, that's nice. That's from the Animaniacs. This guy's not that bad.
Yakko and Wacko, everybody. You ever get any girls back to your place? You ever go on any dates or anything like that? You on any of the dating apps?
I am on the apps and I have been on a date.
How does that normally go for you? Like, how does a date, trying to get a date back to your cat-filled house in San Marcos go?
I'm very proud. I have a very pristine, clean apartment.
Okay.
And I'm sure if I ever get it.
That's probably one. That's one of the upsides of living with your mother, right? House being clean.
Are you always vacuuming to silence the voices?
So take us through like your last date. How does this happen? Where do you meet this girl? How does it go down? Explain to us. Just take us through it. It's okay.
Come on, look at her. Came out of a dumpster and she was standing there.
I put Helter Skelter on in the Honda.
I turned on the John locks of my car. I know what Helter Skelter is, sir. I got that joke. Yeah, you lived it.
Oh, that was haunting.
I know what Helter Skelter is. I lived it. right, Casey, let's talk about this date. Give us an example of how it starts. So you eat at a restaurant or something like that?
Oh, it's been a long time since I've been on a date. Okay, single guy. All right, you know, I try to date, but I'm not really like obsessed with it. To be honest, it doesn't take up a lot of my mental time.
Right.
But don't you need to add to your collection? I'm just giving him some shit, dude. That's pretty fucking bracing off there. How long you been doing comedy? How long you been doing this? 11 years. What year? What is that? 11 years. Like 100 years.
Casey, congratulations. Very, very fun appearance. Here's a little Kill Tony joke for you. Catch that. Can you catch it? There you go. So Casey Deans, everyone. All right, we've come to that time of the show where I get another one of the regulars up here. This guy is a fucking legend. He's been destroying all over this goddamn town and all over the road. An icon for his joke writing and roasting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is David Lucas. One more time for David Lucas, everybody.
Of the right-hand portion of the South. I just watched the Jeffrey Dahmer series. That was crazy. Is it crazy for me to say that's just how I thought gay people were? Like, oh, that's why they call them bears. Like, for real, man. Seriously, like, the cops took a kid back to his apartment with a hole drilled on the side of his head. Even cops know gay guys do that shit, you know? Like, Jeff wasn't gay, he was gay. Like, you ever heard the phrase, eat a bag of dicks? Well, that nigga literally ate a bag of dicks. I wonder if anybody ever said, hey, Jeff, eat a bag of dicks. And he was like, I will later, gladly. Like, he was obsessed with black people. This nigga was black dicks off and eating with potatoes, I'm sure. Like, how the fuck did he accomplish all this living next to a nosy ass black woman? That's all I want.
Fuck yes. Topical, strong. Another one of the famous regulars here on Tony. Another amazing performance by David Lucas.
Tony, it looks like you're holding auditions for the bad guy Home Alone.
Alright, well, that's actually true.
What's going on?
I am holding auditions for the bad guy in Home Alone.
We know that you're in there, that you're all alone. Can you say that line again, please?
You're the only guy that watches the Jeffrey Dahmer show while eating shit.
Tony, you look like a gay horse saddle.
That's
Get ready for a man to put his ass on your face, motherfucker. I don't know why you wore that manly ass jacket. You still look like a little girl.
How dare you? All of this coming from a bowling ball with pants. This is exciting. Very, very good. I like those pants, by the way, David.
Tony, you look like a homosexual taxi cab.
You wear those pants to distract from everything else.
You wear that jacket to hide that estrogen. I think your T-cell count is low, motherfucker.
I don't know. Let's test it against your blood sugar and see exactly where it's at.
Tony got to wear that turtleneck so he can hide that transition scar.
Why would it be on my neck? Why would it be on my neck? How would I get a transition?
Well, if you're not hiding the scar, you're keeping that throat warm for the night.
Oh my God. Jeffrey Dahmer was right about you people.
Tony, your throat can melt dry ice.
Well, I don't know how you know that, but that's true. That's actually an actual fact.
Tweety bird looking at.
Just like the
David motherfucking Lucas, an absolute roasting tornado has arrived onto the stage, wearing a very fitting plain black t-shirt tonight.
You're wearing a very manly coat right now.
You look like the tentage that they put over a house when they spray for bugs.
understand that
David,
Tony, if you went to this Jeffrey Dahmer's house, we wouldn't know shit right now.
it's true.
That motherfucker got it. You got the booty hopped your way out of that nigga house.
It's true. It's true. Turns out
He's trying to kill me.
Turns out the front door was unlocked the whole time. I love it. I absolutely love it. David and Lucas. So what's going on in your world? Another unbelievable minute. Just are stacking them up, piling them up like sandwiches on a Tuesday afternoon. How's life going? What's going on?
Oh, everything good, man. You know what I'm saying? Just on the road. I'm in Winnipeg, Canada. Thanksgiving. I don't know what's up there. They said it'll be negative 4. They ain't never made no shit like that before.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm going out like cats.
You got COVID again.
Maybe something. I got one box fucking.
Just say I gave them to you.
Black people ain't meant to get that gold, bro. We came from Africa and shit. That's why y'all took us to the south. Y'all took us to New York and Jersey. We would have been cotton efficiently.
It's true. The only negative 40 you guys should have is on your SAT scores. Yes.
Tony, when you was in school, you used to point cheeks to erase mistakes.
I guess.
Let me sit on my paper right quick. That motherfucker made snow angels with his ass cheeks. You know when you gotta make the Thanksgiving turkey with your hand? Tony got his left butt cheek Thanksgiving turkey ass in my house.
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying right now.
It don't matter, Ian either.
This is the best interracial porn I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely incredible.
I'm glad you brought Michael Rappaport's daddy back on. That's Jim Rappaport.
Wow.
You don't want to rush, you gotta finish the other half of those tattoos.
That motherfucker look like the nigga from Saw. You wanna play a game?
We're at the last round draft choice.
You look like a generic ass rapper, motherfucker. Get your ass up out of here. Easy. You about to take a taxi cab hostage right now, nigga. You're like an awesome. Your ass got the motherfucking Harriet Tubman boots on, nigga. I see your goofy ass still totally wearing ass, nigga. You look like your nickname is Penguin. Get your Danny DeVito stunt double looking ass up out of here.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was going from safety to full automatic.
What an unbelievable treat you are always, David Lucas. Another unbelievable set, another unbelievable interview. One of the great roasters and joke writers and performers. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for David Lucas. Wow! What a show! How lucky are we? Alexa Stanton is next, straight out of the bucket. Alexa Stanton. How about one more time for David Lucas, huh? Oh, there's Alexa. Next one's for Alexa.
Oh, I stuck up on you. All right, I'm here from Michigan. This is my second time in Austin. Thank you. Save a horse and sign a cowboy, all right? Yeah, I'm wearing a fucking fanny pack because the first time I was here, my purse got stolen. So, yeah, fuck me, right? got stolen from a bar called Four Choices. You may have seen it on the way in. It's like kitty corner from here. It's across the street. Yeah, isn't that awful? All that I'm holding is a photo of the people that stole it, because I got a photo of them, the photo with beforehand. Yeah, well, keepsake before they took my shit, right? Oh, my dad sent me a dick pic the other day. Yeah. It wasn't an accident, but it was a surprise. Okay. Yeah. Where the Tommy Lee? All right, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Was there anything? Was there something you were getting to there?
There was, but I heard them yelling that I hate cats, so that I shut me right on the head.
You bitch. Why do you hate cats so much? Is it because that one guy has 2 of them?
I didn't love that. No, I lived in a trap house in college on accident. Didn't know it was a trap house till after, and there were like 6 cats and 3 litter boxes.
Oh boy.
It's a lot of poop stuck to the bottom of the feet, all over my stuff. So
Okay. Yeah. Where was this college at that you went to?
it was in Michigan. It was Kendall College of Art and Design.
Oh, you know about this, Greg? You responded.
Yeah.
I performed there.
Oh, really? For the Kendall Candles.
Yeah, for the Kendall Candles. I had my college was in the Midwest, and they used to send me up on these tours where I would do like noon in a fucking lunchroom and Kendall fucking art.
You didn't do a show. You were a prop for us. Were you hanging? Were you?
They didn't take a lot of white paint.
Okay. All
A little bit of pink paint.
What up, dude?
I'm sorry, I was waiting for their link to the cabinet. All the way from Michigan.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's quite a move.
Yes.
That is amazing.
No, I didn't move here. I'm visiting.
Okay, so you're renting a kill. Is that what it is? Okay.
So what brings you here?
Finding the guys that stole my shit. I got a photo that's all.
Really?
No, I am here for comedy. Yeah, I'm here for just a little quick trip. Just
Okay. How long you been doing stand-up for?
3 years.
What do you do for a living?
So I'm nothing right now.
Non-contributor to the United States of America. I love it.
No wonder you're they're not paying me though, okay? I don't get the check. No, I bartended out in Seattle. That's where I started comedy. And, yeah, so I bartended there, saved up a bunch of money, moved back home.
God, it's stolen.
Yeah, exactly. Seriously, yeah.
You do a lot of cocaine?
No, I should.
I sound a little bit nasally, and you lost a person. 4 choices on 6th Street, so that's not the matter.
No, I don't do a lot of cocaine, just a smidge. Just if someone's like, here you go, I'm like, just this nose though. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or nostril.
Why that nostril?
Because this one's clogged.
That's the one that's clogged.
I lived in a trap house, Tony.
I can hear.
Okay,
So it just stayed clogged?
yeah, for the most part, yeah.
So you sound like that all the time?
All the time. This is just my annoying fucking voice.
Wow. Let's talk about it. How long have you been single for?
Did you look that guy with the beard in the eye? Why do you have so much bad luck?
I have had awful like dating, but I am dating someone now.
Why are we not talking about the fact that she saw her dad's dick?
Let's talk about it.
It wasn't right. Okay, it wasn't my dad's dick. It was Tommy Lee's dick, the famous photo that he posted. He was very excited, and he actually informed me. He called me as soon as I woke up. He's like, "Did you see the dick pic that
Did he really?
posted?" He did. Yeah. And I was like,
Hey, not Tommy Lee. We can't know whether you're kidding or not.
Is it hard having a 29-year-old dad? It's Brittany now.
He's very young. He's banging early on in life, but no, Tommy Lee posted his dick pic on every social media. Did you not know? Oh, your dad. My dad was like, "Fuck you."
Oh,
Yeah. I didn't get to it. Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
That all makes sense.
It's good combo after, yeah. Yeah, we analyzed it, and that was another level that I didn't want to get to.
In your house, that's how they say clean your room. Don't judge people and how they live, you know.
Wow. Incredible. Alexa, what do you do for fun?
Well, I do a lot of stuff with my dad, not sexually. I know that. I know that sounds like that. We do a lot of sketch videos. And I know, it's awful. Yes, yeah. Partially new though, because Facebook has the whole fucking rules. Yeah.
Alright. So what else other than making sketch videos in Michigan with your father?
I like to garden. I just picked up snowboarding. That's been fun. I'm terrible at it.
So Michigan gardening, huh?
Yeah, just a little. I know, I'm a wholesome girl.
Once of the year we're gardening.
Right.
You can do there.
Right. And I eat pussy, so that's
Wait, is that true?
It's a girlfriend that I have that I do like dingo. I don't shame. I like it all.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow, you love gardening because you're a hoe. Very good. I like that.
Thank you.
Incredible. So, what is it you're living away with right now? Do you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend?
It's a girlfriend.
Okay.
First real girlfriend.
All right.
I'm bisexual, but I feel like it's a spectrum. I'm 70% men, 30% women. Tony, I feel like you're the same but opposite. You're the
Very good.
30%, 70% women. Yeah, you get it. I feel like
And then you just keep talking. You can't tell nobody's laughing. I like your style.
Thank you. Thank you.
Style.
Thank you.
Michigan comedy. Very good. I love it. So, where'd you meet this girl at?
She was my friend's older sister that I grew up with, so I've known her for 16 years. Yeah. Real awkward family Christmas.
Right. So you've known her your whole life?
Yeah, for the most part. I got married.
So then what happened? How did the levee break? What exactly happened?
Yeah, we've been friends for a while,
And then all of a sudden, one day,
it just kind of happened.
What happened?
I was leaving the state, and she gave me a journal, and it said, "Write to me about your memories that you have in Seattle." And I said, "I will." She came out to visit me, and it was magical. It was the first time someone asked me to sit on their face. And that's why I'm dating her today. Thank
Wow,
you.
that's incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Typical lesbian relationship.
Thank you.
Right to me from Seattle. Do you have a Hyundai Kona? Trying to figure out what level lesbian you are. Redman wants to know if you're in town on Thursday because even though you're not funny, he wants to book you on the secret show.
Yeah, I would love to. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, everyone.
Redman showing you the Harvey Weinstein style of booking comedy.
I know, you wouldn't even look
You're a lesbian. What's the longest set you've ever done? There she goes, Alexa Stanton, everybody. Her real Tony debut. Here, Alexa, take one of these. Here's a little joke book for you. Oh, she doesn't match like a lesbian.
Should have given her one of the journals, Tony.
All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there still, huh? All right. Your next comedian goes by the name of Anthony Ryan, everybody. Anthony Ryan just got pulled out of the bucket here on Till Tony. Here he comes. One more time for Anthony Ryan, everybody.
What's up? I'm Anthony Ryan. I know that sounds like the Dago WAP version of Ricky Bobby, but
It actually gets way worse. Unfortunately, mostly Mexican. So, just a mudblood bunch of fuckery going on. No, but as a Mexican, I gotta say, I'm confused by the border control conversation. Like, why do you guys give a fuck? Most of Americans' favorite things are already Mexican. Food, liquor, undocumented labor, and underpaid happy endings. You guys love that shit down here. Love it. I just wish Mexicans got more credit for shit that was ours. You know? Give you a prime example. SpongeBob SquarePants. You guys didn't know? Why do you think that wetback sponge swims so well? Lives in a fucking pineapple. He's marinating pastor in la casa. It's not a fucking accident. Dude, he's got those brown dinky shorts, pulls his socks up to his knees. That's a cholo if I've ever seen one. Are you guys serious? Dude, he works as a fucking line cook at a burger joint. His girlfriend's a buck-toothed squirrel with hairy arms. And some Mexican cartoon. All right, I'm Anthony Ryan. Thank you, guys.
Wow, Anthony Ryan. Wow. Absolutely destroyed with SpongeBob material. That is a very rare treat, very hard to do. Obviously, you've been performing in front of kindergartners most of your career.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely incredible. Alexa was up here so long, I forgot what comedy was like.
Yeah, my bad. That was my dick. That wasn't Tommy Lee. She saw my dick that their dad was sending around. I apologize, Alexa. Sorry.
Stick to the racism. It's funnier.
I don't know if I should take that alreght coming with a man with a mustache. I'm a little iffy about it.
What does that mean?
I couldn't hear you over your fat tits.
There we go. That's fair enough. I'll take that. That's fine.
Anthony, how long have you been on stand-up?
I actually just got into January.
Wow, January, brand new.
January, yeah.
Good set for someone that's just getting started at it.
I appreciate it. That went exactly the way I fucking planned it in my head, so that's kind of incredible. Appreciate you guys for laughing.
That's funny, Rand. You whenever it was getting into, you just went hard.
Yeah, it was afraid I was going to pass out for a second there, so I'm glad that went well.
Very good. Anthony almost passing out from doing stand-up comedy. Very good. Where are you from?
Originally from Chicago.
Okay. Born here now?
Yeah, I moved to Austin in 05. I've been here for a long time. I love Austin. I've been here for a while. And yeah, so I'm adopted Austin. So.
Wow, 05. So you were here a while ago. You left your family up in Chicago and came here solo, or the whole family came down?
Yeah, I came down first for high school. Mom moved me down. We had family. Obviously, like I mentioned, I had to be closer to Mexico, obvious reasons. And then we got that figured out. And yeah, I bounced back and forth from Chicago and Dallas and Austin since, but I chose this as my home. I don't know if you can love a place more than I do.
That's true. We all love it as well. So Chicago, 05, you come here. Yep.
And when are you going to run for mayor? That's what I want to know. I appreciate that.
Whenever you do run for mayor, I'm sure the set from tonight's going to come back to haunt you. Called a wetback sponge. He said it. I'm just repeating back what he said. So, can't cancel me. Anthony, what do you do for work?
I work in finance.
You work in finance?
Yeah. What's up? Why do you like the Mexican lady laughing at
She thinks you're kidding. That's why you said you're Mexican. Mexicans don't really work in finance. What do you do?
I really work like in investment banking. I probably can't say, but yeah, I work in investment. I work in a bank.
Okay. All right. Is it a Mexican bank?
Yeah. Is
all the money behind a paywall?
Yeah. All the clients have alligator skin boots. I can't talk about the money that we move. So it's inappropriate.
But that seems profitable. You have a good career.
Yeah, it's like it was my real plan. It's like my fallback plan. Transparently, I got into the scene in January. I lost my mom a little over a year ago, and she was one of the funniest people I knew in my entire life. So it was important for me to share laughter and get into a scene that's positive and breeds that type of thing. And that's how I honor her legacy every day.
Look at that. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Very, very interesting. And now what? So now you're making money, you're having fun, you in a relationship?
Yeah, trying to be. But,
okay, you're a rapist.
That's solid.
Now, what do you mean you're trying to be?
I mean, she's in San Antonio, so it's like a distance thing. And I'm
you're in a hot skim.
There you go.
Oh my goodness, you guys guys should carpool together. You guys can carpool for pussy.
That'd actually be super lucrative, as you know.
So, oh my god, that car ride home, you'll all fucking smell like a pineapple under the sea, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit.
That's sick. Do a callback to my joke. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. Absolutely. I'm a professional. So, Anthony, tell us something else about you. Tell us a fun fact. What do you do for fun?
I used to make music. I play like 5 instruments.
What? Do you play instruments? What instruments do you play?
None of these ones up here. Not fucking around. No, I used to like rap and play drums, a little bit of guitar. Yeah, no, I'm not sufficient at anything. No, I'm not nearly good as drums like the other guys you've had on a couple episodes. There was like a fucking killer. Neil Peart was up here, and I was like, I'm never gonna fucking drum.
Did you say you rap? Can you rap for us? So these guys gave you
Hey, you remember when y'all did that Colt 45 beat? Like that little fucking boom? Yeah, y'all run that for some. Yeah, Colt 45 drum. Y'all did that a while ago. Yeah, you had some rappers a while ago. I was upset about it.
Alright, let's see what happens here. Anthony Ryan.
Alright, listen close. There we go. Said the infinite derivatives of invaluable integers that help a lyric mathematician analyze it critically. I'm the type of rapper that he wishes he could get to be. How the song you ever wrote to but and not a hit to me. Before I get distracted from the point I'm trying to make. Hope you understand you never feel the spot I'm trying to take. Coldest millennial in the Lone Star State. So naturally I gotta deal with some Lone Star hate. It's all good. I'ma be fine. Stack up this pumpernickel and fuck with a dime. I drink my dose with a third of lime. Hey, yo, Tony in the fourth, baby, I'm on fire. I'm pleading the fifth, can't tell a lie. Listen, my success is my skill to rhyme. Hey, yo, seventh, heaven, Lord, I'm hella high. I smoke an 8 on the motherfucking back. Nah, yo, number game, just have a stupid dog. 69 until I'm due to come. In my DMC, like your boo was run. 0 dates, we just fuck for fun. Listen, I don't like Netflix while laying in bed. Bitch, if you at my crib, it's Hulu and head. With her bare hands, she been needing some bread. But I'd rather see what that mouth do instead. Girl, she gave me dome like a French shit. That Latino kid, spit that primo shit. You ain't know about Chicago. John Cena shit. She ain't never seen a kid. Bumping Drizzy's vistas in Lago. Sold to the devil and he gave me a refund. Even Lucifer told LeBron, the paper that he son. When you know you hot, you gotta reach for the flame. Cause if you know you're the best, you got love for the game.
Wow! I mean, what the fuck is happening here tonight? Absolute chaos!
I came to do my thing. What you talking about, Tony? Came to do my motherfucking thing.
You're goddamn
Fucking right, baby. I was born with this motherfucking mic.
Okay, I agree. Jesus Christ! I agree.
It's a fucking honor, man. It's a fucking honor and a privilege. I would not dare do some weak shit in front of a fucking legend. Let's go, Austin, Texas. What the fuck's up? Come on, man.
All I'm gonna say is this, and I don't even know what that was you just did, but I assume, fuck, man. I assume you were talking about the interest rate, and this overheated housing market. Who wouldn't be excited?
Anthony Ryan, I mean, an unbelievable set, an unbelievable interview, an unbelievable performance.
You really did. You killed it.
Hey, Redman, I also identify as a lesbian. I don't know if that.
How long you been doing comedy?
Since the end of January.
Let me get you on the Secret Chef Thursday. Wow, you still
Would
here?
absolutely love to. That belongs to me.
Make some noise for, and that's about as good as it gets. Anthony Ryan right there, everybody. You just saw the Kill Tony debut of Anthony Ryan.
I can't wait to hear him rap and
Tony,
Yeah, David Tell.
honestly, dude, this show is the gateway show to another free unpaid show. I love it.
I've never seen a crowd get so excited about a guy launching career in
If
entertainment.
you do the secret show, you can help me move. I got a lot of boxes. What kind of fucking
Oh, DC business bullshit.
My God. The best in the world, Dave Attell is here tonight, everybody. Thanks so much to our next comedian, straight out of the bucket. Let's all meet him together. He goes by the name of Michael Malamud, everybody. Michael Malamud. Here he comes. The confident standing ovation. The entire audience is on their feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching history right now. Literally, the funniest looking human being on planet Earth has arrived at Kill Tony. No words necessary whatsoever. Literally, didn't have to say a thing. Laughs throughout the entire set. We have discovered this is a special episode of the show. I mean, even the blind guy was laughing. And that's his kryptonite. Absolutely incredible. We have found the world's funniest salamander. He has arrived.
This guy really knows how to do an audio podcast.
An unbelievable performance. One can only hope we can go the whole interview without you saying a word as well. We're going to try our very best. This is very cool to see what Aaron Rodgers would look like in the prehistoric era.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. As long as it's not to him, it has to be.
When you were on that show, Stranger Things, with those other kids, what happened in that cave? I really want to know.
Didn't I used to spin you on the tip of my pencil in 8th grade?
Michael Malamud, this is absolutely incredible.
Yes.
Now, his name is hilarious, the look is hilarious, the demeanor is unbelievable.
You're a star.
You're a true comedy star.
You are amazing.
He looks like a brilliant comedian. He also looks like a modern day UFC champion for some reason. He looks like the scariest guy in the strawweight division.
You know, I think being a little too generous. I thought some of those impressions were a little weak. I'm sorry.
I've never seen a baby bird not chirp before.
I've always wondered what Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman's kid looks like. This is so cool to find out.
I smell a hit. Then again, you smell a lot more than I do.
This is incredible. I've heard of people that look like they wake up in a dumpster. You look like you crawl out of an ashtray. This is very exciting.
This is his second home.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Michael, what do you sound like? Oh, hell no, baby.
Everybody, y'all motherfuckers crazy.
You a damn fool. Michael Malamud. So let's talk about it, my friend. How are you? Yes! 4 minutes and 40 seconds into this entire onstage performance, we finally have one word out of him. For those of you who are keeping statistics on your Kiltony, at 9.5 years, we have not had anybody with the batting average that Michael Malamud has right now. He's literally averaging 84 laughs per word. Unbelievable. I almost don't want to fuck it up. I almost feel like, there you go. Have the joke books.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Run!
Michael, take this. Holy shit. This show is chaos.
I think I speak for everybody at this table when I say we are working way too hard.
Unbelievable. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Liam Maloney, everybody. Liam Maloney. What a night. What a show. Where do we go from here? Michael Malamud is going to be one tough act to follow. Wow. Here he is. Liam Maloney, everybody.
Malamud. What's up, Logan? I don't know if I follow one word, but I'm 21 and I still have some baby teeth. And yeah, it's a little fucked. I've never been able to get braces. And they always say that when people have sweet tooth, they really like candy. So I really think it's just God's way of telling me to join the clergy. I was in the airport the other day at O'Hare on a layover, and it was my first time since turning 21. And I was running all over the airport trying to find some liquor, but I couldn't find those little bottles. And I kept trying to like say the name of it, but my girlfriend on the phone, she just didn't understand what I was trying to say. So I kept running around, and then across the gates I see exactly what I'm looking for. And so I sprint across the gates, get all the way up to the nearest guy in a turban, and I yell out, "Shooters!"
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, there he is. Liam Maloney.
Wow, that was great. The last guy didn't talk, and I wish this one.
Liam Maloney, welcome to the show. 21 years old. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half since I moved down here.
Wow, a month and a half. And you came here to start?
Yeah.
Incredible. What made you choose Austin, Texas, and not New York or Los Angeles?
I have some friends. I have a friend who does comedy in LA, performs at not LA, New York, and he does Governors and a few of those Long Island ones that he said that wasn't going great. So you, Joe, laying the foundation and just showing how to work it out.
That's absolutely correct. That is the correct answer. You are correct. You just won a bunch of money. So Liam, what do you do for work?
I sell AT&T products out of a kiosk at a Sam's Club.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. It got worse and worse. At a Sam's Club in hell. My goodness. Incredible, Liam. What do you do for fun? What are 21-year-olds doing for fun nowadays?
I hike hunt, I fish, keep my dog from hunting my cat.
Okay. So you have animals too. You brought them from where you came from, which is where?
Syracuse, New York.
Syracuse. Oh God, hell. You really Did you start in a Sam's Club there? Oh my God, that's literally hell to me. Everybody knows upstate New York is hell.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Oh my God. Wow, that is incredible. You're a real survivor. You must be having the time of your life here in Austin.
Yeah, I absolutely love it here. Love the mics, love this nice scene. Love everything.
Even HEB yet?
I have got anything else.
Goddamn right. Name some of your favorite products that you've gotten from HEB so that the listeners around the world can start to understand what's going on here.
Lone Star.
Not exactly what I was looking for, but have you tried the bacon wrapped? You really fucked that one up for me. Oh shit. Liam, so you're 21. What are you doing for fun in Austin? Tell me about it, other than open mics.
I'm definitely just hitting the nightlife around here on 6. Work eats up a lot of my time, but just take my dog to all the cool parks here in Austin.
You love your dog. What kind of dog do you have?
I have a husky. I brought her from up north. Yeah.
And the cat is Cat.
Yeah, her name's Fatty.
Fatty?
Yeah, she's like 25 pounds. She's
Shit. You're trying to kill your cat.
I tried to get her down to 18 by switching her off of carb food, like dry
I
food.
tried the same thing with David Lucas. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. They don't listen. You gotta get your cat on keto. Have you tried that? There you go. Dr. Redman with some good advice. I think that's good advice. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So what else is going on in your world? What else? Give us something. How do you plan to get out of this kiosk at a Sam's Club?
So I've always worked in bars and stuff, so I've been trying to apply to a lot of the cool clubs down here. I haven't heard anything, but just looking for like the comedy clubs to get into, work there.
Have you heard of the East Side Comedy? I'm pretty sure I could get you a job there. I'm pretty fucking positive. All right. Well, you made your Kill Tony debut. You've been here a month and a half. What do you guys think? Any words of advice for Liam? Anybody?
I mean, Malamud was a tough follow.
It really was, you know. I mean,
It's a star.
yeah, it's pretty crazy. And let's not forget Gary Falcon's Kill Tony debut there as well.
So you're going up against a lot. How long have you been doing comedy?
Month and a half.
Oh, man. You got up here and you fucking did it. You had jokes, just keep it. You're down here in the mid-scene, and that's great. It takes a lot of balls to put your name in. Out a month and a half, dude. That's great. Fucking down here, you doing it. Keep doing it.
His Kill Tony debut, ladies and gentlemen, starting off with a little joke book. There goes Liam Maloney, everybody. There he goes. Should we go to the bucket one more time? All right. If you guys say so. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for your final comedian out of the bucket, Dylan Sharp, everybody. Dylan Sharp. Here we go. Dylan Sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody moving over there? Dylan? No, Dylan? No? Okay. Is that Dylan? Alright, here he is. Dylan Sharp.
A lot of guys in Austin have face tattoo. They get 0 bitches. I call that post alone. I grew up in Florida. When I was a child, my mom worked at a Bed Bath Salts and Beyond. I used to work at a Golden Corral. You're welcome, by the way. Here's my marketing campaign for Golden Corral. It goes, Golden Corral, if you want food, it's there. Golden Corral, when you're here, you probably wish you were somewhere else. Met a girl named Paris the other day. It's a beautiful name, right? Whenever someone has a first name of a city, it's always a cool city. It's always like Paris or London. Like you never meet a couple and they go, this is my daughter in Daytona Beach. This is my son Albuquerque. Don't look Albuquerque in the eyes. Just don't do it. Dating Austin Star, right, ladies? As soon as one of you can't go paddleboard, your relationship's over. And what do we have? Just Dylan Sharp. Rock solid set from beginning to end.
You've been on this show before, right, Dylan?
I have.
Okay.
That was strong right out of the gate, man. Very good. I love it. Now blink, all right? Shit.
You do have crazy eyes a little bit.
I know.
Have you been told this before that you have crazy eyes?
No, not by you guys. No, I haven't.
Who told you that?
Hinge.
You have crazy eyes. Where do you think that comes from? You have any mental health issues?
I have OCD.
Do you?
Yeah.
Really? What are some OCD things about you?
I can't do anything in fours because I have 5 family members. That means one of them's gonna die. Nothing comes in fours.
Wow. OCD. What else? What else do we have?
OCD, ADD, ED, too.
Oh shit, really? What does it take to get you hard other than a pistol in your mouth?
He's like a human world. At least 1.5 pictures.
My goodness, incredible. There's a lot wrong with you. I'd be interested to see. I'd be interested to see what an actual doctor would say about someone like you. Is there a doctor out there? Anyone? Here comes a doctor right here. Oh, look at this, everybody. That's a real doctor. Oh shit! What the fuck? It's Dr. True.
Where, huh? Where? So what are we doing here, Tony? What the fuck?
It's good to have a doctor on call. He's at a Mom's House Network. This is the great Dr. True.
Well, he sits in the seat. So, ADD, ADHD, and
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
And do you take medication for that?
No.
Have you thought about it?
No. You should, but no.
Has anybody recommended it?
No.
Do you wash your hands excessively?
No, it's mostly like someone's gonna die. If I don't wash my hands. Yeah. That's twice he said it. There's more to go, yeah.
So are you having trouble functioning because of that?
Yeah. I hide it. I hide it very well. You hide it. No, you don't.
Does it help you with comedy in any way?
That's what the OCD says, but I don't think that's true.
OCD says.
The OCD says if you do this 6 times, you're gonna do well tonight.
I believe bipolar is entered the chat, everybody.
Auditory hallucination.
So wait, you said that you have OCD, and what happens when counting? All right, 4. If anything happens at 4, someone's gonna die. There's 5 of us. Someone's going down.
Gotcha. So just by being associated with a 4 drags his family into
Yeah.
Right. That's fucked up. You know that's fucked up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So you've said it 3 times so far.
I know. So he's down about 2 family members. You might think about medication one day.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't affect your functioning, and as long as you can sort of channel it with the comedy, it just makes your eyes look a little weird.
Do you think like doctor's orders? Have a hand for Dr. True, everybody!
Thank you.
Fuck yes! Dr. True! Appearances by William Montgomery B. and Hans Kim on Dr. True's podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. David Tell is back.
That was the world's lamest grooming I've ever seen. But you sit in the audience and you see from their side it looked like Dr. Drew and Dr. Seuss were having a
Oh, that's rich coming from a guy that looks like he sold Kyle Rittenhouse's gun.
Dylan, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Dylan's on the Secret Show. Do you have one of these yet? You do. Dylan Sharp, everybody. Well, there's only one place to go from here, everybody. There's only one man that could end a show like this. This man has done more new minutes on this show than anyone ever. He's known as the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. Wow.
First and foremost, Red Band, I want to wish you a happy Rosh Hashanah. We're having a great Jewish New Year, Red Band. I had to tell my daughter for the first time last week, Biz, if you see me in the kitchen, you better stay out of my way. Sundance Film Festival had 3 films about abortion this year. The good news is that only 2 unborn children were harmed during the making of the films. And the other one was given to the Clinton Foundation. I met a guy who wrote for the show NCIS, and he told me, did y'all know that NCIS is supposed to be said like a word? Okay, I thought that was going to go better. Isn't it funny? Think you can just say NCIS like a word and not just. Okay. Roger Waters has recently angered Pink Floyd fans around the world, surprisingly not because of his pro-Russia stances, but because he said Aphex Twin isn't a real musician. Fuck that guy. The other day, I explained to Red Band how the first person contracted monkeypox. They banged a monkey, to which Red Band replied, "Oh no, I sure hope I don't get cousin pox." He fucks his cousins! That's a fact. He literally has sex with one of his cousins. That's a fact. Look it up. She's hot. Yeah, look it up. No, you can look up the video. It's on the fucking internet. It's so gross. They filmed it. Okay, that's why. All right, he's done. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. He gets to do as long as he wants. Wow. William Montgomery doing what only William Montgomery can do. Coming in, grand slams only, all the way through. Absolute intense energy. Tried to pull Michael Malamud at the beginning there and bailed out quick. I thought you were going to pull it off. I think you could probably do it. How you doing, William? Tony, I actually have some really sad news for the show. I got a new manager, and he actually booked me a spot on late night with David Letterman. So I'm going to start doing that. Yeah, I got a new manager. He got me a Letterman show. I think it's late night, or what is it called? Yeah, it's not late night. It's not a show anymore. What do you mean? That's not a show anymore. What do you mean? He doesn't do a late night show anymore. I literally just got this new manager guy, and he booked me a fucking gig on David Letterman's show. What does this manager look like? Oh man, he's this little Hispanic guy. He's really sweet, but yeah, he's this little Hispanic guy. Yeah, he said he got me a fucking gig on David Letterman's. I'm so embarrassed now.
This happened to me when they took me off the ventilator.
What is that mean?
What up, my time?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know what family on House of Dragons you represent, but
No, I do believe it's the Tullies. The Tullies is the answer there.
House of Dragons. What's that?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's the most popular show in the world right now.
I guess in this town, that's a brand of heroin. I don't know.
William Montgomery coming in, smashing, doing twice as long as everybody else, out of control. Even the bear bends the knee to William Montgomery. Incredible set. You did it looking good. I love that Cracker Barrel shirt. That is fucking classic.
Thank you so much. We
found out recently that you have an addiction to eBay.
Yes, I did not get this on eBay. I actually got it at the Cracker Barrel store. I'm here to announce to everybody they have a new special. If you eat there for 6 days, on the 7th day, you get a free thing of pancakes. That's what I've been doing the past 2 weeks now. You eat there for 6 days in a row. On the 7th day, you get some pancakes.
Seriously, did you really get that from Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I go there all the time.
How much did you pay for it?
$20.
Really?
Yeah. What do you think it would be more expensive or less?
It looks vintage.
No, this is what they sell now. I hope they design this one.
See, the part there at the end leads me to believe that you might be lying.
No, I've been a designer for 2 years.
I think that's a vintage Cracker Barrel shirt. I do not believe that you just bought this weekend. Is there anybody that knows anything about freezing or whether things are real? Is there any? Wait a second. You'd have to wait until somebody starts to move. Is there somebody up there? Can we get somebody down here that knows the actual, perhaps whether that's real or perhaps the price of something like this? Is there any movement? You see anything? See over here? Where? Now, Black Lady? Oh, it's the. Okay, well, we're not going to you. Is there anybody? Is there somebody up there, right, that's coming down perhaps? Are they coming? Somebody coming? Let's see. I do believe somebody. No, not you.
You're not talking about you, bitch! Fucking sit back!
Did we lose them, Nick?
What?
What? Is Rick here? Rick left? Oh, thanks for the heads up, Nick. Very good. You literally had the guy from Consorts here. He had to leave. It would have been sweet, but thanks again, Nick, for the heads up on that. Nothing better than telling us 4 minutes after we hit his intro music.
Tony, it's good he didn't come up on the stage because I know that motherfucker a bunch of fucking money. Oh, that's God.
That's absolutely perfect.
I sold him some fake fucking basketball cards as his fucking dumbass stories got Vegas and fucking I owe a shit ton of money. He's a big idiot. I'm glad he didn't fucking come up here.
I haven't seen you in a while, Memphis Strangler. How's strangling going?
Well, I was in San Francisco with Duncan this past weekend. He didn't want me to say, but yeah, he helped me find. I found a couple of people. I got to the very end part and I just didn't strangle him. I don't know what's going on. I really wanted, I swear to God, I wanted to strangle those two people, but I just kind of held myself. I need to start learning some more. Just, I need to really hold back. I mean, I've really been strangling a bunch of fucking people. I've got to stop sometime. They're going to catch me. So yeah, I held my ground. I didn't strangle.
What part did you stop at?
Just when their eyes were going into the back of their heads and their tongues start turning this blue color, Dave.
Is it hard raising a daughter in a bunker?
Yeah, it's like fucking 30 feet down. It's fucking 30 stairs I have to climb every fucking day. She doesn't walk that well. It's literally a nightmare living in a fucking bunker with my dumbass daughter. She's the stupidest fucking little girl. I can't even believe it's my fucking daughter. We're living in a fucking bunker together. We gotta talk about a bad decision.
You just got yes and David Tell. Wow. I thought he was rapping. Who was that that other guy.
William Montgomery.
Is that a fucking joke?
Silverstone.
You know, you thought I was rapping. Even though you're dressed for Jeopardy, I want you to know this. That's the strongest act I've seen here tonight. It's hard closing a show when you're doing it, so kudos to you, buddy. You're killing it.
He does it every single week. He's absolutely unbelievable. He's out on the road. He's headlining on his own. That's William Montgomery. Guys, please, for the love of God, how loud can this place get for my great guest, David Tell, Greg Fitzsimmons, and Ian Bidens, DavidTell.com, Fitzdog.com, Ian and my guys. Check out Dr. Drew's podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. Watch Pawn Stars, even though he left. And Gary Falcon says go to NickSwartzen.com and a bunch of other fun things. How about one more time for the best band in the land? That's the Kill Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. This has been Kill Tony, brought to you by the Yellow Rose, the Red Rose, and Deep Eddy Vodka. We did it again. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
So what characterizes
Sadly lacks the Mora, studied by there shall be half shekel
Secret Show is coming back to the Comedy Store. One night only, one show only. Tuesday, October 18th. I'm bringing a bunch of Austin and Kill Tony comedians, and I'm mixing it in with some Los Angeles comics. We're going to have a crazy show. Get your tickets right now at Desquad.tv. You guys ready for the best goddamn comedy show to ever happen on planet Earth? Yeah, these boys are Ryan Redman. Hey, everybody. We invented podcasting. We're going to do one here tonight. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth. We're here in Austin, Texas. Also, Deep Eddy Vodka, another amazing Austin brand. For those of you drinking vodka out there, order Deep Eddy because they're the best in the world. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Come on, you heard it. You know what the fuck's going on. This is the live music capital of the world. And that's the Kill Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's Paul Deemer on the horn right there. And mewling on the electric guitar, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And that's that right there. That's our friend D Madness on the bass guitar. It's happening. This is it. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian, and I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again.
October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Every single week, I have a couple of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week, we have three for you. Three of the best guests in the show's history are all here at once. Make some noise for David Tell, Greg Fitzsimmons, and Ian Biden. Fitzsimmons, and one of the greatest of all time, David Tell. Come on in here, Dave. Woo. We're doing the damn thing tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The Rookie of the Year panelist, Ian Fidance, is here, and two of the greatest guests in the history of the show, Greg Fitzsimmons and David Tell, are both here. Yes.
Talk about a bucket list. I mean, am I right, guys? Or what? How many people saw me almost get penetrated by the trombone as I saw that?
Could not be happier that you guys are here. DavidTell.com for tour dates. Greg Fitzsimmons is going to New Orleans, Chicago, San Francisco, and Fort Worth. Catch all those dates at fitzdog.com and, of course, Fitzdog Radio. And Ian Fidance has me and Ian and my guys. Both very, very fun podcasts. I'm excited. You guys have all been on this show before. You know how it works. We watch stand-up comedians do 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we find out about their lives and we talk to them during an interview portion, which is completely improvised. We literally have no idea. Anybody could have signed up. Maybe it's a weary traveler. Maybe it's a local legend. Anything can happen. We're going to get through it together. You know, the uninterrupted 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. You guys get it? You ready to start this fucking show? Chaos will ensue tonight, I promise. A lot of special treats, and we're going to start with one of them right now. We have three regulars on the show. This guy going first is one of them. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. We watched him living in his van a year ago. Now he opens up in arenas all around the world, chatting around. He's rich now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim.
It's going to be here in Texas. It's kind of scary taking the public transportation here because if you're not paying attention, you might end up in a plane to Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard, not a real vineyard. I don't know why we sent all the Mexicans over there. The only fruit to pick there are the queers. I'm dating someone. I'm dating a white woman, which is weird because I'm an Asian man. It's the reverse Yoko Ono. I'm trying to get her to start a band. We recently had period sex, which is funny because she's a white girl. You know, she looked like a Japanese flag with nipples on it. Thank you.
Wow, Hans Kim coming out, guns a-blazing, making it look easy. Talking about your real life, talking about what's going on. Very fun stuff, Hans.
Thank you, Tony.
What was the joke at the end? It looks like a what type of Japanese what?
Japanese flag.
Oh, God, yeah. Now I picture it. Yep, and I know what that is. Indeed. That was Greg Fitzsimmons, not me, everybody. Making racist Asians. I love it, Hans. You're absolutely killing it. Things are going good with this new girlfriend of yours.
Yeah, she's great. We have a lot of phone sex together.
Right, and she lives in San Antonio, so you could just drive an hour. You guys could almost have tin can on a string sex with one another. It's interesting that you're sticking with the phone. Easier than making the hour-long drive.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's very dangerous. You have Hans to drive, though, right?
12-year-old boy.
That is dangerous. I love it. Dave, this is your first time seeing Hans, right?
First of all, I don't think you can put a price on that banter. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
It comes from week in and week out, just owning it.
no, it was my first time seeing you, and I'm sorry I was in and out. I was too busy protecting my data. And I thought he had some solid stuff. I was very impressed. Thank you, Dave, buddy. Thank you, Dave.
Protecting your data is important. ExpressVPN, promo code KillTony. 20% off your first month. Greg, have you seen Hans Kim before?
I haven't seen him tonight because I'm sitting between these two chain-smoking fucking lunatics. I haven't seen anything. I feel like I'm in a dream sequence right now. But it sounded good. It sounded good. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Yeah.
Greg was here when I had sex with a woman in a broom closet.
Yeah.
Oh.
He did a set, and then some woman, and she was not attractive per se, but she did have sex with him in a closet.
Leave her in the closet. Yeah, she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend wanted to watch, but I was not enough for that.
Any invites you've seen Hans before?
I have, yes. We just did his dating show yesterday. Hans brings singles up on stage and tries to get them fucking properly.
There you go. Hell yeah, that's one way to avoid Me Too. Is just make a show about it. I love it. Hans, you are a legend here. You ring performer every minute. You make it look so easy week in, week out. You get the thing started. We love you here. How about one more time for Hans Kim, everybody? There you go. Let's get this fucking thing going. We're going to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where anything can happen, and we all meet a human being together at once. Pretty crazy shit. Only show to do it. Tonight we will start with an uninterrupted 60 seconds by Isabella Carrozza. Isabella Carrozza. Here she is, everybody. One more time for Isabella.
How's it going? I think we need to legalize weed in Texas. Right? I'm tired of having to deal with drug dealers. It's very annoying. They always make you go to them because of being more expensive. So you have to leave, go to the store, buy Plan B. I have a conspiracy theory that Plan B is the one behind all these abortion laws, right? Because when they passed that law, right? Because when they passed the law here in Texas, my roommates and I treated Plan B the way white people treated toilet paper during the pandemic. To all the stores and stocked up. I know we weren't the only ones, because by the time we got to Walmart, there were a lot of Plan B. They only had guns left. Labeled Plan C. I got cheated on by a guy that I pegged. What's in your suicide note? That's why you have to date older men. Older men treat you so much better than their wives. Do you notice that whenever an old man has a super young girlfriend, it's like a symbol of status, which makes sense because we live.
There you go. That's a minute 18 seconds. That bear is aggressive. Trying to squeeze it in there.
I know.
That's what happens. Isabella, well, you've been on this show before. What did we find out about you last time you were here?
I don't know. I work here. I just moved here like a year ago. It's been like a year since I've been on the show.
Okay, and where were you a year ago? Where did you live before this?
Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, all right, very, very good. And how's stand-up comedy going for you?
I like it. Yeah, I work at East Austin Comedy Club now, so that's cool. It's a lot.
You really nailed that sound effect because I've never heard of that comedy club. And I live in Austin, and I go to the East Side quite a bit. So that's pretty incredible. Is it just you over there?
It's free wine. It's like a hole in the wall, but it's stage time. So.
All right. Like, if it's a hole in the wall, I bet I know what you're doing on the other end of that wall. Rabbi Rothschild spent 50 seconds talking about Plan B. Wow. So, what are we talking about here? How many times have you had Plan B?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I just take it just in case. Especially like, have you seen like the men here in Austin? You gotta be careful.
Hey, I just got here, right?
So, give us a ballpark. Like, what are we talking about? Is that like once a year you do that? Like,
maybe once every 4 months.
whoa, once every 4 months, just fucking up the cycle and everything.
Yeah.
Messing things because it messes with your body a little bit, right?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't even know. You can't even tell. You live such a garbage life. You can't even tell whether or not it's.
Is this a critique or the audition for the Handmaid's Tale? All right. She likes the party. Deal with it.
I think you found your older man today.
Dude.
You're going to Plan D tonight. I love it. So is it money working in this comedy club that nobody?
I like barely knew. I dance at the Red Rose.
Oh, okay.
Insurance comes down.
Wow. How long have you been doing that for?
Like 6 months. I've been there.
Okay. Very good.
What's your stage name?
Isabella. I don't.
Wow, you kept it the same. No double life there. Give out your real phone number and shit too. That's incredible. That is absolutely amazing.
Come to the stage, Plan B. Everybody, here we go. Pop those pills. Here she comes.
Wow, very interesting. Do you have any like special moves or things? Because you seem like you'd have to be charismatic because you're like a certain height. You're a little bit. You're like a type.
I mean, I don't know. I'm funny. Like they love
Here
that.
she comes, world's funniest stripper, everybody. Kiss your boner goodbye. Here she comes with some jokes, everyone. Nothing better than a funny stripper. Here we go. Do you open like lap dances?
It's a real hole in the wall, isn't it? Do you try to be funny sometimes?
I mean, I kind of just like I don't really know how to like flirt. I'm not a very flirtatious person, so.
There's this guy, she's got jokes. Guys are just taking ones back.
Leave the mask on.
Incredible. Anything crazy ever happened at the strip club? We know that
Anything crazy ever happened? I don't know.
the place is run unbelievably well.
It really is.
It is our longest sponsor here in Austin, Texas. So I got to tell you, it's clean. The hamburgers are unbelievable. I mean, it's just everything about it is amazing.
The most beautiful woman in Austin.
Yeah, and Isabella works there too. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. She's got a good sense of humor. Look at her. She's like a fucking little Italian Cabbage Patch doll or something like that.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like an insane time of my life to go from stand-up comedy to a strip club. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. They're like the customers can get kind of wild. I do. So I've like, if a customer gets too handsy, I'll fart on them.
Oh shit!
They're up there. They're gonna fire me. Where are they?
Shirts of the red rose, the yellow rose, and the brown rose. Very good.
Taking risks.
Wow, we'll blame it on the hamburger.
Oh my goodness. What's the longest set you've ever done?
I'm 15.
I'd love to have you open up the cigarette shop. Red Dan.
It was the farting, wasn't it?
Any other smallest dreams coming true here tonight? I'm just gonna say this right now. Your stuff was good. You were fucking awesome up here. In a town of singers, songwriters. For someone to fucking come up here after we working the shift tonight.
Maybe.
You don't know, right?
Yeah.
Either way, we've all done things to get by in comedy, so don't let them fucking put you down for it.
You got some fucking insider trading.
What up, babies? How are you?
She just got a real comedy gig out of her performance here.
How are you?
Tony. Amazing. Back to the bucket we go. Great.
Do you speak?
Yo, do you know like the fucking like goblins from Clash Royale? Are you like friends with them?
Yeah, we're best friends.
Goblin drill, they like drill holes in like your fucking synagogue.
Calm down.
Going to Cody Green.
I can tell he's a fucking big bag from here.
How'd you find out about me?
Because we're huge fans, man. Huge fans.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
He lost his driver's license, which basically just means he lost.
Yo, we've been like huge fans ever since you like orchestrated 9/11. We followed you since then.
Cool, dog.
That's fun. He tried once. He's like, keep it up, you're gonna be grounded. It's like, Dad, if you keep it up, you're gonna fucking fight in the liquor store. I'll tell you guys, you haven't lived until you got the one just grown man and angrily strap on a helmet. Every now and again, he's his
Hey,
double
this guy like big guy back there.
the Cody, the fucking thing's too tight. Like, no, you got a nutsack growing out of your throat.
About Rabbi Rothschild. Let's see what he's read. Oh my god, he's got a fucking essay. I'm not reading all this shit, bro. He wrote like the fucking another Dead Sea Scrolls type shit. What is all this?
Okay. Alright. Wow. The fuck said that?
Yeah. You'll show them, Cody.
Yeah. Where Boston are you from? Specifically, Wakefield. Isn't that where Tanya Harding is from?
How did you set the record for the longest live stream?
I'm not fucking know. I don't follow figure skating. I'm sorry. You don't?
Yeah, just like his normal fat ass lifestyle, because he never goes outside. So all he has to do is add a fucking camera to that, and then boom,
BMX. Am I right or no?
you got his live stream.
Either way, I think your scooter is what I tripped on outside. You've been doing this how long?
I guarantee you.
Awesome, dude.
Oh wait, no, he wouldn't be on Hassan viewer because Hassan actually hates Jews too. That's something he's gotten right. I fucking hate everything else about him.
On a scooter. He's a forgiving guy. Have you considered stripping? I have not.
You could do that.
All you gotta do is fart and shake your ass in your hand.
Cody, what do you do for a living?
United States Postal Service. Awesome. Wow. Man. You're a mailman?
I think they're streaming.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, let me check their link tree. They got one in their
Let me see
bio.
your calves. Pull up your pants. Let me see your calves. Whoa, he's wearing the postman tights underneath.
Bro, he's got a blog, Ask Rabbi Anything. He's got a podcast. He's got 2 podcasts. No, he's got 3 podcasts.
Tights, it helps, all right?
Now, the Postal Service is
Yeah, Diamond and Rabbi Rothschild. Let's see what this is.
What other things do you have on you?
This was awesome.
Sure, man.
You
He's
guys-
in this room without insurance.
Oh, he's got a Reddit. Let's see what he posts on Reddit. He got it on Reddit, bro. He got that, bro. Bro, how much of a fucking degenerate do you have to be to get banned off of Reddit of all places, bro?
I'm sorry, I've got to clarify.
Okay. All right. So you're an official Austin Postman. What area are you? What area are you at?
787 587 277.
Have you ever heard of the
287 All right, that's enough. Hey, stop activating your autism.
Yeah, you just made Hans Kim hard as a rock just absolutely incredible. Let me ask you this: you're out there delivering mail all around the city. Have you ever heard of the East Austin Comedy Club before?
Not once.
You ever get bit by any dogs?
Not yet.
But some have attacked.
The Chihuahuas chase you, they do.
Okay. All right. Enough about the Mexican ladies in the city. Let me ask you this: you ever have any ladies say like, "Hey, Mr. Postman, I want to come on inside"?
Yeah, there you go, Redman. Very good. That was great. Nailed it. The only women that are like interested in Postman are like way too old though. They're like 60.
All right.
Okay. Redman, there's 4 people on the panel.
Have you ever paid for pot with stamps?
I have no.
What do you do for fun? What is a postman that's been doing stand-up for 3.5 years? What are you into, like hobby-wise or anything like that?
So last time we did go into this, I'm a musician and I play the drums. We had a drum off. We're not going to go into that again. We're not going to do that again. But we did that last time.
Team Madness didn't see it. That's a different guy. All right, Cody. Anything else crazy we didn't find out about you last time that we should know about you before we let you go? Any fun facts about Cody Green that would
Teenage drug addict.
Oh,
Come on, his name's Cody.
what drugs were you on?
It's like,
Oh my God.
yeah.
What was your lowest low? Like what was bottom for you?
This.
I love this.
No, one time I went door to door. I made up a collection can, and I went door to door collecting money for my high school marching band.
Oh my God. And it was just for your own drugs.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But it led to one day becoming a postal delivery man.
Yeah, that's incredible. Wow. Honey, I just gave some 22-year-old high schooler some money for his marching band.
He was weirdly wearing compression pants. Wow. I got the hook though, because I stuck in my, I didn't think it was going to work, and I stuck in my neighborhood, and then like the whole next week, people kept going up to my mom, and they were like, hey, because they can't do a nice thing and just shut the fuck up about it. They kept telling her that they gave me money, and she's like, come on, the marching band?
Oh, shit.
She lands at Cody. You should have given those pain pills to Tanya Harding. She needed them. She had them.
Well, Cody, congratulations on getting pulled out of the bucket once again. Did you get a joke book last time you were here? I did. You got a little one. I didn't get a little one. I got a little one. Yeah, you got a big one last time. Here you go. Catch this. This is an official Kill Tony joke book. There you go. It's Cody Green, everybody. All right. Let's keep this one train moving along here. Alright, back to the bucket we go. Alright, everybody, make some noise for Gary Falcon, everyone. Gary Falcon. Here we go. Oh, here he comes over here. It's Gary Falcon. He's over here. Gary Falcon, everybody. Put your hands together for Gary Falcon.
What's going on? It's good to be here on the Real Housewives of Kiev. Anyway, I just got back from the doctor. What is AIDS? You know what kind of a man you are. How soon you pull your dick out when you walk up to a urinal. For me, it's a block away. Thank you for having me.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is our first time ever having Gary Falcon on this show before. You might be one of the best brand spanking new comedians.
Thank you so much, Tony, for having me. Tony, I love your jacket. You would get gay badge at a Coldplay concert. Watch out.
You got me good there, Gary. My goodness, guys, have you ever seen anybody quite make a debut quite as strong as Gary Falcon? Incredible. Amazing. Wow.
I've never seen a missing children posted like a dog. I've never seen Elf's grandfather. Whoa. Tony. Tony, watch out. This teddy bear's got teeth. God bless. Now, I didn't know Cody had a brother. I didn't know Santa had AIDS. Wow. Holy shit.
Also dated as wife to Audio 276. 3, 4.
God bless us all, everyone.
Wow. I'm not going to say anyone else.
No, you did an awesome job, Gary.
Are you in a rush to get back to the pickup basketball game? Nobody picked your
Yes, that's true. The Irish Falcon from a fucking Down syndrome family. I grasp at straws.
This Falcon's got talent.
It's weird to run into the guy who hands out the prizes at Dave & Buster's. But, yes. It's also impressive to meet Gandalf's sponsor. And also the guy next to him, House of Back Pain. God bless him. Good Lord.
This is really cutting into your time picking up and recharging burn scooters, isn't it?
Is it hard walking around Austin when you're dressed like a victim? Or no? I mean, is it hard walking around as the ghost of Austin? at the shelter, all right? Is it hard sitting next to the Notre Dame vomiting Irish?
That's racist. That's racist.
All right, I'm gonna go get drunk. These are my friends. Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna let him do whatever he wants. No doubt about it. And you know what? We never do this anymore, but that was such an amazing performance from a brand new comedian. I think he deserves the Kill Tony Golden ticket, don't you? Yeah, I agree. Anytime he wants, he gets to perform on the show. That was incredible. Gary Falcon. Wow. A star is born. A star is born. Back to the bucket we go. Obviously, anything can happen here tonight. Wow, the place is in chaos. Look at him and Dave are going at it. So your next comedian, Casey Deans, everyone. Casey Deans is next here, live. Bill Tony, Austin, Texas. Here comes Casey Deans, everyone. One more time for Casey, everybody.
Oh, yes, I am Casey Deans, and there's been a lot of news about the Russians lately. They are fleeing their country as fast as they can. Every newscast is oh so sympathetic to these Russian wussies. Big bad mother Russia. Big bad mother Russia. Come on, we like to eat. We want nuclear war. Let's take one. Come on. Big bad mother Russia. Oh, so tough. So tough. They're called to mobilize. Trains as far as I can see. Couldn't get out fast enough. Wussies. Thank you very much. My name is Casey Deans.
Yeah.
Wow, 43 seconds in and out with his trademark wussies line. The Tony debut of Casey Deans. David, what do you think about this?
The one thing I love is a political wizard. He just doesn't live in the world of magic. He knows what's going on for the mortals. Don't turn me into anything. All right.
Wow. I mean, you look great for Rasputin's granddaughter. And I think that was just fantastic. Thanks, Fox News. That was great.
That is absolutely incredible. This is your Kill Tony debut, correct?
Greatest day of my life, Tony.
Absolutely. I know. It's been a long way since you were the bad guy in Superman 4. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Don't throw your ass at me. 1 year.
1 year. And where have you been doing it at?
I did about 10 mics in Utah. Wise Guys, shout out Wise Guys, great club. Moved to Austin in March.
Right. You moved to Austin in March. What made you move to Austin in March?
Heeded the call. What
call are you talking about? Were you watching InfoWars or something? What the fuck are you talking about? Heeded what call?
I was a call and not an Amber Alert.
I don't want to go into too much detail and bore you to death, but I applied to UCLA grad school and I didn't get in. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me because I was going to go to LA in 2020 to be a stand-up comedian. Kind of chill down the pandemic, and when I finally got the gumption to do it, this was the place to do it. It's the comedy center of the world.
Hard to get into UCLA when you're not allowed within 100 feet of a school. That is true. Deeds. So what do you do for a living?
I do lift.
What?
I'm a lift driver.
Oh, wow. One of the world's scariest lift drivers.
Yeah, that's
very exciting. What kind of car?
I drive a Honda Kona EV.
Oh my God. So that's, if your face in that car pops up, I'm just like, cancel. Does anybody have Uber? Lyft's acting a fool. Hyundai Kona. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. What's your Lyft rating?
Oh, 5-star. Really? Customers get the best rides. Oh my God, that is terrifying. Some of them even leave it with their skin.
Hey, can you drop Gary off?
Has anyone ever gotten out of your car? Because I've been around here for 5 minutes. I'm ready to leave the club.
Oh, yeah. Everybody gives you 5 stars when you take their phone afterwards.
Fuck all of you. This guy's a Waco 7. I mean, look at him.
It's true.
He's inching closer to us.
Yeah.
I have noticed. I am.
The only thing is, you despise his cult. I mean, really.
Yeah. On a stage comedy show like this, it's good to have the craziest version of Jim Carrey.
You know, if you guys don't like this beard, I'll shave it like that.
That's cool.
No, you won't.
I will shave it right now.
No, you won't.
You do look like a guy that keeps a razor on him at all times.
It's like Duncan Trussell's stalker. There you go.
I did have a crazy plan about challenging Mr. William Montgomery to a shave off, but I don't want to.
That is a crazy plan. What other plans did you have?
Just survive this. Just survive this.
No, are you planning on cleaning the drain in your shower at some point?
No, come on. They don't have showers in tents.
What is your living situation? Let's get to the bottom of this. You're driving Lyft, you're in the arts. We know the struggle is real, especially for guys with beards like that. What is your living situation?
I live in the great town of San Marcos.
So you must have a 5-bedroom house.
No, I've got a modest 1-bedroom, and I got 2 kids, and I'm a single guy.
I like that. Sweet. I kind of like you now all of a sudden. What are your cats' names?
Yakko and Wacko. They're twins.
Oh,
That's nice. That's from the Animaniacs. This guy's not that bad.
Yakko and Wacko, everybody. You ever get any girls back to your place? You ever go on any dates or anything like that? You on any of the dating apps?
I haven't. I am on the apps, and I haven't been on a date.
How does that normally go for you? Like, how does a date, trying to get a date back to your cat-filled house in San Marcos go?
You know, I'm very proud. I have a very pristine, clean apartment, and I'm sure if I ever get a
That's one of the upsides of still living with your mother, right? Your house being clean.
Are you always vacuuming to silence the voices?
So take us through like your last date. How does this happen? Where do you meet this girl? How does it go down? Explain to us. Just take us through it. It's okay.
Come on, look at her. Came out of a dumpster and she was standing there.
I put Helter Skelter on in the Honda.
I turned on the John locks in my car. I know what Helter Skelter is, sir. I got that joke. Yeah, you lived it.
Oh, that was haunting.
Yeah. I know what Helter Skelter is. I wrote it. All right, Casey, let's talk about this date. Give us an example of how it starts. So you meet at a restaurant or something like that?
Oh, it's been a long time since I've been on a date. I'm a single guy.
All right.
And you know, I tried a date, but I'm not really like obsessed with it. To be honest, it doesn't take up a lot of my mental time.
Don't you need to add to your collection? I'm just giving him some shit, dude. That's pretty fucking brave to go up there. How long you been doing comedy?
Let's see, how long you been doing that?
1 year, and what is that in less of years? Like 100 years?
Casey, congratulations. Very, very fun appearance. Here's a little Kiltony joke book for you. Catch that. Can you catch it? There he goes. Casey needs everyone. All right, we've come to that time of the show where I get another one of the regulars up here. This guy is a fucking legend. He's been destroying all over this goddamn town and all over the road. An icon for his joke writing and roasting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is David Lucas.
13th century BC. Roll.
Hello, colleagues. I'm very grateful to
Well,
Dr.
it's time for
Elijah
David
and
Lucas,
Dr.
everybody.
for allowing me to participate in this Congress National Support Gathering. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have a prior engagement here at
I just watched Jeffrey Dahmer series.
I'm very grateful, however, to have the opportunity
That
to
was a
respond
crazy
in
ass
video
white
format
man,
to Professor John Hawkins.
Is it crazy for me to say that's just how I thought gay people were?
I hope that my comments will not be rejected.
Like, oh, that's why they call them bears. Like, for real, man, seriously, like, the cops took a kid back to his apartment with a hole drilled on the side of his head. Even cops know gay guys do that shit, you know? Like, Jeff wasn't gay, he was gay. Like, you ever heard the phrase, eat a bag of dicks? Well, that nigga literally ate a bag of dicks.
This story is well told, of course.
I wonder if anybody ever said, hey, Jeff, eat a bag of dicks. And he was like, I will later, gladly. Like, he was obsessed with black people. This nigga was cutting black dicks off and eating them with potatoes and shit. Like, how the fuck did he accomplish all that living next to a nosy ass black woman? That's all I want. Alright, calm down.
Yes.
I'm also very gratified
Topical,
with the
strong. Another one of the famous regulars here at Kiltony. Another amazing performance by David Lucas.
Tony, it looked like we were in auditions for a bad guy Home Alone.
Alright, well, that's actually true.
What the fuck going on?
Actually, I'm holding auditions for that.
We know that you're in there and that you're all alone. Can you say that line again, please?
I'm very gratified that people found that article.
You're the only guy that watches the Jeffrey Dahmer show while eating
And I
shit.
think it identifies very
Tony, you look like a gay horse out now.
That's
You ready for a man to put his ass on your face, motherfucker? Get your Hold on, why you wore that manly ass jacket? You still look like a little girl.
how dare you? All of this coming from a bowling ball with pants. This is exciting. Very, very good. I like those pants, by the way, David.
Tony, you look like a homosexual taxi cab.
You wear those pants to distract from everything else.
You wear that jacket to hide that estrogen.
But let's get to the second.
Tested against your blood sugar and see if that can happen.
Tony gotta wear that turtleneck so he can hide that transition scar.
Why would it be on my neck? Why would it be on my neck? How would I get a transition?
If you're not hiding the scar, you're keeping that nose point for the night.
Oh my God. Jeffrey Dahmer was right about you people.
Tony, your nose can melt dry ice.
Well, I don't know how you know that, but that's true. That's an actual fact.
Well, this is essentially
Tweety bird looking at.
David motherfucking Lucas, an absolute roasting tornado, has arrived into the stage, wearing a very fitting plain black t-shirt tonight.
You're wearing a very manly coat right now.
You look like with the tentage that they put over a house when they spray for bugs. David,
Tony, if you want to be Jeffrey Dahmer's nose, we want no shit right now. That motherfucker got you booty out your way out of that nigga house.
I haven't done it.
turns out
He's trying to kill me.
Just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language with the Wikipedia article on it, which is considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of 2 scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redliff research and also on
Head
Delvin
of one of
Connie's
the
important
24
memoir
priestly
of review.
divisions in the
A few
Temple,
other
1
things.
Chronicles
But it also
24.
lists a 2005 article that is written in Haaretz with a very provocative title.
Constantly search your Aramaic origins.
It takes us to a link to the National University of Jerusalem
5th
that
century
lists
BC.
16 articles,
Roll.
many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5
One
books,
month
and
leaders
an
who
ebook
returned with
that all
Zerubbabel
have
after the Babylonian exile, Nehemiah
names
7.
in the title alone.
7.
A slightly deeper look
Noted name
at
meaning.
review at Ukrainian Jews and so on, I'm sure,
Son of contention, possibly
provide a
Aramaic
tremendous
or
amount of
Akkadian
material,
origin.
and
Live.
it remains to be
Avery
seen
article narrates traditional dating talk.
whether Professor Steele and title 8
5th century BC.
I doubt that
Roll. One of John's best research and wonders with him about summary book of John. Notably name meaning.
that has not been
Capital Rock. Live.
explored.
Talk. 13th century BC. Roll. Master of physics and
I know
construction.
that I
Tabernacle
have discovered a
Exodus 31.
process which was letter while looking through history book.
Still. Various state has developed alternate spelling. Rectal name meaning.
Have a look at this very important.
Manitoba.
I believe the word
Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Sorry, give it the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
8th century BC.
We made it. You're here at Kill Tony. How we doing tonight, huh? Brought to you by ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Make some noise for the great brand right there. And how about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Carlos Soso, Raul Vallejo, Michael Gonzalez. This is Steve Madness on the bass guitar. John Bees on the keys and Sean Greenberg joining us on the electric guitar tonight for the first time ever. So much fun stuff planned. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors of Made It All Possible.
Monastery with explicit instructions through the writing pearl letters that condemn superiors
very much.
At this point,
Uncensored Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out the Written and Secret Show every Thursday. Go to suncensoredATX.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Oh boy, here we go. Where do I begin? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of the man who people are saying is the 2024 guest of the year. The return of one of the great comedians from New York with a brand new special coming out. And the greatest skateboarder of all time. I present to you Harlan Williams. Finance's special Wild, Happy, and Free out April 21st at YouTube/B&EN Pod. Welcome back, Ian. How are you?
Hey, all right. I'm happy to be here, Tony. Thanks for having me.
Fuck yeah. A great and powerful Tony Hawk's first appearance.
Thanks for the invite. Well, I thought this show was about me this whole time.
But it could be tonight. Anything can happen. And the return of who many are saying is the undeniable greatest guest in the history of the show. This is Harlan Williams. Oh no.
I just want to say it's an emotional night for me to be here. I'm very happy to be here. My sister, as many of you know, is in the hospital tonight, and she finally got the brace on her eyes, and she was born, as we know, her eyes were really far apart, like a hammerhead shark. Well, maybe somebody better get on the fuck off bus. Nobody laughs at old fucking hammerhead.
Laughter is the best medicine. Hopefully your sister's watching tonight.
She is watching from 2 different rooms.
And here we go. You guys know how it works. Sometimes I'll tell you, Tony, a bunch of people signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I am grateful the name. Our runner goes and grabs them from the bar across the street. More choices here on the world famous 6th Street. Dirty 6th, absolute chaos out here on these streets on a Monday in Austin. So they go chase that guy down and they wrangle him while our first performer does a brand new 60 seconds every single week performs. One of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Silly, wild, a goddamn firestorm of energy. It's real. He exists. I present to you a brand new minute from one of our greatest regulars, the great and powerful Casey Rock.
Alright, I'll talk about it. Well, Tony, you know, I've been training myself to inception people, and no matter how hard I try, I keep going into people's dreams and hooking up with that booger guy from the Mucinex commercials, and we both finish, sometimes we both finish, and I think it might be love. And every time I start freaking out, what am I thinking? What am I thinking getting involved with this guy?
For example,
I got a fucking family, man. I'm the editor of the New Yorker, for Christ's sakes. And every time I feel this little slimy hand slipping over, right on the square of my back, and he sets me straight. He says, "Don't connect. You shall be."
I just fall to pieces. Thank you, Kids Rock. Wow.
I feel like there was no jokes there, just truth. Just a real sharing of a glimpse on the life of Casey Rocket. Hello, Casey. How do you feel tonight? Oh. Why do you feel awful?
Stressed.
Well, I gotta tell you, I'm surprised you didn't acknowledge it. Maybe I missed it. Did you acknowledge the fact that your eyelashes are extremely plump and not?
Oh, the eyelashes, I forgot. I look like I haven't seen my own bed in a couple days. I'll tell you what, if you put pigtails in, you'd be the girl from Wendy's. How about that? We also hang around.
It's true.
That's for real.
I see it.
It's been an awful week. I stopped being a door guy here. I graduated from being a door guy. That's true.
That's true. It's the second ever door guy to retire with grace, following the footsteps of the great Cam Patterson. Every other door guy is still waiting and hoping to figure out how to graduate from such a system.
You know what I'm a bit mystified about Tony? As a door guy, and this may be a fault in your set. As a door guy, I didn't hear one fucking knock-knock joke.
I got a knock-knock joke. Let's hear it.
A new version of the silver charm was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was written in the Rothschild's own pen. It's a dialogue. It's a play. It has characters. There's one character who is called the Sakhan. He is a learner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah, observing and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. One of his interests is he wonders that those Arabians who were there, and one day early on in the book, he looks across the seas. An old high school friend of his. He hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Arabians. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?
Long eyelashes, pure retirement of door guyism. And what are your plans moving forward? What are you going to do with all the free time that you have for yourself?
That's a good question. I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who want to expand their awareness of this and dark Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant to us today. So please have a look at the information box below. There's a link to this
by assassinating the guy who tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan to impress her.
Thank you very much.
Wow, a lot of murdering going on. A couple murders in there, but I have free time. I've never. It's the first time I've ever seen him with a scroll with other paper on top of the scroll. Are you trying to reuse that scroll for down the road, perhaps? Scrolls are.
Stole bread and then food diet sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. Tsar's family were arrested, assassinated later, and this is a sense of just how tumultuous and crazy everything was. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine these efforts. The genius behind all of it was this Yemen shown here. The one Yemen, Conrad Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of these negative
It seems like some of the
classes.
mascara kind of like hit your cheeks with it.
For example, during Cheers, a woman felt like her claim had not been adequately addressed by the mayor or by the victim. She would show up in shorts and walk into the section, stand on the job, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was it was a fairly extreme form of structure that nevertheless did allow any elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their voices were heard. And by and large, this tequila structure really functioned very well until Napoleon basically destroyed it with its destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society.
I'm only 29. Can I just say,
Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt go out and those which are thou shalt not.
20 minutes ago, were you deep throating someone?
Also define those horizontal axis as those which are defined by time. Go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time. And other times which are not defined by time. That you must always
open your eyes very, very bright. Maybe perhaps you know what Harlan's sister figure out what to do post-op.
Exactly. A positive commandment which is defined by time.
This close. Yes, close to grinding a pit of chag lettuce
Only for the holiday of Sukkot.
Someone
A
knows how
negative
to get me
commandment
fucking
defined by
hot
time
and
would be
heavy.
do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year. Passover, do not eat
Casey,
bread.
you're an unbelievable way to start the show. What a special treat every goddamn week. Creative, wild.
Just some
There he
examples
is.
of this one. Some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the airport floor that we looked at a few weeks ago.
We go to the
One of
movie.
the marriage
This is where
rooms that
anything
was,
can happen
it's
and
hard to
fucking
imagine
chaos
exactly how this
ensues. We all meet people
Hard to
all at
imagine
the
a
same
single
time,
person who owns
and
this.
it's all fucking wild. This is where we found all of our talents. This is where we found all the psychos. Anything can happen.
14th
This is
century
60
Germany.
seconds uninterrupted by your first fucking pull of the night. Followed by, here we go. All the
Doing mothership? Yeah, we're keeping it right, huh? Well, yeah, they call me bald Mike. It's not because I have cancer. I ain't dying, don't worry. It's got a little alopecia, a little bit of that cheap bacon.
Sisters.
Yeah, come in handy sometimes. I got it when I was young, so I like church to share and it got all frizzy. It looked horrible. But it really came in handy when my grandma died of old times. My parents, after dealing with all the bullshit, they were like, you know, Chuck, let's go to Disney World.
And then I was
I was like, it's cool and music party, let's go. Went, had a blast, it was a great time. But on the plane ride back, my parents were like, fuck it, let's get loaded. So I just getting the rum and coke, beers, all that bullshit left and fucking right. And the second or third drink that they got, Stewardess came up to my mom and was like,
fascinating things I've ever learned.
I know it sounds weird, but God told me that we need to give you a hug.
Pretty much occupied my
She's like,
mind.
is
His
the
first
rain
person
down? What
encountered
the fuck is
it
happening?
as a
Okay,
14-year-old
stand
kid.
up. Gives her the hug.
And that is this quote from Jean-Paul
And it wasn't until 2 weeks later that she realized, like, oh, fuck, that's probably because they thought he was coming back from his make-a-wish trip. So Disney World, dying ass.
Reflections of
Anyway,
the
that's what
Jewish
happened.
See the truth
Bald Mike. It's a very hairy situation we have here. Looks like you could have changed some of the words out of this.
I think at its foundation is the most important thing to know about
What
it.
do we think about this guy? I roasted him more,
It's
but it
not
looks like
about
he's
the
already been
Jews.
roasted.
It's about the
Tell me,
Jewish
I like the
problem.
punctuation with
It's
dying
not
ass.
a problem of the Jews. It's a problem of the anti-Semites.
It's incredible. I've never seen a full-size sea monkey before. This is absolutely incredible. Star Trek Harlan Williams.
Well, look, honestly, it did go
Western Europe,
great.
okay.
It's not a compliment to these guys. I wanted to bring this the only comedian on the stage with a degree from the Bryant Comedy.
Various
Wow, clap made from the same school. Casey Rothschild.
Sometimes there are little things you can do. I'm going to mention this kid here. Give me your last punchline of your last joke, and I'm going to show you a little something you can do to kind of pull the laughter from the crowd. And this is something John Reinblatt taught me up at the Rye.
Well, admittedly, I'm not a comic. I don't really have a ton of jokes. I just had that story. Of course, I read them all.
Just tell me the last sentence.
Yeah. He doesn't do comedy. He doesn't do improv.
I had a punchline that was fat people architecture, but I couldn't figure out how to word it into a joke.
Sentence of what you said. We are aware it wasn't funny. Say it again.
It wasn't until 2 weeks later that she realized that, oh shit, that was he thought he was on his Make-A-Wish trip.
No Jews
Okay,
can
now
argue
watch
with
what I'm going to do for you
their
here.
religion
And this is something I learned at night school.
It does say DeVry Night School of August 11, 2008. Don Reinblatt signed it. Here it is. Harlan Williams fixing gold lines non-existent.
So sometimes when things are so silent, you can hear two crickets sniffing a cornbread fart. What you do, and this is what they taught me, you pull a goofy face. So I'm going to do your last line and watch. So my parents said this might be a takeaway trip to Disneyland. I'm fucking finished. So do you get now, you little whore?
I love it. Absolutely incredible. Amazing surprise. Well, Mike, you say you're not a comedian. What made you sign up the show tonight? Why are you here? Where'd you come from? Do you live here?
No, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a huge fan of the show, and part of the reason I wanted to come up here was I was going to see if you could come up with any new hosts for me. The Sea Monkey one I haven't heard before, but I've got a couple favorites I've heard in the past.
Well, what are the jokes that people have made about you? That sounds fun. And then I'll know what I can eliminate off my list, because I got a lot here that are head and shoulders above anything you have. So you go ahead. Let's hear some of your best ones, so that you don't call me a hack afterwards.
Fair enough. Well, so there's one time I was smoking with a bunch of my buddies in my friend's apartment, and we were smoking a blunt. It got to the end of it, and my one buddy who's black, it was him and his girlfriend. He's in the very end of it, and he hands me a roach. He's like, "Yeah, bro, that's kind of fat roach, you go." And at this point, I was just saying, like, "Oh, you look like a," to whatever it was. So I hit him with, "Oh, you look like a fat roach." And the blind, he said, "Man, shut the fuck up. You look like my kneecap." Kill me, goofy face. Do you think you're
Ladies and gentlemen, DeVry, you're on Kuru. 10
Well,
years in running.
he was a
DeVry
fortunate
comedy
diplomat.
Yes.
Understood Jewish origin.
Your black
His
friend said you look like
parents
his
were like
kneecap.
Were
you more tan?
1496,
See the bottom of his fifth.
He had this remarkable career.
So this is something you've always wanted to do, just come up and kill Tony. What do you do for a
Other
living?
Portuguese
I do screen printing, so I put shit like this on a
That's
t-shirt.
exactly what he
Okay,
got
you
away
have
with.
a face for screen printing, that's for sure.
Seven.
No doubt about it.
Actually,
It looks like a hairless cat you wish would be over his shine lights. It is incredible. Has anybody ever sharpie his eyebrows on you? Can I do that? Is that
Has
okay?
been arrested for secret Judaism. Has been released from his
Incredible. Oh, my pen slipped on your forehead.
Yes, this is one of the great gifts
God
of the
damn it. But I did a people's eyebrow in honor of the Rothschild of WrestleMania this weekend. That's a stellar much harder. Rocket's gonna put some eyelashes on. You'll hold every guy by the end of the night. I love this. We're gonna have Team Madness give you a mustache. It's gonna be fantastic. I love it.
Do us a favor, don't wipe that off tonight.
What do you think? This guy showers?
Imagine how clean his shower train must be. That was my joke, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, you know what's funny? Is that, this started a few weeks ago. For some reason, Bones Eye started making one joke book that is made of actual hair. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a big joke book tonight, even though everything about you is terrible. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Bald Mike. There he goes. Crazy. I don't know what he thought was going to happen during that minute, but well, good evening. I recently went to see the Austin FC play, and I had to get the best seats. I used a resale code. I sent my photo line to tickets the minute they went on sale, because when you want the best,
And many of the
quickly, or someone else will get it instead. It's like if you're hiring business, you want to find the most talented people for your open roles. Before the competition scoops them up, so what's the best way to do that? ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter finds all the candidates fast. Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. And
ZipRecruiter's powerful technology takes center stage to identify top talent for your roles. Immediately after you post your job, ZipRecruiter's smart technology starts showing you qualified people. I looked at ZipRecruiter. We use it a lot of themselves at strip.
That's right. About a camp up here in Iowa. I need ZipRecruiter. I find the best facts. So I pour out my numbers. Post on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate with the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now. Try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way.
So the idea is,
Here we go. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Big noise for your next comedian, Josie Marcelino. Josie Marcelino. Here we go. I'm autistic and bisexual like every other annoying bitch now. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. If you have autism, you're bisexual. They don't explain why, but I have a theory. I think it's because pussy is like the coolest fidget spinner you could ever get your hands on. And just like a real fidget spinner, I don't really know how they work, but I want to put my whole mouth on it. So I said that joke to my coworker the other day, and she like actually laughed. But then she just looked at me and she was like, "Oh." And she was like, "But are you know, you're gonna say that on stage? Isn't your dad coming to the show?" And I was like, "No." Do I look like someone with a supportive father? No, I don't. I look like the Pornhub version of Sarah Huckabee Sanders. That's what I fucking look like. Homeless guy told me that yesterday. Which was crazy. I was like, how do you know what was on the front cover of your blanket? Like, how do you know who the fuck that is? Would you run into her? Thank you. Josie Marcelino making her Kiltony debut. Welcome. I forgot to have you here. This makes 3 comedians in a row with drawn-on eyebrows. This is very exciting. This is the first in Kiltony history. You've been there 11 years. The tens of bucketfuls. This must have happened before. Never before. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You have an incredible energy to you. What do you do for a living?
I am an associate producer of a TV show.
Oh, wow.
I signed an NDA, so I like to get into like the specifics of it.
I love on the spectrum we know.
Yeah.
Okay. So, autistic and bisexual, is that true?
That is true.
What are some of your autistic traits?
I know every country's flag, and I'm really into them.
Really? Okay, how about Trinidad and Tobago?
It's red and white striped flag.
Yeah, absolutely. How about the transgenders?
What, like their flag or like just that in general? What do I think?
Either one. Situation.
Well, the flag is the cool, you know, it's the blue and the white and the pink, and I'll keep my thoughts to myself. No, I love them. I love them. Yes.
Right. Hell yeah. Absolutely. And
It
looks like you're wearing a flag.
Thank you.
Slovakia, am I correct? Is that
No, this is more of a red flag.
Oh, yes. Trinidad and Tobago, actually. Right, man. Flip that around. Show the people. That's incredible. Oh, actually is. Look at that. Holy, actually is similar. What are the odds? Wow. Long. I knew the flag of Trinidad and Tobago. And all right. Okay. Autistic and bisexual. You gotta guess. I always ask the bisexual people this. Are you 50-50? What do you give a preference? Is there one when you get drunk that you gravitate towards? What's the deal? I've never understood it before.
Providing value to follow up. I think for me, like sexual attraction, 50-50, but like in terms of relationships, mostly guys.
Why do you think that?
I'm a nightmare. I can't have a second one of me. That's crazy.
If you're autistic and bisexual, does that mean you don't make eye contact with any pussy?
Yeah, never. Absolutely. That's the best part about it. You just go down there and do your business. Are you making eye contact when you eat pussy? That's horrible.
Do you have any? You got any college face?
I got bad news for you, buddy. You're eating them upside down. Well, if you're gonna laugh, as an autistic person, I hope some of you, if we see any of your works anywhere.
No, that's artistic.
I know.
So, Josie, where do you live?
I live in Philly.
Philly? Oh, wow. Okay.
No, I'm originally from a little small town in northern Maryland.
Cream cheese.
Yes, that is where I'm from.
What does the flag look like? It's cream cheese, Maryland.
Well, it's Philly cream cheese.
Oh, yeah. I need to go to DeVry Night School.
Be faced, dude.
I love it. So, what do you? How long have you been with stand-up?
About 18 months in total.
It's okay. Count it off like it's a baby or something.
Yeah. It's my baby.
Okay, you love it.
I do.
You do it a lot?
Yes.
All right. What's the most exciting thing you've ever done in your entire 18 months? What's your night of success? What happened? What was your favorite night of comedy ever? What happened?
I mean, I've done the last two Skankfests, and that was really fun. Both of those shows were amazing, so had a lot of fun there. Yeah, I've also, there's just different clubs in like DC, Maryland, and Philly. Those places have been, so
I love it.
yeah.
I love it. Absolutely. You have special skills or talents other than stand-up?
I make costumes,
Oh,
like a lot of them. Like I do like 31 every year for Halloween. Hey, fucking Tony Hawk. You are on Holy shit.
you just have to watch your bisexuality disappear in real time. Oh my god. Was that part of your act?
What's the flag for slow ed?
Ask your mother, I don't know.
I don't know what's happening. From Philadelphia.
I too am autistic, and you just made me have an orgasm.
Fuck yeah. Josie, what's something we would be shocked to know about you, about your entire life? Anything not crazy already?
I've lost 75 pounds. That's kind of fun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, she looks very sexy, but you're also a little, husky.
Yeah. I still got the skin. Don't worry.
Yeah,
It's there.
you
Yeah.
wake up in the morning and punch canoes.
Yeah.
How did you lose the weight, Josie?
I just put down 40.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's what it is. You just count your calories and then eat less than you burn.
Counting calories is easy when you're autistic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Josie, anything else crazy we should know about you before we
When I have the same birthday.
Oh, wow. Kanye West then.
Yeah, June 8th.
Absolutely.
Gemini, the twins.
There you go. No doubt about it.
You look like you were eaten by your twin in the womb.
Okay.
All right. Bitch. For someone that lost a lot of weight, you sure is hungry for more.
I love it.
Can I have one question? I'm an ink guy. I love Ink Tony. I love. Do you have tattoos? Well, I didn't ask to see them.
I fully thought you meant pens when you said ink. I was like, oh, somebody else is autistic too. That's cool.
I just told you it was when I had an orgasm 30 seconds ago. Keep talking. There's a second one on the way.
Can I change seats?
But I noticed you have a little tattoo on your arm there, my love. What is the significance of it? We're all curious.
That's a stand-up tattoo. I got it done at Skankfest. They have like tattoo artists there. And so I got that done this year.
Is it not signed up? Oh, it's a stool. Isn't that funny?
Celebrate our community and our school. More people there, better it is. Haven't made your reservation. There's plenty of time. Good job.
Look, guys,
Josie Marcelino, very fun stuff. A good enough set for a big joke book. I do believe a fun interview. Congratulations. There you go, Josie Marcelino. All right, you get it. We're in it now. Our third bucket poll of the night has been told. A one-word name. Always interesting. Let's see what happens here. Oh, I love it. Hell yeah. What's the name of the band again, huh? And also make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds from Helena, everybody. Helena is next on Kill Tony live here in Austin, Texas.
So my older brother is a teacher now. I've never known less in my life. This guy was trying to convince me the other day that slavery was bad. Dog, that was peak America. We're still chasing that high. If you think that money can't buy happiness, you need to reconsider slavery. Imagine having the fattest stack of greenbacks at the auction. They bring out David Lucas. The biggest 3 fits anyone's ever fucking seen. I would buy the hell out of that guy in the old days. Nowadays, all you get is kids. But all the cute colors are always sold out. Thanks, Obama.
Okay, Helena. Thank you for joining us. Must have been a long trip to get here from the Civil War. What the fuck? How did you get here via REO Speedwagon? Some real highbrow comedy there. As we continue to stream this is indeed the fourth comedian in a row with drawn-on eyebrows. If you had that on your Kill Tony bingo card, if you bet at DraftKings is the sportsbook app. $1 on 4 comedians in a row with drawn on eyebrows. You just won $3.5 billion. All you need was $1 to win $3.5 billion. That's at the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Holy shit! Where? Okay, Harley, go ahead.
Oh, it's refreshing to see comedy with a KKK.
She looks like she got dragged here through the Underground Railroad.
It is incredible. Where are you visiting us from, Helena?
Dress made a con.
Madness is seen enough. Okay, so let's talk about it. Helena, have you ever done stand-up comedy before? Okay, so what made you want to do it here tonight on this show? Crystal meth made you do it.
No, I'm like kind of delusional. This is just what I've decided to do.
When did you decide to do this? What made you do it? Yeah, sure, anything, yeah.
Like a year ago.
You said this is your first time signing up?
No, I signed up like early February.
And you didn't get up. And here you are. And this is what you prepared for.
This is what I prepared for, yes.
Okay.
I'm just curious, why do the questions keep coming after she said she was delusional?
That's good point.
Trying to squeeze a dry orange over here, it appears. Helena, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
You're an electrician. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not conservating.
Right. You're going to fly? It is unbelievable. You are an electrician, obviously not that great at your job. You've been shocked before, am I correct?
I have been, yeah.
Many times.
No, just twice.
Just twice. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. I mean, you're right, an ultra racist set tonight.
That's a good. I was thinking about it, and I just kind of wanted to go edgy. I don't know.
What do you have against black people? Is it because your lips are so small?
Yeah, it is a little bit of the envy aspect. I would say I also have the flattest ass that there is. So yeah,
Dude, you look like the Wicked Witch of the Soy. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever been with a black man?
No.
Have you ever been on a date with a black man?
No.
Have you ever even said hello to a black man?
I have.
While not working?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any black friends?
Yes, I do.
Name your black friends. First names only. Go ahead, starting now.
He's my brother.
excited. Oh, that doesn't count actual friends, not relatives. Nice and easy on the music so we can hear. Go ahead, put your one off. Here we go. All your black friends. Helena's, welcome to another episode of Helena's Black Friends, and go.
I do. That's a really good question. No, black people don't like me.
There you go. I wonder why that is.
You never call me so you don't say those jokes.
We went to elementary and like all through.
What time you talked to Maceo?
I'd say like a few years ago. Like 4 or 5 years now.
This is incredible.
Dude, yeah, we're not tired.
What?
I just moved here from Utah.
Okay.
That's why I'm not, there's not that many black people.
Utah famously white on the black people, 1.6% of black people in Utah. I know this. We looked it up. Cam Patterson wrote a joke about it. It's funny. Completely
I don't know anything about funny, so.
I know. Very good. Helena, before I let you go, what's the most interesting thing about you or your life that would surprise us or we would find interesting at all?
I think probably the most interesting thing about my life is go back to the same place in my dreams like 80% of the time.
So for that, they put together a lot of things.
Is it a Proud Boys meeting? Tony is killing Kelto. So here we go. What is that dream?
I don't know, dude. I honestly, like 2 years ago is when I started having these dreams. They just kind of started like showing up
You
more.
can't describe it at all.
Oh, I can describe the hell out of it. It's insane, specific and consistent from day to day.
What is
It's a dream. So, I mean, there's like a city part, and then there's like a forest part, and then like the city has all sorts of crazy shit. And there's this really big cool building that's got multiple floors, and it's got like trees in the middle of it.
Oh, this is terrible. All right, it's a little joke book. There you go. Helena, everybody. We're going to keep it moving. Oh, my God. Holy shit. It's a fucking psych ward here tonight. Oh, yeah. You know, we should get one of our regulars up here do a complete reset. Following Helena, ladies and gentlemen, what a position to be in. I present you another one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Cam Patterson. I'm taking this shit and I ran up there, I'm in a breath time. We're gonna make it happen, it's gonna be good. I've been around a lot of white people for a year now. I've been in the office for a whole year. Oh yeah, dog. Y'all change how I think about it. I think about everything. Like, still shit, I can't steal my shit. And now when I see something I can steal, like a war, I could buy it and it ran off on my taxes. From the government, you know what I'm saying? That's smart shit like you like to bring the house. You just bring the house. I'm not going to got great equity. You get what I'm saying, nigga? You got to laugh what you get, bitch. My homeboy can't leave the state of Florida because he has a PR officer and he got arrested for another fine shit. It hurt my arm. He can't leave. That's my nigga that I love. I ain't not gonna do shit, but that's my dog. I love him. You know what I'm saying? I love him. But I want to leave the state next to the officer. He couldn't leave the state of Florida because he couldn't leave. So when she told him that, you know what I'm saying? Her heart come like, that's my dog. Y'all side of it was like, well, if you want to do a bad shit, nigga, you could leave the state of Florida. Funny face.
So this is something that goes back.
Night school, midnight school. Wow, I fucking love that set. Cam Patterson, absolutely incredible. You're talking about stuff that is so up your alley, that your true perspective. He used to steal shit like that's just fucking hilarious all the way. Because it is true, the write-offs and everything. The more you learn about that shit, the more it is incredible.
That teaches me a lot of shit, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is crazy. I hear you. I had a skateboard one time when I fell and I broke that in half and I never did it again. But it was because of you though. I did it because of you. I hated it. I didn't like it at all. I'm a big fan. I'll never get back on that bitch. I was terrified after that. I was scared as shit.
He can help you. He taught Bobby Lee how to do an ollie in 1 hour. It's true.
For real?
That's true.
I'll do it now. I'll get back on you. Teach me. Nobody else can. Just you.
You're welcome. Yeah, open invite. Absolutely.
Hell yeah. You heard that, right?
Just sign the waiver.
Okay.
Yeah, it says no stealing anything.
That's all I'm saying. Big letter. Just don't steal shit, nigga. That's it.
Amazing stuff. Patterson. I love it. That's real, by the way. That works. So what else is going on, Cam? You're killing it. Another amazing weekend of shows in Dallas and Houston.
Houston was fun for everybody else. I bombed real bad.
You bombed?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said when I walked on stage?
No.
What I said, I hate them when I'm gonna kill myself. That's what I said.
Oh, really? I don't ever actually listen to anything during that part. It's a little fun fact. Have you ever seen two comedians like, nah, it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
It's like,
I'm like, I hate them.
down today. I was sad, dog. It was, learning experience. You know what I'm saying? Shit happened.
What do you think? What do you think went wrong there? What was the vibe?
A little too fast. You know what I'm saying? When in the pocket, shit like that.
Yep. Timing and pacing.
When I started throwing shit, it was bad. Like I lost March Madness. It was bad.
You were throwing stuff afterwards?
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
I'm an athlete that walks from one day, get my soul. You know what I'm saying? So like they beat me. I won today. You know what I'm saying? In Houston, they beat the shit out of me. But
That's it, guys. So that was
Now when you go out, buddy, you hold up that degree. You're not gonna have any problems.
it was a little again, man. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. Yeah, Houston was one of the only shows where I didn't catch any of your set. I was up in the green room up until the very last second. Yeah, well, I thought you did great. You told me tonight. Now I know that you're struggling.
No.
I love it, Cam. You're a sensation. What else is going on? Anything else crazy in life?
That's crazy, man. You know, but I go, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, some stuff going on.
Yeah, we gonna talk about that.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't talk about that. We'll talk about it eventually.
One day we'll talk about it, not right now.
Yeah.
Maybe like the form or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But he's got some stuff going on in his life that maybe we've been through. No, it's okay. It'll be all gone in a week. Do you have a toilet flush? Do you have a toilet flush? There you go.
Nah, but I got a ticket to Six Flags.
It's always a bad idea.
There it is. Poor baby. Alright. I get it. There are other states that are
I gotta tell you, this
one door closes, another one opens. A fantastic fucking set way to do it. Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen, goddamn sensation. Fun. Now we'll get back to the bucket. Let's meet another poor soul. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. That'd be the next star of the show. Could be another eyebrowless human being. Make some noise. Oh, it's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Those are real eyebrows, real everything. Heidi is all natural, absolutely stunning. We love her. Gina with 3 A's, H, is that right? Something like that. Oh my God, thank you so much. Put a hand for Heidi, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Evan, Stelly, Scotty Pippen, Willie Nelson, and that sweet Mary Jane. These dudes got it done. What about the perfect duo to grow your business? That's you and Shopify. Shopify is a global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business, from launch your own online shop stage to the first real life store stage, all the way to the do you just hit $1 million order stage. Shopify is there to help you while you're selling. Sentence so we're offering outdoor outfits. Shopify helps you sell everywhere. They're all in one e-commerce platform to their in-person delivery system. Wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify has you covered. You know who else has me covered?
I love Shopify so much. I'm using it in the past for my own merchandise. Sometimes I'll just go to their homepage for hours and Tony, Shopify helps you turn around internet's best targeted checkout up to 36% better compared to other e-commerce platforms. Did you know Shopify powers 10% e-commerce in the US? And Shopify is the global force behind all commerce profits and billions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries.
I did not know that, Red Band, but thank you for telling me. Shopify's extensive help resources that are support your success every step of the way because business is grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, for your next look at all 60 seconds uninterrupted for Sean Vance. Here we go, Sean Vance.
My wife and I have a great privilege of listening.
I grew up,
and here I am with my colleague, Doug Craig, David,
premarital sex was just a direct ticket to hell. I didn't want to go to hell, but my banana was
And this is
dude.
really like
People see the devils in the details, but dude, for me, it was in my wiener. Oh, that son of a bitch. It's getting hard everywhere. I'm so ashamed just walking around with this rock hard sit stick in my pants. What I would do is I'd kick my waist and switch my area shut.
This is the center of the
My dick would be like,
tighter struggle.
There's no winning with the dartboard in the drawers.
Experience.
There's service during the day, or he destroys your underwear at night. Right? I just think it's unfair, right? If God's gonna make it that way, I think he should have done my laundry. Not my mom.
First of all,
All right, that's all right.
it has a beautiful hour with
Sean, welcome to the show, Sean.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing stand-up for about a year.
1 year. Where at?
Phoenix.
Okay. This is your first time in Austin?
Oh, yeah. Check it out.
How long have you been here?
Drove in yesterday.
Okay, you came here specifically for this?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so it's your first time signing up, you got pulled.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Oh, I'm so thrilled.
Absolutely.
I mean, I wish I had gone a little bit better, but I feel okay.
Right. Ian, finance.
I liked your act out. You really like committed and got into it. I thought that was really cool. I think you have a lot of issues with the way you talk about things. Just there's things you see. It's dark. It's dark in there. You call your PP a good boy. At one point, that was a lot. Sometimes it's a good boy. Sometimes it's not.
Oh, so naughty.
I think I just came. For doing it here, I thought that was really great, man. I thought that was great. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a writer.
What do you write?
Film and television. As close to successful film and television as you can come without me. So what that means is, so my background, my history is I started in the special forces. I moved to Los Angeles about 10 years ago. Started doing comedy. I became a personal trainer. I got at this gym called Rise Nation or Rise Movement, which is like, it was like a quintessential Beverly Hills trained celebrities kind of gym. At the same time, I was pursuing comedy, no grapplings, and I sold my first show to Netflix. It was called The Great British Guide to Surviving the Apocalypse. I met David Peterberg that I started, wrote, and executive produced, and he got canceled because of Me Too. I didn't do anything.
No, sure. That goddamn Matt Damon's out there acting up.
That's right. That's exactly what it was. It was Matt Damon. Yeah.
Was it really?
He said that there's a great behavior, and I got a shitload of backlash, right?
Thank you very much for
Well, hold on. He said that there's a difference between great and bad behavior.
Yeah, he was defending Louis.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were upset about it. I had written a joke in the script, right? That was anti-woman, is what they said.
Yeah. Mr. My banana be booking flights.
It was. Yes.
Blaming the double stick in your pants.
That goddamn son of a bitch.
Does it all come from a real place? Do you get hard? You're a hard and horny guy?
Well, growing up especially, yeah.
Well, what about nowadays? What's going on nowadays?
Well, I'm married, and we bang all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to this video
Okay,
series of attacks.
How long have you been married for? 15 years. Explain to these people and everybody here how you keep it exciting in the bedroom after 15
So today I'd like to talk about the cinema as a
A lot of people think that it goes down, but for me, it has gone
the first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go
It's not a joke. It's not a joke, dude. If you do MDMA with your partner and you really open up, you share your soul,
meaning of
let
that
her
phrase
in,
is the place
dude, by the end of the
where
night, she'll
you
let
have
you
to have
come on her
security
face.
in order to this is something that goes way back. History that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora,
I did not like it.
the places of refuge for use some physical
What in the hell is FBMA? You have sex on Sesame Street? What the fuck? That's what I thought at first. How do you get a girl that knows how to spell there, guy?
As we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture,
On the street, they
design,
go nice to see when you do therapeutically. It's
all
all good.
and Tatars. By the way, this architecture was
I
used
did
by
it for trauma, not just for the sex.
as well. But also
Now,
to
because
the
it was
special
sex.
reason
You ever do Angel Dust and go to Staples and fucking do Jet Printer?
uprising, anarchy, always affected very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the crusades of the 11th century, there are actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge, more or less successfully in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy bishops and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activities of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the local population of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly crusade was to be conducted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building the synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are Eastern Europe because of the ways they
Mostly just my drill
here's a
So
15th
what did
century
you do
example
exactly
from
in the special forces? What was your
Special
special
secretary. Yeah, that's what I was saying. No, it was an 18 Delta, which is a special forces
massive walls that
18 Delta, that's the reason it doesn't really get you
Here's
high.
a
Yeah, I think so. They had that out here, right?
16th century
Yeah,
again.
so we got the real
Not
stuff.
the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple late walls that protect the inner sanctum
I
of
don't even
Italy
smoke
being
actual
sanctuary.
delicious,
Here
perfectly
you've
fine
got
marijuana
fascinating
anymore. Once Joe
exterior
Rogan started drug
structure that
testing us here
also
at the Comedy
has
Bunch,
strengths
I
and
switched to
renovation.
18 Delta, and I love it.
Archer windows and things like that to protect. Here is a fascinating construction of the synagogue bells.
19 American Airlines. That stuff's really good.
I'll tell
you,
see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it, and on the right, you can see how it is
So
set up.
sit down, you just fucked up that American Airlines show.
You know,
Internally,
my teacher, that would have worked, and then this
designated
fucking guy would
fortress synagogue
have a
style
spin your head around like a baby
is
owl.
the 9-page design. It's an architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the first stops in
Sir, if you could close your legs and smells.
Wow.
No, I mean, this guy's legs are wider than Sharon
See that right in the
Stoner's
center
spread
there
eagle
are
concert.
four
Oh
pillars
my
which
goodness, you were just
surround the
flexing some
bema. These
Madonna
pillars go straight
black
into it, give the building a structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bema, including the space that the bema
so much
represents,
fun.
you would
Tell
have
us the craziest thing about your light shots.
very,
There's
very
a lot of crazy behind those eyes. I know you keep it together pretty well.
reinforces the left
Tell
comparative
us
to
the,
the
like,
bema
the
in the
real
center,
life
where
wildest thing about you.
you may have had it
The wildest thing about me in
other
college,
structures, perhaps
so I was super proud of, as I said in my set.
and it provides both structural
Very,
integrity
very,
and also
I didn't smoke or drink in high school.
protection, because
And then in college, and I tried weed for the first time, and it's good.
here's another example
Thank you,
of
world's
an
worst
advanced
undercover
ways
cop.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, it's good. Anybody have any?
Goodness, I love
right
weed.
center of the room.
It's good, am I right? Does anybody have a felony's worth amount?
These architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is essentially what they do.
Yeah, anyway, I tried
The
weed, and
modern
that was
era,
really a gateway for me. I threw my life away after that. Had to throw my wife, I can't throw her away. She's too strong.
Germany. You can see on the
I
upper
threw my
left,
full right
there's
tracks.
now
I got kicked out of college pretty quickly for fighting weed in my dorm room.
What was the first thing?
Fighting.
Oh, fighting.
Yeah, a little bit of mouth those guys.
Right. Yeah. Is that right? Cream Shots, Maryland? Okay.
And then I got in trouble for stealing, and I got went to community service on the Caltrans freeways, and I threw smoking. Although it was a bunch of things, I had actually stolen $16,000 worth of groceries from
America, we have
What was that?
Pittsburgh,
it was many trips. It was many trips.
Because of the munchies. Wait a second. How much did you steal?
16 grand, $16,300 is what they had before.
How does this happen? What kind of fucking meat heist is going on over there?
Security is a reality for some
You
of
only
us.
have a few days to have to eat.
Unfortunately, today,
That's right. I was robbing
when I
out
was
of the
making
dorms
this
too.
video,
I
I
was
made
just
the
stealing
kind of
stuff for everybody.
sad
Every single week I
realization
would just
that
go.
should have
I
been
went to
very
college on a
first
track
person I made
scholarship,
this
right?
warning to.
And I had really no concept of the
Security
real world.
staff
So I have this bubble like
Israel
that.
was robbed of
And I
this.
sort of thought that they, anything I wanted to do, I could do. Like I had a journal I wrote.
Alright, you got the right K on your forehead? Okay, go ahead.
Right, so I got, it's great. Because lots of things can stop you, not just fear, like freeway meth was what stopped me.
Associated with it.
You tried it?
After I got in trouble
Sociological
for
crisis.
stealing, I went to the freeway with Caltrans, and I found out
You had a trans freeway? What does that mean? Does it go both ways?
it used to be the original road, but now it's a
Trans
You're able to attend
Okay. There you go. Alright.
if you're watching this from far away, it's not for you to come to
so I found a bag of meth,
the security costs and many
and
other things.
all in one night, and overdose.
Okay,
Do the thing, do the thing.
Hey. Alright. Sean, Ants, fun stuff.
I'm a Christian, though. Can we just say that? I was a really good Christian. Stealing and oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, personal training was fun too. They got a lot of celebrities.
Say that again?
I was personal training to a lot of celebrities.
Your training?
Training.
You said personal training.
Personal training, yeah. Yeah, that was a weird one.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I used to train Wendy Cummings when you're in his
Oh, yeah, absolutely. How was that?
She was great.
Right. They were two crazy fucks just out there.
Yeah, like
She's strong.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
and do that.
Stronger than Bradley Cooper for sure.
You worked out with Bradley Cooper?
Oh yeah, he was the worst man I ever had.
Whoa, tell us more. Don't you dare.
Now, it's not fair to say that because I am a man. You know, he gets along really great with all the ladies.
The synagogue is located in a Jewish carrière or Jewish street.
If I was a lady,
One might call it a ghetto, particularly
I
for
was just a
later
junior
times when it
trainer,
was
and
actually
he was
still
like, get this guy
quite
with
as many as
PTSD or
2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population
Every time
lived
you bring
in
that,
this
you're like,
space. When upon more badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with
so
the
he
local
wasn't
bishop.
nice to you.
The bishop insisted that there be
like the first 15 minutes of the workout,
windows,
we would say
horizontal
hello.
windows,
Did you describe it
added
as
to the
shallow?
left and the right of the two vertical windows,
Yes.
such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shade of the cross. Resonate with much of the activity that was forced sermons and conversionary activities.
Silly, dude. I don't know what's going on here tonight.
Finished
Thanks
flying
for
to
your next
festival
comedian, Gordon Dixon, everybody.
There was
Gordon
one child
Dixon.
which is
I don't
out
know, I
of
just feel like
place
the bride
on
running
the
through
floor,
my veins.
which according to the local
Thanks for
tradition
Gordon,
is a
everybody.
sign that
Awesome.
the world is not yet
There you go.
humans have a role
Hell
in
yeah.
affecting
Just
the
moved
world.
here from Florida. Hooked up with all.
Yeah,
Yeah, Florida in the building.
this beautiful
Hooked up with all
road
my cool girl last night. You know what I'm saying?
strikingly contrasts
Still, it was amazing. She was amazing. She was 88, so it was a definitely past Cougar. She was trying to say her time. That's what that was. Just extra old. She had one of them old 30s bushes that started at the top of the belly button, right? And it went all the way down up the back into a fade. It was a strong bush. I called it bush garbage. That's how thick it was. It was roller coasters.
Another interesting feature of this 18th century Roman style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room. On the second floor, you actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Congress. We're coming from a significant group of Kosher River Cruise, a lot of important people are traveling with us. So they not only showed us their prized possession, the sacred Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Torah to show us all of their sacred Torah.
any of that
were
true?
some of the letters
It's not true.
that
That wasn't Florida, but yes, it is.
public reading, but they had
She wasn't 88,
behind
but she was.
Aaron
Okay, she was
a dark space which lovingly
Did you really
preserved
jazz up your grade? No,
very,
just
very
the
old
mental.
civilization,
Yeah,
centuries
she's
old.
not dead. Right?
And
No, she's
they
not
allowed
dead.
it
How
going back.
long you stand up, Gordon? I've been doing it 4.5 years. 4.5 years.
Incredible.
What city exactly? Tampa, Florida. Okay, very good. What do you do for a living? I quit my job. Well, I got fired from my job, and my girlfriend left me. You used to. You got fired from installing cable for Time Warner. Yes, exactly. You probably just told the truth. So, when did you really get fired? No, I was like the 18th century and onward
was similar to modern day McBow, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate contained shortly that was actually
it's like a year later you get drug tested.
Whereas the
That was after black in there. They're like,
first
to get that out.
was
How'd you get fired?
primarily a more
It's been
comfortable
about
place
4
with
months now.
heated water.
So how have you been surviving? I had a pension. I cashed that.
Okay, so this was the 18th century water from the Mive.
Let's just
So you put some wood under, and you make it, and then the water goes
In the basement of the 14th century Coptic synagogue is the converting
for fun.
ritual
Smart people tend to be wild. Tell the truth. Right
water
now,
is
for
still
fun,
quite
man,
clear.
for homeless people's beds. So still.
The light
Do
dusting
you hear the
off the top
response
of the
that now
water
I
is
got
coming
exactly?
and reflecting off the
So just comedy. I'm trying to get rid of it. Just moved on. Okay, beautiful. How long ago? 2 weeks ago. Sweet. Here you are. You're on the show. And how's it been going for you here in Austin? It's a struggle, man. It's a struggle. Tell us more about what you mean by it's a struggle. It's a struggle when you go to a mic and it's 800 comics and then you got to wait in line and get up on that stage and fuck it, whoever's there, y'all gonna get these jokes however you're gonna get it. That's right. I didn't move out here for nothing, so fuck it, I'm gonna get on stage with it. That's right. I mean, that's how it was in LA and New York just a few years ago. 800 open micers everywhere. Go ahead,
I need to like steer away from your origins and what you're doing. I told you I'm an ink guy. I love tattoos, and I know you have some on your inner arm there. One of those.
So, all right. Everybody's like, did you Google? I'm like, this is fake in Japanese. I used to be a joke. So I was like, I gotta get out of that. I'm gonna get a tattoo. And then that's what I did.
Would you in Japanese?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, well I do, and that's at dinner number 4.
Okay, I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
You better use your ass.
Other tattoos you have? Both my grandmothers on my arms here. Oh, wow. My dad's mother and my mom's mother on these sides.
Were they alive or dead?
They're both dead. They're both passed away.
Here we go again.
Go.
Tony, you can take this one.
Oh, shit, bro. I prefer not to. I feel like not even the face is going to save this one. Well, the good news is we're tracking down where your grandmothers are buried and we're going to jizz on their grave. Oh, yeah. They would love it. They would love it. They would love it. We'll resurrect them. Jordan or Gordon, do you have any special skills or talents other than stand-up comedy? I used to sing a little bit. My dad's band. I used to sing a little bit. What kind of band were you in? My dad did like, Motown shit, so I was like a backup singer with him. Okay. What was the name of the band? It was JWs. We were Joltons, so yeah. Whoa, really? The name of the band was the JWs? We did the dances and everything, man. What was one of the songs that you used to do back then? We would do like Temptations. Yeah. After we got fucked up, exactly, yeah. Okay. But what was some of the songs the JWs used to do? We did like Temptations. Like what?
Originals.
No, they just didn't. Like what?
What I find especially fascinating
One cover we did, Celebration.
about these discoveries in some bases of the Coptic synagogue is that they literally had physically connected the home of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. Wanted perhaps security reasons, they reject it. You're actually about to come down. It's just a problem is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect via the internet, something truly unprecedented since the prehistoric era, and we relied on this virtual connection
Gordon,
to replace the actual
fun times, my friend. Congratulations,
together
you're going to be here with
other
a
people
little
just
joke.
stuff.
Gordon
So
Nixon, there you go,
this
everybody.
short period has been for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person.
Another
And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the
Yeah, who better
participation
to spin your
in this
eclipse
wonderful
with than
sunshine. Thank you very much for
sunshine?
sticking with me.
Because you can see when the clouds are out there, am I right, fuckers? God damn it. I don't know. I don't. Hey, calm down, fella. Hot dog water, but take it easy, okay? I know. Just keep it in your pants, all right? For fuck's sake. I can't hang out too long, though. I do need to get back and go to the Tilt-A-Whirl that I'm operating. I hate how much you love these jokes. I do. I hate it. But, you know, I do. I gotta go because those kids are getting sick. They've been on there for a long fucking time. Somebody's gotta hit the red button, for fuck's sake. God love them. And I know you're thinking, does she really dress like a toddler every day of the week? Yeah, no, it's not just for the eclipse. It's fun. I like to keep all the patterns, all the colors. I like to move a lot. Hot dance. We're keeping the AI guessing. We don't want the robots to find us. We're hiding from Putin. We're having a good time, people. Fuck yeah, dude. I like it. Yes. Oh, I am if a pinata was a person. Am I right? You just want to beat me up a little bit and see if I got some candy in me, right? I don't know if it's been sunshine over here, sunshine, robot. I am terrified. You're okay. Son, just take a breath.
Sunshine, can I call you melanoma?
Please. You know the doctors will, so thank you.
You know, I love how life is cyclical. You know, when John Wayne Gacy passed away, who knew that his overalls would show up at a Goodwill and you would find them?
It is incredible, Sunshine. I feel like I know everything about you that I've never talked to you before. This is incredible. I mean, so let's jump right into it. Bless us both. I love it. Tell us what
Black Lives Matter got rid of Aunt Jemima. This is what it turned into.
It's true. It's just nice to meet the old lady from that guy's last set. This is incredible. Sunshine. Welcome to the show. Have you ever done stand-up before? Yeah, I've been doing it about 6 months now. Okay, what made you want to start doing stand-up comedy? I mean, I've loved stand-up since I was like 9, 10. I was watching Insomniac, Dave Attell, but great comedian. Yeah, I mean, fucking legend. I saw him here a couple months ago. I don't know if any of you saw him. I'm sure you did. It's okay. Just keep going. It's cool. We're having a good time. We're plugging. How about that hard cross buns? Okay. Well, let's go back to the question that I asked you here, Sunshine. Really focus. Over here. Look over here. Shut the mask. I got turned on to your show maybe 6-9 months ago. And then also at the same time, got really into Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And so I was like, tits up, bitch, let's go. And so I just got out there, you know what I'm saying? Right. Good time. Ian likes it. It looks like you were able to convince your tits to actually go up. I know. They are small but mighty, Tony. They are small but mighty. There is indeed another eclipse happening here. How often do you get sex, Sunshine? You look like you get sick, but no, I'm large and strong. I can pull. Is that true? Oh yeah, I can haul you up the stairs, no problem. I don't think I'll strap you to my back like a 3
Let me ask you this. You ever put Lego in your overalls and then do some diarrhea and make brown waffles?
Fuck yeah. Who doesn't? Good question. I love to make brown waffles in my Lego overalls. Yes.
What do you do for a living, Sunshine?
I clean houses.
Okay. All right. You do that. Where do you do that at?
Here, there, and everyone. Let me in the door, really?
Okay. Let me be more specific with the question. Where do you live, Sunshine?
I live here in Austin. I live right here.
How long have you lived in Austin?
About 7-8 years now.
7 or 8 years.
Oh, we're on the Riverside Median, baby. You know, we're keeping it busy.
Is your exact living situation? Because if we're not kidding, the smell of patchouli is strong. It smells like what she looks like up here.
That's right,
It's fucking frightening.
I doused a mixture for you too, Sunshine.
Yeah.
I knew you
don't want to be bullshit. To the point where you're having a little bit too much fun.
I do live in a house. It does have a roof.
How many other people live in the house?
Just me and my boyfriend. I know. I have a boyfriend. It's shocking. I get it. I look like I eat butts, but only recreationally. You know,
you're adorable, like your style. What is your bathing routine?
We're coming up. Tony. We're coming up. We're getting there, Pumpkin.
Let me keep track, though. Fun fact is that she also has no eyebrows whatsoever.
Oh my God!
It is incredible. She is incredible.
Went from her eyebrows to her armpits.
Sunshine, what else do you like to do? What else are you into other than stand-up comedy?
Well, you know, I like to go out to Lady Bird's take on the paddleboard, look for bodies, you know.
What else?
Shit, dude, I like to sing. I'm a singer.
You're a singer. Well, we had a singer on here before. What do you like to sing?
Would you like to hear some Amy Winehouse or some Janis Joplin?
Let's go Amy Winehouse. What song do you know?
Okay. Swedish nutshell are Hebrew letter numerals 260. Red letter numerals.
Okay, let's set this up and I'll see if I can give us.
Wait, I'm gonna save you, Sunshine.
Oh,
You had it?
we're having a good time, Tony. I don't know what you're doing.
I just hope you and Amy Winehouse have the same ending.
I don't like pills as much. Lyrics were a song. No, I never
It was a very authentic performance. Harlan Williams?
Maybe she's more like a singer sewing machine and she put together another outfit. How about that? Well, I love that name, Sunshine. It's beautiful. And I gotta know, Sunshine, if you have twins, you gonna name them the 2 scoops of raisins?
I don't know what those names are, but I think for you, Harlan, anything. Yeah, sure. But I don't need to be reproducing. Let's be honest. But Ian, I like you. You're authentically yourself. I like my jokes are pretty funny. And if you can do that with like other things, I think you'd be all right. You're like you're fucking nuts.
And I like you too. Open up that little pocket down the front. Pull it out. I'm gonna make this.
Let me take anything in here.
I'm gonna make this joke book in there. Just pull it out. Here you go. Keep it open. Ready? Okay, close it out. Let me try again. I'm gonna see you. Let me try again. Sorry, we're taking shit into places. You would have posted me all night if I didn't get that. There goes Sunshine, everybody. And a special treat. From sunshine to darkness. I present to you Kill Tony, Hall of Famer, one of the legends of the show here to greet us with a performance. This is the return of David Lucas.
Because I want to be bougie, but the seats are bigger. Because every time I fly a coach, they have the brand new seatbelt extender. And when those I would just bring those seatbelt extenders. They hold that motherfucker high in the air. They hold that motherfucker in the air like WCW championship belt. It's like, well, that's the big show. I'm like, hey, what the fuck is that? I don't think America has an anti-trans problem. I think America has an anti-trying problem. Nobody wants to see a fucking 6'5" nigga in high heels. Like, nobody wants to see a 6'2" man with a fupa, you know what I'm saying? It's like if I want to see somebody tuck their stomach into their pants, I'll give me a Mexican bitch, you know? The Mexican hoes tuck the shit out of their stomach. It's like, bitch, you ain't got no belly, but what the fuck going on? All you see is stomach. That's my time. David
Lucas. Just like what the thing you look for in real comedy is like perspective, right? Something that only you can talk about being spot on, not to make it too serious, but the seatbelt extender for you. It's both fucking, why am I blanking out? Self-deprecating and fucking funny to you, your perspective, and you nailed both. What's your favorite airline? Oh, okay. Oh, I bet. Oh, shit. Charcuterie, is that one of your cousins? We're so appreciative of you because it was that eclipse today. When you put your booty hole in the sky. That was Tony opening and closing his asshole. Oh my God. Harlan Williams. You look like Tyler Perry presents Back to the Future. Morning, exactly 60 seconds. This Cadillac is gonna go.
Well, at least I'm not back to the fucking buffet. How about that?
Front runner for Guest of the Year 2024. Flexing is different. Night School certificates. John Reinblatt is thrilled right now. It is.
Judging by your hair, you had an audition for Elvis the stage play.
Well, that didn't go too well. Judging by your hair, the children of the corn have diarrhea.
Just like me, it makes no sense, but it's funny as hell.
Doesn't have to.
You can't punch me. I have no chin.
You sure don't. I had to choke your chest out.
Grab
that nigga by the... Oh, shit.
David Lucas.
Tony Hawk is that shit is crazy, man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Soon you're also going to be traveling by ramp. When they take your feet from the diabetes. You're in a wheelchair.
He was only nigga to ride a skateboard with his ass. Y'all never seen a booty hole backflip?
That's true. Catch me in the sex games.
I love Tony, bro. He's playing that game to death. Yeah, so confused about what to do. Y'all remember that song?
Yeah, that song follows me everywhere. Yeah. I walk in a coffee shop and I just starts playing. The race is looking at me like,
you're tall as shit, bro.
Damn.
You look like Tommy the brother or some shit. He told me when I talk to him, I'm like, God damn, that's what I do.
I grew up very like a runt. So I got tall when I was 16, 17, and it was fun for me because all the ramps seemed a lot smaller then. And so I could go a lot higher.
kind of
Central Prayer added on top of
Yeah. There was nothing there. I like your hair, nigga. You look like a with that brown and gray, you look like a juvenile German Shepherd.
Oh, look at your fucking hair. Looks like Predator sent his kid to Jenny Craig. Oh my God, Harlan.
How I let this motherfucker kung fu squirrel roast me? That shit is crazy. You look like a squirrel with a lot of knowledge. If you start collecting acorns and shit.
Oh my God.
And I just ripped your nuts out with that last show. Donnie Reinblatt.
Oh, Donnie Reinblatt.
Education pays.
That's right. David Lucas, have you ever skated? You ever get on a skateboard before?
Too sensitive ass out of here, nigga.
David's the only guy that tries to ride on a charcuterie board.
You can sniff cheese and tell how old it is.
Oh my God. What else is going on
You
here?
dress like you just bought $1 million dildo, nigga. That's crazy. This dildo was made out of melted down rubber bands. I don't know why you got that shit on. Your ass look crazy as hell. Blazing saddles on your shoulder, nigga.
This is an ostrich. Not all of us are.
You got motherfucking camel skin that committed suicide. That nigga had drank water for like 60 days.
Oh
my. Give me a little, bro. I got it. I want you to roast me again. I want that fucking 65-year-old roast.
What about
Harlan chilling just like his nutsack. That shit crazy. Your doctor give you a prostate exam on your neck, nigga. That's crazy. You only know with truck nuts for a chin. That's crazy. You got truck nuts. Boy, your ass out there, boy.
Did you just call me the N-word?
Hell yeah.
Finally.
What about the invites over here? You're looking at the world's fucking most diabolical pedophile and skip right over him.
He look like he got a permanent disguise mask on, you know what I mean? The one that come with the glasses and the nose.
Oh my God.
Well, back to Harlan, nigga. Motherfucking nigga, you look like a protected turkey, nigga. Your ass. That's the turkey they bring out to the White House. Ain't nobody killing that motherfucker.
Don, you know,
let me hear you say gobble gobble one time, nigga.
This guy goes to IHOP and looks for girls with one fucking leg.
If I get roasted by another show from the time when niggas had to go to the back of restaurants,
oh my God.
they used to roast my granddaddy with them same jokes, nigga.
Oh, there's that N-word.
David Lucas, you are a force of nature.
How can you not be wearing girls' jeans?
Absolutely.
Harlan, stand up, let us see your jeans, nigga.
Uh-oh. Real deal right there.
Your jeans came with janitor keys, nigga. Your ass. You hear that nigga walking through the hole? Harlan can open up any door in Austin, bitch. That shit crazy.
What?
That nigga, look, boy, you out here looking like a motherfucking Mississippi preacher that get bit by a rattlesnake, nigga. You know the preacher that let the snakes bite him and be like, God's gonna keep me alive. That's that nigga right now, boy.
Well, you look like in living color after the crayons are left on the side. How about that?
This is amazing. What a showdown. Deep fry versus deep fried. This is comedy at its finest.
Like a gay and a geriatric, nigga. Hey, Harley, you don't know it, but they hid your medicine in that liquor you're drinking.
This is the only city in the country where the fucking eclipse lasted 3 hours until he finally sat the fuck.
What a fucking performance. This is the difference between people out of the bucket, golden ticket winners, regulars, and then all of a sudden, a Kill Tony Hall of Famer. That is David Lucas. That is what he does. This is who he is. Built strong. Here in the Kill Tony universe. Anything you want to plug, David? What else?
Hey, man, I'm all on tour all across the country, man. Just check my website out, davidlucascomedy.com. I love y'all.
He's flying first class. You've been wondering why all those Boeing flights have been going down. It's because they're front heavy.
So you give himself a plug, you should go fill the black hole in outer space. How about that?
All right. Final fucking pull of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Morgan Bounds, everybody. Morgan Bounds. One more time for Morgan Bounds, everybody. Come on.
I have a problem. I want to get married real bad, but the guys I like would kill me with a gun given the chance. I like blue collar men, like hands so dirty you think you're going to get some kind of weird infection. But unfortunately for me, I look like a lesbian crystal witch whose primary spell is like summon chlamydia. I think I'm crazy on first glance alone, and I think it's fucked up. I'm like, if you would just get to know me for 10 more seconds, you would finally realize I've got a great fucking rack. I'm multifaceted, I really am. But I am seeing a guy, and what I'm doing is every time we hook up, I make him a bomb-ass breakfast in the morning, like really southern good breakfast. So the goal is to Pavlov him, and when he sees an omelet with his eyeballs, his dick gets hard. I think that could be cool now. Like he drives by a Denny's and he's like, fuck. I gotta call this Spanish dude. I looked it up. I looked it up because the other day he got arrested at McDonald's jerking off on a McGriddle, giving it the old Mac sauce. Thank you guys. I'm Morgan.
Fuck yeah, Morgan Bounds making her Kill Tony debut. Welcome. How long have you been with stand-up?
Like maybe 3 months.
Okay, all of it here in Austin.
Yes.
What made you want to start doing stand-up?
I don't know. I go to a lot of comedy shows, and I've been known to get a giggle or two. Not tonight, but you know.
Okay. It was good. You got a giggle, like that lady said. You got a giggle. It's fine. 3 months. What do you do for a living?
I'm a district manager for Zoomies skateboards. Has anyone ever told you you look like Tony Hawk? So, yeah. So it's a retail store, and I run 9 of them. So.
What is Zoomies?
So it's like t-shirts and shoes and skateboards. It's like a teen action sports retailer.
It's like a skateboard store.
Yeah, kind of.
It's fucking odds of this. That's incredible. That's unbelievable. I might have put her on the top.
Yeah, I do. It's illusion. That's what that is. I love it.
Do they sell pants there?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. All right, there's something under there. We were all wondering the same thing. Red Man or...
Yeah, I have a
Red Man's a little more disgusting than the rest of us. So he popped the question first. You are wearing pants. Some guy's so disappointed he just broke a beer bottle over his head. He was really hoping this was a no-pants situation.
Sorry.
He was staring so hard he dropped one of his contact lenses.
Somebody went to the right.
Can I ask you, I'm a nut about ink. I love tattoo. I see that number on your leg. Is it? It's 2494. By the way, the same year I lost my virginity. Now,
That's the year I was born.
what? Carol Burnett's.
Wow.
There she is. No wonder she's trembling.
And I'm scared.
Tell me about that tattoo.
Father's race car number. We do drag racing, and yeah, it's a 69 Nova.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
69 Nova. He's racing a 69 Nova.
Yeah.
What kind of races are these?
It's drag race, so it's 8 mile and quarter mile under straight track. You like do a burnout and you go fast. That's it.
In a Nova.
And a Nova, it's badass. It's a really cool car. He had a Roadster too, but the Nova is like been around since before I was born. He's had it forever.
Wow. So you're close with your dad?
They live far. I don't see them often, but we're cool. We chat.
Okay, that's why you're not funny.
That's my fucking daughter you're talking to.
Wait, you're the
Watch your mouth.
No, I love it. I'm just kidding, Morgan. What do you do for fun? What else? Tell us more about you. You look like you're the mayor of Austin, Texas. You have the tattoos, the bangs, the vitamin D deficiency.
I look like Velma on ketamine as well.
That's true.
I play Dungeons and Dragons. Who gets?
Someone's fucking Kim tonight. I'm kidding. What is your sex life like? I've been not asking enough people that lately, but since you're not wearing pants, I feel like it makes sense.
I pull. I do okay. Yeah.
What type of guys are you into?
She said she pulls. She has a vibrator.
Oh,
I don't discriminate. I like tall, but you know, like I like charisma more, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daddy's home.
Somebody's gonna 69 Nova tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, start your phone. Incredible. Have you done stuff on stage before?
I did like theater in college, which is more embarrassing than this.
What did you play during theater? What was your character?
I was in a full-length called Messiah on a Frigidaire, which is like a white trash. I don't know, like they see the image of Jesus on a refrigerator. It's dumb, but yeah, it was really bad.
It's like the Shrouded Turret in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. I love it. What else do you do for fun before we get you out of here, Morgan Balance?
I don't know. I play video games. So I'm like, I do exactly what I look like I do.
Yeah, it's Dungeons and Dragons, video games. What about the wild side of Morgan? What's like a guilty pleasure or something?
I like to get naked at the Renaissance Festival.
Wow. Oh, shit. You get like completely naked at a Renaissance Festival?
It depends on the day. I don't know. I'm a season pass holder, so we'll see.
Oh my goodness. Tell us more about what brings you, what do you love about the Renaissance Festival?
The nighttime is really cool. Like it's camping and there's all these clans that do different things. You're not supposed to tell about it, but
Red Man's Googling tickets to that festival right now.
Texas Renaissance Festival.
Yeah. He's hard as a rock because he found out they serve turkey wings. Longest set you've ever done? You're 3 months in.
I've done a 15.
You do 5 minutes at the Secret Show. Whoa! You fucking pig! You fucking disgusting pig! You are the worst.
Is he lying to me? Okay, that'd be great.
There you go, Thursday night. You just got booked in a real show. And I'll tell you what, I'll give you a big chunk book just because I was busy during your set. I don't know what happened. Terrible. You catch like you have anemia. There she goes. Morgan Bounds, everybody. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I present you our final performer of the night. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Kill Tony Hall of Famer, the man who has the record for all-time appearances
appearances on the show, all-time interviews, reading, defending, Goat of Keltoni. He is indeed the Vanilla Gorilla, the Philly philanthropist, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is indeed your very own and our very own, the one and only William Montgomery. Did y'all see the eclipse today? It was actually great, but my fucking eyes have been killing me. I actually didn't know what caused an eclipse, so I looked it up, and apparently it's when Lizzo walks in front of the sun. That bitch. Okay. And by the way, if you don't believe in climate change, then explain why we've had all of these eclipses lately, dumbass. Okay. And this is a serious deal, this next one, Tony. During my last tour of Afghanistan, I came face to face with a jihadi. I had a gun to his head, he had a gun to mine. So I said, well, can I bum a smoke? He shook his head and said in his native tongue, you shouldn't smoke. And he handed me a nicotine lozenge. I said, thank you, kind sir. What is your name? And he said, Bin Laden. Okay, that's right. 59 seconds on the dot. Yeah, what did you think? Was it too much build-up, or am I onto something with it? I thought it was great. I think it's fine. You do a lot of quick shots, and then sometimes we can be patient. Just stretch it out a little. Why are you laughing, dumbass? You did fucking being mean as shit to people all night. You need to relax, Arlen.
There's two things about it I want to say. This is for real from the heart. A, you're the only comedian on the whole circuit. By looking at you, we guess probably has a time machine. And two, there's a cabin somewhere with 3 naked priests hanging upside down, covered in honey. Relish.
Yes, I have a. That is true. That is true. I didn't know you were eyeballing the goat, Tony. Oh my gosh, Tony, it is so nice to meet you. I just met you up there. You were growing up, called a heartache. Honestly, my family, my mom was quite the hypochondriac. She was just this crazy woman, kind of. And I was never allowed to skateboard, but I looked up to you so much, so it really just caused a lot of pain. It caused a lot of strife. Knowing I could, thank you. That you could play video games and emulate what we do. Yeah, I was there for. I know video games. So like 1080, I was a big fan of the sporting. In other words, I wasn't allowed to skateboard. Went real hard at the snowboarding game genre, because the skateboarding game was dangerous. Is that what you're saying? Correct. I just wasn't allowed to. My mom had these rules. I wasn't allowed to skateboard, so because of that, I honestly really left this weird hole in my heart. So I just played. I loved 1080. It was a great snowboarder. You might recognize him. This is Shaun White's grandfather. We love you, Shaun! We love Shaun! Ian Finance looking right down the eye of the storm. You're the closest to him. How does it feel over there next to the Big Red Machine himself?
Scary but inspiring. That's nice. That was great. Thank you so much, man. Did you just go my man and Ian?
I'm not kidding. I'm literally just seeing the eclipse mark in my eyes. I thought it was fine with it being cloudy. I swear to God, I'm seeing something in my right eye. It looks like an eclipse. I had to see a picture of you earlier, looking directly at the eclipse. This is a real thing. Everybody else, every other comedian, it seems to the picture with them. The eclipse glasses on, not William. I had to look up at it thinking,
it's gonna be funny, and it seemed okay. And then I'm thinking, this is cheesy. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I had a lot of self-doubt. About everything. I had no idea you were, and then I found out you're here. And I swear, it's just so awkward with my mom growing up. I wanted to skateboard so fucking bad. She let my ass fucking rollerblade. Did you ever do that?
I did not do that.
Yeah, right. It's pussy shit. People aren't supposed to be. Wow.
No kickflips and rollerblading. So, did you ever try anything tricky in rollerblading, William?
Never able to. I wasn't allowed. We didn't have rollerblades either. So.
Well, what was the thing that you were allowed to do? What did you do? Did you ever go do
What was that weird cackle? What was that? I mean, I'm kind of fucking bombing up your bitch. So what the fuck? I swear to God, I'm seeing Eclipse in my fucking eyes right now. Was it you?
Did you ever do anything as a kid? I've never really asked you this. Like, what were you in?
Lincoln Logs. I was a Lincoln Logs kid. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, well, the Indian guys, I still think he looks a lot. But yeah,
did you ever win any awards of any kind growing up?
The Daniel Shores Award. I was a big member. Daniel Shores sadly died. He was in the back of a Volvo and a truck slammed into the back of it. So they had a prize for him at the rest.
You won his
I won the Daniel Shores Award. My name's a fucking plaque somewhere about this. So.
Well, you know who else has won some awards as of late, including 3 last night at the Country Music Awards, is one of the greatest performers of our time and a huge member of the Kill Tony universe fandom. And why don't you stay up here, William, as I introduce one of the greatest Kill Tony fans existing in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Charlie Roll.
Particularly in North Africa.
One of the 4 sections of the Shopping Dialogue dealing with civil and financial law. Shopping Hebrew. Running Kennedy.
The leader
The logical required structure, punishments are performed.
several generations after him as the prime of Egyptian Jewry, very important community.
Refers logically to destruction of the first temple to mourning practices tied to his Tisha B'Av.
He left behind a massive correspondence that betrayed tremendous sensitivity
refers to the entrance secret, brand,
often
Hadassi
gave
riddles,
very
and carving willows
insightful,
taking
very
thought.
courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes it's really, you can see the
Sacraments of the
personality
holiday.
of Maimonides coming
All
out of the
his
letters
Yiddish
perhaps more
purport
than
from
anywhere
Hebrew
else.
Valley,
For
the 4th
example,
letter.
there's a famous letter that he received from
Beneath
a
is Hebrew for
convert
species 4 times.
who was having a hard time. The rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to
Refers to
say.
the 4th month at the Passover Seder, corresponding to the 4 expressions of redemption.
Jacob, and his
All
fathers
Hebrew.
biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
The logic
Maimonides
is
writes back
personal
essentially
space
saying,
of cross.
tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham,
Carrying
Isaac, and
outside
Jacob.
one S small Venus is a key category of Shabbat cross.
Use these phrases as they are
Blood.
in the traditional book, and they are genuinely
Source of numerous
for
hologens.
spiritual parents.
Prohibition
really get a
against
sense
eating
for
animal blood,
he was
purity,
the person.
impurity laws,
Letters
Davida, and
which
sexuals. Davida Hebrew.
His magnum opus, however, the
Menstrual
greatest
blood.
works of his
Creating
career,
such state of ritual
include,
impurity
philosophical
requiring
classics
separation and
called
later purification before resuming marital
for the guide
relations.
for the perplexed. Now, this is a remarkable
Davida
work,
Hebrew.
which was
Abnormal
written
uterine
in
blood.
Judeo-Arabic. That is the
Separation.
They say my
Requiring
life's
other and walking to
it's
temple
bad
time.
for my head.
Arabic language.
Love of purity.
It's the only thing that seems to hit. All of this drinking and smoking is hopeless. It feels like it's all that I need. There's something inside of me's broken. Last night I won 3 motherfucking seasons.
I'm so damaged beyond repair. That's why I'm a fan of Kill I'm so damaged beyond repair. Sean Greenberg, John B. Steve Madness, Michael Gonzalez, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Esteban Diego, the driver Ryan emailed us in. Thank you to ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Unbelievable stuff happening. The stream for the forum is now on sale right now. So that's a 2-night event. The forum, the YouTube theater. You can catch it absolutely live, or you can wait weeks for it. It's up to you. No pressure. But Hans Kim versus Rick Diaz 2 is on the line at the forum, and a lot of other fun stuff going on. How about one more time for Harlan Williams, Tony Hawk, Ian Finance, and Shelly Roll. Special shout out to fan of the show and unbelievable artist. Great Dan Auerbach of the Black Keys up there watching. Maybe one day we'll be able to convince them to play with us one day. Who knows? Anything happen, right, man? Guys, check out Tony Hawk's amazing video games on all the systems. I love them. I love your Tony Hawk. Like Tony Hawk needs more help. But seriously, check out Hawk vs. Wolf with the great Jason Ellis. That's Tony Hawk's podcast, Harlan's podcast, The Harlan Highway. Guest of the Year nominee 2024, and I think he pulled out even further now tonight. And, you know, there's nothing we love more than having some of the top young rising comedians on panel. One more time for Ian Finance, the specials out now. Wild Happy and Free, April 21st. It is out, the B&EM pod as well. We love you guys. You guys have fun tonight? We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's how
Works of the
that's
scribes
documented.
refers to rabbinic enactments and interpretations, often considered strongly by the interpretation service. Galactic method of interpreting versus beyond their process. Also covers Quran for not interpretation for
And all those in my mind will be right
in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Mama, we made it. You're here at Kill Tony. How we doing tonight, huh? Brought to you by ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Make some noise for the great Brian Redman, everybody. And how about one more time for the best Sam band in the land, huh? Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Michael Gonzalez. This is Steve Adams on the bass guitar. John Dees on the keys and Sean Greenberg joining us on the electric guitar tonight for the first time ever. So much fun stuff planned. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
These and those are the words of the living God.
Incredible achievement that
category of prohibited relations are
all of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope.
brother and wife.
They
Normally
only
coordinate, but brother marriage usually did not coordinate together.
all of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tahara, that did the other books did not deal with what are constants like.
Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Oh boy, here we go. Where do I begin? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of the man who people are saying is the 2024 guest of the year. The return of one of the great comedians from New York with a brand new special coming out, and the greatest skateboarder of all time. I present to you Harlan Williams. Finance a special Wild Happy and Free out April 21st at YouTube/BNEN Pod. Welcome back, Ian. How are you?
Hey, all right. I'm happy to be here, Tony. Thanks for having me.
Fuck yeah. A great and powerful Tony Hawk's first appearance. Thanks for the invite. Well, I thought this show was about me this whole time. But it could be tonight. Anything can happen. And the return of who many are saying is the undeniable greatest guest in the history of the show. This is Harlan Williams. Oh, he's gonna throw up. Oh,
I just want to say it's an emotional night for me to be here. I'm very happy to be here. My sister, as many of you know, is in the hospital tonight. And she finally got the piece off her eyes, and she was born, as we know, her eyes were really far apart, like a hammerhead shark. Well, maybe somebody better get on the fuck off bus. Nobody laughs at old fucking hammerhead.
Laughter is the best medicine. Hopefully your sister's watching tonight.
She is watching from 2 different rooms.
And here we go. You guys know how it works. Tony Hawk's first time, so I'll tell you, Tony, a bunch of people signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I am pre-pulled the name. Our runner goes and grabs them from the bar across the street. 4 choices here on the world-famous 6th Street. Dirty 6th, absolute chaos out here on these streets on a Monday in Austin. So they go chase that guy down, and they wrangle him while our first performer, who does a brand new 60 seconds every single week, performs one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Silly, wild, a goddamn firestorm of energy. It's real. He exists. I present to you a brand new minute from one of our greatest regulars, the great and powerful Casey Rothschild.
All right, I'll talk about it. Well, Tony, you know I've been training myself to inception people, and no matter how hard I try, I keep going into people's dreams and hooking up with that bumper guy from the Mucinex commercials, and we both finish. It's not that we both finish, and I think I might be in love, and every time I start freaking out, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Get involved with Scott. I got a fucking family, man. I'm the editor of the New Yorker, for Christ's sake. Every time I feel this little slipping over. Right on the square of my back. And he sets me straight. He says, and I just fall to pieces. Thank you, Casey Rocket. Wow.
There was no jokes there, just truth. Just sharing a glimpse of the life of Casey Rocket. Hello, Casey. How do you feel tonight? Why do you feel awful? Stressed. Well, I gotta tell you, I'm surprised you didn't acknowledge it. Maybe I missed it. Did you acknowledge the fact that your eyelashes are extremely plump and long? Oh, the eyelashes, I forgot. I probably look like I haven't seen my own bed in a couple days.
I'll tell you what, if you put pigtails in, you'd be the girl from Wendy's. How about that?
We also fucking around. No, it's true.
That's for real.
I see it. Been an awful week. I stopped being a door guy here. I graduated from being a door guy. That's true. That's true. Second ever door guy to retire with grace, and following in the footsteps of the great Cam Patterson. Every other door guy still waiting and hoping to figure out how to graduate from such a system.
You know what I'm a bit mystified about, though, Tony? As a door guy, and this may be a fault that you said, as a door guy, I didn't hear one fucking knock-knock joke.
I got a knock-knock joke. Let's hear it. Knock-knock. Who's there? It's me. I should have fucking known. He's back.
Knock-knock joke.
Let's hear it.
Knock-knock. The lead singer of REO Speedwagon's Hair.
The lead singer of REO Speedwagon's Hair. Who?
Well, there's no way to dig. I'm not what am I, a door guy? Fuck off.
Do you think this crowd actually knows REO Speedwagon? We're very old, aren't we?
Well,
I did though. So
you did?
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, you guys were around when Speedwagons was the best way to travel. So Casey, here you are staring down with long eyelashes, pure retirement of door guyism. And what are your plans moving forward? What are you going to do with all the free time that you have for yourself?
That's a good question. Well, I thought of a couple things. My first plan, now that I'm not a door guy, is throw up in Fat Man and make all my friends clean it out. My second plan, clear Chris Benoit's name by finding a real killer. He's out there. Third plan, find the lead singer of the Chicks, convince them to change their name back to the Dixie Chicks, assassinate her for being racist. And my final plan, impress Jodie Foster by assassinating the guy who tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan to impress her.
Wow, a lot of murdering going on.
There's a couple murders in there, but I have free time.
I've never. It's the first time I've ever seen a man with a scroll with other paper on top of the scroll. Are you trying to reuse that scroll for something down the road, perhaps?
Scrolls are cheap. That's a legitimate papyrus scroll. I stole it from the Louvre.
They're furious. What else is going on, Casey?
Make it big. What the fuck?
No, Casey, you go ahead. It's all you, Casey. And here he is, everybody. I thought we were all getting mad. I miss all of us getting mad. Me and the door guys used to get mad all the time. Oh, now it won't be. Yeah, I have other plans. Kiss 100 Colombian baddies in 100 minutes. This is absolutely incredible. You've seen Casey Rocket before. You've seen him again. What do you think about all this?
I think he gets prettier every time.
It's incredible. It seems like some of the mascara you kind of like hit your cheeks with it a little bit.
It was cheers. I couldn't stop thinking about Greg. And
church, great Mucinex. And I was back there, here the Mucinex origin has fucking fallen apart. Thank God Jesus Josh, he came and he literally, quite like Christ, picked me up. That's right, Christ, what is that? It's good that you put it in context. Did it again. Jesus Christ. I am. So you would hit it. There you go. Oh, there you go. Good stuff with the ball. But just ready to get into my head into my 40s with a tank full of ambition and a heart full of gold. There you go. I'm only 29. So I just say, got time to go.
Can I just say the obvious that I think everyone's going to dance around? I gotta be honest. About 20 minutes ago, were you deep throating someone?
I don't have to answer that.
You don't have to answer that.
20 minutes do you want to be? Well, you have made your eyes very, very pretty. Maybe perhaps you can help Harlan's sister figure out what to do post-op.
This close to grinding a P.F. Chang lettuce wrap into your clip.
Wow. Someone knows how to get me fucking hot and heavy. Alright, Casey, you're an unbelievable way to start the show. What a special treat. Every goddamn week, creative, wild, we love you. There he is.
And you bring your man, Casey Rocket. And now, and only now, do we go to the bucket. This is where anything can happen and fucking chaos ensues. We all meet people all at the same time, and it's all fucking wild. This is where we found all of our talents. It's where we found all the psychos. Anything can happen. This is 60 seconds uninterrupted by your first fucking pull of the night. Oh my, here we go.
Yeah, we're keeping it right, huh? Alright, well, yeah, they call me bald like, it's not because I have cancer. I ain't dying, don't worry. I just got a little alopecia, you know what I mean? A little bit of that Jada Pinkett. And it's kind of handy sometimes. I got it when I was young, so I had like patches of hair and it got all frizzy. It looked horrible. But it became handy when my grandma died of Alzheimer's. My parents, after dealing with the bullshit, they were like, you know what, fuck it, let's go to Disney World. And then when I was a kid, I was like, oh, yay, Disney, I was just like, cool in a music store, let's go. Went, had a blast, it was a great time. But on the plane ride back, my parents were like fucking loaded. So they're just getting rum, beers, all that bullshit left and fucking right. And the second or third drink that they got, the stewardess came up to my mom and was like, listen, honey, I know it sounds weird, but God told me that I need to give you a hug. And she's like, is the plane going down? What the fuck is happening? Okay, stand up, gives her a hug. And it wasn't until 2 weeks later that she realized, like, oh fuck, that's probably because they thought he was coming back from his Make-A-Wish trip from Disney World, dying ass. Anyway, that's my time.
Okay, all right. It's a very hairy situation we have here.
Looks like you could have changed some of the words out of the setup. What do we think? I would roast him more, but it looks like he's already been roasted. So we I like the punctuation, dying ass. Thank you. It is incredible. I've never seen a full-size sea monkey before. It's absolutely incredible. I'm starstruck. Harlan Williams.
Well, let me be honest, you didn't go right off the bat. That's not a cut. Look, I'm here to mentor these guys. And I wanted to bring this as the only comedian on the stage with a degree from DeVry in comedy.
Wow, is that made from the same stroll, Casey Rocket?
Sometimes there are little things you can do, and I'm going to mentor this kid here.
Yeah.
Give me your last punchline of your last joke, and I'm going to show you something you can do to kind of pull the laughter from the crowd. This is something Don Reinblatt taught me up in DeVry.
Okay. Well, admittedly, I'm not a comic. I don't really have a ton of jokes. I just had that story, and of course, I ran along.
Just tell me the last sentence.
As a comedy, he doesn't do improv.
I had a punchline that was fat people architecture, but I couldn't figure out how to word it into a joke. Maybe you could help me out.
What? Just say the last sentence of the story. Say the last sentence of what you said. We are aware it wasn't funny. Sing it.
It wasn't until 2 weeks later that she realized that, oh shit, that might have been because they thought he was on his Make-A-Wish trip back from Mystic World.
Okay, now watch what I'm going to do for here. And this is something I learned at the night school.
Say DeVry Night School, August 11, 2014. Don Reinblatt signed it. Here he is. Our liberally fixing bald Mike's non-existent punchline.
So sometimes when things are so silent, you can hear two crickets sniffing a cornbread farm.
There's one character who is
What you
called
do, this is what they taught me, you pull a goofy face. So I'm going to do your last line and watch. So my parents said this might be my takeaway trip to Disneyland.
literature.
So do you get it now, a little more?
I love it. Absolutely incredible. Amazing. So, Paul, Mike, you say you're not a comedian. What made you sign up the show tonight? Why are you here? Where'd you come from? Do you live here?
No, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm a huge fan of the show. Part of the reason I wanted to come up here was I was going to see if you could come up with any new roasts for me. The Sea Monkey one I haven't heard before, but I've got a couple of favorites I've heard in the past.
Well, what do you do some of the jokes that people have made about you? That sounds good. And then I'll know what I can eliminate off my list. Because there are a lot here that are head and shoulders above anything you have. You go ahead. Let's hear some of your best ones. You don't call me a
Fair enough. Well, so there was one time I was smoking with a bunch of my buddies at a friend's apartment, and we were smoking a blunt. It got to the end of it, and my one buddy who's black, he was him and his girlfriend. He's at the very end of it, and he hands me the roach. He's like, "Damn, bro, that's kind of a fat roach." And at this point in my life, I was just saying, like, "Boy, you look like a," to whatever it was. So I hit him with, "Boy, you look like a fat roach." I hit the blunt. He said, "Man, shut the fuck up. You look like my kneecap."
Ladies and gentlemen,
Situate
10
ourselves.
years in running.
DeVry Comedy Night School.
Yeah.
I'm just here to get help.
Your boyfriend said you look like his kneecap.
Yeah.
Were you more tan?
Maybe the bottom of his footprint. So this is something I've always wanted to do, just come out and bomb on Kill Tony. What do you do for a living?
I do screen printing. I put shit like this on a t-shirt.
Okay, you have a face for screen printing. Sure. No doubt about it.
He looks like a hairless cat you wish would be over his 9 months.
Incredible. Has anybody ever Sharpied eyebrows on you? Can I do that? Is that Absolutely incredible. Oh, my pen slipped on your forehead a little bit. That's gay. God damn it. What I did, I gave you the people's eyebrow in honor of the Roth team in Pennsylvania this weekend. That's a stellar eyebrow. Oh, it's much harder now. Let's go. Right there. Hell yeah, dude. Casey Rocket's gonna put some eyelashes on you. You're gonna be a whole different guy by the end of the night. I love this. We're gonna have Deep Madness give you a mustache. It's gonna be fantastic. I love it. Just don't wipe that off tonight. Just love. What do you think? This guy showers? Get out of here.
Let's look for a second very unusual.
Imagine how clean his shower tray must be. That was my joke, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ almighty. You know what's funny? This started a few weeks ago. For some reason, Bones Eye started making one joke book that is made of actual hair. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a big joke book tonight, even though everything about you is terrible. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it for Bones Mike. There he goes. Crazy. I don't know what he thought was going to happen during that minute. Well, good evening. I recently went to see the Austin FC play, and I had to get the best seats. I used your resale code. I sent my phone alarm to buy the tickets the minute they went on sale. Because when you want the best, you have to act quickly, or someone else will get it instead. It's like if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the most talented people for your open roles before the competition gets started. What's the best way to get that? Finds qualified candidates fast. Right now, you can free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
ZipRecruiter's powerful app and technology takes center stage to identify top talent for your role. Immediately after you post your job, ZipRecruiter's smart technology starts showing you qualified people for it. I love ZipRecruiter. We've used it a lot over at the Sunset Strip. If we needed it,
that's right. No doubt about it. And when you are hiring, always with ZipRecruiter and find the best fast. My employers who goes on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to the exclusive web address right now and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, here we go. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Big time for your next comedian, Josie Marcelino. Josie Marcelino. Here we go.
Autistic and bisexual like every other annoying bitch now. It's a 1-1 ratio if you have autism and bisexual. They don't explain why, but I have a theory. I think it's because pussy is like the coolest fidget spinner you could ever get your hands on. And just like a real fidget spinner, I don't really know how they work. I will put my whole mouth on it, so. I said that joke to my coworker the other day, and she laughed. Then she just looked at me and she was like, oh. And she's like, but are you not gonna, you're gonna say that on stage? Is your dad coming to the show? And I was like, first of all, no. Do I look like someone with a supportive father? No, I don't. I look like the Pornhub version of Sarah Huckabee Sanders. That's what I fucking look like. The homeless guy told me that yesterday. Which was crazy. I was like, how do you know what was she on like the front cover of your blanket? Like, how do you know who the fuck that is? Where'd you run into her? Thank you.
Josie Marcelino making her Kill Tony debut. Welcome. Thanks for coming to have here. This is big street comedians in here with John on eyebrows. This is the in Kill Tony history. You would think 11 years, tens of thousands of must have happened before, never before. Well, the show, thank you. You have an incredible energy to you. What do you do for a living?
I'm an associate producer of a TV show.
Oh, wow.
I signed an NDA, so I don't like to get into like the specifics of it.
I live on the spectrum. We know.
Yeah.
Okay. So, autistic and bisexual, is that true?
That is
What are some of your autistic traits?
I know their country's flag, and I'm really into them. Yeah.
Okay. How about Trinidad and Tobago?
It's a red and white striped diagonal flag.
That's cool. How about the transgenders?
Like their flag, or like just them in general? What do I think?
Either one. It's a win-win situation.
Flag is the cool, it's the blue and the white and the pink, and I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I love them. Yeah.
Right? Hell yeah, absolutely. Ian?
It looks like you're wearing a flag.
Thank you.
Slovakia, am I correct? Is that
No, this is more of a red flag.
Oh, it is Trinidad and Tobago, actually. Right, man. Flip that around. Show the people. That's incredible. Whoa, it actually is. Look at that. Holy
Actually, it's similar, yeah.
What are the odds? Wow, it's a trick all along. I knew the flag of Trinidad and Tobago. And all right. Okay. Autistic and bisexual. You had to guess. I always ask the bisexual people this. Are you 50-50? What do you have a preference? Is there one when you get drunk that you gravitate towards? What's the deal with that bisexuality? I've never understood it before.
I think for me, like, sexual attraction 50-50, but like in terms of relationships, it's mostly guys.
Why do you think that is?
I'm a nightmare. I can't have a second one of me. That's crazy.
If you're autistic or bisexual, does that mean you don't make eye contact when you eat pussy?
Never. Absolutely. That's the best part about it. You just go down there and do your business. Are you making eye contact when you eat pussy?
Yes.
That's horrible.
Do you have any?
No, you gotta make eye face.
I got bad news for you, buddy. You're eating upside down. As an autistic person, I hope some of you have seen any of your works anywhere.
Early on,
No, that's artistic. So, Josie, where do you live?
I live in Philly.
Philly? Oh, wow. Okay. Have you always lived there?
No, I'm originally from a little small town in northern Maryland.
Oh, cream cheese.
Yes, that is where I'm from.
What does the flag look like? In Cream Cheese, Maryland.
Oh, it's Philly cream cheese.
Oh, yeah. I love it. So, what do you, how long have you been with Santa?
About 18 months.
18 months. Okay, you count it off like it's a baby or something.
Yeah, it is my baby.
Okay, you love it.
I do.
You do it a lot?
Yes.
All right. What's the most exciting thing you've ever done in your entire 18-month career? What's your, like, night of success? Like, what happened? What was your favorite night? Remember what happened?
I did the last two Skank Fests, and that was really fun. Both of those shows were amazing, so had a lot of fun there. Yeah, I've also, there's just different clubs in like DC, Maryland, and Philly, and those are the places I've been. So,
I love it. Absolutely. You have any special skills or talents other than stand-up?
I make costumes. A lot of them. Like I do like 31 every year for Halloween. Is that fucking hard? You are autistic! Holy
Bisexuality disappear in real time. Oh my god. Is that part of your accent?
right.
What's the flag for slow ed?
Ask your mother. I don't know.
I'm too autistic and you just made me have an orgasm.
Yeah, Josie, what's something we would be shocked to know about you by your entire life? Anything crazy?
I've lost 75 pounds. That's kind of fun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, she looks very sexy, but you're also a little, husky.
I still got the skin. Don't worry. It's there. Yeah.
You wake up in the morning and punch canoes.
How did you lose the weight, Josie?
I just put down the fork.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's what it is. You just count calories and then eat less than you burn.
Counting calories is easy when you're autistic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Josie, anything else crazy we should know about you before we let
You and I have the same birthday.
You and Kanye West then?
Yeah, June 8th.
Absolutely.
Gemini, the twins.
There you go. No doubt about it. I
You look
too.
like you were eaten by your twin in the womb.
Okay.
All right. Bitch.
But the reason why I bring it up is because
For someone that lost a lot of weight, she sure is hungry for more.
Can I ask one question? Because I'm a neat guy. I love Victoria. I love Jeff tattoos. Well, I didn't ask to see it.
I fully thought you meant pens when you said ink. I was like, oh, somebody else is autistic too. That's cool.
Well, I just told you I wasn't at an orgasm 30 seconds ago. Keep talking. There's a second one on the way.
Can I change seats?
But I noticed you have a little tattoo on your arm there, my love. What is the significance of it? We're all curious.
It's a stand-up tattoo. I got it done at Skankfest. They have like tattoo artists there, and so I got that done the same day.
Is it though? It's a very odd
Stool in the mic.
Oh, it's a stool and mic. Isn't that funny when people want to hear shit and talk?
certain things like they have to present a gift of a pound of
Oh, stool. Mike.
Stool and my mic guy.
Josie, Marcelino, very fun stuff. A good enough set for a big joke book. I do believe a fun interview. Congratulations, Marcelino. All right, you get it. We're in it now. Our third bucket poll of the night has been called a one-word name. Always interesting. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, I love it. Alex, how about a hand for the band again, huh? And also make some noise for your next comedian. 60 seconds from Helena, everybody. Helena is next on Kill Tony Live here in Austin, Texas.
how related to the
So my older brother is a teacher now. I've never known less in my life. This guy was trying to convince me the other day that slavery is bad. Dog, that was peak of it. We're still chasing that high. If you think that money can't buy happiness, reconsider slavery. Imagine having the fattest stack of greenbacks at the auction. They bring out David Lucas, the biggest 3 fins anyone's ever fucking seen.
It definitely is a very unusual kind of
I would buy the hell out of that guy with the old face. Nowadays, all you get is kids. All the cute colors are always sold out. Thanks, Summit.
Okay, Helena. Thank you for joining us. A long trip to get here from
the Civil War. What the fuck? How did you get here via REO Speedwagon? Some real highbrow comedy there. As we continue the streak, this is indeed the fourth comedian in a row with drawn-on eyebrows. And you had that, if you had that on your Kill Tony bingo card, if you bet at DraftKings, the sportsbook app, if you bet $1 on 4 comedians in a row with drawn-on eyebrows, you win $5 billion. $1 to win $3.5 billion. That's at the DraftKings sportsbook app now.
And holy
shit, where? Okay, Harley, go ahead.
It's refreshing to see comedy with a KKK.
Is incredible visiting us from
Trust me, the con.
Madness is seen enough. Okay, so let's talk about it. Helena, have you ever done stand-up comedy before? Yeah. Okay, so what made on this show?
No, I'm like kind of delusional. This is just what I've decided to do.
When did you decide to do this? What made you go, yeah, sure, anything, yeah?
Like a year ago.
This is your first time signing up?
No, I signed up like early February.
And you didn't get up. And here you are. And this is what you prepared for.
I'm just curious, why do the questions keep coming after she said she was delusional?
That's a good point.
I was trying to squeeze a dry orange over here, it appears. Helena, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
You're an electrician. Okay.
Yeah.
Your hair good at frying? Is unbelievable. You are an electrician, obviously upgrading your job. You've been shocked before, am I correct? Many times?
Just twice.
Just twice. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. So what made you write an ultra-racist set tonight?
That's a good point. You know, I was thinking about it, and I just kind of wanted to go edgy. I don't know.
What do you have against black people? Is because your lips are so small?
Yes. It is a little bit of the envy aspect. I would say the flattest ass that there is. So yeah.
Dude, you look like the Wicked Witch of the West Side. Have you ever been with a black man?
No.
Have you ever been on a date with a black man? Have you ever even said hello to a black man?
I have.
While not working?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any black friends?
Yes, I do.
Name your black friends. First names only. Go ahead. Starting now.
Irwin. He's my brother.
When ended up having a shock day.
That doesn't count. Actual friends, not relatives. Nice and easy. All your friends coming in here. Go ahead, rattle them off. Here we go. All your black friends. Helena's welcome to another episode of Helena's Black Friends and Go.
Maceo is a black friend. That's a really good question. No, black people don't like me.
There you go. I wonder why that is. We could never call Maceo and say those jokes so on the phone. How do you know Maceo? How do you know Maceo?
We went to elementary and all through.
When's the last time you talked to Maceo?
Honestly, like a few years ago. I think
This is incredible.
I just moved here from Utah.
Okay.
That's why there's not that many black people.
Utah famously light on the black people. 1.6% black people in Utah. I know this. We looked it up. Camp Patterson wrote a joke about it. It's funny.
I don't know anything about funny, so.
I know. Very good. Helena, before I let you go, what's the most interesting thing about you or your life that would
surprise us or we would find interesting at all?
I think probably the most interesting thing about my life is I go back to the same place in my dreams like 80 to 90% of the time.
Is it a Proud Boys meeting?
Tony is killing Kill Tony.
Here we go. What is that dream? I don't know, dude. I honestly, like 2 years ago is when I started having these dreams, and they just kind of started like showing up more.
Can you describe it at all?
So I can describe the hell out of it. It's insanely specific and consistent from day to day.
Okay, what is it?
It's a dream. So I mean, there's like a city part, and then there's like a forest part, and then like the city has all sorts of crazy shit. There's this really big cool building that's got multiple floors, and it's got like trees in the middle of it.
This is terrible.
Dude, it's
All right, here's a little jump. There you go. Helena, everybody. We're gonna keep it moving. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's a fucking psych ward here tonight. Oh yeah, you know we should get one of our regulars up here, do a complete reset. Following Helena, ladies and gentlemen, what a position to be in. I present to you another one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Cam Patterson.
I was taking the shit and I just ran up here. I'm out of breath from time. So like it happened, it's gonna be good. I've been around a lot of white people for a year now. I've been also for a whole year, dog. Y'all change how I think about shit. Change how I think about everything. Like, I used to steal shit when I was a kid, steal a lot of shit. Now when I see something like, oh, I could buy it and write off on my taxes. That's how y'all steal. Y'all steal smart. Y'all steal from the government. You know what I'm saying? That's smart as shit. Like, you like have to rent the houses. Just bring out $2,000. I go, oh, that's why they got great equity. You get what I'm saying, nigga? You got that, but you get it, bitch. My homeboy can't leave the state of Florida because he has a bill officer. And he got arrested for a lot of bullshit, and it hurt my heart. That's my nigga, and I love him. I like that, I don't gay shit. That's my dog, and I love him. You know what I'm saying? I love him, but I want to leave the state. It's pure, so he couldn't leave the state of Florida. So he couldn't leave. Like, that's my dog. My side of it was like, well, if you were doing bad shit, nigga, you could leave the state of Florida. Funny face. Motherfucker. Unbelievable. Night school, midnight school. Incredible. I said Cam Patterson, absolutely incredible. You're talking about stuff that is so up your alley, your true perspective. You used to steal shit, like, that's just fucking hilarious all the way, because it is true, the write-offs and everything. The more you learn about that shit, the more it is incredible. Y'all teach me a lot of shit, man. I really appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
All right, what's up, Tony? Good? Yeah, man. This is crazy as fuck, dog.
I hear you.
I had a skateboard one time when I fell and I broke that bitch in half and I never did it again. Because of you, though. I did it because of you, and I hated it. I didn't like it at all. But I'm a big fan. I'll never get back on that bitch. I was terrified after that. I'm scared of this shit.
He can help you. He taught Bobby Lee how to do an ollie in 1 hour. It's true.
For real?
Yeah, it's true.
I'll do it. I'll get back on. You teach me. Nobody else can. Just you.
You're welcome. Yeah, absolutely.
You heard that, right?
Just sign a waiver.
Okay. Yeah.
It says no stealing anything.
That's all I said. Nigga, just don't steal shit. Nigga, that's it.
Amazing stuff, Cam Patterson.
Y'all love
That's real, by the way.
that works. So what else is going on, Cam? You're killing it. Another amazing weekend of shows in Dallas and Houston.
Everybody else, I'm real bad.
I'm told you when I said when I walked on stage. No.
You said, how about I hate them little kids myself? That's what I said.
Oh, really? I don't ever actually listen to anything that anybody says during that part. It's a little fun fact. Have you ever seen two comedians like, nah, it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's how I went through it. I'm like, I hate them without a day. I was sad. It was my experience. You know what I'm saying? Shit happens.
Well, what do you think? What do you think went wrong there? What do you was the vibe?
Shit like that.
Yeah, timing and pacing.
I got lost horse bad.
You were throwing stuff afterwards?
Oh shit! I'm an athlete. Why would they hit me in my soul? Like they beat me. I won today. You know what I'm saying? But in Houston, they beat the shit out of me.
That's it, guys. So that was
Now when you go out, buddy, you hold up that degree, you're not gonna have any problems.
I never lose again, baby.
I love it. Yeah, Houston was one of the only shows where I didn't catch any of your set. I was up in the green room up until the very last second. Yeah, well, I thought you did great. You told me tonight, now I know that you're struggling.
No.
I love it. Cancer sensation. What else is going on? Anything else crazy in life?
That's too crazy. You know, really, but I ain't gonna see what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. No, he has some stuff going on.
Yeah, we talk about that.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't talk about that. We'll talk about it eventually.
One day we'll talk about it, but not right now.
Yeah.
Maybe like a New Year,
Yeah, exactly. That sounds about right. But he's got some stuff going on in his life that, maybe we've all been through. And, no, it's okay. It'll be all gone in a week. Do you have a toilet flush? There you go.
But I got a ticket to Six Flags.
Down a little bit.
Right there it is. Poor baby. All right. I get it. There are other things. Other states in your life. All right. Well, Cam, one door closes, another one opens. A fantastic fucking set. Way to do it, Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. Fun. But now we go back to the bucket. Let's soul. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Could be the next story of the show. Could be another eyebrowless human being. Make some noise. Oh, it's the lovely everybody. Those are real eyebrows, real everything. Ideas all natural, absolutely stunning. We love her. Gina with 3 A's, not HG. Is that right? Something like that. Oh my God, thank you so much. How about a hand for height, everybody? This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Stella, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Willie Nelson, and that sweet Mary Jane. These dudes got it done. But what about the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business? That's you and Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business, from launch your own online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to the we just hit 1 million order stage. Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outfits, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. They're all-in-one e-commerce platform. Their immersive POS system where whatever you're selling, Shopify has you covered. You know, also has me covered.
I love Shopify so much. I've used it in the past for my own merchandise. Sometimes I'm just going to go for hours and look at it, Tony. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout up to 36% better compared to other e-commerce platforms. Did you know Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. and Shopify is the global force behind Allbirds, Romneys, and Brooklyn, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 105 countries.
I did not know that. Thank you. Shopify's extensive help resources support your success every step of the way because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/GoTony. All lowercase. Go to Shopify. shopify.com/GoTony now to grow your business, no matter what stage. Shopify.com/.
He had a full check for
And with that, make some noise for your next fucking full 60 seconds uninterrupted for Sean Vance. Here we go. Sean Vance.
I grew up through that.
Black belt Christian. We're talking ninth degree, not
Whether or
dead,
not
right?
how
And we believe that premarital sex was just a direct ticket to hell. You know, I didn't want to go to hell, but my banana was booking flights. People say the devil's in the details, but dude, for me, he was in my wiener. Oh, that son of a bitch. It's getting hard everywhere. I was so ashamed just walking around with this rock hard sit stick in my pants. What I would do is I'd tuck it into my waistband and I'd cinch my belt shut with it. My dick would be like, it's tighter. It's fucking hard, dude. I tried so hard to be a good boy, but there's no winning with the dark lord of drawers. Man, you're either service during the day or he just shows your underwear at night. I just think it's unfair. If God's gonna make it that way, I think he should have done my laundry. Not my mom. Alright, that's it, alright. Alright, Sean Vance. Welcome to the show, Sean. Thank you. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? I've been doing it 1 year. Where at? Phoenix. Okay. This is your first time in Austin? Oh, yeah. Check it out. How long have you been here? I drove in yesterday night. Okay. You came here specifically for this? Oh, yeah. This is your first time signing up. You got pulled. Yeah. How does it feel? Oh, I'm so thrilled. Absolutely. I mean, I wish I had gone a little bit better, but I feel okay. Right. Yeah. I liked your act out. You're really like committed to it. I thought that was really cool. I think you have a lot of issues with the way you talked about things. There's a lot behind some of the things you see on Stark. Yeah. I think you're going to be a good boy. Sometimes it's a good boy, sometimes it's not. Whoa, so naughty. I think I just came. Thanks for doing it here. I thought that was really great, man. I thought that was great. Yeah. What do you do for a living? I'm a writer. What do you write? Film and television. I'm as close to success with film and television as you can come without me. So what that means is, so my background, my history is I started in special forces. I moved to Los Angeles about 10 years ago. Started doing comedy and I became a personal trainer. I got at this gym called Rise Nation or Rise Movement, which is like, it was like a quintessential Beverly Hills trained celebrities kind of gym. At the same time, I was pursuing comedy, doing groundlings. And I sold my first show to Netflix. It was called The Great British Guide to Surviving the Apocalypse. Peter Berg, and I started, wrote, and executive produced, and he got canceled because of Me Too. Like 2013. Sure. That goddamn Matt Damon's out there acting up. That's right. That's exactly what it was. Matt Damon. Yeah. Was it really? He said that there's a difference between great and bad behavior and got a shitload of backlash, right? Hold on, wait. He said that there's a difference between rape and bad behavior? Yeah, I believe he was defending Willie.
Dutch took over a region.
Yeah, and then they were upset about it. I had written the joke in the script, right? That was anti-woman, is what they said. Yeah, stir my banana, you booking flights. Yes, keep blaming the double stick in your pants. Goddamn son of a bitch. Is it all come from a real place? Hard? You're a hard and horny guy? Oh, growing up, yeah. Well, what about nowadays? What's going on nowadays? And we bang all the time. Really? Yeah. Cool. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm in that pussy. How long have you been married for? 15 years. How long have you played with these people? Did everybody care how you keep it exciting in the bedroom after 15 years.
Well, you know, a lot of people think that it goes down. But for me, it has gone only up. And the key to marriage is MDMA. I don't know if it's not a joke. It's not a joke. If you do MDMA with your partner and you really open up, like you share your soul, you let her in, dude, by the end of the night, she'll let you come on her face. I mean, wow, we tried anal. Dude, it was freaking she did not like it. What in the hell is MDMA? You have sex to be straight? What the fuck? That's what I thought at first. No, you got a girl who knows how to spell there, guy. HIPAA, yeah. Molly, ecstasy. On the street, they call it ecstasy. When you do it therapeutically, it's called MDMA. It's the pure one. Yeah. I did it for trauma, not just for the sex.
However, this
That was a good time.
You ever do angel dust and go to Staples and fuck an inkjet printer?
Not yet.
You know what they say? One in the inkjet, two in the stink jet. This is the #1 live comedy podcast. I love it.
So you said you were in the Special Forces guy?
Yeah, I was a Green Beret.
Did you? I mean, we gotta ask him sometimes, you know, like Tony, we got a little touchy, but we gotta keep it real. Did you ever kill a guy?
No, I missed out on that.
You will.
One day.
I cannot imagine if you would have killed a guy, how hard your cock would have been.
Oh boy, no way man could hold that thing.
That's right.
Let me ask you this, were you ever close to killing a guy?
Mostly just my drill sergeants. Yeah.
So what did you do exactly in the Special Forces? What was your special?
Secretary.
Yeah, I was secretary. No, it was an 18 Delta, which is a Special Forces medic.
18 Delta, that's the weed that doesn't really get you high?
Yeah, I think so. They had that out here, right? Yeah, so we got the real stuff in there.
Oh, it's a sponsor. Just kidding. I love it. I don't even smoke actual, delicious, perfectly fine marijuana anymore. Once Joe Rogan started drug testing us here at the Comedy Partnership, I switched to 18 Delta, and I love it.
You should try 19 American Airlines. That stuff's really good.
I'll tell ya.
You can sit the fuck down immediately.
Yeah, sir, sit down. You just fucked up that American Airlines
So
joke.
good, you know. My teacher, that would have worked, and then this fucking guy. Ma'am, if you could spin your head around like a baby owl. Sir, if you could close your legs, it smells.
Wow.
No, I mean, this guy's legs are wider than Sharon Stone at a Spread Eagle concert.
Oh my goodness. You were just flexing some of Don Reinblatt's teachings on us. I fucking love you, Harlan Williams. So much fun. Tell us the craziest thing about your life, Sean, because there's a lot of crazy behind those eyes. I know you keep it together pretty well, but tell us the really, in real life, the wildest thing about you.
What's the wildest thing about me in college? So I was super Christian growing up, as I said in my set.
Super what?
Christian, very Christian, very. I did soccer drink in high school, and then I went to college and I tried for the first time, and it's good.
Wow. Thank you. World's worst undercover cop, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you,
It's good. Anybody have any?
my goodness, I love weed. That shit is good. Am I right? Does anybody have a felony's worth amount?
It really is. Yeah, anyways, I tried weed, and that was really a gateway for me. I threw my life away after that. No, my wife, I can't throw her away. She's too strong. No, I threw away a full-rate transfer. I got kicked out of college pretty quickly for fighting, smoking weed in my dorm room.
What was the first thing?
Fighting.
Oh, fighting.
Yeah.
Loyola Marymount. Fuck those guys.
Right.
Yeah. And I got in trouble for stealing, and I got a bunch of community service on the Caltrans freeways, and I was from smoking weed. Well, no, it was a bunch of things. I had actually stolen $16,000 worth of groceries from Albertsons.
Was that in one trip?
No, it was many trips, dude. It was many trips.
Because of the munchies? Second, how much did you steal?
$16,300 is what they had me for.
How does this happen? What kind of fucking meat heist is going on over here? We only have a few days we have to eat.
That's right. I was robbing out of the dorms, dude. I was just stealing stuff for everybody. Every single week, I would just go. I went to college on a track scholarship, right? And I had really no concept of the real world because I had left this bubble I grew up in. And I sort of thought that anything I wanted to do, I could do. Like I had a journal I wrote in it.
All right, go ahead. Can I write gay on your forehead? Okay, go ahead.
I said, it's crazy. Lots of things can stop you, not just fear, like freeway meth, which is what stopped me.
You tried it?
After I got in trouble for the stealing, I had to pick up the freeway, like Caltrans, and I found out.
Wait, you had to pick on a trans freeway? What does that mean? Does it go both ways?
It used to be a residential road, but now it's a freeway.
Freeway. Okay. There you go. All right.
It's what the E stands for is PTSD. Yeah. So anyways, I found it back. And I did it all in one night.
Do the face, do the face.
All right. Sean, Vance, fun stuff.
Like a Christian, though. Can we just say that?
I was a really good Christian.
Stealing and unbelievable.
Yeah, personal training was fun too.
What? Say that again?
I was a personal trainer, trained a lot of celebrities.
Your training?
Training?
I thought you said personal training.
Personal training, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a weird world.
Yeah, absolutely.
These trimmings, my his friends.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. How was that?
It was fun. She was a great fan.
Right, you two crazy folk.
She's strong. Yeah, she's strong.
Yeah.
I'm stronger than Bradley Cooper.
You worked out with Bradley Cooper?
Oh yeah. He was the worst client I ever had.
Whoa, tell us more.
It's not fair to say that because I am a man. You know, he gets along really great with all the ladies.
If
I was a lady, he would have liked me. I was just a junior trainer, and I think he was like, get this guy with PTSD away from me.
It's because every time you re-rack, you're like, is that a law? So he wasn't nice to you?
No, it wasn't that he wasn't nice. He was just a little bit aloof. Like the first 15 minutes of the workout, he would just want to say hello. You know?
You describe him as shallow? Shallow?
Yes.
There's a joke bug. We're all bombing up here. There you go. Sean hands, everybody. We're going to keep it moving along. We're far from the shallow now. Marlon gets me in an early mood. I don't know what's going on here tonight. Thanks so much to your next comedian, Gordon Dixon, everybody. Gordon Dixon. I don't know, I just feel the bride running through my veins. Thanks so much for Gordon, everybody. What's up, Austin? Make some noise. There you go. Just moved here from Florida. Hooked up with all, yeah, in the building. Hooked up with Austin Cougar last night, you know what I'm saying? Sister Elder was an amazing woman, man. She was amazing. She was 88, so it was a definitely past Cougar. She was trying to say her top bitch. That's what that was. Just extra old. She got one of them old 1930s bushes that started at the top of the belly button, right? And it went all the way down up the back into a fade. It was a strong bush. I called it Bush Gardens. That's how thick it was. It was roller coasters. It was a great time. She was an old hole, man. I want all holes filled, even the one in her neck, because she was a smoker, so, you know. When I just put the tip in, I didn't want to kill the bitch. I love her, you know what I'm saying? She got dementia. She forgot about me 5 minutes later anyway, so I was like, just the tip, Sister Elder, let's go.
Sincere equals
She
concentrated
died today,
separated
so I
one.
was fucked up.
Takes a valid abstinence. No wine, no haircut, no forced
I went
contact.
to her graveside and just let menthols and sprinkle some nut on it just to be like, I miss you, sister elder. That's my time on Gordon Dix.
They get Gordon Dix and everybody making a Kill Tony debut. Hi, Gordon. How you doing?
How you doing?
Fun. Is any of that true?
Yes. But it's not true here. That was in Florida. Yes, it is. She was 68. She wasn't 88, but she was.
Okay.
She was old.
Did you really jizz on her grave?
No, just the menthols. I leave it. Yeah.
No, she's not dead, right?
No, she.
Okay, so she might be dead. How long you been doing stand-up, Gordon?
I've been doing it 4.5 years.
4.5 years. Where? What city exactly?
Tampa, Florida.
Okay, very good. What do you do for a living?
I quit my job. Well, I got fired from my job, and my girlfriend.
You got fired from installing cable for Time Warner.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
No, seriously, what
For Diddy, I saw cable for Diddy, and then
now tell the truth. This
I
part,
told the whole thing, and he was like, "Just a tip, nah, bro."
okay. This part, during the interview part, we just told the truth. So, what did you really get fired from?
No, I was a recycling truck driver for the city of Clearwater, and I failed my drug test. So they were like,
What was the drug that got you popped?
it was edible. It was a good ass edible.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but I had a drug test 6 months before that, so I was like, I wasn't. Normally, it's like a year later you'll get drug tested, and yeah, they got me. That was a half black in there. They were like, we're gonna get that.
How long ago did you get fired?
It's been about 4 months now, so it was December.
So how have you been surviving?
I had a chin, I cashed that out. And then, yeah.
Okay, how much was the pension for?
Let's just say
the actual honesty and 50,000. Okay, that's fucking good for a recycling company. Okay, all right. So, what do you do for fun? More people tend to be wild. Tell the truth.
Right now, we're fun men for homeless people's backs. Let's do it.
Again, do you hear the response that not honest answers?
Just comedy. I just so just comedy. I'm trying to get
Moved to
my.
Austin.
I just moved to Austin.
Okay, beautiful. How long ago?
2 weeks ago.
Oh, sweet. You're on the show.
Yep.
And how's it been going for you here in
It's
Austin?
been a struggle, man. It's a struggle.
Tell us more about what you mean by it's a struggle.
It's a struggle. You go to Wake and there's 800 clicks, and then you gotta wait in line to get up on that stage. And fuck it, whoever's there, y'all gonna get these jokes however you gotta get it.
That's right.
I didn't move out here for nothing, so fuck it. I'm gonna get on stage right where I can.
That's right. I mean, that's how it was in LA and New York just a few years ago. 800 open micers everywhere. Go ahead, Harley
I don't
Williams.
mean to like steer away from your origins and what you're doing. I told you I'm an ink guy. I love tattoos, and I know you have some on your arm there. What are those?
So, all right, everybody's like, did you Google? I'm like, this is faith and love in Japanese. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, so I was like, I'm gonna get out of that. And I'm gonna get a tattoo, and then that's what I did.
Do you read Japanese?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, well, I do. That's a dinner number 4.
Okay, I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. I'll take it.
You better get your ass up to the
What other tattoos do you have? Show
I
us.
have both my grandmothers on my arms here.
Oh, wow.
My mother and my mom's mother on these sides.
Are they alive or dead?
They both dead. They both passed away.
Here we go again.
Go.
You take this one.
Tony, oh, shit, bro.
I prefer not to. I feel like, not even the face save this one. Well, the good news is we're tracking down where your grandmothers are buried, and we're going to jizz on their grave.
Hell yeah. They would love it. They would love it. They would love it. We would resurrect them.
Jordan or Gordon, do you have any special skills or talents other than stand-up comedy?
I used to sing a little bit. My dad's band. I used to sing a little bit.
What kind of band were you in?
My dad did like, Motown shit, so I was like a backup singer with him.
Okay. All right. What was the name of the band?
It was JWs. We were Jones, so yeah.
Whoa, really? The band was the JWs?
We did the dances and everything, man.
What was one of the songs that you used to do back then?
We would do like Temptations. After we got fucked, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay. What was one of the songs that JWs used to do?
We did like Motown stuff, Temptations, you know what I mean?
Like what? Like what?
Do any originals? No, they didn't. No, they just did covers.
Like what? Can you name one cover?
One cover we did, Celebration.
Celebration.
Yeah, Temptations. Yeah.
Okay. You guys know that one?
Yeah.
2,
Oh, you got one. I mean, that's what we're
3, 4.
Okay, we're gonna celebrate good times tonight. All right, come on, white people, let's get the flag going. Come on, come on. Yeah, here we go.
You better fucking try. You better do it. There's a party going on right here. Celebration. I can see why you're one of the backup singers. This is horrendous. Oh my god, now I see why you're getting cougar pussy out there. I gotta get what I can get. Wow. We're gonna put the cakes in there.
Gordon, one times my congratulations. You're gonna leave here with a little joke. Gordon Dixon, there you go. Everybody. All right, we're gonna keep it in the middle. So another one-named comedian makes some noise for Sunshine, everybody. Here comes Sunshine to the stage. Fuck yeah, you better just fit your eclipse within sunshine. Because God knows you didn't fucking see it when the clouds were out there, am I right, fuckers? God damn it. I don't know. I know. Hey, calm down, fellas. I know I'm a tall drink of hot dog water, but take it easy, okay? I know. Just keep it in your pants, all right, for fuck's sake. I can't hang out too long, though. I do need to get back and go to the Tilt-A-Whirl that I'm operating. I hate how much you love these jokes. I do. I hate it. But, you know, I gotta go because those kids are getting sick. They've been on there for a long fucking time. Somebody's gotta hit the red button, for fuck's sake. God love them. And I know you're thinking, does she really dress like a toddler every day of the week? Yeah, no, it's not just for the eclipse. It's fun. I like to keep all the patterns, all the colors, I like to move a lot. Hot dance. We're keeping the AI guessing. We don't want the robots to find us. We're hiding from Putin. We're having a good time, people. Fuck yeah, dude. I like it. Yes. Oh, I am if a pinata was a person. Am I right? You just want to beat me up a little bit and see if I can some candy in me, right? I don't know if it's been good. Sunshine, over here, sunshine, relax. It's over, sunshine. I am terrified. You're okay. Sunshine, you're okay. Just take a breath.
God, unbelievable. Sunshine, can I call you melanoma?
Please. If you don't, the doctors will, so thank you.
You know, here's what I love, how life is cyclical. You know, when John Wayne Gacy passed away, who knew that his overalls would show up at a Goodwill and you would find them?
It is incredible, Sunshine. I feel like I know everything about you, and I never talked with you before. This is incredible. So let's just jump right into it. Bless us both. Yeah, I love it. Tell us what
Black Lives Matter got rid of Aunt Jemima. This is what it turned into.
It's true. It's just nice to meet the old lady from that guy's last set. This is incredible. Sunshine, welcome to the show. Have you ever done stand-up before? Yeah, I've been doing it about 6 months now. Okay, what made you want to start doing stand-up comedy? I've loved stand-up since I was like 9, 10. I was watching Insomniac, Dave Attell, of course. Yeah, but then, fucking legend. I saw him here a couple of months ago. I don't know if any of you saw him. I'm sure you did. So it's okay. Just keep going. It's cool. We're having a good time. We're plugging. How about that hot cross buns? Okay. Let's go back to the question that I asked you here, Sunshine. Really focus. Over here. Look over here. Shut the mask. I got turned on to your show maybe 6, 9 months ago, and then also at the same time got really into Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And so I was like, tits up, bitch, let's go. And so I just got out out there. You know what I'm saying? We're having a good time.
Well,
Ian likes it. He likes it.
looks like you weren't able to convince your tits to actually go up.
Oh, they're small but mighty, Tony. They're small but mighty.
There is indeed another eclipse happening. It is. How often do you get sick, Sunshine? You look like you get sick about every week.
No, I'm large and strong like a bull.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, I can haul you up the stairs, no problem.
I don't think you can.
I'll strap you to my back like a freak. Let's go.
Positive you can.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever put Lego in your overalls and then do some diarrhea and make brown waffles?
Fuck yeah. Who doesn't?
I thought so.
I love to make brown waffles, Lego overalls. Yes.
What do you do for a living, Sunshine?
I clean houses.
Okay.
Take names.
All right. You do that. Where do you do that at?
Here, there, and everywhere, wherever they'll let me in the door, really.
Okay. Let me be more specific with the question. Where do you live, Sunshine?
I live here in Austin. I live right here.
How long have you lived in Austin?
About 7-8 years now.
7 or 8 years.
Oh! Over on the Riverside Median, baby, you know, we're keeping it busy.
This is your exact living situation because I'm not kidding. The smell of patchouli is strong. It smells like what she looks like up here.
That's right, it does.
It's fucking frightening.
I doused up extra for you,
So
Tony.
Sunshine. Yeah.
I knew
Don't let favorable shit.
Oh, yeah.
You're having a little bit too much fun.
I do live in a house. It does have a roof.
How many other people live in the house?
Just me and my boyfriend. I know. I have a boyfriend. It's shocking. I get it. I look like I eat bus, but only recreationally. You know.
You're adorable. I like your style. What is your bathing routine?
It's coming up. We're coming up, Tony. We're coming up. We're getting there, Pumpkin.
Keeping track of a fun fact is that she also has no eyebrows whatsoever.
Oh my God!
It is
Get the
incredible.
Sharpie. Get the
It is
Sharpie.
All the hair went from her eyebrows to her armpits. That's crazy. It all ran right away.
Sunshine, what else do you like to do? What else are you into other than stand-up comedy?
Oh, you know, I like to go out to Lady Bird Lake on a paddleboard and look for bodies, you know.
What else?
Shit, dude. I like to sing. I'm a singer.
You're a singer. Well, we had a singer on here before. What do you like to sing?
Would you like to hear some Amy Winehouse or some Janis Joplin?
Let's go Amy Winehouse. What song do you know how to do?
Often refers to fear of heaven.
Which was common at the time. Rabbi Rothschild.
Parnassa equals livelihood appears in Pulakian liturgical contexts regarding earning and supporting a family.
Because
Hard Arab in Hebrew.
of the second daughter, right? Rabbi Yosef.
I'm gonna save you, Sunshine.
You got it? We're having a good time, Tony. I don't know what you're doing.
I just hope you and Amy Winehouse have the same ending.
I don't like pills. It's not the players were a song. No, I
Neither did Amy. It was a very authentic performance. Marlon Williams?
Maybe she's more like singer sewing machine and you're putting together another outfit. How about that? But I love that name, Sunshine. It's beautiful. And I gotta know, Sunshine, if you have twins, you gonna name them the 2 scoops of raisins?
don't know what those names are, but for you, Harlan, anything. Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll see you tonight.
But I don't need to be reproducing. I don't need to be reproducing. Let's be honest. What Ian?
I like you. You're authentically yourself. I look like jokes are funny, and if you can do those with like other things, I think you'd be all right. I like your vibe. You're fucking nuts.
Sunshine, I like you. Open up that little pocket there in the front. Pull it out. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make
Don't let me take anything in here.
I'm gonna make this joke book in there. Just pull it out. Here you go. Keep it open. Ready? Oh, good. That was bad. Here, let me try again. I'm OCD. Let me try again. Let me try one more time. There it is.
Sorry, I'm really good at digging shit into places.
Great job.
You would have bumped with me all night. There goes Sunshine, everybody. And a special treat from sunshine to darkness. I present to you
Tony, Hall of Famer, one of the legends of the show, here to grace us with a performance. This is the return of David
I'm glad I can afford to fly first class now. Not because I want to be bougie, but the seats are bigger. I used to hate flying coach because every time I fly a coach, they would have to bring me a seatbelt extender. And when those stewardess bring those seatbelt extenders, they hold that motherfucker high in the air. They hold that motherfucker in the air like a WCW championship belt. It's like, what the hell is the big show? I'm like, hey, hold that motherfucker down. I don't think America has an anti-trans problem. I think America has an anti-trying problem. Because nobody wants to see a fucking 6'5" nigga in high heels. Who wants to see a 6'2" man with football? You know what I'm saying? It's like if I want to see somebody tuck their stomach into their pants, I'll give me a Mexican bitch. You know? The Mexican hoes tuck the shit out of that stomach. It's like, bitch, you ain't no belly button. What the fuck going on? All you see is stomach. That's my time. Thank
Again, just like, you know, the thing you look for in real comedy is like perspective, right? Something that only you can talk about, and spot on, not to make it too serious, but this is a seatbelt extender for you. It's both fucking, why am I blanking out? Self-deprecating and fucking funny to you, your perspective. And you nailed both. What's your favorite airline?
That's all day.
Max. Oh, oh, shit. Charcuterie. Is that one of your cousins?
Tony, we're so appreciative of you because you gave us that eclipse today. When you put your booty hole in the sky. That was Tony opening and closing his asshole.
Oh my God.
Harlan Williams. You look like Tyler Perry presents Back to the Future. Marty, in exactly 60 seconds, this Cadillac is gonna go.
Well, at least I'm not back to the fucking buffet. How about that?
Front runner for guest of the year 2024, flexing his DeVry Night School certificate. John Reinblatt is thrilled right now that his
judging by your hair, you had an audition for Elvis the stage play.
Well, that didn't go too well. Judging by your hair, the children of the corn have diarrhea.
Just like me, it makes no sense, but it's funny as hell.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah.
You can't punch me. I have no chin.
You sure don't. I had to choke your chest out. Grab that nigga by the... Oh, shit.
David Lucas.
Tony Hawk, man, that shit is crazy, man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, you're also going to be traveling by rail. When when they take your feet from the diabetes. You're in a wheelchair.
He was the only nigga to ride a skateboard with his ass. Y'all never seen a booty hole backflip?
That's true. Catch me in the Sex Games.
I love Tony, bro. He's playing that game to death. Yeah, so confused about what time. Y'all remember that song?
Yeah, that song follows me everywhere. Yeah. I go walk to a coffee shop and it starts playing and the barista is looking at me like, okay.
You're tall as shit, bro.
Damn.
You look like a Brady brother or some shit, nigga. This big tall, I want something. I'm like, God damn, this tall as one dude.
Yeah, I grew up very like a runt, so I got tall when I was about 16, 17, and it was fun for me because all the seemed a lot smaller now, and suddenly I go a lot higher. Yeah.
There was nothing there. I like your hair, nigga. You look with that brown and gray, you look like a juvenile jerk.
Whoa, look at your fucking hair. Looks like Predator sent his kid to Jenny Craig.
Oh my God.
How I let this motherfucking kung fu squirrel roast me? That shit is crazy. You look like a squirrel with a lot of knowledge. If you start collecting acorns in June.
Oh my God.
And I just ripped your nuts out with that last joke. Thank you, Donnie Reinblatt.
Oh, Donnie Reinblatt.
Education pays.
That's right. David Lucas, have you ever skate? I know you can't do thin ice, but you ever get on a skateboard before?
Sensitive ass out of here, nigga.
David's the only guy that tries to ride a nice charcuterie board.
You can sniff cheese and tell how old it is.
With my butthole.
Put a movie in there. That's all I'm gonna make it get.
Oh my God. What else is going on,
You
David?
dress like you just bought $1 million dildo, nigga. That's all. Even though it's made out of melted down rubber bands. I don't know why you got that shit on. Your ass look crazy as hell. Raising saddles on your shoulder, nigga.
This is an ostrich. Not all of us are.
You got motherfuckers that committed suicide. That nigga didn't drink water for like 60 days.
Oh my.
Marlon, give me another, bro. I want you to roast me again. I want that fucking 65-year-old roast.
What about
Marlon Cheney look just like his nutsack. That shit crazy. Your doctor give you a prostate exam on your neck, nigga. That's crazy. You the only nigga with Trump nuts for a chin. That's crazy. You got Trump nuts. Boy, your ass out here, boy.
Did you just call me the N-word?
Hell yeah.
Finally.
What about Ian Finance over here? You're looking at the world's fucking most diabolical pedophile and skipping right over him.
He look like he got a permanent disguise mask on. You know the one that come, the one that come with the glasses and the nose.
Oh my God.
Go back to Marlon, nigga. With that motherfucking neck, nigga, you look like a protected turkey, nigga. Your ass. The turkey they bring out to the White House. Ain't nobody killing that motherfucker. Let me hear you say gobble gobble one time, nigga.
This guy goes to IHOP and looks for girls with one fucking leg.
If I get roasted by another joke from the time when niggas had looked in the back of restaurants,
oh my God.
and they used to roast my granddaddy with them same jokes, nigga.
Oh, there's that N-word.
David Lucas, you are a force of nature.
Can you not be wearing girls' jeans?
Absolutely.
Marlon, stand up. Let us see your jeans, nigga.
That's the real deal right there.
Harley, your jeans came with janitor keys, nigga. Your ass. You can hear that nigga walking through the hall. Harley can open up any door in Austin, bitch. That shit crazy.
What a battle.
How that nigga look, boy? You out here looking like a motherfucking Mississippi preacher get bit by a rattlesnake, nigga. You know them preachers let the snakes bite him and be like, God's gonna keep me alive. That's that nigga right there, boy.
Dude, you look like you live in color after the crayons are left out in the sun. How about that?
This is amazing. What a showdown. DeVry versus deep fried. This is comedy at its finest.
Hosted by a gay and a reactor, nigga. Hey, Harley, you don't know it, but they hid your medicine in that liquor you drinking.
This is the only city in the country where the fucking eclipse lasted 3 hours until he finally sat the fuck down. My son a hand, he's free off.
Unbelievable. What a fucking performance. This is the difference between people out of the bucket, golden ticket winners, regulars, and then all of a sudden a Kill Tony Hall of Famer. That is David Lucas. That is what he does. This is who he is. Built strong here in the Kill Tony universe. Anything you want to plug, David? What else?
Hey, man, I'm all on tour all across the country, man. Just check my website out, davidlucascomedy.com. I love y'all.
He's flying first class. You've been wondering why all those Boeing flights have been going down. It's because they're front heavy.
He said he give himself a plug. He should go fill the black hole in outer space. How about that?
All right. Final fucking poll of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Morgan Bounds, everybody. Morgan Bounds. One more time for Morgan Bounds, everybody. Come on.
I have a problem. I want to get married real bad, but the guys I like would kill me with a gun given the chance. I like blue collar men, like hands so dirty you think you're going to get some kind of weird infection. But unfortunately for me, I look like a lesbian crystal witch. Primary spell is like summon chlamydia. I think I'm crazy on first glance alone, and I think it's fucked up. I'm like, if you would just get to know me for 10 more seconds, you would finally realize I've got a great fucking rack. I'm multifaceted, I really am. But I am seeing a guy, and what I'm doing is every time we hook up, I make him a bomb-ass breakfast in the morning, like really southern good breakfast, and the goal is I Pavlov him, and when he sees an omelet with his eyeballs, his dick gets hard. I think that could be cool. No? Like he drives by Denny's and he's like, fuck. I gotta call this bitch, dude. I fucked it up. I fucked it up because the other day he got arrested in McDonald's jerking off on a McGriddle. Giving it the old Mac sauce. Thank you guys. I'm Morgan.
Fuck yeah, Morgan Bounds making her Kill Tony debut. Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like maybe 3 months.
Okay, all of it here in Austin?
Yes.
What made you want to start doing stand-up?
I don't know. I don't know. I go to those, and I've been known to get a giggle or two. Not tonight, but you know.
Okay. Thank you. It was good. You got a giggle like that, ladies. You gotta giggle. It's fine. 3 months. What do you do for a living?
I'm a district manager for Zoomies High, so I got skateboards. Has anyone ever told you look like Tony Hawk? So, yeah, so it's a retail store, and I run 9 of them. So.
What is Zoomies?
So it's like t-shirts and shoes and skateboards. It's like a teen action sports retailer.
It's like a skateboard store.
Yeah, kind of thing.
Shit, what are the fucking odds of this? That's incredible. That's unbelievable. I might have put it on the top.
Yeah, I do. Collision is what that is. I love it.
Do they sell pants there?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, all right, there's something under there. We were all wondering the same thing. Red man or Red man's a little more disgusting than the rest. So if you pop the question first, you are wearing pants. The guy's so disappointed he just broke a beer bottle over his head. I was really hoping this was a no pants situation.
Sorry.
He was staring so hard he dropped one of his contact lenses.
Somebody wanted to try.
Cassie, you know, I'm a nut about ink. I love tattoos. I see that number on your leg. What is it? It's 2494. By the way, the same year I lost my virginity. Now tell me.
That's crazy. That's the year I was born.
What? Carol Burnett. There she is. No wonder she's trembling.
I'm anemic and I'm scared.
Tell me about that tattoo.
That is my father's race car number. We do drag racing, and yeah, it's his 69 Nova. So.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
69 Nova. He's racing a 69 Nova.
Yeah.
What kind of races are these?
It's drag race, so it's 8th mile and quarter mile on a straight track. You like do a burnout. That's it.
In a Nova.
And a Nova. It's badass. It's a really cool car. He has a Roadster too, but the Nova is like been around since before I was born. He's had it forever.
Wow. So you're close with your dad?
They live far. I don't see them often, but we're cool. We chat.
Okay, that's why you're not funny. Oh my God.
That's my fucking daughter you're talking to.
Watch your mouth. No, I love it. I'm just kidding, Morgan. What do you do for fun? What else? Tell us more about you. You look like you're the mayor of Austin, Texas. You have the tattoos, the bags, the vitamin D deficiency.
I look like Velma on ketamine, is what I was.
That's true.
I play Dungeons and Dragons. Who guessed?
Someone's fucking Hans Kim tonight. I'm kidding. What is your sex life like? I've been not asking enough people that lately, but since you're not wearing pants, I feel like it makes sense.
I do okay, yeah.
What type of guys are you into?
She said she pulled vibrator.
Oh, folks helps.
I won't discriminate. I like tall, but you know, like I like charisma more, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daddy's home.
Somebody's gonna 69 Nova tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, start your phone. Incredible. Have you done stuff on stage before?
I did like theater in college, which is more embarrassing than this.
What did you play during theater? What was your character?
I was in a full length called Messiah on a Frigidaire, which is like a white trash. I don't know, like they think they see the image of Jesus on a refrigerator. It's dumb, but it was really bad.
Okay.
It's like the Shrouded Turin in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. I love it. What else do you do for fun before we get you out of here, Morgan Bounds?
I don't know. I play video games. I'm like, I do exactly what I look like I do. It's not
Dungeons & Dragons, video games. What about the wild side of Morgan? What's like a guilty pleasure or something?
I like to get naked at the Renaissance Festival.
Wow. Holy shit. You get like completely naked at a Renaissance Renaissance Festival?
It depends on the day. I don't know. I'm a season pass holder, so we'll see.
Oh my goodness! Tell us more about what brings you. What do you love about the Renaissance Festival?
The nighttime is really cool. Like it's camping, and there's all these clans that do different things. You're not supposed to tell about it, but
Red Man's Googling tickets to Renaissance Festival right now.
yeah,
Texas.
Texas Renaissance Festival.
Heck yeah. He's hard as a rock because he found out they serve turkey legs. Longest set you've ever done? 3 months in?
I did. I've done a 15, but
Love to have you do 5 minutes. The signature. Whoa! You fucking pig! You are the worst.
is he lying to me?
You were the worst.
Okay, that'd be great.
There you go. Thursday night, you just got booked in a real show. And I'll tell you what, I'll give you a big joke book just because I was busy during your set and I don't know what happened. Terrible. You pitch like you have anemia. There she goes. Morgan Fells, everybody. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our final performer of the night. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Kill Tony Hall of Famer, the man who has the record for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews, the reigning, defending GOAT of Kill Tony. He is indeed the Manila Gorilla, the Philly Philanthropist, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is indeed your very own and our very own, the one and only Willie Montgomery. Did y'all see the eclipse today? It was actually great, but my fucking eyes look me. I actually didn't know what caused an eclipse, so I looked it up. And it's when Lizzo walks in front of the sun. That bitch. Okay. And by the way, if you don't believe in climate change, then explain why we've had all of these eclipses lately, dumbass. Okay. This is a serious deal, this next one, Tony. During my last tour of Afghanistan, I came face to face with a jihadi. I had a gun to his head, and he had a gun to mine. So I said, well, can I bum a smoke? He shook his head and said in his native tongue, you shouldn't smoke, and he handed me a nicotine lozenge. I said, thank you, kind sir, what is your name? And he said, Sin Laden. Okay, that's right. 59 seconds on the dot. Yeah, what did you think? Was it too much build up, or am I onto something with that? I thought it was great. I think it's fine. You do a lot of great jokes, and sometimes we can be patient. Just stretch out a little. Why are you laughing, dumbass? You've been fucking being mean as shit to people all night. You need to relax, Arlen.
There's two things about you I want to say. This is for real from the heart. A, you're the only comedian on the whole circuit. Yes, probably has a time machine. And two, there's a cabin somewhere with 3 naked priests hanging upside down, covered in Heinz relish.
Yes, in Montana, I have a... That is true. That is true. I know you eyeballing the GOAT, Tony. Yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, it is so nice to meet you. I just met you up there. You were growing up, caused a lot of heartache. Honestly, my family, my mom was quite the hypochondriac. She was just this crazy woman, kind of, and I was never allowed to skateboard. But I looked up to you so much, so it really just caused a lot of pain. It caused a lot of strife. Thank you. You could play video video games and be like, what we do.
Yeah, I was safer. I know the video games are like 1080. I was making the snowboarding game. In other words, I wasn't allowed to skateboard, so then I went real hard in the snowboarding game genre. But
Because the skateboarding game was dangerous, is that what you're saying?
correct, I just wasn't allowed to. My mom had these rules. I wasn't allowed to skateboard, so because of that, I honestly think it really left this weird hole in my heart. So I just played. I looked 1080. That was a really
He was a great snowboarder. You might recognize him. This is Sean White's grandfather.
We love you, Sean. We love Sean.
Ian Finance looking right down the eye of the storm. You're the closest to him. How does it feel over there next to the big red machine himself?
Scary but inspiring. It's nice. That was great. Thank you so much, man. Did you just come on, man?